Or else either way, I'm starting my new program here, but I'm just merging the audios together so you understand either way that what's important for my life is to succeed. So I just make sure I save 1 hour programs all the time in my phone and what I'm doing. So I'm just looking to see exactly what's going on with my actual content over here. So I'm understanding that I want to make sure that my nice and beautiful phone and what I'm doing here is different. So I'm making sure the notifications and all that is doing its job, but making sure that no matter what, they want to go and do something much more. So I have to go refresh my phone, I have to refresh something. So I'm looking for a way to go and capture everything that's happening. So what I want to do is I want to click on my phone. I want to make sure that I'm actually personalizing and going to general and seeing what's going on over here. I'm showing everything. I'm making sure that no matter what, that I'm learning my nice and beautiful device over here. I see the features. I see no matter what, that I can really understand these toggles and everything that's going on over here. I'm making sure that I see the personalization. I see what's happening. So how does this phone update itself is what I want to understand. So every single day that when I understand something about life, I ask the question about what I need. So I'm focusing on understanding that I can link a new device over here. I see the refresh button over here and what's going on. So I'm understanding either way that I want to understand something about this over here. So I'm looking to see exactly what's going on with the nice and beautiful content right here. So I'm understanding that's never even working. So I see the settings over here. I see the setting, I see my devices. I mean, my devices is something I can deactivate. I can go and deactivate it. I can say, I understand. I say, yes, deactivate. I deactivate the whole freaking system. I go and continue with the Android. And I go and make a new freaking nice and beautiful setup of my profile here to see what's going on. So I see it says, please charge your PC or turn off the battery saver to continue linking your devices. Or else now it's saying that I have to charge my laptop for some reason. And now I understand either way that since that's never working, I understand no matter what, I want to see what's going on now. So is it going to show me something or what's happening? So it says please charge your PC or turn off your battery. So either way, I understand that no matter what, they want to do something, I want to make sure to go away from that. I want to make sure either way that what I'm doing is something new now. Or that's my mistake. But making sure that no matter what, I'm never ever focusing on that too much. I'm making sure I learn something from that, and I'm teaching you very quickly upon how I go about my technology. So I'm making sure that I want to make sure that my technology, let's say, way of life is much better. So I focus on never focusing on, let's say, problems. I'm focusing on never focusing on problems. I'm focusing on solutions. So the solution now is understand that no matter what, with the time and space I have, I'm making sure I'm just leaving the laptop as it is. I make sure I go there and I actually connect my nice and beautiful laptop with my stuff of what's happening. But I'm learning something from this nice and beautiful, let's say, program, that no matter what's happening around my world, I'm actually doing much greater anyway. I'm making sure that either way, that once I really connect the dots together, I want to focus on something different now. I want to make sure there's something happening that's different, that's much better than what's happening right now. So I'm understanding that no matter what, that since I realize my technology game is getting better now, I'm understanding that no matter what, I can learn something in the process of what's going on. And I understand technology when I talk over it very quickly. So I pick up the rubbish very quickly. I can put rubbish in my nice and beautiful software, in terms of my nice and beautiful shoulder bag, to chuck it out in a better time. Or I can just go and find the rubbish now and I can go and throw my stuff in the rubbish. So it's all that kind of individual. So I'm understanding that no matter what, if you understand that I am somebody who is never rubbish, by making sure that no matter what, that you may have some rubbish to throw out from your life. So make sure that no matter what, that you go and clean yourself up, and I always connect my nice and beautiful, let's say, shoulder bag with what I'm doing, so I can focus upon understanding life. So life is something you have to focus upon in different ways, and making sure you always have your keys to the car all the time. So just double check all the time about everything, and double check that you are locking your car, for example. So just make sure of that, and make sure that you're never wasting time. So if you want to go somewhere in terms of RSL clubs to see somebody or whatever, I mean, make sure you just move on, guys. I mean, make sure you understand that what's important is you never need other people to see them and to be with them. I mean, just see yourself. I mean, just be with yourself. I mean, forget those people. I mean, come on. I mean, they never ever call you. I mean, they never message you. They never come to see you. I mean, they never come to your birthday. I mean, they never come and travel with you anywhere. So why do you want to go see them for? I mean, go see yourself. I mean, in a sense, I'm just walking into Officeworks over here. I'm making sure I have to go and throw some rubbish. And I understand that what's important is I just say, sir, I just have to throw some rubbish over here. I have some rubbish, so thank you. Alright, now what's important is understanding that if you want to go and do something about life, then focus on having new type of aspects of life in terms of what you need. So I'm focusing on understanding that I never even have to go to the counter over there. I never even have to go and focus on, let's say, being in a line anywhere. I'm making sure all the time that what I'm doing is to connect my phone with the laptop, and I'm understanding that no matter what, that I can do that. But what I want to do is now I see that I never have to wait in line. I never wait in lines, guys. I never try to go wait in line. I'm holding my selfie stick in a way that I'm learning very quickly upon how to quickly do this. So I make sure that my phone and my laptop and everything I have is actually working. So let's have a look at my nice and beautiful phone over here and how it goes. So I plug in my nice and beautiful phone with a selfie stick right into the phone over here, and it's a new freaking section over here. So let's have a look. I say yes, I allow it, and my actual audio program is actually playing while I'm actually doing my nice and beautiful content, and I go digital prints and make sure I have some nice and beautiful internet over here. So I need some internet. And I understand either way, I'm connecting my internet software now because I have a nice and beautiful audio program going. I understand Jesus Christ can see this. I understand either way that I'm learning very quickly upon what's happening over here, and I'm learning very quickly upon how to step up my game. So I'm using my phone with a cable while my audio program is playing from the same phone that I'm actually trying to withdraw my business card from. And that's why I'm always using my USB card from now on. So that I never have to do this, but I'm actually using a different way now. I'm understanding if I understand this over here and I can do it this way, I understand either way that it works for me, doesn't it? But I want to make sure that I want to try out the USB. I want to see the USB maybe is much better. But I understand either way to try it out and to see something new. But I'm always understanding I never have to write on the go anymore. I never have to write anything physically, but I'm writing always in my audio fashion. And anything, I mean, anywhere in terms of outdoors where I go, I'm understanding that I'm always learning something very quickly over here. So I'm making sure that no matter what, I always place some money in my pocket before I go anywhere. So I'm making sure every single time I'm focusing on the greater life, and I'm making sure that no matter what, that I'm learning very quickly how to actually go and do my business cards now anywhere. And I'm never losing time because I'm actually doing audio programs, and I'm actually just growing my nice and beautiful consciousness right here. And then that's how I'm actually doing life. I'm doing life in a better way, and that's amazing. I mean, it's amazing how life is actually working for me now. So I'm focusing on understanding that what I want to do is I just want to make 100 business cards, and I want to make sure that's $10 right there. So I'm actually investing $10 into my name over here. So I'm understanding that no matter what, that's 100 people and more are going to see my business cards. So I just give $10 to have 100 people and more see my business cards, because that's a marketing that's a marketing promotion. And I'm also doing audio programs while I'm doing it at Nice and Beautiful Officeworks, and I never have to go self-serve in terms of on the lines over there. So I never have to be in the line anywhere. I never want to be waiting in the line. So I want to remove being in the line all the time. I never want to wait in the line anywhere. Understand? So I want to make sure that I'm never waiting in the line for anything. I want to make sure that's the richest way to be. So I'm looking at my business card to see, is it exactly the nice and beautiful range of what I need? And then I make sure I just let it be. And I make sure all the time it's just an excellent photo of myself. So let's have a look over here. I'm showing my skin as well. I'm showing my armpit hair to people. And I say I want a border as well. I'm making sure either way I go and do something right now to make sure I have some internet. So it actually works. I mean, it's amazing. So I'm realizing every single time that what I do now is to give the money. So I'm giving the money, but I want to make sure that what I do before I give the money is I go and do, and I have my two phones. I have two phones, and I'm using two phones over here to make sure I'm going and I'm doing my nice and beautiful programs with one phone, which is my Samsung Analog. I have my one phone, which is my Samsung A20 Galaxy, while I have my other phone, which is my other one phone, which is my A51 Galaxy. So that's very important that you guys understand to have more phones with you, and then understand either way that Officeworks free Wi-Fi. I mean, what are you guys doing? I mean, they need a password or some shit. I mean, now make sure you understand that no matter what, I'm better than some shit. Make sure I'm understanding something. I'm understanding either way you have to go and promote your name. So promote your name, and either way just place a 007 kind of thing. Is my number, is my 007 number. So I was 007 from James Bond of Grove. I mean, you know, I understand that I realize James Bond is a film and 007, but I'm the 007 of James Bond. I'm the 007 of James Bond of Grove, baby. I understand, I'm the James Bond of Grove, but that guy's just James Bond. Understand? I realize now I want to go and actually I want to give them money at the nice and beautiful way of counter. Whereas now if I give them money at the counter, whereas it's much better that what I want to do is I want to do FPOS machine. I want to make sure I do FPOS machine. I want to ask somebody over here about the password over here about something. I want to make sure that there's a password around here to do some free Wi-Fi around here. Whereas now, if I do that, I want to go to the counter over here, I just want to go around people. I just want to ask, I say, I need some free Wi-Fi password.
The Wi-Fi password?
I have to get the Wi-Fi password for myself.
It's just called It's just free Wi-Fi.
I say over here it's asking for a password.
Yeah, the password for it is free Wi-Fi.
I say free Wi-Fi.
Yeah, no space, no caps.
I
Just
say
free Wi-Fi.
I say alright. I mean no space and no caps.
Yeah.
I thank you. Say free Wi-Fi. And alright. Now either way, that what you need to realize is sometimes your actual phone or whatever you're doing may go out of time. So what they're actually doing at Officeworks is they give you, let's say, 2 minutes of time to actually give money. So I understand the free Wi-Fi password is free Wi-Fi over here. So no spaces and no caps. And when they say no caps, they mean no large letter caps. I understand. So that's a kind of notion that they're giving. So I realize I hear them really quickly now, and I'm understanding now. I'm connecting to the internet over here very quickly. But now what I'm understanding, and it's my other phone that has that kind of vibe. So I'm understanding that I did get on my other phone. So what I need to do is I need to go and connect to my phone. I love it. I'm never sick. I need to go and understand that my program's still playing. Well, I need to go and get that password anyway, but I'm never wasting time. But make sure you understand that no matter what with Officeworks, I understand my bank account always is with my Samsung A20 Galaxy, which is my audio program going on over here in terms of the phone that I'm using with my audio program. And that account, because of that phone, has my bank account number and my bank account details. And that's how I'm understanding that I'm using two phones, but certain aspects of my nice and beautiful content over here has certain aspects of functions. So I'm using one phone for one function and my other phone for another one function. I mean, so every single time I'm learning to just connect the dots together and making sure I'm giving people money with my selfie stick while I'm actually doing something. So I'm focusing on saying that yes, I understand my USB is very important. I'm understanding that either way, I want to charge my content very quickly and I want to make sure that my selfie stick, and I'm doing everything with my selfie stick in terms of my life now. I'm always bringing my selfie stick around town somewhere. So I'm making sure either way I keep this selfie stick for just purposeful, nice and beautiful, let's say, ways of doing stuff. So make sure I always have a couple of selfie sticks around, and I'm making sure I can have multiple selfie sticks as well, otherwise. And I realize, and the reason is so that I understand if I get a shit, let's say, I never get a shit selfie stick, but let's say if some selfie stick never works for me, they always have backups. I always have some kind of backup selfie stick that actually does work for me, and that's why I actually keep multiple selfie sticks with me. I mean, in a sense, to make sure you understand that even a couple of selfie sticks is a multiple selfie stick. I mean, in a sense, so make sure you understand that. So what you need to do is focus on yourself in a way that you're promoting a name, and just go and place, let's say I'll place $35 into my nice and beautiful account over here, and I'm just transferring money into my account. But I'm understanding that what's important is now I tap with my phone over here, because my phone can actually go and do my nice and beautiful investment. So the actual FPOS machine actually asks for the money, and then what I do is I just go and tap it with my selfie stick in terms of I do it with the phone, and I get the money with my phone, because my phone has a chip that goes into the FPOS machine, and the FPOS machine can read the chip in my phone, and then it goes connects with my phone. So I just swipe my phone over the actual FPOS machine and it works. So since I have a nice and beautiful selfie stick, then I use the selfie stick to swipe over with my phone to the FPOS machine is what I'm doing. So I understand that's how it works. So let's have a look over here. I mean, there you go. I mean, bad card. I mean, hold on. I mean, now I have to do a better job over here. So I'm focusing on understanding that. I try this. I mean, now it works. So I had to swipe my nice and beautiful selfie stick in a different manner to make sure that no matter what, that my nice and beautiful receipt is coming out. So that's all done. I'm realizing all the way that I'm making sure that my technology is working, and also I'm understanding that either way I'm very much more clean, I'm much more better about what I'm doing. So since I'm actually doing that, I always put my nice and beautiful chair and I tuck in all my chairs. So when I do a chair of anything, I'm making sure I'm very successful. But I'm always making sure I'm watching my nice and beautiful screen over here. And I'm actually go through the actual dashboard, and I leave my nice and beautiful, let's say, audio program right here on the nice and beautiful cover up over here where there's a desk, and I place a desk kind of setup of my nice and beautiful audio program right here. So I can go and set up everything in my nice and beautiful way of life over here. So what I do is I charge my nice and beautiful content, and I'm actually doing my nice and beautiful content in a way that my selfie stick is standing up right on a desk over here. I mean, there's a desk. I mean, you understand a desk? I mean, a desk is right here, and I'm placing my selfie stick on that desk right now. And what I'm doing is I'm just talking to the camera like this, and I'm just I'm never even holding my selfie stick anymore. I mean, in a sense, so it's on a desk. I'm understanding my selfie stick is on a desk, and I'm helping myself to explain something. So what I want to do is just learn everything about life and understanding how people are watching me and how people find me attractive over here. Because I understand that either way I'm very, very attractive. So making sure that no matter what I need to do is I need to swipe my nice and beautiful, let's say, receipt again and try to keep going and try to keep understanding that I want to make sure that my nice and beautiful printing is working. So I press the printing in less than 10 seconds and I press the button over here to say, hey, I want my printing to begin over here. But I understand these machines over here are so slow. So what I need to do is always broaden up and I need to make sure that I'm doing a better job always. But I understand either way, I love life. I'm making sure that I can go and just let it be, and that's my printing waiting, and my printing is waiting, so I have to understand that it's giving me a sign, and then it says that there's a problem, but there's no problem with me. I'm making sure that I have to notify somebody, and I have to go and see what the hell is going on. So I'm making sure either way, I'm making sure that I just go and notify somebody over here about what's going on. So I want to see what's happening. I want to go and print my receipt again. I want to see, without even asking them and without even calling for them just yet, I want to go and make a new receipt over here. I want to see is it printing or what's happening over here. I go one more time. I go one more time over here. I try to see what's going on over here. That's what work. I said, excuse me, I just need help with this machine over here. No worries, thank you. Whereas now, either way, I realize something now. This stupid program over here. So I have no really. I realize now nothing is so stupid over here. I'm making sure that this program is never stupid. Whereas no program is so stupid. Whereas everything is good. I'm making sure that no matter what I need to do is focus on being much greater in terms of what I'm saying. So what I do is I'm understanding that no matter what, but since I'm understanding much greater about life, I try something different. But it's self-serve, so I have to call them. I have to give them a call over here to come and do the machine process over here. I understand all though. What's important is understand this. If you understand anything about life, you understand that no matter what. I say, sir, I just have to get some help over here with the machine. I have a self-serve machine over here. I need some help. I say, no worries. I thank you. Whereas now, what I need to do is I need to focus on something greater. I need to make sure that no matter what, I'm just always never waiting in line, but making sure that I do something over here and I'm focusing on a greater life. So when I focus on something that's really helping me move forward, I can always have more leverage with the phone. So what I do is I hold the selfie stick in my hand to have more leverage. I have more leverage being able to, let's say, hold the selfie stick in my hand and I place the nice and beautiful, let's say, portable speaker in terms of my portable charger inside of my nice and beautiful jacket pocket. So there's a jacket pocket that's inside of my jacket pocket. So I have a jacket that's a jeans jacket, and there's two pockets that are going inside right now. And since it's going inside right now, I realize my jacket pockets have an inside pocket. I have two pockets inside of my jacket, and I place my portable speaker in that. I place my portable charger in my pockets of my jacket, while there's a cable that connects to my phone. And I'm holding the selfie stick that has a cable attaching to the actual phone, which is my Samsung A20 Galaxy, and the cable is connecting to my jacket pocket with the portable charger that's inside of my jacket pocket right now. So I'm holding the selfie stick while the actual cable is with me and it's actually in front of me. So I'm actually showing you just that kind of picture, and I'm walking around with my selfie stick and talking to the phone right now while the cable is charging my nice and beautiful content with my portable speaker in terms of my portable charger over here. So what's amazing is I understand that they're wasting my time over here. I'm making sure that I'm never wasting my time. I'm understanding that they never care about me. So what I'm doing, I say, sir, I just need some help over here with this machine over here.
Yeah.
I say, I did try to print it out, but it was never working. I give it another go. Let's have a look. So let's have a look over here. I'm understanding, so what you guys have to realize is understand that if you're speaking to somebody, then make sure that either way that you just continue straight away to speak to somebody right now. So make sure that no matter what you realize something. I was so afraid to speak up in front of other people. So while other people are speaking to you, what you have to realize is as soon as you do something, go and understand to just continue your program in front of them. Continue to speak in front of them even if you're never speaking to them. And as soon as you have done the action of what they want you to do, then just continue to speak in your audio program again and again. Because never ever be afraid to speak in front of other people, your program and what you're doing. I was so afraid to speak my content in front of other people. But what I want to do all the time is I'm always holding my selfie stick now by default to make sure I can look at people and I can always study people and I can always understand that I can look at people right now and I can see exactly what they're thinking in the moment and exactly what they're doing. because I have my audio process. So what I'm doing is I'm always speaking in front of people, regardless of what they're thinking about me. I'm making sure that if they ask me anything, then I actually just make sure that I say to them that, hey, I'm speaking to somebody online. So make sure that you understand that you just keep being positive and speak over them in regards to what is happening. So just make sure that no matter what they've asked you a question, then make sure that you understand that no matter what, they're going to be much more professional with you because you have an audio program. So make sure you understand that no matter what, that since you have an audio program, be speaking to people and be actually looking at people to see how people are reacting and how people are working with what they're doing and how people are waiting and what they are doing in terms of what they're doing. So we're focusing on life. I thank you, boss. So thank you very much. I say thank you very much. I say so no matter what, I'm always moving away from people who are giving me a service. So I'm making sure when they give me a service, I move away from them as soon as possible. So I'm making sure that no matter what, that you guys can see, for example, that I can go and study over here something about the galaxy of the nice and beautiful phones over here. So I'm making sure that no matter what, that as I look at nice and beautiful, let's say, content over here, I'm making sure I'm studying the labels and studying the nice and beautiful descriptions of everything that's happening in terms of the nice and beautiful, let's say, earphones. So the earphones piece is in terms of what you need. It's something that you have to understand that anything that has a Bluetooth on it, forget about it. Forget those nice and beautiful earphones that have Bluetooth on it. Never even go and get those earphones, ever. Anything that has a freaking Bluetooth on it in terms of the earphones never work for you. Why? Because guess what? I promise you, they disconnect. When they fucking disconnect, after 2 meters of going away from the phone, they fucking disconnect on you. Understand? So never ever fucking wear those earphones. Have your fucking earphones that are nice and beautiful cable ones. Because that way, I think it was, or is that what you want to do? You understand that no matter what, is you're just learning very quickly upon how you're actually speaking, but then go around technology and go and see exactly what is happening around the nice and beautiful dictionary of speakers. So what you're looking for is a technology piece of equipment over here to see what you can study and what you can actually see. So what you have to understand is anything that you need right now is what you study. In the sense of what you need to realize is you have to, if you have a nice and beautiful portable speaker that's a little small one, that's actually pumping something for you, or as either way, you must understand that what's important is if you want a little portable speaker to play a little bit of music next to you, then you can, or else you can have a little portable speaker that's actually attaching to actual shoulder bag. And it's so amazing, this JBL one, that I can place my nice and beautiful music to be playing like that, and I never have to pump my portable speaker. I can pump my nice and beautiful portable speaker music that has a little portable speaker on it, and understand that one there is amazing, isn't it? So I can actually do that for myself over here. I'm understanding this one over here is what? How much is it? I'm understanding either way I want to get someone over here. I want to actually record this conversation, so what I do is I'm understanding that either way I'm just talking to everybody, but then I'm just continuing the conversation with myself when they never talk to me. I say, sir, I just need somebody over here. I need somebody over there with me. I need somebody over there with me. I just do something very quick. I make sure that either way that this guy needs to hear me fucking 10 times to be able to understand something about life, mate. Understand? So I'm pointing, fucking come with me this way. He wants to fucking hear my words, man. Understand? So every single day, I understand that it's very stupid, isn't it? I'm making sure either way I love him. So either way, I understand something is coming, but I'm just continuing the process. I just came here to ask about this JBL portable speaker and how much it is.
The price of the JBL one?
I have to understand what is in it as well. I want to understand the descriptions and everything that it gives.
Well, you just have to go by the... first we need to find the box for this one, right?
I see. Thank you very much, boss.
Yeah.
Thank you. I see. So what's important, guys, is making sure that no matter what, you just record every single conversation. And I see actual tape recorder over here. And there's actual radio over here in terms of a tape recorder as well. So what you can do is, you understand, you can bring a little radio with you somewhere if you want. But make sure you understand that no matter what, with myself, or else my radio is my phone. Or else you must understand. So every single day, focus on understanding that what you want out of life is a nice and beautiful connection pathway to make sure that you're talking and you're just minding your own business while somebody else is doing their work. In a sense, or else that's the only conversation I had with that guy. But make sure you understand that what's important is understanding that no matter what, that there's always more conversations to come.
Just give me 2 minutes.
I have no worries, boss. Or else now, no matter what, I'm always learning something about how I'm speaking. So they're looking for the box. When they're looking for that box, because I want to get myself some little portable speaker that is on the side of my nice and beautiful, let's say, shoulder bag, where I can go and place it there, and I can pump my music like this in my car with a little portable speaker, and I can also walk around pumping my nice and beautiful music that is my nice and beautiful set in terms of my nice and beautiful sets, and I can pump it in the actual plane as well. I can put music in the plane and I can actually enjoy myself like this. So I'm understanding that I deserve it, guys. So make sure you understand that you can have a little portable speaker that's attaching to your actual shoulder bag, and you just pump your little music or whatever you have. And then either way, I'm making my own music. I mean, I make my own music, so I make my own music. Now I want to pump it. I want to hear it on a little portable speaker and how it sounds as well. So I'm understanding that's a music production tool. And I'm understanding either way that what's important is I see larger ones, but I'm looking to see what else I can actually learn around here. I'm looking to see the descriptions of laptops and everything. I have a laptop already, but I'm understanding that what's important is I'm just looking to see every single time new descriptions of what's going on. So when I focus upon something that helps me to grow, and I focus on making sure I'm delivering content all the time, I'm making sure that I have always what works in my life. I'm looking at adapters. I see adapters, for example. I understand that no matter what, that you have to realize that every single time you can get yourself one of those sockets that actually have 4 connection paths, so you can connect your nice and beautiful technology to 4 type of, let's say, nice and beautiful sockets that is a USB type of directional path. And understand either way that what you need is a nice and beautiful cable that can go and really do its job in a way that you can go and record and do everything with it. And I understand either way that is something yet to come, where you understand it's much more where I'm really leading that all my fucking technology has like freaking 10, 15 cables. I want fucking one cable that can do all of it. I want to fucking drive with one cable fucking to charge 10 fucking technology, one cable. I understand. So fuck, I have so much cables in terms of, let's say, I have more than that, but what's amazing is understand I have around, let's say, within 20 cables with me, and I'm understanding that what's amazing is if you have cables, then guess what? I'm pretty sure what you need to realize is one cable is much better than 10 cables in your actual shoulder bag, is what I'm saying. So imagine having one cable that can charge all your fucking technology in terms of 20 of your technology with one cable only. I mean, isn't that fucking nice? I mean, and then all you fucking carry in your shoulder bag is one cable. Understand? So what you need to realize is focusing on anything that is really nice and beautiful. So we're focusing on different areas of life, but I'm never wasting time at Officeworks anymore. I'm doing my audio program here, so I'm understanding that either way I'm never waiting either. I'm never waiting in line. So if you want to wait in line while doing your audio program, then guess what? I mean, you're never ever wasting time ever again. Understand? So make sure you never have to go waiting in line first of all. So guess what they're doing? I mean, guess what these people are doing? I'm watching them and then they have no audio program playing like this. And then, I mean, they are never even doing an audio program like this. I mean, that's what they're losing. And now, I understand I have to get new earphones. And now, do I really? I understand that no matter what I want to understand about life is understand something about differences of what I'm doing. So I'm understanding that no matter what, I'm only ever the word I. I'm making sure that no matter what, I focus upon understanding something. So it's much more the motion of life, isn't it? And make sure you understand that what you want out of life is to succeed. But if you want to understand that my one earphones right now is more enough, and I have more enough right now with my earphones. So what I want to do is I just focus on understanding that I just let it be now. I focus on understanding I do save already money. I save money already in my nice and beautiful pocket because I never have to get myself $30 or $80 or $200 earphones anymore. So make sure no matter what I understand that I'm much more than all that, but it's much more than how I understand that no matter what, that I just go and say over here, I understand that no matter what, it's just how I refuel. And now, how much money did I save? I realize I let it be now. I'm not saying either way. I did save some money over here, and I did save some time. But I'm actually making sure that you guys understand that these people who are waiting in line are never even doing their programs, guys. I mean, I'm watching them over here. I'm very aware about what they're doing. And guess what? I mean, they have no audio programs, and they're never freaking teaching like I am over here while waiting in line. And I'm never waiting in line. I'm never waiting anywhere. But I'm making sure either way that I realize if you have to be in a line like they do, but I mean, make sure you're doing an audio program like this, like I'm doing, while you're actually doing that line, in terms of while you're actually in the line with other people, then you're doing an audio program like this. And you're never wasting time. I mean, so you're making sure you're looking around to see what else can you do, and you're making sure that you're always focusing on something that actually helps you to grow. So you're always focusing on making sure that you're much more professional about your life and what you're doing, and then you're always making sure that your life is different. So if you want to do something very differently, then you're focusing on actually understanding that what you have to understand, I have to get myself an iPhone. And now the iPhone is something very different for me. And I'm understanding that no matter what, if you guys want to get yourself, let's say, one of those scales, I say thank you, boss.
So yeah, we got only two of this available.
I say how much?
So 2 of this. So one.
Thank you, boss.
Is like the price.
This
is like $89.
I say $89. I have no worries. And also, what kind of description does it have on the packet?
Well, this it connects with the Bluetooth 5, like it's a very fast connection
See, yeah.
compared to the other one, and then it gives you 10 hours of battery life. It's a dust proof, and yeah, these are mainly the features of this.
I see. Thank you. I did actually accidentally spit on your actual. I did actually accidentally spit into your nice and beautiful, let's say, shirt of yours. So I understand that I don't want to touch you, so
yeah.
you can just maybe rub it or something like that. So it's all nice and beautiful. So I'm understanding that when you're actually somebody who, let's say, did spit at somebody accidentally, then you actually just speak that out to them.
Yeah.
I mean, just out of respect, you understand?
Yeah, no.
I mean, make sure every single day that you're just realizing with the nice and beautiful, let's say, description over here. I mean, what kind of description does it have in there? And what is the kind of subject over here? And how much watts is there? And what kind of charge port?
Well, we would have like lots of these, so I particularly got into
So,
this
yeah.
section. So it will tell you in the box or something. Looks like it's in a different language. Or what I can do is I can go into my thing and see what it tells me.
All right, no worries. Thank you very much. I see. So guys, no matter what you're doing, you're always focusing on making sure that your life is getting ahead of you. So what you want to do is move away from other people when they're actually looking at their products and what they want to give you. So you just make sure you give them social distance. We're making sure all the time that if you spit at somebody accidentally, and guess what? I realized that if you be silent about that, and guess what? Approach is the best way. Approach is the best way if you be silent about it. But if you want to speak up about it, then it's much better for you also. So we're focusing on understanding that what you want to do is focus upon something that is helping you grow. And then you're making sure that no matter what, that now I'm learning much more skills in the process about everything. But make sure you understand that if you made it, or if it's accidental in terms of what you've done, then make sure you understand that no matter what, you just stay silent about it. Understand? So make sure that no matter what, that if you want to go and learn something about life, I'm never embarrassed myself because I did give you the truth. So the truth shall set you free. I mean, in the sense to make sure all the time you're just learning something about the process of what you're doing, but making sure that you have a greater life for yourself all the time and making sure that you're just doing your work. I mean, if you're doing your work every single day, and I understand that office works over here in terms of the workers over here, I mean, they can never ever have this nice and beautiful audio program going. I understand, because that's why I understand security guard is something at night shift where there's everybody that's gone from your life and it's just you for 12 hours looking after a warehouse or something, and it's just you with a torch somewhere, and then guess what? You get out your phone and selfie stick and you start doing one of these audio programs because nobody else is watching you anyway. I mean, and that's the amazing thing about having a security license over there. When you have a security license and you get one and you give money, and guess what? I mean, never go to nightclubs or anything like that. I mean, go somewhere like a warehouse kind of control in terms of you're watching the screens and stuff like that. And watch the screens and make sure you're just watching the screens and always talking while you're watching the screens, and that's what you're doing. I mean, understand? I mean, that's amazing, isn't it? So make sure you never work at supermarkets or, let's say, office works or anything like that, because what you want to do every single day is focus on a greater life for yourself, and you're just making sure every single day that you're learning something along the way. But I'm saying that no matter what, that since I'm actually learning about nice and beautiful technology now, I'm understanding that what is amazing is understanding to have less technology in your life in a way that you have more technology, in a way that you only have the technology that's actually working for you, and that's all you ever want. I understand. So you're making sure that no matter what, that if you go and understand that no matter what, that you're learning about the nice and beautiful sound. I actually want to hear that as well. See, there's I mean, there's a nice and beautiful sound going over here, so I'm focusing on understanding this.
It doesn't give me any information on that one, like the watch or anything like that, so I can't help you with that format. So this is like the
I see that's the loudest it can go.
Yeah, that's
I see that's maybe around 12 watts.
Yeah, something like that.
I see. Thank you very much, boss. Thank you. I understand. Although I just want to see the packet as well. I want to see what's going on over here. I see 10 hours of playback time. I see there's also a waterproof kind of thing going and a speakerphone. See, now the speakerphone. I mean, where's the speakerphone on it? I'm on a speakerphone. I see the speakerphone.
Also, most probably it's because like you can connect it to the Bluetooth, means you can speak as a speakerphone.
I see you can speak it as a speakerphone.
Yeah.
I see. So when you're speakerphone, in terms of you can talk on the communicational wise, or
yeah, so most probably like that. Yeah.
I see. Actually, I can put
with the Bluetooth. Yeah.
I can say, let's say, I can put a Bluetooth on it, and let's say it goes through my phone, but then people can hear the conversation.
Yeah, like how you have that in your car or something like that.
I see. So it's actually a speaker, is what that is.
Yeah,
I see.
that's right.
I see. That's amazing. I'm just looking at my life over here. I'm saying that's all it gives me. I mean, that's all the value that it has. I mean, just the three functions.
Yeah.
I have no worries. Thank you very much, boss.
Yeah, no
Thank you. I'm always just looking at the nice and beautiful way. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I understand. So that nice and beautiful, I mean, that's $89 over there. But that's, I mean, that speaker is really ridiculous for me. I promise you. Which is so ridiculous. I mean, you must understand. I mean, 83, freaking. I mean, 86. I mean, whatever it is. I mean, you must understand that they said $89, and guess what? I mean, it has no watts in it. I mean, it has no freaking, let's say, sound. I mean, I heard the sound, and I mean, it's never even that loud, man. And so I'm learning audio equipment very quickly, and I'm looking to see exactly what's going on. So I want to see first, I want to see exactly that no matter what, that you can connect some portable speakers with the nice and beautiful, let's say, other speakers that you can connect two together. I'm looking to see always the watts power. I want to see the watts power of everything first. So I'm understanding they're always hiding the information of the watts of the portable speakers, because guess what? That's how they make money. But they're cheating. I mean, they're cheating people like that. I mean, so I want to see actually the watts power all the time. I want to make sure that people can understand. So up to 13 hours of, let's say, nice and beautiful recording time. But guess what? I want to see the watts. I mean, where's the watts? I mean, if you have 2 watts of portable speakers, I mean, in that sense, so where's the watts in this? So I'm understanding that when you're actually learning about life, then you're learning about something that you have to understand. So if something never shows up in your life, then make sure it's never for you, and that's it. You should make sure all the time you're focusing on something that you can focus on your life, and you can focus on doing your life much greater. And then I understand every single time you just want to make sure that you can go now. I make sure every single time I just want to go and see some nice and beautiful information over here, for example. I want to see anything else that I can find. I just want to look at the nice and beautiful office works over here. So just go and shopping. I'll go shopping around to see what else is available. I mean, what's this over here? I mean, this is a mouse. I mean, I want to see the visual effects over here. I understand the visual effects over here. So I say that's something different, but that's something just to try out. And now, if I want to try that out, probably it's much more how I understand that YouTube has this nice and beautiful visual effect kind of thing going. And I understand that no matter what, I want to see how that goes. I want to focus upon understanding that they may have it, so I may ask the question. So I make sure that no matter what, I can go and see what else there is by making sure either way, they never skip the question, by making sure they understand that you never ever skip questions. I say, boss, I say, do you have those? I apologize. I just want to see with this guy over here. I have no worries, boss. I say every single time, just make sure that no matter what, that sometimes other people are doing something, so just go away from them as much as possible when they're actually talking to somebody else. I mean, go away from them as much as possible. So I understand that no matter what you want to do in daily life, is understand that there's selfie sticks over here. I understand that some selfie sticks never work out the way you want it. So what you understand every single day, that what you want to do is focus on some kind of nice and beautiful way of life. So I did try the GoPro camera and all that. I never need that, man. I never need GoPro. I promise you, it's delusional. I'm never delusional, although make sure you understand that what's amazing is the GoPro camera does go underwater and all that, but you can get an iPhone today that goes underwater. I understand. I just want to ask the question about the VR glasses so I can watch YouTube.
VR glasses?
I see one of those actual glasses that is like, you can watch all the way this way and all the way this way. I want to find those glasses. I mean, they're like VR glasses or something.
Okay, I don't think we stock them.
I see. Yeah. I see. JB Hi-Fi?
Yeah, pretty likely. Yeah, they might have it.
I see. Thank you very much, boss.
Yeah, no worries.
Thank you. I see. So what I do every single day is I focus on understanding that guy went to shake my hand. When he went to shake my hand, man. I realized either way, because I was moving my hand like this, I realized he went to shake my hand or something like that. It's the funniest thing, man. I realized now, either way, I promise you now, that's a gay trait. I mean, it's a gay trait to touch other people, I promise you. If you touch other people, then you're gay, I promise you. That's how it is. If you touch men and you're a man, then you're a gay individual, I promise you. If you touch woman and you're a woman, then you're a lesbian individual. If you touch woman and you're a man, then you're straight, aren't you? So that's how the best way you can understand what's gay and what's not. I mean, you understand? So no matter what, you're learning very quickly upon looking at ideas. So I'm walking through the shelves over here. I'm just looking at the ideas over here. And as I'm walking, I'm traveling. I'm traveling somewhere. I'm traveling to see exactly what I need to see just about life. So I'm getting ideas from actually what I want to see about life. So as I'm walking through the shelves, I'm actually doing an audio program to see exactly what I need every single day about my life. So I'm focusing on saying that I see people watching me and they're very, let's say, inspirational about me, and they feel that I inspire them. So either way, you must understand them. No matter what, I'm looking at that nice and beautiful content over here. I'm making sure that no matter what, that my life is blissful. So I understand that whiteboards I never need anymore. I never need a whiteboard anymore because I have my audio programs. I'm understanding, I'll give you some ideas. I'm really quickly just watching to see exactly what is in Officeworks over here. I see pain medication and all that. I never need all that. But you can get pain medication, but guess what? I mean, make sure you never get pain medication. Like you can see Officeworks is selling pain medications and meds today and all that. So gloves and all that, I mean, I never need that. I'm making sure every single day that no matter what, I'm just looking for ideas. I mean, do you understand? I see a locker, I see bike lockers, I see, no matter what, I'm just staying the obvious. I'm staying what I see, but I'm making sure I'm looking at different aspects of life to find out exactly something that may intrigue me, and I may see it, and then I say, hey, I mean, that's amazing, isn't it? Because either way, I'm making sure that no matter what, I can see exactly what is going on, but it actually does help to make sure that you're just always free in a way that you're learning your nice and beautiful nature, but you're looking for ideas to see what exactly is in Officeworks, so that if you ever need to go Officeworks somewhere, then you can understand that no matter what, you can get some folders, you can get whatever you want, and you understand you just go through the actual shop to see exactly what's in the store, because that's what you have to understand about life. And then you can understand all the time exactly where stuff is, and then understand the descriptions of what you need is real estate today. So understand that if you want to go real estate shopping, then go to realestate.com.au right now, and then understand that no matter what, that's an Australian one. But guess what? I mean, go download the application anyway, and go see how the Australian real estate is, and then you must understand it works out for you. So make sure you understand that either way you can get whatever you want. I mean, you must understand that what's important is understand how much I've grown throughout life, and I understand every single day now what I need. So I'm understanding that no matter what, that I can see blue tack, but I never need blue tack right now. So I'm understanding no matter what, no matter what, I can see different aspects of life. So I understand that either way, I was using blue tack because of posting the posters of my promotional tags on stuff in all these nice and beautiful ways. So I see keychains, for example. So I'm understanding, nah, I never need a keychain, man. I understand either way, I realize that keychains are something different, man. Whereas now, what is it about a keychain that I need, huh? Whereas now, to focus upon understanding that the keychain can go and lock itself somewhere, and I can place it on my shoulder bag or something like that. Whereas nah, I'd rather have my keys inside my shoulder bag. I mean, either way, I understand no matter what, I'm just looking for nice and beautiful ways to just understand some ideas. So that's flexible, yeah? So I'm understanding that I can see anything about life over here, making sure that I'm just looking quickly to see what exactly is in here. But I'm never wasting time, am I? Because I'm doing my audio program. I'm making sure you understand every single time. I'm very quick about what's going on, but this is how I live my life for the next 72 years and more. So I have a great life. I'm just 28, but the first 8 years I can let it pass. I mean, then 20 years from that point, approaching now, I can say straight away, I can half that number. I can half 10 years from that number. I mean, 10 years from that number, I can say, no matter what, that it's just content where I'm growing. I mean, from the age of 10 to the age of 20, I mean, I'm fucking growing from that point. You understand? So for 20 years, from nice and beautiful 10 years to, let's say, 20 years, I'm growing all the time. I mean, so make sure either way, you must understand. And then for the next 10 years, from 10 years of age to 20 years of age, approaching those years, I did waste time. I did waste time for 10 years, man. I mean, and that's something I can write down. I did waste 10 years of my life just wasting time. I promise you, just wasting time and doing fucking jack shit. I promise you. Whereas now, every single time I understand that, but I made it back. I made that time back. And I understand no matter what, I just want to write this down over here. So I write it down right now. I say 10 years I did waste. Overall. I understand I'm doing better than all that anyway. So what I want to do is I want to live up to 110. I want to live up to 110 years of age and more to make it back. I want to make it back. I want to make that time back, man. I understand. So either way, that's a nice and beautiful way to understand that you can make your time back like that. I mean, in a sense, so either way, that's a full life. And that's a full life of learning and everything. And then from the nice and beautiful, let's say, 20 years, in terms of 20 to 28, approaching now, from here, I'm approaching this just fully amount of growth over here. Approaching this fucking growth over here, approaching from 20 years of age to fucking, let's say, 28, approaching this fucking growth here. Approaching now, I'm fucking growing. I went fucking sober at 19. I fucking left the crowd at 19. When I say I fucking left the crowd at 19, man. I was fucking hanging around with some people, but most of the fucking people left them. Most of the people fucking left me around 19. You understand? Because I was in rehab at 19. I was in fucking rehab and diagnosing, and I was fucking schizophrenic because they said that. They said that about me, and they said fucking they did diagnose me as a schizophrenic. You understand? So I'm looking to see either way. At 19, I was a schizophrenic, and then I went to fucking rehab for 4 months. And on 2 separate occasions, I was 2 months in rehab on one occasion and 2 months on rehab in another occasion in terms of life. So I'm understanding that no matter what, I'm never in rehab again, but I'm making sure I'm just in my word I now. So nothing can actually, let's say, disturb me in life. So I'm focusing on understanding that what I want to do. So I want to focus on something that is helping me grow. And I'm focused on making sure that no matter what, I'm learning very quickly upon life and what's going on around here. So I'm focusing on understanding that I'm just looking for ideas. I'm walking around Officeworks to see exactly what they have. But I understand either way, it's just a bunch of, let's say, materials. And either way, I understand, you can see straight away about what's in what. I mean, guess what? I'm giving you the idea about what you need at Officeworks, man. I mean, look at what am I looking at so far in the whole fucking Officeworks? I mean, so I did look at the nice and beautiful, let's say, portable speakers and the fucking keychain, and what else? I was looking at what else. I mean, fucking that's it, man. I mean, that's all, man. Fuck. That's all you ever fucking need does the Officeworks. I mean, forget everything else, man. So make sure you understand, eventually you have to get to that point. You have to get to that point eventually. But I see phones over here. I see new phones. Well, let's have a new phone over here. So these are nice and beautiful interests. I see. See, that one's fucking thick, isn't it? But what kind of phone is it? I see these are the fucking newest phones over here. I see iPhones. I see iPhone, man. So these are newer iPhones over here. So this is something of interest. I mean, these are nice and beautiful interest ones. I have a nice and beautiful small one over here. And the small ones, probably that's more enough for me, man. So I see the small ones, more enough for me. And how much is this phone over here? I want to see. I mean, what's that? I mean, what's this over here? I see a hot price over here. I see $600. I mean, what's this, man? I want to see this freaking phone over here. I'll make sure I can call somebody. I say over here. I say no matter what, I can see that either way. Making sure that I'm growing. Making sure I get somebody to just come over here and see these phones over here. I say, boss. Say, I just need some help here. I just either way, I just want to look at this small phone. So there's a small phone here, and why the small phone? Well, the small phone is more enough. I just want to see how much phone in terms of this one is. I want to see the price of this phone over here.
Price of that phone?
I want to see that price.
The minis are $12.29.
I see. Thank you very much. Thank you. And this is the newest iPhone?
Yeah.
I mean, what's so new about this phone? I mean, is it a waterproof phone? I mean, is it able
I can tell you if you just head over to the...
thank you, boss. Thank you very much. I realise either way, I'll just go see to understand about the description of the iPhone over here. So it's very important that I understand something about life. So just make sure you're always learning about something. So I'm focusing.
About just new in comparison to what the older ones were? Or?
Oh, thank you. Yeah. So I just want to see the new updates. Oh, thank you. I see. So guys, what you can do is just go to somebody at Officeworks or let's say at JB Hi-Fi just to see the comparisons of the most previous phone with the newest phone, and just see the different comparisons here, and that way you're always growing and you're doing something very important for yourself, and you're making sure you're watching people along the way and what they're doing, and you're making sure you're just learning how to really become much more in your life by making sure that no matter what you're learning the nice and beautiful dictionary of what you're doing.
So did you want to know the differences between the iPhone 12 mini, 12 and 12 Pro, or the 12 mini compared to an 11?
I'll say all of those differences, please.
So for all of those?
I'll say do that.
Just on their website now. So obviously the screen is smaller on the 12 mini, but they do have, they all have 5G.
See, you saw 5G.
The camera on the Pro has 4 times optical zoom, so that's...
See, it's 4 times optical zoom. I see, yep. See, 4 times optical zoom.
But yeah, they've all got the same A14 chip.
I see, it's all the same A14 chip. I mean, they all have the same A14 chip.
Yeah.
I see, yep. I mean, what else?
And apart from that, like I said, the screen, everything else seems to be
I see.
pretty much equal.
I see, and also, for example, with the underwater stuff, I mean, is it underwater kind of thing?
They're splash water and dust resistant.
I see dust resistance and splash water, but does it go underwater like an Apple Watch?
You can have it underwater. It's not waterproof though. It's water resistant.
I see. I understand the Apple Watch does go 2 meters underground in terms of underwater.
So maximum depth is 6 meters.
I see.
30 minutes.
I see 6 meters for 30 minutes only, and that's the iPhone.
That's the iPhone.
Thank you very much, boss. I thank you. I say now, I mean, did you see that? So 6 meters you can go under the actual water with actual iPhone. And guess what? I mean, do you see how I just gave you the knowledge very quickly? And I gave you the knowledge very quickly because I understand I have my nice and beautiful way of life over here. So what you do is understand that I never need to forget my business card. I'm understanding either way. What I want to do now is I was actually going outside somewhere and I was actually doing something, but I see these people over here are very afraid of me, and you must understand that it's much more the kids. And the kids are just turning around very in a frightful way and so afraid about life. So I'm understanding that what I want to do over here, so I want to make sure that no matter what, that I can focus upon life and what I have to do. So what you have to understand, so you can see how I understand that no matter what, I can see the newest updates of the phone right now. I mean, I can see what people are doing in terms of iPhone. I mean, 4 ideas and 5 ideas over here. I gave you the newest iPhone in terms of 2021, in terms of what's happening. I gave you the newest ideas in terms of the differences over here. So I'm focusing on saying that this one over here is doing a photo of me, and she's promoting me, and she does a photo of me because she so believes I'm very sexy. So I understand that either way that what's important is understanding every single time. You must focus upon understanding that what you want to do in life is being successful. I understand that when you're successful in life and you're focusing on something that you want to do, then you're focusing on making sure that you're never waiting in line, but you're making sure every single day that you're doing something that you can actually go and succeed with. So make sure that no matter what you're doing, that you're always making sure that you're succeeding in ways that you understand how to actually go and ask people about the newest updates, about the latest versions of technology with the previous ones. And just go and understand to go give that in an audio program somewhere very quickly. And I understand it's very much more inspiring that you understand now that they have all those kind of ideas that I just gave you. And I understand either way that we're just updating ourselves with the latest technology, but either way, that nice and beautiful mini kind of iPhone is $1,200. I'm not saying that I can get such a better phone than that, but guess what? Otherwise, I can go get myself a nice and beautiful phone, and I can maximize everything, but I understand that no matter what, that now you can realize that no matter what you're doing every single day, that you're focusing on understanding that you want to go and focus upon something that you're doing. So if you focus upon loving your life and you're always nice and beautiful every single day, and understand that no matter what, that you want to make sure that you're loving your life in different ways, and you're making sure that you're individual in terms of life who actually loves your life. So focus on saying that, yes, I'm approaching, I see that woman who's actually taking a photo of me, and she's giving me this look. I mean, she gives me this look in a way that she wants me. I'm making sure every single day that I focus on just going up to her, and I understand I can go up to her, and I can ask to get her number right now, but I'm not saying that no matter what, I just serve her. Whereas now, I want to give her my business card, though. I want to make sure I can inspire her, and I can say I can speak to anybody, and I can go up to them right now, and I can talk to anybody right now. So making sure that no matter what, that without a business card, I never want to approach anybody except I want to make sure I approach people with a business card all the time, and I have a business card to give people. Because when I have a business card to give people, I feel much more professional upon life, and I make sure every single day that I'm making sure that no matter what, how I need to succeed all the time in different ways, and making sure how I always focus upon life. So if somebody never looks at you because you do wave at them, I mean, guess what? I promise you then, they're actually encouraging you to go away. So make sure every single day that what you need to do is always wave at people who are waving at you, because otherwise you look, I mean, guess what? I mean, then you look friendly, and you're making sure how you can always succeed in different ways, and you can make sure that no matter what's happening around the world, they're focusing on understanding to always get the ones in terms of life. I just came to get my business cards, so my business cards are printing. I say, so no matter what, that if you go and focus upon something that is actually doing your nice and beautiful life in a way that you're recording yourself. So I understand that nice and beautiful atmosphere over here is I'm focusing on understanding that either way, I promise you now, if you want to go really get somebody really quickly, but guess what, I promise you now, it's much more, you understand that no matter what, that if somebody walks away from you, and go and understand that if you see them, and understand that what you need to do is focus on giving them your business card very quickly, and then make sure every single day that you're very fast upon everything, and then understand just that kind of vibe, isn't it? Like, make sure if you see them somewhere around, then just make sure that you see where they're going, and then go and approach them. You go and understand that if you approach them, then you win. I mean, you win over as a nice and beautiful follower of your life all the time, or if they understand that they do, I realize if they do want you that bad, then guess what? They're willing to follow you so much about what you're doing. So they're focusing on understanding that either way, that it's just that kind of day. You understand? I can have a girlfriend right now, but I never want her. I never want her because she's nothing, let's say, in a way that I want. I mean, she's something, but guess what? I can always get better. I can get myself a better woman. I can get myself a more famous woman. I can get myself a more successful woman. I mean, so I want all of you ladies and men out there to understand my mindset about this. So when I'm focusing on understanding something about life, I'm making sure that no matter what I'm doing, I'm focusing on understanding my life completely in terms of what I'm doing all the time. So making sure that I want to make sure that my life is successful in different ways, but I'm never wasting time here at office work. So making sure that you understand that is already, let's say, 54 minutes of my nice and beautiful program, but I've been here for around 30 minutes, and I'm making sure that I'm doing better than that. I'm making sure that no matter what, that you must understand. I see.
Released a big photo of one before yours, so
I see.
it hasn't come through yet.
I see. I have no worries, boss. So thank you very much. I see. So my order is yet to come around. So I understand that what I need to do all the time is focus on myself every day. And I'm focusing on making sure that I'm focusing on loving my life. So when I'm focusing on something that I love to do, I'm looking to learn something about my life. And since I'm learning something about my life over here, I want to just go walk around somewhere and just make sure that I'm recording myself and my voice over here and I'm talking to a nice and beautiful phone. But what happens is I realize how people are. I realize that they just walk past you, and guess what? I promise you, it's much more how I feel. So make sure you understand that no matter what, that if you're feeling great, then guess what? I promise you, that's how it is, isn't it? I mean, make sure you understand that what you need to realize, if somebody is doing some kind of order before you, then understand either way that you need to realize something. At the machine over here, I understand I usually go to machine in terms of life over here, in terms of my printing business, but since that machine is never even working, actually that's why they actually have to actually send it to the actual printing company over there, because the Nice and Beautiful Office Works is what you understand about life over there. So what you need to realize is if you go and understand that it's much more enough for you to have a nice and beautiful microphone that is your phone on the go, because guess what? I'm just using my phone as my microphone here. And I have a selfie stick with my phone on it. And that's it. Unfortunately, I never need some freaking headphones with a fucking microphone pointing out from the headphones to speak to you like this. Understand? So make sure you understand either way. What I do now is I learn to just absorb everything that's going on. I have some nice and beautiful ways of life now, and I'm making sure I have other phones over here. So I'm understanding that no matter what, I have to recover a nice and beautiful iPhone eventually, and I have to make sure that no matter what, that I'm looking to understand that it's just like that. I mean, that's my life now. I understand, but I can get it. I can get everything I need. So I'm making sure that no matter what, it's just that kind of life that if you want to go and do something, then make sure you understand I have the money to get the iPhone. I have the money, but I want to make sure I want to learn about everything first before I get it. So make sure either way that when I do that, then it's that kind of scenario where I just look richer in the process of what I'm doing. So if you understand, no matter what, that you have beautiful phones over here where you can get some voice memos over here. I realize there's a Nokia one. I mean, they're all around $70 around here. So you must understand that these phones around here in Officeworks, all around $70, and all of them can do voice memos. And you can get one fucking phone over here that has around $77 or whatever, and you can get that one, and you can do a voice memo with it. I'm pretty sure all of them can record a voice memo, I promise you. You must understand either way, this one has Facebook, man. This one is a Nokia, and it's a really, really old phone, but I'm understanding that I'm never old. I'm understanding that no matter what, you must understand that that phone there is really, really back in the past, and it's one of those phones from the 1990s to 90, in terms of 1990s to 2000, man. And I mean, that phone's around $139, so either way. Or is that this one here has a bigger screen, so go for larger screen when you're looking for a phone, and make sure that you can do some voice memos with it, so you can do this audio program with yourself. And that's it. I mean, that's all you need, man. I mean, that's a tape recorder. I mean, you must understand that phones are tape recorders. So if you understand that no matter what, if you're looking for ways to improve yourself and other people, they're making sure that no matter what, their life is something more. So if you're getting a USB, then please, guess what? I mean, get one USB only. Never ever get 5-pack USBs. You never need 5-pack USBs, man. But guess what? I promise you now, if you do, then guess what? I promise you now, you must understand that you do get a nice and beautiful price over here. We understand either way that what's important is understanding that if you have 5 or 6 USBs with 16 gigabytes each, then you can understand that you can use that to withdraw content from your actual laptop. And now I understand it's actually helpful for me to do that. So I'm saying that's something that I actually have to do. So to have just 5 USBs here and there, just in my pocket, and I have over 100 gigabytes, so I can just tear away from my nice and beautiful laptop. And guess what? Then straight away, I can do better music production from that. Because I can get these small USB files. I can have maybe 15 of them as well. I can have all these ones that have 16 gigabytes one. I mean, they all have 16 gigabytes. I can get 3 packets, and I get 15 of them. And 15 times 16. I mean, now, what's the number there? I mean, guess what? I mean, 15 times 15 is 300. And then we have also 16, which is 316 is a nice number of that multiplication, because either way you must understand when I go and multiply, I see it's 16 times 15. So 15 times 15 is 300. Understand? So then just add 16 to that. I mean, that's how quick I can do some nice and beautiful multiplications. So understanding that is a nice and beautiful way for you to understand something about life. So if you go and really, really understand something about life, then go and charge up your nice and beautiful content over here in a way that it's working for you. So this one over here has 3 times 32 gigabytes. So what is that number? So, I mean, 3 times 90 I mean 3 times 30 is 90, and 3 times 2 is 6. So if you understand that number is 96. I mean 96 gigabytes, and I give $20. But this one over here has extra, and guess what? I get a better deal getting the 32 gigabyte ones than getting the actual 16 gigabyte. And why is that? Because I give $20 and I get 96 gigabytes, or I give $30. I mean, I give $29 and I get 100 and what? I mean, 16 times 5. So what's 16 times 5? I mean, 5 times what? I mean, 5 times 10 is 50, and 5 times 6 is 30. I mean, in a sense, so that's 80 gigabytes. I mean, this fucking packet that's $29 gives you 80 fucking gigabytes, and it's fucking $29. And this one's gives you, I mean, this one's $20 and it gives you fucking 96 gigabytes. I mean, guess what? I mean, $20 and gives you, I mean, the $20. Guess what? I'm always better than everything. But the $20 package is 3 fucking USBs that has fucking $20 worth of fucking vouchers in terms of what you give. In terms of you're giving $20 to get 96 gigabytes. I mean, hold the number 96. And then guess what? I mean, $29 to get 80 gigabytes of fucking things. And then you have also, I mean, you're getting fucking 3 USBs, but this one gives you 5 USBs. So, I mean, of course, that fucking one that's $20 is much better, and I saved fucking already $10 as well on that. I mean, that's a fucking beautiful deal, isn't it? Whereas if I get that right away, right now, probably it's a fucking best. I want to fucking get this USB right now. I want to fucking get it right now because I understand that there's no other fucking time to get those nice and beautiful deals right now. I understand that there's always fucking time now, but I'm making sure I'm getting that fucking deal right now because it's worth it for me. I mean, it's worth to give $20 to have 100 gigabytes right now in my pocket to do my nice and beautiful content with my music production. So my music production is something that I'm looking at right now. And look at this one over here. And this fucking one is 3 fucking USBs that has 16 gigabytes, and it's fucking $23. I understand? I'm much more than that, but make sure you understand. Look at the one that I get. I mean, the one that I get is fucking $20 and I get 96 gigabytes, but this one's fucking $23 and you get fucking 16 times 16. I mean, look at this. I mean, 16 times 3. I mean, 16 times 3. So 10 times 3 is fucking 30, and then fucking 6 times 3 is fucking what? I mean, 18. So 38. I mean, hold on. I mean, make sure you understand that it's 48. I mean, $23. I mean, fucking 3. I mean, there's actually 16 gigabytes and there's fucking 3 USBs. But this one is 32 gigabytes and there's 3 USBs. But the difference here is the $4 in plus I gain by actually going with my deal over here, over this one, because this one's giving, let's say, 48 gigabytes for $23, but this one's giving you $20 for 98, because of $20 for 96 gigabytes of fucking storage space. Do you understand that? So one is fucking 48 gigabytes, while the other one is fucking 96 gigabytes, and it's all the same in terms of 3 USBs, but one's 16 gigabytes, another one's 32 gigabytes each, another one's 16 gigabytes each, and then we're focusing on the price over here, which is $23 and $19.98. I mean, the $19.98 one is much better because it gives me fucking 96 gigabytes, and the fucking $23 one gives me fucking 48 gigabytes. I mean, what the fuck? I mean, $4 difference, and I get a fucking better deal, don't I? I mean, in a sense, so either way, you must understand either way that the other one, in terms of the other fucking USBs is 16 gigabytes in each USB. But this one's fucking that I have right here is fucking 32 gigabytes in each USB. In a sense, so that's the thing. I mean, now, every single time, focus on understanding that what you want out of life is a better deal. So look for better deals. I mean, I understand that USBs is something that I need. I need to get USBs because USBs is something that helps me to get content away from my actual laptop to upload it, in terms of upload my content in a better time somewhere else with free Wi-Fi. And I use free Wi-Fi all the time, and making sure no matter what, I'm learning very quickly upon life. And now, these nice and beautiful phones that have the nice and beautiful, let's say, gigabytes in terms of storage space on the phone, which that's different. And now, if I do that, actually, it's much more worth it to understand something. I've already done that, and since I've done that, actually now this one over here can actually help me. So I understand that this time round, I understand that no matter what, I actually realized something, that if you get your nice and beautiful Samsung phones to have a chip, and to have a chip in terms of life where you can understand that no matter what, they're always going your way. I mean, make sure you're never stealing anything, but make sure they understand that no matter what, that you're learning about what's going on. So make sure every single day that you're learning about what you need in life. So focus upon understanding that if you're reaching to do anything, to steal anything, just make sure you never steal anything. Because I understand that no matter what, that if you're going around with the world and you're actually recording yourself and your nice and beautiful technology and what you're doing, then you can place nice and beautiful, let's say, aspects of life into your nice and beautiful phones, to have a nice and beautiful Samsung or let's say storage space on your phones. And then what happens with those phones is it has more storage space, and then you can actually go and actually do that. But I never need it. I never need it because I have my nice and beautiful Mega Drive over here. And now Mega Drive is something that helps me with that storage space, because I upload everything quickly online because I never need it. I mean, now that's why Mega Drive comes into play here, and Mega Drive helps me to really, let's say, to do that kind of process. Because if your phones, I mean, let's say you have a nice and beautiful chip that you can place in your phone that gives you 500 gigabytes more space. I mean, guess what? I mean, you never need that chip. I mean, all you need is Mega Drive right now. I mean, Mega Drive can help you so much more in storage space and gives you 2 terabytes, man. And all you give is $20 a month. I mean, 2 terabytes of space, man. I mean, and guess what? I mean, every single day, your phone has much more space like that. Because why? Because every single day you're uploading all your content online into Mega Drive. And Mega Drive is the storage online that you have with yourself and your programs, and always figure out a way to get away from other people who are always going your direction. I mean, understand? Whereas if they're going your direction and then, I mean, and they are fucking looking to be around you, I mean, just go away from them. I mean, get away from people and just look to always understand social distance around people. I mean, in a sense, so make sure you understand that no matter what you do, is I see a Galaxy A over here. I mean, a Galaxy A is A31. I have A51. I understand that. I mean, Galaxy S21. I mean, look at this. I mean, S21. I mean, what's the difference? I mean, the difference over here is something. I'm understanding that no matter what, that you must understand how to ask the differences between these phones. And I want to ask the differences between these phones over here. So I want to understand something about technology. So I want to go ask people. I understand either way. If you understand no matter what I'm doing around here in terms of leadership, I'm making sure that no matter what they understand, I want to be making sure that I love I. I'm making sure that no matter what I want to go and dwell upon a way that I'm looking for the nice and beautiful way of life where I can go and study something about life. So when I'm giving you this content, I'm making sure that no matter what, that I'm always only ever giving money to people once I am just about to leave. So before I do anything in terms of leave the store, and I'm understanding that no matter what, that I'm always making sure that I hold the actual product in my hand until the time comes for me to leave. And I say, sir, I say, now, I have a phone over here. I want to see the differences of the phones over here. So I have a phone over here.
I'll get somebody to help you. All right?
Thank you. Thank you very much, boss. Thank you. Whereas now, what's amazing is understand that no matter what I want to do is understand that I'm always looking for the differences between series of phones. So Galaxy A and also Galaxy S21. I want to see the differences. And now you must understand that no matter what, I want to understand that difference because that's what we need. I mean, it's the actual difference. I mean, who cares what's in the phone? I mean, let's see the difference of the phone. I mean, let's see the differences of what's great about different phones is what we understand. So look at the differences of life. So when you look at me and Tony Robbins, I mean, look at the difference. I mean, what's the difference between us? I mean, someone's doing more and someone's doing less. So if you understand the differences between this fucking phone over here, which is Galaxy S21, and Galaxy A, is one phone is fucking able to do more for you than another one. And which one is it? And now it's obviously the one that has fucking more price, isn't it? So of course, you always maximize your product and go the fucking max price. And that's how you understand the descriptions of every fucking technology out there. You understand? I mean, make sure you understand either way that what you want to understand every single time is understand the actual descriptions behind the actual phones anyway. I mean, understand? So what you want to realize is the best kind of price for technology is what you're going for in terms of knowledge. I mean, when you look at a store of fucking technology and you're looking at all this fucking technology, you say, what is the fucking highest price on this technology? I mean, that's the fucking best product. I mean, go for the best products that have the fucking highest products. Those are the highest fucking price and give the fucking highest price to get those products, and that's it. I mean, now you have the best of the best of the best. I mean, you have the fucking best iPhone, always. I mean, you have the fucking best everything in terms of clothing and everything. Make sense? So make sure you understand that no matter what, they're always learning the differences between different types of functions of the phones is very important. So I want to understand every single time what's behind anyway, because you have to be curious regardless of what's happening. So focus on being patient if somebody else is talking to somebody. I just want to see the differences between the Galaxy S21 and also Galaxy A. I want to see the differences between the technology.
The A series.
I see the A series in terms of that and also the S21.
So the S21s are the flagship models.
I see flagship model with the Galaxy S21.
Yes, so the S21s are the flagship models, so they're going to have faster processors and so forth.
I see.
The A series, they're going to be more of your budget phones, for someone that may not be as technology inclined maybe.
I see.
It's easier to use for them. The S21 is someone that maybe will take their phone a little bit more seriously, so the camera's better, they're a lot faster, the screen resolutions are a lot more better. They're obviously a bit bigger in the A series too. That's going to be your main price differences. The Snapdragon, so the processors, and these. I can't remember off the top of my head, but I know that these are the more modern Snapdragons. These are going to have your older Snapdragon, so that means your processor.
I see a Snapdragon is a processor in the phones of Samsung.
With Samsung, they use Snapdragons. With the newer iPads and stuff like that, they'll use the chip. I can't remember what they call their chip. But yeah.
I see. You have to get that for me as well. I want to see that chip. I want to get that information too. I want to understand what that chip is. But I just want to ask you a question here. I want to make sure that, for example, with this nice and beautiful processor, I mean, what kind of processor is this one, and what kind of processor is this one? I mean, what's the number?
It's a 5nm Snapdragon.
I see a
5nm.
I see a 5nm Snapdragon is the S21 Galaxy. I see.
Yeah, these ones don't actually say what Snapdragon they are.
I see. So I see this one has a 4GB RAM, and what's that one over there? I see. So the Galaxy A has the Galaxy A has a 4GB RAM.
Yep. So these have 8 gigs of RAM.
I see that one has an 8GB RAM. Yep. So no worries. And I also want to see the processors in terms of numbers on this ones.
So I'll just go through the list first. So obviously because you have different S21s, right? So you have the S21 Ultra 5G, S21 Plus 5G, and then the normal S21.
I see. Right? Yeah.
So the Ultra, which will be the top of the line, for 256 is 1,947, 512GB 2,147. So almost the same price as the iPhone Pro Max. You have 16 gig of RAM, so more than most computers have. 5,000 mAh battery and 8K videoing. Fast charging like most of the new flagships, and a front-facing 40 megapixel camera. So
I see a 5 megapixel camera.
40.
I see a 40 megapixel camera on the Ultra S21 5G Galaxy.
It has a
Samsung
AMOLED. I can't remember how to say it. AMOLED touchscreen. So you have your different kinds of touchscreens. So you have like LED. Most of the older phones you used to use LED screens with a touchpad on the front. Now most screens use OLED screens. Most of the newer TVs and monitors are using OLED screens, and that's 6.8 inches, so they're a bit bigger than the rest of them. The rear cameras is a 108, a 10, a 10, and a 12 megapixel camera. So as you can see, it has a micro lens, a wide camera lens, normal lens, and then a laser rangefinder, well not a rangefinder, but laser focusing.
I see, so they have 4 different types of camera ranges? Or?
Yeah, so 4 different, so all these do different things.
I see, yeah.
So each camera mode will be a different thing.
That's amazing. So what else is there?
So then you have the S21 Plus, so it's kind of your mid-range, so that's going to be for 1547, for 128GB and 260GB, 1647. And that's almost the same thing. You're going to get a bit slower, so 8GB RAM, not 16, so half of that. A smaller battery, so it's a 4,800 mAh battery, while the other one was a 5,000 mAh battery. So not much of a difference, but you're going to notice it in the long run. That also has 8K videoing, fast wireless charging, only 10 megapixel front camera. So the main differences between the two is going to be the cameras, because even the rear cameras is only a 64, 12, and 12 megapixel camera, so nowhere near the same quality. It still gets the AMOLED screen, 6.7, so only 0.1 of an inch smaller, at 120 hertz as well. And then the normal one is going to be the smallest one and the cheapest one, so 128GB is 1,247, 256 is 1347. You're going to have a 6.2 inch screen. You can see the difference between the flagship model and your budget version. 8GB RAM, 4,000 mAh battery, 8K video. So you're definitely going to notice a difference between them, battery wise. It has the same cameras, so 64 megapixel, 12 megapixel, and a 12 megapixel camera, so almost the same amount. And the front is also 10. So between the Plus and then the normal one, not much of a difference really. It's more the battery life, really. But yeah, so that's the main ones there.
I see.
And
So,
then-
yeah.
So your A series is really for, like, say maybe a daughter or a grandmother or something like that, because they have nowhere near the same spec. So they only have, only the A42 has 4K videoing. The other ones will be 1080p. And the A42 will be a 20 megapixel camera, front camera, sorry. The quad rear is 48.855, so very, very not the best cameras. And that's for 100 megabytes is $597. 5,000 milliamp battery, so you still get that battery life just on the performance. So really, that's going to last longer than an S21 Plus Ultra or an Ultra.
I see this one has better battery.
Better battery only because it doesn't have all the cooler stuff. So obviously you have all those cameras, and then a laser focuser chews up a lot more battery life. This one has the exact same battery, 5,000 milliamp battery, with less of the gadgets, so it's going to last longer. Not because it's a better battery, just because there's not as much stuff going on.
So that's the A Galaxy has a better battery than the S21
A42.
Galaxy.
So it's
see
the
the
same
A-
battery,
see.
but because there isn't as much stuff going on, the battery will last longer.
I see the A42 Galaxy has a better battery than the S21 Galaxy.
Yeah, not better battery, but better performance. What
I see better performance battery.
Better usage.
So it has a better usage battery
Yes.
than the
So
S21
A42
Galaxy.
is going to be for something where you're just working. You're not taking photos, you're not taking videos, you're just working on it, calling people, so forth, so forth. That's the A42. It will be better. It won't be
So,
as
yeah.
fast, but your battery will last longer if that's something that you cared about. The A31 again is a bit cheaper, $497, 120 gigabyte. Same front camera, 20 megapixels. Same quad rears, so 48. Sorry, it's only 3, so 48, 8, and 5 megapixel. Same battery, 5,000 milliamp. 4 gig RAM, so it's going to be a lot slower. Because the A42 was 6 gig, and then a smaller screen at 6.4, which is only a AMOLED. Yeah, so that's not even a 2K screen. Yeah, so it's
see.
going to be not going to look as best as it. Well, like I said, these are going to be your budget phones, so you're not going
I
to
see,
get
yeah.
any performance.
I see, for example, let's say with the dual-core processor, I mean, do any of these phones have a dual-core processor, or let's say a processor that's a number in terms of difference?
Like a difference between
I mean,
these two.
the difference between the dual-core processor in terms of how fast the phone is. I want to see that number.
The dual-core processor.
I mean, the processor. I mean, you said
Oh,
it has
you want to see the processor number?
I want to see the processor number, please. I see, so guys, the processor number of actual all the phones is how fast the phones are. So let's just see the difference between the phones, because when you have different phones here and you're actually understanding something about life, and you make sure all the time, you always go for the best price, but make sure you understand the differences anyway. So you make sure all the time that you can see something about life extra, because if you're curious about numbers, then you always have a better number. Whereas what's amazing all the time is just making sure that you're doing something regardless to what is going on. So you're making sure that you can go and focus upon even just pulling away from somebody, so you can just go and talk to your nice beautiful camera. So you're always focusing upon something that you want to do by giving people social distance, by making sure that no matter what, that you're never banging the table or something like that, and making sure that you're never, let's say, hurting yourself when you're explaining something, but making sure every single day that you're also making sure that you're learning a better way of communication with people, and always making sure that you're looking them straight in the eye in terms of life, and making sure that you're always looking at them rather than looking at the information. I mean, so making sure that if you're looking at people, then make sure you're looking at the information over the people, but make sure every single time that what's amazing is understand this right now. I'm understanding that when I look at that individual in the face, I get more reflections of their information when they're giving me a reaction of what's happening. So when they're pointing to the desk and there's information on the desk, I say that's excellent, but they're already giving me that information. They're giving me that information already, that what's happening with the information of the phones. But when I'm looking straight in their face, I can see the reactions of what they're saying. I can see the actual information they're giving me about what they're saying to me. I can see exactly how good they are with me in terms of a service over here. So that's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at the service they're giving me through the reactions of their faces, so I can see exactly, are they my friend or are they somebody who's trying to scam me? So I'm always looking at the nice and beautiful face and reactions rather than where they're pointing in terms of the information on the phones, because the phones have a category of information and the person may be pointing at the nice and beautiful information process, but I look at their face instead. You understand? Because that way I get more reactions. I get all these reactions about what's going on, and then I pull away from the crowd. I pull away from them altogether, so I can go talk somewhere different. And I never want to talk in front of them. I want to talk with you. I want to talk with you because this is for you. I mean, in a sense, so we're always focusing on saying that guy there is never going to follow me unless I give him my business card. So make sure you understand that he never asks me for a business card. Well, he never asking me, so I'm just doing it for you now. But I'm understanding either way that I can give him my business card here and there, while making sure that I'm printing my business cards now. While making sure that you must understand the core processor number between all the phones and all the technology, and see the actual series of the first series phone and how fast that core processor is, comparing it with the fastest phone and all the different between phones, and see all the different processors, and ask him how many different processors are. I mean, ask him every single day how many different processors are with phones also, so you can find the information. I want to ask about the different processors about the phone, and how much processors are there with phones in different types of ones. I mean, is it 5 different types of processors, or is it 10 different types of processors with phones today, or how does that work?
Just phones, or?
I mean, just with phones. I mean, how many different types of different levels of processors are there?
So, I mean, a processor. So you have different types of processors. You have Snapdragon, Xenon, which is actually Xenon processors. Samsung stopped using Snapdragons. Apple's got their own one, which was actually made by Intel, not anymore. They make their own ones. So it's kind of like the computer world. I mean, they're all different brands, different marketing.
I see there's all different processors, but let's say if you have to, let's say, pick a number of how many, let's say, processors each of the phones in the world have, maybe 2.0 processor, then 4.0 processor.
They don't get range like that.
I mean, they never range like that? I mean, how does it range?
Like the computer processors is going to be ranged like that, but only with Intel. So Intel processors go from Pentium to something else, then i3, then i5, then i7, then i10. So you can actually know, you're going up in value or specifications. Take the other AMD. AMD doesn't range their processors like that. You're going to have like XM220 or like AMD 9, stuff like that. They're kind of all over the place, so you kind of don't know where you're going unless you do some research.
I see. So, for example, with the fastest processors in terms of phones, I mean, what's the fastest processor in the planet right now?
That's up for debates. I mean, I'm pretty sure Samsung will say their fastest chip, and Apple will say it's their fastest chip. I mean, there's really no. It's more up to preference, really. If you're going for a phone, so, if you like Samsung, you like Samsung. If you like Apple, you like Apple. I mean, I like Samsung just because of you don't need iTunes, you don't need all that stuff. You can just buy it and away you go, done. In terms of performance, I mean, these days most phones perform the exact same. So there's really no difference in that either.
I see. I have no worries. Thank you very much, boss. Thank you. Alright, now, either way, that guy can never even give you the information about processors. So make sure you understand that what you need to do is understand that what you need to realize is focus upon saying that I just really did extract all the nice and beautiful information I need from that guy. So making sure I just let him go, because I understand that either way, that I understand that no matter what, that if you're just focusing on understanding something, then make sure you understand that they never even follow up. So make sure I understand something now. I understand I'm the one who has to follow up with the information, but guess what? I'm understanding this way now. I'm saying that I'm never closing myself off with the information. But guess what? I realize that either way, I want to let him go. I want to let him go because I understand that what's amazing is I understand I still have to find that information for myself. Because that guy was never able to give me the information. And now, by the time he fucking finds my information, I mean, guess what? I mean, he takes a long time to find my information. I mean, so make sure you understand either way, I never want to waste your time. I'll make sure I'll go find the information myself. And that's what you can do, guys. And I understand every single time now that I have a nice and beautiful ball. And in terms of a power ball over here, and this power ball over here is a nice and beautiful socket kind of way to actually see my nice and beautiful content. So I have one way to understand no matter what. It's a nice and beautiful socket kind of, let's say 1 and 2 and 3 socket charger right here. I'm understanding all that it's too big for my shoulder bag. I'm understanding all that there's different kind of sockets. So I'm actually over here and I'm still studying my game. So I'm studying the game of art. I'm just making sure, I'm just looking around to see the descriptions of all the nice and beautiful technology here.
Like
so
this?
I'm just focusing.
Is it some kind of a recording you're doing or anything like that?
I want to find out the nice and beautiful dual core processor over here to understand the different types of numbers in terms of the phone. So I'm always looking for the fastest type of program you guys have here, and also the lowest quality program and what the differences are.
Okay.
I mean, are you able to give me that information?
I can try.
I mean,
As
come on.
much
I mean,
as
let's, I mean, I
I'm
want,
not
I
sure,
want to see the fastest technology you have and also the lowest quality technology. I want to see the differences.
in terms of computers, in terms of phones.
I mean,
in terms
everything.
of-
I mean, everything. I want to see the fastest type of program in this nice and beautiful house you have, and also the lowest quality because
I
I've.
would say the lowest end processor we have is a Pentium.
I see a Pentium one is the lowest quality processor, and what's the
highest
fastest?
I would be selling is an i7.
I see an i7, and where's that coming from? I mean, where's the i7 coming from?
Intel,
I mean, it's an Intel one.
yeah, it's an Intel i7 I'm talking about.
I see. So there's a Pentium and an Intel one.
The Pentium is made by Intel as well.
I see. So Pentium is an Intel type of program.
The Intel is the brand basically.
I say Intel is the program, but the Pentium is one of the products of the Intel.
Correct.
And who owns and who owns the actual Intel products?
No idea.
I mean, we have to.
We'll have to Google it up,
I have to find that information. I thank you very much, boss.
Easy.
I thank you. I thank you. Either way, I mean, guess what? I love it. I mean, did you see what I'm just doing right here? I mean, I understand the guy's following up with me and what I'm doing. So guess what? I mean, do you see how much questions I fucking throw at him? I mean, guess what? I mean, straight away, he's like, whoa, I mean, what the fuck? I mean, where did you get this information? I mean, what? I mean, how the fuck did you understand to ask me that question, man? I mean, just now, I mean, fucking, straight away, I'm understanding he's very, very surprising about me because I'm understanding I'm always asking these questions and I'm walking around this freaking office works. I'm understanding straight away, I want to fucking find some information from you, man. I see Jesus Christ can see that, man. I understand, do you understand? So, do you understand? I realize now what's important is understanding every single time. I can see straight away the fastest way to get myself into the nice and beautiful way of life. It's the funniest thing, isn't it? I mean, it's the funniest thing when you see some guy saying, are you alright? I mean, do you need some questions or do you? I mean, guess what? I mean, fire some questions at that person to teach you something about life, man. I mean, did you see how I do it? I mean, I want to see the fucking fastest technology over here and what's the fucking lowest technology over here. So the Pentium is the lowest one. So guess what? I mean, let's go for Pentium because what we want to do is we want to use Pentium to be able to do something with Pentium because that's the most affordable range. I say thank you very much, boss. So thank you. So that guy's actually following up with me to tell me about the nice and beautiful business cards I have around here. So I'm understanding either way that is nice and beautiful for somebody to actually go and follow up with me about business cards. So what I do is I go give some business cards to these people today and making sure I'm also getting my USBs today. And so make sure you understand, did I make my time's worth over here? I'm probably sure, yeah, because I understand now the Pentium is the most affordable range of products that you can get and the Intel is the most expensive. So I go for the most affordable. I go for the most affordable range always. So I go for the Pentium. I go for the Pentium products right now because they're the lowest type of quality you need, but it's the most affordable. I understand? So you go for the most affordable always. So that's why I'm saying anyway that I can see now straight away that I can go to a store somewhere and I can tell you right now that the Pentium type of technology products are the best ones right now in an affordable range for everybody. I love it. So you must understand that what's affordable for everybody is the best kind of product in the planet. So the Pentium right now is much more affordable and it's the best product in the planet right now than the Intel. I mean, even though the Intel is the fucking most expensive one, I mean, guess what? I promise you the most affordable range is the best one because that's what sells out people. I mean, everybody goes for the fucking most affordable range. I love it. Understand? So make sure you understand that's why I'm saying what is the best product you have and what's the worst one. And I'll go for the worst one. I'm making sure, so I'm learning very quickly. I love it. I thank you. Alright, now either way, I'm understanding they're printing my products over here at the actual machine over here. So I'm understanding that no matter what I want to do is focus upon understanding. I want to give my business cards to people here. So I'm making sure that I focus upon delivering content. So I'm actually understanding that no matter what, that when I really give content, I make sure that no matter what, that my shoulder bag has my contents. I realize now what you want to do is be quick about giving contents and giving your nice and beautiful products all the time. So what we're doing is we're focusing on understanding that I'm watching everybody by making sure all the time that I have to be quicker. I have to be quicker about giving my products. Otherwise they run away. I see it straight away. Whereas now, either way, no matter what, I'm never waiting. I'm making sure that no matter what, I'm learning something about life. So focus on understanding. You place nice and beautiful, let's say, place about 10 or more business cards in your nice and beautiful shoulder pocket and your jacket pocket, so you can always reach out for your actual business cards in your actual jacket and be able to learn very quickly about what you're doing. So I understand Jesus Christ can see how I'm doing this audio program today. And I'm making sure that I'm merging all the nice and beautiful audio programs to make sure that my nice and beautiful program is working. So what I want to do is make sure every single day that if you go and understand every single time to be much more happy about who you are, then focus on understanding to change the shoulder bag ratio in a way that you're learning to never ever drop your technology. So be careful about what you're doing around your technology so that it never drops. So make sure you place your shoulder bag on the floor to pick it back up, so then make sure that you go around the cable so that you never ever disrupt your technology, so the cable never makes your freaking, let's say, technology drop. So what you want to do is make sure all the time you're looking for something to nicely, beautifully, let's say, to grow up upon. So make sure you understand how to grow yourself and other people in different ways. So make sure you're always giving very quickly to people, because otherwise they run away and they never come back. In a sense, so make sure either way, understand that no matter what, if you want to learn something about life, then learn now. I can see straight away the differences of the fastest type of processors are in the Intel Core type of processors. And I have an Intel Core right now with my Livorno laptop. In a sense, so make sure you understand either way. I have it right now because that's what I can afford. But the Pentium is something that you want to understand is found in the lowest type of technology right now. But what you understand that the Intel type of core products is, I'm understanding either way. I'm not saying that no matter what, I just want to give this guy my business card. So I'm focusing on understanding that what you want out of life is to succeed differently. So make sure you go all the way to give them your business card. I said, boss, so I just came here to give you my business card. Yep. So you can find me online on YouTube. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Thank you. Whereas now, what I want to do is I focus on understanding to give a nice and beautiful business card in a way that no matter what, I focus on delivering. If you go all the way to give someone your business card, then it's your promotion. I mean, go all the way to promote yourself. So focus on understanding what you need to do is make sure you're never reaching for the shoulder bag in terms of the business cards, where your actual shoulder bag may be, let's say, out of the equation in terms of blocking your business cards from actually coming out of its pocket. So what I do is I place my nice and beautiful business cards on the side where my shoulder bag is never on that side, because otherwise the shoulder bag does interrupt my process of giving a business card. So I make sure that I place my business cards in a jacket pocket when my shoulder bag is the other way around, so I can reach out for my jacket pocket very quickly without the shoulder bag strap being, let's say, tugging on my jacket pocket in a way that it's so difficult for me to grab the actual nice and beautiful business card. But I have always no difficulty in my life. I'm making sure you understand that I'm making everything easier. So place your shoulder bag in a way that you can reach out for your business cards very quickly. So when you have a strap that's around your jacket and your jacket's open and your jacket is open. It's an open strap. Understand? So your jacket has no buttons, and I realize you never did, let's say, zip up your nice and beautiful product. So what you're doing every single time is you're focusing on making sure that your love for yourself is much more growing. And what you do is you go all the way for people, so you make sure that no matter what, that you can reach out for your business cards the best way. So just that is what I'm saying. Just be able to go and reach out for your business cards in the best way. So my strap over here is blocking the right side of my jacket pocket because my shoulder bag strap is on that side. But on my left side, I can reach out for my actual business cards very quickly. And that's why, because I realize because my shoulder bag strap is never blocking that angle. Understand? So that's what I'm saying. So make sure you understand that's with the jacket. So make sure you're always giving people the nice and beautiful business card of your life, because the business card is your nice and beautiful fashion photo of how you look right now. Who cares about the actual business card in a way that you must understand that what's more important than your business card is how you look when you appear to give your business card. Look how I'm appearing to look great right now without the business card. Let's say, for example, you see me, and the first thing you look at is my appearance. Look at my shoes. Look at my jeans. Look at my jacket. Look at my grooming face. That's the whole business card. But then when I give you my business card extra, and then you have my face on a freaking print like a paper or something. But then you have the real business card of the person who's actually gave it to you, who actually looks great anyway. So you're more likely to accept the business card. But if a homeless man comes up to you, if a homeless man or woman came up to you with no teeth, and they say, "Give me my business," and they say, "I want to give you my business card." Guess what? Do you accept their business card? Yes, you do. But who are you more likely to accept the business card from? Are you much more likely to get a business card from Danny Milivojevic or a homeless individual? Who? In that sense, so making sure you're looking greater in daily life is a business card for yourself. And that's your ultimate business card. So if you understand how to really, really enjoy yourself and your process and what you're doing, then make sure that no matter what, you're learning something about life in terms of what you're doing all the time. So make sure all the time you're focusing on your love for yourself every single day, and you're making sure that no matter what, your love for yourself is happening right now. So I'm not saying that no matter what, that since it's my actual photo, I just go and grab it. I understand. So I have some extra business cards over here, making sure that no matter what I love I'm printing some extra nice and beautiful business cards over here, making sure that no matter what that I'm learning something around life over here. I'm making sure that no matter what I'm learning to see what's going on. So I'm understanding I have some extra business cards over here. So I'm actually understanding that these people did print extra business cards for me over here, and they actually did place, let's say, something over it to say, hey, I mean, this is yours. So make sure you understand that I gave $10 for, I gave $10 to gain 100 business cards, but what they gave me is 200 business cards and more. In a sense, so why is that? Because they were doing some kind of error. When they did some kind of error about what was happening, so they gave me more business cards. I mean, in a sense, so they did print more business cards for me. So either way, I'm understanding no matter what I do, I have more business cards, I have more riches over here. I'm understanding that. So what I want to do is understand that people are looking at me very inspirational in a way that they love what I'm doing. So I'm focusing on making sure that no matter what, that I'm loving life. So it's my business card. So guess what? I realize that's the way I have to understand it's my business card. I mean, they never want my business cards in a sense. So what I do is I focus on just grabbing it and I just go. I mean, because I never want to ask them about my business cards, man. But they're looking at me like, hey, I mean, either way, I just go, because that's my business cards every single day. And I focus on understanding either way. I want to give them my business card as well. So make sure that no matter what, I'll go and actually see this now. I want to actually go because I understand no matter what, I see that no matter what, I just go, because guess what? I realize that what's important is I focus on giving my business cards to those people I talk to only. So when I talk to the people, I want to make sure that no matter what, I'm learning something about the process of giving here. I'm making sure that no matter what, I can go just get my nice and beautiful way of my nice and beautiful, let's say, USBs, because I still have the USBs in mind, because no matter what, if you have something to give and you're merging your audios together, then make sure you're also making sure that you're loving your life in the process, and you're making sure that every single day you're going to focus upon giving your life the best way you can. So focus on making sure that no matter what you're doing, you're going and promoting your business card to people, and you're making sure you're giving them something for free. I mean, give them something for free. So when I give you my nice and beautiful, let's say, content, I mean, go all the way to give them your business card. I mean, understand? Because that way, you understand that no matter what that. Anyway, what's important is understanding every single day. That if you understand every single day that somebody is with them already, but guess what? When you go and give them your actual business card personally, I mean, that's how you actually do it. I mean, you make sure all the time, you're making sure that you're going to do something to succeed, and then we focus upon helping those who help us to succeed all the time. And then that way, you're making sure all the time, you're making sure that you're learning and growing. And that way, you're focusing. I just gave you my business card over here. I understand I just want to promote my business card with you.
Okay.
I have no worries, I think.
Thank you.
Alright, now, I mean, what you want to do all the time is making sure that you're never waiting in line for anything, but making sure that you're always doing something around tape recording, and just making sure that your love for yourself is focusing on something. So when I look at this nice and beautiful place and I'm looking to see what's going on over here, I'm saying there's just some kind of vibe going on. So I'm understanding that either way, it's just I'm just realizing it's just who I am. So I focus on what I want to be doing is focusing on making sure that even if you see workers who are working together, but you gave one business card to one individual, but go and give the business card to another individual that you were speaking to. So go give your business cards to those people that did help you with words and did help you with communicational skills somehow. And then that way you understand that when I give you my business card, then guess what? I mean, you have all these, you have all my audio programs. I mean, you have all my Instagrams. I mean, you have all my actual mentors. I mean, you have all my nice and beautiful information I've ever given in my life for free. You understand? So I have over 800 hours of video content and audio programs that I just give you in my business card for free. And then, I mean, guess what? Guess what they're doing today in terms of internet? I mean, they're saying, get a free ebook. I mean, they sell one little ebook that has freaking 12 pages. And then guess what? I mean, they go to a seminar and they try to sell you on $5,000 to give them $5,000 because they gave you a 12-page free ebook. You understand? So that's stupid, isn't it? But I give you over 800 hours of video content and audio products and more. And each time I'm fucking doing more nice and beautiful content every single day, I'm focusing on making sure that no matter what, I'm learning something. So always be giving your actual business card to those people once you talk to them. So after you talk to them is the best time to give your business card, but never while you're talking to them. I mean, you understand? I mean, while you're talking to them is never the best time. But guess what? Whereas now, if you understand that once you finish talking to them, it's the best time to give your business card. Because make the connection first. I mean, make the connection first with them, and then give your business card. But if you give the business card before you even talk to them, then guess what they say? Approach, they say no. or should I say no to you? So focus on getting money for everything and focus on making sure that you're always nice and beautiful in your life. I'm making sure that I just have this one over here. I'd say this is my nice and beautiful phone over here. I'm doing something, yeah, my phone.
Your phone?
I'd say I have a phone, yeah.
I thought you were doing video, that's why
I never record you, I thank you. I just give you the money. I give you the money.
we were talking.
I'm talking to my biological dad and some people as well, so
Dad.
I'm talking to some people over here, so I'm understanding. I thank you very much. I'll also give you one of my business cards over here. I mean, I have a business card, so you can come and check out my YouTube.
I'll check.
I thank you. Thank you very much. I thank you. Whereas now, either way, I'm understanding that when I say I'm talking to my biological dad, I'm telling the truth, man. I'm making sure either way that I thank you, boss. I thank you. Whereas sometimes what happens is the actual thing in terms of the door that's open. So the guy was asking me, what are you talking to? I mean, what are you talking to the phone? I say, I'm talking to my biological dad. I mean, I am my biological dad, mate. I'm never lying, mate. I am my biological dad. I mean, you understand? I'm everything. I'm a cousin, I'm a sister, I'm a brother. I am my sister, mate. I say, I'm talking to my sister on my phone right now. I'm talking to my little baby on my phone. I mean, you understand? I mean, yeah, I mean, no, I have no worries with you, man. I mean, I have no worries. I mean, I thank you very much. I mean, I thank you for letting me talk to my little baby. I thank you. I'm talking to my little baby on my phone right now. I mean, I'm the little baby. I mean, I'm the little baby. I mean, do you understand? I mean, what? I mean, what? I mean, what? I mean, what? I mean, every single day, focus on understanding that what's important is leave with a win. So today, I learned some nice and beautiful aspects of technology today with the business and crowds. I gave 3 business cards to other people just now. I gave 3 business cards to people and making sure all the time I'm learning and growing my content. I'm growing something about my life and I'm making sure that you guys understanding I'm about to drive and I'm about to do my audio program. So I'm just starting my audio program now because I understand that I've been recording my audio program the whole time. So I'm understanding I'm winning in life, and I understand that now. I understand that no matter what, that since I understand more about technology because I ask questions very fast, then people are much more likely to come and see your nice and beautiful technology and what you have to give all the time. So if you're nice about what you're doing, and if you always understand that if you're talking on the phone and people are curious about what you're doing over the phone, then people can actually see what you're doing on YouTube as well once you give them your business card. So that guy was asking for what was I doing on my phone, and I say I'm talking to my biological dad and I'm talking to people online. I understand. So I am my biological dad. I am my own biological dad. I understand. So what's important is understand. Then they stop asking you questions, and then just go and just give him your business card and look nice and be recording everything. And if you understand anything about life, then understand that the guy wants to ask a question. Am I recording them on video? And I said, no, I'm never recording you on video, man. I never want to record you on video, man. Understand? So what's important is understand that if you have anything of courage every single day to focus on driving and also doing an audio program, and guess what? I mean, then you can rule the world with your nice and beautiful, let's say, words every single day. And you're focusing on understanding that if I open the window now, then guess what? Then you start hearing the wind. So I'm closing the window, I'm making sure my air conditioner's all the way up, I'm making sure either way you can understand that, and then I'm focusing on understanding that I first is the way, and focusing on understanding that no matter what, you just let people go first. I mean, you understand? I mean, let people go first. Let them go first because I am first always. I mean, if you give way to people during the car sessions, be giving way all the time. I understand? So now I have to go to the supermarket. I'm making sure, did I waste time? I never did waste time, man. I'm doing my whole program. I'm doing my whole actual audio program now. And then I'm understanding I go and really summarize all this nice and beautiful audio content online. I understand, although that what's important is I understand that if I just upload everything to Mega Drive, man, brush, I'm very successful in Mega Drive. I understand that what I can do is just that. I can do just that, and I can just bypass it. I mean, so I can bypass everything. I never have to go uploading on actual YouTube account anything. I mean, since what I do is I make sure that I'm focusing on understanding, focusing on loving myself grow. I'm letting myself grow in ways I'm learning something about life. So I'm understanding either way, I just go first then. Because I understand that what's important right now is focusing on a greater direction for yourself. So if you're willing to just go first in your nice and beautiful direction of what you're doing, then you're always understanding something about life and freedom all the time to make sure that your phone is never falling off the nice and beautiful content that you're doing, but making sure that no matter what, that it's all working out for you. So make sure all the time that your nice and beautiful phone is just recording in a way that your phone never falls off the nice and beautiful selfie stick. And then focus on understanding that no matter what, I'm driving, and I'm actually understanding that you guys can do audio programs to work and after work. There's no fucking excuses about you doing no programs in life in terms of audio programs. So go and understand that what you can do during the lunchtime or dinner with people. Make sure you go fucking somewhere alone and fucking talk to yourself with an audio program. And make sure during lunch at your work, or during dinner, or during fucking recess at your fucking 9-to-5 job, then make sure you understand that what you do is fucking do an audio program. I never have a 9-to-5 job. I'm making sure I'm always doing better than that, by making sure that I'm learning quickly about what's going on around technology today. So I'm understanding that I'm learning quickly about something about life, and I'm understanding straight away that people can straight away lead you into the conversation of your questions. So understand, if you ask people who fucking work at electronic stores about technology, then fucking they're the ones who study that. They're the ones who study that. When you have a fucking question, then go to the fucking electronic store today and fucking ask them directly about the question, or go to fucking Google and find the information for yourself. But the fastest way to get your nice and beautiful technology and what you're doing, then focus on understanding that what's important is understanding this. If you go and understand something about life, and you understand that you are recording in a way that you understand that you're doing something to help yourself to succeed, then make sure that you're making sure that your life is very successful in some kind of endeavor. So if you're understanding that your life is if you understand that your life is nice and beautiful every single day in different ways, then you're focusing on making sure that your content is actually recording. So when you're actually recording your content, then making sure all the time that your nice and beautiful content is ready to go in ways that you're actually learning how to actually study the game of art, and you're actually learning to have a conversation with other people. And then when people actually see you, that you're actually doing an audio content, and that you're doing something around talking around the phone, and they see you actually always holding this phone next to your mouth, and then they see that you're just talking to someone online like this, because I'm talking to you, and then and then you say to them that you're just speaking to people online, for example. I'm speaking to people online. There's someone online right now listening to this. So make sure I understand, I'm never wasting time, am I? There's so many people watching you today. There's so many people who want to listen to you. Look at the people and think about the people who are yet to be alive. Hundreds of years to come, and thousands of years, and 50,000 years to come about your podcast and about people watching you in life. So over time, I promise you, everybody's going to be watching you over time. I promise you. If you just keep doing content, and if you just keep doing audio programs every single day, then you deserve it. You deserve to do something. But I see some guy next to my car over here, and he's in a different car, and guess what he's doing? He's fucking speaking to nobody, mate. He has no fucking audio program like this going on. You understand? I'm fucking talking this audio program here, but he's never fucking talking on the fucking phone, is he? He has nothing to talk about, mate. He's fucking upset about life, mate. You understand? He has nothing to give in terms of words. He has no life. He has no happiness. I see many of them on the street, mate. I'm the only fucking 1% of the world right now who's fucking doing an audio program right like this. I'm doing a fucking audio program, mate. And this is University on Wheels, mate. You understand? Make sure you understand that every single day, that when I'm learning something now, I'm learning quickly. But my Mega Drive is something now that I understand something. I understand that I want to be uploading much more content online, and I want to do it on YouTube too. But I understand that although, if something comes up, then guess what? I just upload it to Mega Drive then. I just upload everything to Mega Drive then. And I just upload my videos then to just YouTube. So there's a big difference. So I'm understanding either way. What I want to do is I want to make sure either way that I'm always doing something that's really, really appropriate for me. So I'm understanding that Mega Drive alone saves me so much uploading time. And I understand that. I understand that since I'm using YouTube, I understand that I'm always getting these statistics about everything. So it does help me. But guess what? I promise you, no matter what, I'm letting it be. Because YouTube gives me the statistics that I need. So I'm always looking at statistics because it's a real-time thing. And since it's a real-time thing, I understand either way that no matter what happens is I can fall back on my Mega Drive and I save time like this. And I just upload 10 gigabytes just into Mega Drive instead of 20 gigabytes altogether. Because my other 10 gigabytes I have to then upload into YouTube, for example. So I'm always doing better than all that. I'm making sure that no matter what, if you're learning how to really, really dwell upon life, then make sure that no matter what, that you're alone always when you're actually playing sports. I mean, never ever play sports in front of other people, man. I mean, that's all bullshit artists. I mean, bullshit artists do that. I mean, bullshit people play fucking sports in front of other people, I promise you. And now, now make sure you understand, if you do anything in front of other people, then guess what? I promise you it's the best sport. But if you're trying to raise your talent, if you're trying to make yourself much more talent in front of other people, then guess what? I promise you, you must understand that it's the best way. I promise you, it's the best way too. But make sure you understand that if you're alone, working on your talents is much more than working on your talents with other people. I mean, and why is that? Why is that? Because what you can do alone is much more than what you can do with other people. Understand? And it's always like that. What you can do alone is much more than what you can do with other people. Understand? If you have to choose to be alone or with other people, what the fuck do you choose? I choose to be alone, man. I choose to fucking be alone than with other people. I never fucking need other people, man. I never fucking need other people in my life, man. I just need to be alone. So being alone is much greater than being with other people, I promise you. Just understand this. That if you're a soccer player, then fucking go play soccer alone. What was Michael Jordan doing back then when he was playing basketball? Well, she was fucking shooting hoops for fucking 10 hours a day. But do you believe that his fucking mama and tata and fucking his brother and sister were with him fucking 10 hours a day? Fucking looking at him fucking shooting hoops, man? Probably fucking no way. Probably they may have been watching him for 1 second, just here and there, but they're never fucking watching him fucking shoot hoops for 10 hours a day, man. I promise you. You understand? So what did he do? He's fucking shooting hoops all fucking day long alone, mate. He's fucking alone shooting hoops, bro. He's fucking alone on the basketball court. He's fucking alone doing his fucking talents. Understand? He's doing his talents alone. Understand that? He never fucking needs people to shoot hoops. He just needs himself to be great. He never needs to be great with other people. He just needs to fucking be alone to be great, man. That's the fucking thing, man. I'm teaching you guys to play sports in a better way and play fucking sports alone. Because that way you build your talent quicker than fucking being with other people. I promise you. Whereas if you have fucking 13 people in your soccer team and you're fucking always training just with them, then you fucking become the soccer team in terms of all of those people. And all of those fucking people that have talents in terms of what they have is what you have. But make sure you understand, if you fucking train alone, then you fucking become a Cristiano Ronaldo and Pele fucking type of player. Because you're playing alone, mate. You're fucking alone on the road. Understand? Do I need fucking 13 people with me to do my audio content here? Fuck no. Understand? I fucking make my greatness alone, baby. I don't fucking need them in life. I don't fucking need 13 people to hold my hand to fucking talk to you. Understand? So that's the thing. So let's just say I'm a fucking soccer player. I'm a soccer player. I'm whatever fucking player you want me to be in sports, man. I fucking go on a soccer pitch alone. I never fucking need my biological dad to fucking tell me what to do. I never fucking need Messi or fucking Cristiano Ronaldo or anybody fucking to tell me what to do. I never need Jesus Christ to tell me what to do. Understand? Of course, that's how it is. Understand? So what you do is understand. I just go on the soccer pitch then alone, and I fucking practice kicking the ball all fucking day long. I go to fucking basketball courts. I fucking practice alone. I'll go alone and do it. I fucking shoot hoops all fucking day long. In a sense, so that's what I do. Now, when I fucking focus on something, I'm making sure that no matter what I do all day long, is I do a greater eye. When I do public speaking, like busking performances, I fucking do it alone, mate. I never fucking need my kids there. I never fucking need my kids with me at a busking performance. I never fucking need my wife with me at a busking performance. I never need fucking anybody to watch me at busking performances. Do you understand? I never fucking need anybody to do my work. In a sense, so what you do is realize this, that I have to understand that if you want to be something greater in life, then just watch your tone as you're actually speaking, and watch just watch how you actually walk and what you're actually talking about. So if you understand every single day that what you need to do is always understand that no matter what, that you're lifting yourself in the process of what you're doing. So focus on understanding that the tone really changes quickly, doesn't it? Why is that? Because I understand either way that my tone was different just a moment ago. But what I'm doing now is I'm talking a different way. I'm talking in a different tone now. I'm never shouting, am I? I'm making sure that I'm learning how to really, really progress in my nice and beautiful communicational skills in different ways. So making sure that no matter what, that I'm learning very quickly how to be much more. So I'm understanding that the reflective of how I look, in terms of the information of how I look every single day, is the words I give you. I mean, my beautiful nature is the words I give you every single day. So if you're focusing on something that you love to do all the time, then understand that no matter what, I see some guy who has a massive opportunity over here, and he's fucking sitting down in this shop alone, and there's nobody fucking watching him, mate. I mean, there's nobody fucking watching him. So self-employment people every single day, and people who are really, really nice and beautiful for you every single day, and people who have something to give you all the time. I see some fucking drug addicts over there. I mean, make sure you understand that what you need to do is love yourself, and just make sure you understand that when people are looking at you in some fucking direction, like they're going to kill you or something like that, I mean, guess what? I mean, just move away from those people. Understand? I can say straight away I see a drug addict, because I'm never a drug addict. I'm making sure that no matter what, I can see straight away they look at you in this freaking, let's say, way that they want to kill you. Understand? So what you do is just move away, because they're stuck in trouble when they look so much at you, man. I mean, when I look at your daughter for fucking 50 seconds in front of you and you're watching me, and I'm fucking eyeing her out, mate, and your daughter's fucking 13 years of age, man, and I mean saliva's fucking coming out of my mouth, and I'm watching your daughter, man, and she's fucking 3 years of age, man. You understand? How that fucking feels, man. I mean, guess what? I mean, it's much more, she's 13 years of age and I'm fucking looking at her like I'm about to have sex with her or some shit like that, man. How's that fucking look at you? I mean, how's that look at your life? I mean, how's that look for you? I mean, that's how the fucking drug addicts look at me, man. And they fucking look at you like they want to kill you or some shit. Understand? So, they're minding my business too much, mate. I mean, they're fucking looking at me for 10 fucking years, man. I mean, for 10 fucking years they're looking at me, man. Understand? I mean, fucking look at yourself more than me. Understand? I mean, you must understand, if other people are focusing on you more than themselves, then they're fucking dangerous people. And stay away from those people all the time. So I'm just in a nice and beautiful supermarket here. I'm focusing on understanding that what you want out of life is to succeed. So just let it be. I'm making sure that what you want out of life all the time is focusing on a greater life for yourself. So if you're understanding every single day, you're doing something amazing for yourself in ways that you can improve yourself all the time, then make sure you go and get yourself grape juice as well. I understand my grape juice is something I can get also. But I understand either way, I realized the grape juice was never even grape juice was never even inside of my mindset back then, but I understand a little bit this way. I understand, although I said to myself, what kind of food shall I get today? And I said grape juice, I want to get some grape juice. Whereas that's something I really, really admire, but I'm making sure I can get myself some nice and beautiful sparkling water. But I have sparkling water now. I have sparkling water. Watch now, I can get more. I have to get more anyway. Whereas now, guess what? I get some more sparkling water here. I'm making sure no matter what, I have everything in terms of my phones over here. I'm making sure no matter what, I get some more sparkling water. I'm making sure now. Since I'm doing this, I'm understanding that no matter what I can, I'm realizing I have the Santa Vittoria over here. And this one is giving me 1.5 litres at $2.15. And this one's giving me 750 mils at $1.80. So I'd rather get the one that has more value. So I'm actually always giving more value. I mean, so that's the whole point, isn't it? And go and give more value, and then I understand to give the bigger amount. I mean, if you have the money to give the bigger amounts in terms of prices, then go and give people bigger amounts in terms of what's happening over here. And I'm saying that what you need to realize is to go your way and go get yourself some noodles. I have to get myself some noodles as well. So either way, I'm making sure that no matter what, I have some noodles here. I'm making sure it's more enough to have these ones. I'm making sure every single time now I focus on something different. So what I want to do now is I focus on making sure that I have a nice and beautiful way of function, but there's nice and beautiful ways of saying that whatever you want out of life, you can achieve it. If you just focus on understanding that if you want to live your life, then live your life making sure that you're going around the world and doing whatever you want in terms of life, and to make sure no matter what that you're just learning what kind of nice and beautiful aspects of life you want. So I can understand that no matter what, I can place nice and beautiful ways of life, and I can see what exactly I need in terms of life over here. So either way, I didn't make a nice and beautiful list of whatever I want to get. I'm understanding that no matter what, that since I'm here at the supermarket, I'm doing my audio program. So make sure you understand that either way, that what you want out of life is to succeed. So if you succeed in different ways, then understand that no matter what, that since you're understanding every single day that you're focusing on making sure that you live your life in different ways, and you're making sure that you apologize. I apologize. I'm making sure that no matter what, that I accidentally was stepping in front of somebody. And I understand either way that what's important is I understand I first over here. I understand either way that you make sure that every single day you're looking to see the actual ingredients of the olives. So this olives has a preservative in it. There's preservatives in it. I mean, olives have preservatives, guys, in it, so be careful. I see mixed olives over here. I see now, I understand that no matter what, I'm really understanding something now. I understand something, a little bit. It's much more, you can eat olives on the side always with your food and drink, and that's something I can do. I understand that either way, that if you want to go and grab this one here, then understand that no matter what, it's much more how I feel. I feel a better way. So I'm understanding that now. Since I understand that, I want to make sure that it's just that way. I'm making sure I did grab some olives this time. I'm making sure that no matter what, if you want to go and do something else, then focus on the prices of everything. I mean, make sure you understand that you want something much more. So focus on understanding that I did place $12 into it. I understand that no matter what, I'm making sure that I'm learning. And I did write a list out of what I need to get. So I'm understanding that off the top of my head now, I'm realizing now, it's just a little bit. I'm making sure that I'm learning very quickly upon what I'm doing, but I see a lot of shifty people around me. I see a lot of drug addicts and people who have nothing, man. I realize now they have something. But it's not. I realize it's more that they have no chance in terms of what I have. And now I understand either way that everybody has a chance. I say they have chances to succeed, but it's more how behind they are about life. They're behind life, I promise you. And it's more they're losing in life. I can see it, and that's what I mean. They're just losing in life, and I have no sympathy for those people. I have no sympathy for them. I'm making sure that what I want in life is to succeed in different ways. So I make sure I'm always moving when people never want to move for me. I make sure I just move for I never even move out of the way for them. I move out of the way for I. I'm moving away from them for myself in terms of my word I never do it for them. Otherwise, so always just move out of the way. When you understand either way what's important is understanding that you have to go and learn about people and also look at people in a way that you understand something. And then if you understand red wine, never drink red wine. And never have any kind of food and drink with red wine in it. I love that. Actually, make sure you understand that what's important is understanding now this one over here is no matter what, it's all different kind of flavorings in terms of pasta sauce. I see bolognese with chunky pasta sauce. I want to read the label always. I want to see what's in the label always, because sometimes they may have preservatives. And I understand either way that I see raw sugar. This one has this one here has organic raw sugar, and that's excellent. Organic raw sugar is what you need. So this one's really healthy over here. And I realize if you see the label with organic raw sugar, then guess what? Have the whole thing, because never even look at the sugar anymore from that point, because the sugar is healthy. The sugar is healthy in raw sugar. So this one here is really healthy, and all I'm looking at is the sodium here. So out of everything in terms of what you can see on the label, I just look at the sodium with this nice and beautiful, let's say, bolognese sauce. And understand now, I'm learning much more about food and nutrition, but I'm understanding that this nice and beautiful sodium line, and it's a nice and beautiful, let's say, I see 500 grams, so it's 1,000 milligrams of salt. So I'm understanding either way, I have olives over here as well, but I'm understanding that no matter what, I can have some olives today. I'm understanding that no matter what, although it's a taste. I realize the taste over here is something that no matter what, that I realize I can overcome any kind of taste in the world. Making sure all the way. Now, I just go and I have food now. I make sure I'm always getting a plastic bag. I'm always getting a plastic bag at the Woolworths. I'm getting one of those plastic bags. I never want to carry a plastic bag in my shoulder bag, man. Just to fucking save 15 cents, bro. I don't care about saving 15 cents. I make sure I give 15 cents to have an extra I get an extra freaking nice and beautiful, let's say, way of life of plastic bags around me. In the sense of what's important for me is focusing on a greater life. Do you guys want to go over there? I see, so I understand that no matter what, I'm learning always how to go. I'm making sure, every single time, I'm making sure that I'm learning always what stuff is all the time. So I'm making sure always that if you're focusing on something about life, that you're focusing on understanding that when people never want to communicate back to you, then they're dangerous people. So we're focusing on understanding that when somebody is looking at you every single day, and understanding that if the police are eyeing you out, and if the police are watching you, then guess what? They're watching everybody like that. So make sure always you're succeeding in different ways, and making sure all the time that you're focusing on yourself and focusing on making sure your word I is everything. So just make sure that you love yourself, guys. Make sure that no matter what, that I'm recording this nice and beautiful audio program right here while I'm actually at the supermarket. In a sense, so make sure you understand that no matter what, that I'm learning very quickly upon what to do for my life. So I'm saying that no matter what, if you want to go and understand something about life, understand every single day, learn to succeed. I mean, learn to be the best version of yourself all the time, and learn to get ahead of life all the time. So I'm always learning how to get ahead of life. You understand? Alright, now what's important for me is to place some nice and beautiful, let's say, money in my beautiful bank account. So I'm making sure I always have more money laying around. So that's the whole point. And you want to, you want to understand that every single day that you give more money, so that you can understand that way you become richer. Because the more money you give, the more you learn from your mistakes. I mean, just remember that financial note right here, in terms of how you make money, how you make money and how you have more financing is give more money first, and then learn from the mistakes from your money sequences of how are you giving money. Because how you give money is who you are. So what you need to realize all the time is if you want to go and focus upon life, and you want to focus upon doing something that is nice and beautiful for you, then I understand that no matter what, the police officers never get the opportunity to do audio programs like this during their work, because they have to talk to colleagues and all that. So make sure you understand that they are people who are losers. Police officers are losers. They're losing the game of life, I promise you. Why is that? Because when they lose anything in terms of life, it's more that they never can record these audio programs while they're actually doing police, or else they can never record these audio programs while they're doing police kind of reinforcement, in terms of reinforcement. So what you need to realize every single day is focus on understanding yourself and what you're doing. So it's much more how you focus on yourself much more than the police, because you never want to look sus. So look at yourself only. So when you look at yourself only, you're never actually sus, are you? Because you're looking at yourself. You're focusing on yourself. I say iFood and drink investment. So iFood and drink investment. I'm doing my financing right away over here. So since I do that, I'll actually copy and paste my nice and beautiful sentencing over here. Because when I copy and paste my sentencing over here, I'm never losing that sentence, other one. And then I'm understanding either way that I have everything. And since I never print the receipts, I never print receipts because I show my receipts as a bank account receipt. So I'm always showing my bank account as my receipt. And then either way, you must understand that if you give $30 for shopping in terms of for food and drink so you can have for your life, to make sure that you're never ever losing contents. But make sure you're placing your nice little bag, in terms of a plastic bag, on top of the carrier, in terms of on top of the actual supermarket self-serve machine. So you can place everything in a nice and beautiful, let's say, bag over here. Because then what happens is you're recording a nice and beautiful program with your other hand, while actually always holding the bag so it never falls, but make sure every single day that it works out for you to do your voice program over here. So that way you're always understanding that these people around here are never even doing an audio program, but I'm doing an audio program. And I'm making sure that I'm just on the go teaching you about life, because I understand what's important is I learned this nice and beautiful skill through making sure that I'm doing something amazing in terms of writing my nice and beautiful content. So just focus on yourself, and thank you. I say now what I need to do all the time is focus upon understanding that every single day, and when I focus upon my life in different ways, I'm making sure that no matter what, that it's just that kind of way, isn't it? If you focus on yourself and what you want out of life, then focus on making sure that you're always just carrying your nice and beautiful shopping to your car or something like that if it's just nearby. If it's just 50 meters away, just understand to carry your shopping if it's 50 meters away or 100 meters away. You can carry your shopping. So make sure you understand that you never have to go carrying one of those trolleys around when your nice and beautiful walk is just 100 meters away to the car. So you're focusing on understanding that you have to go and give yourself a clap on the back all the time to make sure that you're much more successful, and focusing on understanding that you're always doing content. So if you're around a table of people every single day and you're focusing on something like you're sitting next to people and you're doing something that is doing nothing in terms of you're doing something to enjoy life in terms of different ways of thinking, then you're making sure that no matter what, you're learning something about life and learn about something that's really helping you. So just make sure that you're safe and that you're never going around people who look in terms of poor image. Make sure you're always looking into yourself and other people in terms of yourself only, and then you're making sure that you're learning how to grow. Makes sense? So that's the whole point. And then focus on just going your own way. So when you're going your own way, just look closely at the steps you're taking in terms of the steps on the steps of making sure that when you're going up and down the steps, they're looking at your stepping in terms of how you step on the steps. and make sure that you're never falling. I mean, make sure you're looking at yourself more than other people, because other people focus on you a lot more if you're just focusing on yourself. I mean, so make sure you're never focusing on other people in their life, but look at yourself more than other people. And that's how you become greatness. I mean, you make sure all the time you're doing something in relation to yourself, but never be afraid of anybody, and just enjoy your life all the time. I mean, enjoy life every single day and learn how to really, really dwell upon life in different ways, but make sure you're always away from people who look like a poor image. I mean, so focus on understanding that what you want out of life is to succeed in different ways, and make sure you understand that most people in the car parks here and all the people in the shopping centers are never fucking doing audio programs of their own like this. I mean, so I'm doing audio programs like this all the time when I go shopping centers and food and drink stores, and making sure you understand straight away. I can see how people treat me in terms of life, and I can see their reactions and how they really are. I see how arrogant they are, mate. I see straight away. I see how negative they are, mate, about you in terms of life. I promise you, if you go to a poor area and you see poor people, they're so poor and they're such criminals, and you must understand either way that you must get away from them. I mean, you must understand how it feels to make sure that you're looking at anything that makes shout. So I realize if somebody raises their voice, then I understand it's a successful attempt to get people to look at them or to look at their attention. So just look at the noise and where the noise is coming from, so be aware of those people, and understand that either way that you're just learning very quickly upon how to actually make sure that you're maneuvering in a way that you're learning. So always have business cards with you. Always have business cards with you. Otherwise, I'm pretty sure now when you have business cards with you, you're learning very quickly upon what you're doing, and then make sure every single day you learn something about life. So make sure that no matter what, that if you want to really, really coach yourself, I mean, guess what? I mean, if you are somebody who gave money to get business cards, I mean, guess what? I mean, it's your business cards, so guess what you do? I mean, guess what? I mean, you gave money, and guess what they done? I mean, guess what? That I see on the actual Officeworks over there, or else that what you can do is just see this. If they cover the nice and beautiful screen with the paper or something, and they say, hey, I mean, we want to see this guy and what he does. And guess what? I'm pretty sure I did open the paper to get my business cards here. I mean, guess what? I'm pretty sure that's my business cards. I'm never stealing this, mate. I'm never stealing my business cards. I realize now, if they really, really are trying to really steal my business cards over here, I mean, guess what? I mean, they chuck in the bin. I mean, they chuck my business cards in the bin, mate. I mean, so what they done is they cover the blind spot. When they cover the actual Officeworks paper. So when it's printing, in terms of your actual paper, in terms of the images that I'm printing right now from your, let's say, company, and you're going to the Officeworks printing company, and you're printing your nice and beautiful, let's say, Officeworks business cards in terms of your business cards, and it's coming out of the machine. And then somebody places a white paper to prevent you from looking inside that kind of box. So what I've done is I opened that file. I did open that nice and beautiful paper to see where my business cards are, because I have to get my business cards. And then I see more business cards of mine over here. So I found 200 business cards and more of my beautiful attempt to understand either way. I gave $10 to gain 100 business cards, but they gave me another 200 business cards. I mean, they gave me more business cards. I mean, so what I do is I understand my business cards was in the actual pocket of that nice and beautiful printing firm, where they were blocking me from actually getting it. So what I do is I understand that they were giving me more than what I gave in terms of money. So guess what? Or is that no matter what, that I'm never stealing though. I love it. Or I'm never stealing this. Whereas if I just go and get those business cards that they did print extra with my business cards, I realized they were printing extra here. I mean, they did print my business cards extra. I mean, so guess what? I realized it's my business cards. I mean, it's my business cards. I mean, what are they going to do? So let's say you're going and you're printing your nice and beautiful business card somewhere, and then give you 500 printing cards extra. And guess what they do with the extra printing cards? I mean, they place a white paper over it, and they say, this is forbidden or some shit. But it's your fucking business cards in there. I mean, 500 extra business cards of yours are in a fucking printing firm kind of spot where you can grab it. But there's a paper that's blocking it, and blocking the sight of it. So guess what happens? I mean, they're aware of that. I mean, they want to see, am I going to go steal my business cards? I mean, they want to see, am I stealing my business cards from them? Because I gave $10 to get 100 business cards, but they print 500 extra business cards for me. I mean, they did print 600 business cards, but I gave money to get 100 business cards only. but they print extra in terms of 600 business cards and more. So what did I do? I went into the fucking I went to the pocket and I didn't go to steal my business cards. And they're my fucking business cards. I mean, since imagine you are giving $10 to gain 100 business cards, and they print an extra 600 that they are trying to block you from, and they're trying to block you from getting that. But it's your fucking business cards. I mean, imagine you left and you just grab your 100 business cards and you go away. But the 600 business cards right there, that's your business card. I mean, what the fuck are they going to do with your business cards, man? I mean, they're going to chuck in the bin. I'm pretty sure they're going to chuck your extra notice in the bin. I mean, they're going to chuck your business cards in the bin. I promise you. I mean, do you think they're going to go spreading around your business cards? I promise you never. I mean, what do I fucking do? I'll go and grab those 600 business cards and put it in my pocket. And they're watching me. I mean, they're watching me how I do it. I mean, they're watching to see, am I going to grab my business cards that's extra? I have extra business cards with me. And so what I've done is I fucking stole my business cards. I stole my heart away. Understand? Because they're trying to fucking block me from fucking getting my business cards. I understand, but guess what? I mean, they're printing extra. Print me some extra business cards here. I fucking get my business cards, man. Unfortunately, they never fucking stopped me, man. Unfortunately, they never fucking stopped me, man. I mean, Jesus Christ can see this, man. I mean, they never stopped me from getting extra business cards that they print. I mean, they made a mistake. When they made a mistake here, when they fucking print extra business cards for me, man. I get $10 to get 100 business cards. I fucking get myself 250 business cards and more, man. You understand? So either way, I'm fucking winning, aren't I? I fucking see. I'm looking at their faces. And the face, I mean, that guy there. That guy there is going to grab the business card. I mean, why did you fucking place it there? I mean, why did you leave the business cards in the pocket there, man? I mean, why didn't you chuck it in the bin straight away? I mean, they never want to chuck in the bin, man. I mean, it's my business cards. I mean, they're fucking loving me. I love it. I mean, they fucking print extra business cards for me, but they never want to chuck it in the bin. I mean, they never want to chuck it in the bin. I mean, understand? Because I'm still around. I mean, just leave the guy the business cards in the fucking extra pocket over here. So let's see what he does. I mean, sound fucking like a little fucking mouse. And like a little non-human animal, I just go and grab my own business cards, man. I just fucking run away. I promise you. They're fucking looking at me in this fucking manner. And they're so fucking inspirational on me. Because they never want to chuck my business cards away. So I understand that now. But I go grab my business cards, man. I grab some extra business cards over here. I'd say I win the lottery over here, man. I mean, guess what? I mean, they're helping 150 people extra to see some nice and beautiful business cards around town. And so either way, that when you can help yourself much more, now I understand it's the funniest thing in my life, man. That I have some extra business cards today. I did print 100 business cards, but they print 600 business cards for me and more. I understand, because that's how it feels for me. I understand, so make sure you understand that I'm always getting my money's worth regardless, because I went to a nice and beautiful way of life all the time, and I'm focusing on making sure that my life is successful, because I'm driving in a way always that's helping me to grow in a way that I'm never trying to stall anybody. I'm always looking to improve my life in different ways. I understand? So make sure you understand that what's important is making sure that if you want to do something that is amazing for you, then focus on understanding that your nice and beautiful audio programs is the best way. So find a way to make sure that your nice and beautiful phone never falls. But if you fall, I promise you, if your nice and beautiful phone falls away and hits the bottom of your car in terms of where your legs are when you're driving, then guess what? I mean, just let it be and just pick it up and just be quick. I mean, just be careful that you never hit anybody on the road. I mean, in a sense, to make sure you're looking all the time to see what's going on, but you're always talking and always turn up the light. I mean, turn on your lights at 5 o'clock in the daytime. I mean, turn on your lights. I mean, as soon as you see sunset, as soon as you see a sunset, just turn up your lights on the actual car straight away. Understand? Because that way people can see you better. I understand? Because it's getting sunset, and the sunset goes away quickly, and that's the way. Alright, now you must understand that no matter what, if you want to go and really grow yourself a lot, right? I mean, make sure that every single day you're learning every single day that you want to go and dwell upon a greater life for yourself. Because what's important is understanding that if you're doing much more content along the way in terms of what you're doing, then be promoting yourself in your business cards along the way, and make sure that people have your business cards to see exactly what you're doing. So that way you understand that no matter what. And now I realize that for myself, I can go to the bank now. I can be going to the bank today, and I understand that now it's time to do so as well, to go to the bank and also to make sure that I can get the money now. I want to get the money. So what may happen is they may call the actual company to ask them about what's happening. And I understand either way that if that's the case, then let it be, but get the money off them. Get the money off them, because they never really realize what you're trying to do. So make sure you understand that if you want to really understand something, that you win. Straight away you win if you understand that if you can get money from somebody and you can get extra money, then go for the extra money. And go for the extra money and keep it and go and make events with it. And that's it. I promise you now, that's all you have to do. But then your music's coming up, but you just make live coaching events here and there, and then focus on understanding that's all you want to do in your life. So you're focusing on making sure that you're learning about life very quickly, and you understand that no matter what you're doing every single day, is you're focusing on a greater way for yourself, and you're using other people's content, and you're using other people's, let's say, nice and beautiful cars out there, or whatever it is, to make sure that you're making yourself worth it every single day, is what it's all about. So if you're focusing on talking to something every single day, and you're focusing on doing much more content all the time, then you're focusing on making sure that you're learning that nice and beautiful process, because that's what you want. Make sure every single time you're learning about the nice and beautiful way of life. So that's the whole point, guys. The whole point is making sure you just drive in your driveway all the time, because it's nice and beautiful for you to understand that you're doing it for yourself and never for other people. Understand? And that way I'm understanding something too, because I was always parking the car for somebody else to go somewhere else. But that's never the way I do it anymore. So I'm actually learning something very quickly now. And I'm learning either way that I have to do my music production also. And I'm focusing on understanding that now, since I have my business cards, I'm focusing on a greater way. And I'm making sure that I leave my business card here. And I'm making sure that either way that my biological dad has my business card. But I'm making sure I give him a new idea over here. I'm making sure that either way that when I really give him something over here, that he's going to pick it up and he's going to be like, what the fuck is this over here? And he goes like this and he says, oh, patisi fucking. I realize now that means, I realize it's you. I realize it's you in a way that you must understand that it's more how I feel in a way that you are really happier. And since you're happier, you must understand that it's much more how you place your nice and beautiful business card in a way that it's blocking the view of the actual image, so that when they turn it, they see you on the business card. And that's what I'm doing with my biological dad. And I'm placing it in his nice and beautiful CD rack over here. And when he sees a fucking photo over here, and he says, what the fuck is that photo? And he fucking turns it around and he sees my business card. I mean that means richness. Richness is coming to town, and somebody's getting rich. So I understand Jesus Christ can see that. So I'm understanding that no matter what, if you go and really understand something, then I understand that no matter what, that it's much more how I talk to God. I always talk with God everywhere. I'm making sure that no matter what, I'm learning very quickly how to succeed. So that's what you need to do all the time, and you need to be making sure that you're successful in different ways, and you're just enjoying life, aren't you? Just making sure that you're doing something amazing for yourself, but you're making sure that no matter what, you're never hanging around the park at night time, man. You're never at the park at night time with fucking other people, because guess what they're doing at the park? They're fucking doing drugs and smoking weed, and that's it. That's what drug addicts do. They fucking go at night time at the park somewhere. They find that attractive. They find it attractive to be at 1 o'clock in the morning in a park somewhere, smoking drugs. How the fuck does that work, man? I was doing that before. I was doing that, and I was fucking going into people's houses in a way that it's never their house, but yes, it is. I'm actually into people's fucking backyards and fucking front yards to get fucking a hose, to cut a hose. I was fucking cutting hoses to make a bong, man. How fucking ugly is that? And I say now, you must understand, I love it. I was never the one to make bongs, but I was trying before, in a way that I was trying to make a bong, but I was never fucking able to do that. I was never fucking able to do it. So we went fucking hunting for fucking hoses to fucking make the guy who does make the bong to fucking make the bong for us. Understand? So that's it. We were fucking going to look for fucking hoses to cut and all that shit. So you must understand. So no matter what, I'm never smoking bongs anymore, because I'm doing these audio programs. In a sense, so I'm focusing on making sure that I'm learning how to grow, and I'm learning how to go and be much more than yesterday. So when I focus on something that helps me grow, I'm making sure that I always have more in whatever I do. So I'm focusing on understanding that I have I only, And I'm focusing on understanding that's how I love life. But if you want to see something and understand either way, that you can go see, and that way you can be curious about what's going on. Because why is somebody keeping a fish tank when they have no fish, man? I mean, how stupid is that, huh? I mean, my biological dad keeps a fucking fish tank, and he turns on the light of the fish tank, and there's no fucking fish in it. I mean, why the fuck are you keeping a fish tank if you have no fish in it? You understand? I mean, it's so stupid, yeah? So I realised he never wants to chuck it away. Whereas my biological dad never wants to chuck anything you give him away. I realise if you give him, let's say, a packet of cigarettes, he'll fucking hold that packet of cigarettes forever. I understand that. I understand if you give my biological dad a packet of cigarettes, it's a classic. I understand? I mean, he'll fucking hold it somewhere in his house. Forever. I mean, he loves fucking possessions that much. Makes sense? So that's the thing about my biological dad. He fucking keeps possessions all over the house. So I'm understanding that either way. Then I'm realizing that there's no fish in here. Whereas now I'm the fish. I'm making sure either way. I'm making sure that no matter what, I'm always following my heart. I'm always making sure that I'm understanding something. So what I do now is I'm always understanding as soon as you have what you need, then focus on understanding that you need a greater life for yourself. So focus on understanding that you need to go and always develop yourself. I see, guys, if you want to be doing more content than other people, then just realize I talk more than other people work at a 9-to-5 job. I mean, every single day. I mean, it's because I realize my nice and beautiful audio programs are just going on and on and on. All fucking day I'm talking to my audio programs like this. It's just the most blissful thing. I mean, it's the most blissful feeling in life. And I understand every single day now that I want to use my laptop to go and understand something. I have to make my laptop download my nice and beautiful business card now. And I want to understand something about life. That every single time I go to my nice and beautiful office works over there to print business cards, I realized that one of my USB cards has a fucking way of life where I can go and promote myself all the time. And I'm always making sure I'm taking out my nice and beautiful, let's say, business card from my jacket, in terms of I'm taking out my business cards away from my jacket to make sure that no matter what, I've done that already. But make sure you never repeat the information, otherwise you're tricking yourself. So make sure that no matter what, that you're learning every single day to have your jacket have no business cards in your pocket when you're understanding to, let's say, take away nothing, and you're never taking away anything, but you're making sure that once you are undressing with your nice and beautiful jacket, and once you, let's say, try to express yourself better by using more synonyms every single day to focus upon understanding what you want is success, then make sure that when you're taking off your jacket, that you have no business cards in your jacket, is what I'm saying. And that's why I'm taking out that's why I took away, I won't say I took away nothing, but what's amazing is, that's why I did take out my nice and beautiful business cards to have more business cards only. So I'm making sure that no matter what, that when I go around the world and I travel and I, let's say, undress my nice and beautiful way of life in the way of making sure I'm dressing up in a better way, and I'm always doing everything better. I'm making sure that you understand something about life, that I always move on in the way that I'm following my heart, in the way I'm succeeding. So I'm focusing on understanding that if you go and really explain it differently, so you can understand that if you go and understand that your jacket, for example, has business cards in it, and make sure that no matter what, it has business cards in it, then make sure you understand that when you are somebody who goes and you're taking off your jacket, then just make sure you go and understand how to go and invest in yourself to grab your business cards away from your jacket. So you make sure that you're doing that nice and beautiful verb here, that you're taking out your business card before, and taking out your nice and beautiful business cards before you take off your jacket from you, so that you can understand that no matter what, that you're learning how to invest yourself in ways, and you're understanding that you undress your jacket, and you're undressing, and you're making sure that you're pulling off the jacket off you while you're doing something, you know what I'm saying? So you're making sure you're understanding how to get cozy with yourself without having to have your jacket on. You go and understand how to undress your jacket, and before you undress your jacket, then make sure that no matter what, you have business cards away from the jacket that you're undressing with yourself. So making sure that you're taking your business cards out from the jacket pockets before you're taking your jacket off, is what I'm saying. So that's the thing. So make sure you're learning how to really absorb what you're saying. And if you're absorbing what you're saying in a better way, then focus on understanding that you go and dwell upon life and do life coaching all day long with what you're doing. So if you're never doing music production, then do life coaching. And now every single day, no matter what, I realize that those music producers have nothing to do except make music. But I have life coaching to do. I have life coaching products to do, and I'm understanding I'm doing music production too. I'm doing music production and life coaching products. So that's the thing about me. I'm focusing on understanding that when I give content very fast and I'm giving content, I'm giving my business cards very quickly. I'm understanding that no matter what, I want to go and focus upon living life to the fullest. And I'm making sure that no matter what, I'm very quick about what I'm doing. And I'm very successful about what I'm doing. So I'm making sure that I'm very successful in different ways. And I'm making sure that I pause my audio content if I have to speak to other people. So I'm making sure either way that's the case. So I understand that with my biological dad, for example, that if he comes to speak to me, for example, then I make sure that I can make sure to pause my nice and beautiful audio content. So that way I understand that if somebody's playing music around the house, that they're happy. So that's the whole point, isn't it? But now make sure you understand every single day that what you need to do is focus on a greater you in different ways and making sure that you're learning to keep your nice and beautiful USBs in a packet until you need it. So that way you understand that no matter what, that I'm always learning that. And I'm learning something about life in different ways that helps me to grow. So when I'm focusing on making sure that my life is different, I'm making sure that no matter what, that I need to grow myself the best way. So I'm just the best. I'm promising nobody else can replicate what I'm doing. So I'm making sure that no matter what, that I'm understanding that. I'm understanding that no matter what, I'm just doing far more than everybody else. And that's it. Now, what's amazing about life is understanding that if you go and really, let's say, encourage yourself daily to focus upon something that you love to do, then focus on pausing your content if you're speaking in other languages to other people, so you're never disrupting your own audio program. In terms of, say, my biological dad is Serbian, so I have to speak Serbian with him. So obviously you never understand me when I'm speaking Serbian with him. So what I do is I pause the audio content before I speak to him. You understand? So that way, if he comes in the room or something like that, then I pause my audio content, so you never have to hear me, let's say, talking Serbian with him. Understand? So make sure you understand. That way, I'm always leaving room for improvement. I'm always making sure I'm talking with other people very quickly, and I'm making sure I'm doing much better. But I have this nice and beautiful saying that you can see how people do blackjack, for example, and they say, and they're showing these nice and beautiful cards and all of that, and they show how they deal and everything. I have that kind of vibe here. I'm making sure that when people never want to talk to you in terms of communication, to even say bye, you just go and focus on your life and make sure you're never ever, let's say, doing anything other than yourself. But make sure that what's amazing is if you understand how to speak in silence and how people can speak in silence with you, then you're focusing on understanding that you're charging your content very quickly and making sure that you're much quicker about what you're doing every single day, and you're focusing on your love for yourself all the time. So I'm focusing on understanding that every single day I'm loving my life, but I'm focusing on making sure that my nice and beautiful speakers from my phone is much better. So I'm understanding that no matter what, I can see the differences by making sure I can listen to my nice and beautiful earphones with my music when I go places. So I never have to go be doing the nice and beautiful portable speaker with my shoulder bag thing. So I'm understanding either way. And what's amazing is I'd rather go and listen to my earphones anyway with how everything sounds, because I have a massive portable speaker anyway. So what's amazing is I just realized anyway, I make sure I make more money like this. I'm making sure that either way, that once I focus upon a greater life for myself all the time, I'm making sure it's much more in the communicational skills of what you're saying. So you're doing up your Instagram every single time. So I have to do my Instagram now. I'm making sure that my life is doing better in different regards. I'm making sure I'm always looking at my nice and beautiful technology to see my nice and beautiful, let's say, way of life. And I'm making everything clean around me in a way that everything's working. So I want to be making sure that now, since I do have nice and beautiful time to be able to go and see my Vodafone, so I want to see the Vodafone type of nice and beautiful SIM card over here, that I have a SIM card. And I want to actually understand something now, that if I place this nice and beautiful SIM card in my phone now, I understand I never regret it, but I'm understanding that I do have time to do it in now, and I'm understanding that I'm always understanding that I can do my audio programs around doing my nice and beautiful SIM card change. So I'm never actually wasting money, and I'm actually saving money now, and I'm actually always now looking for nice and beautiful prepaid discounts with Optus only. And I'm understanding that I just want to be with Optus. I never want to be with Vodafone. But for this time, I understand I do have an Optus recharge over here, and I can give it to somebody else if I want to, but either way, I want to use it. I mean, I understand either way that it's much more handy for me to understand now, to just to be that way. I want to use it. I want to see if it's working or never working. So I understand either way that if I just go and really understand that other people want their numbers anyway, and they want their numbers. I mean, in a sense, so you must understand that no matter what, if you're focusing on your life and you're making sure that you're learning much more skills today, and you're making sure that no matter what, that you're enjoying your life in different ways, and you're making sure that you have more battery in your nice and beautiful Apple Watch, and then make sure that no matter what, that you're just much more fluent with all you're doing, and you're making sure that no matter what, that you're always speaking with yourself all day long. Because what's amazing about life is if you want to have the greatest life ever, then understand how to speak words. And every single day you have to learn how to speak words with yourself. Alright, that's the only point of recommendation, is remove the rubbish from your life so you can open up a new way of life for yourself. So every single day I understand that no matter what, I'm looking always to do my nice and beautiful content in different ways. I have noodles now, I have all this food going, so making sure that no matter what, I'm rich with what I have. I can say no matter what, I'm richer than everybody in life. I'm making sure that no matter what, I can see how poor people can be. I promise you. I can see straight away how people are poor around me. I understand that no matter what, I can never complain. I say Jesus can see that, for example. I see Jesus Christ can see that. I can never complain now. There's no fucking complaining now about my life. I'm promise you. Promise you. Now I'm understanding that there's no fucking excuses about how fucking other people have this and how this. Promise you, fuck. I fucking win now. I make sure all the time. Now, when I really understand my life now, I'm so successful that now what I want to do is I also want to learn some technology skills with my FL Studio, and I want to make sure that FL Studio can also export videos for myself, so that I can go and export these nice and beautiful videos. So what I can do is I get myself a video program, and I can do that with Adobe as well. And I'm saying that Adobe can help me with my audio content right here. So I understand that there is a software that's much better than Adobe, and I'm not saying either way that I'm always understanding that. So what I want to do is I really understand that I want to use my laptop to export all my audios. I want to understand that is a nice and beautiful way. But there's an audio program that I can do, that I can go and actually do my nice and beautiful program with me. So I'm focusing on understanding I want to give you the most content in a YouTube video that I can every single day. So I want to combine as much audio content as possible every single day. And I want to make sure that I'm doing it with my laptop over my phones. I mean, so I want to make sure that I'm exporting content with my laptop. And that way, I'm doing greater. I'm doing much greater to understand I have more space on my phones this way. I'm using my laptop to upload all my content online. And I never have to wait for my phones to do it. In a sense, so that way I can export some content with my phones, but other content like audio programs I want to do with my laptop. So I want to go and search for a program that helps me to do it. So I'm understanding either way, the one I want to do is I want to make sure I'm going through my content fast and proactively in a way that I'm understanding how to absorb my better direction of what I'm doing. So my phone, in terms of my number, is in my phone right now. So I want to make sure that I want to go and grow. And I see when I grow, I'm understanding that my new number over here is my actual number. So I want to understand that no matter what, that once I realize either way that what's important for myself is focusing on a greater way of life, then I understand either way to just message my nice and beautiful way of life over here to see, did my nice and beautiful mentors over here in terms of people around it, or else did people around me over here come and reply to me in terms of online. So let's have a look. First now, nope. First they're very slow and they're slacking off. So I'm making sure either way I'm doing greater. Or else now what I need to do is I can do some real estate programs today as well. And I understand that it's very quick that I do so, because I understand I want to be able to go and read everything that people are doing in terms of life. So making sure all the time that no matter what, I'm never a crook. I'm making sure that you understand I'm getting more content than those people are calling me that. So make sure that no matter what, that you realize that there are people who may be calling me a crook, for example, and I'm never a crook. But make sure you understand that what's important for life is understanding how much content you're doing much more than them. So focus on understanding that if you try to go somewhere where people are never answering you, then guess what? You should never go there. You should never go where people are never answering you. It's never even worth it. Because I did nicely go and let's say I did go and nicely and beautifully message people from Toastmasters, and I did message, let's say, 12 of them, and none of them are fucking messaging me back. And the company never has a phone number, and probably the manager of the company, there's a person who's the main head over there, never even has a phone number. I mean, it's very unprofessional, but I understand every single time that I'm just like, I'll move on. I never even want to go there from this point. I'm understanding from this nice and beautiful aspect of life, I'm understanding that it's just that kind of way. So what I want to do is make sure that I can see Toastmasters around town over here, and I can say no matter what, I can really understand maybe Cabramaga or Liverpool has the Toastmasters. So I just go and see Toastmasters Cabramaga. And Cabramaga is where I'm currently from, over here. I'm not saying that no matter what, I'm from the word I, but I'm not saying that no matter what, that I'm learning to just see different types of Toastmasters around the area around here, to see what to see what's happening around town. I see Capraval has a nice beautiful Toastmasters club. And then on the 5th Thursday, so let's have a look. I mean, they're actually coming up. I mean, either way, I can actually go on a Thursday over there. I'm making sure every single time that I can go and really develop some skills of occupation and what's going on, so I can actually communicate with the nice and beautiful Toastmasters club. And I'm understanding that no matter what, that it's a Caraval Diggers club, so I'm understanding that I want to contact them, and I want to understand that now, since they're also doing the nice and beautiful email stuff, I want to say Danny Milivojevic. I want to say either way that they can message me back. I say Google is how I heard about them. I say I want to ask, do you guys have Toastmasters? I say, do you guys have Toastmasters? I say, do you guys have Toastmasters? I say, now every single time, just make sure that no matter what, that you're pausing your content if you want to pause it, but make sure every single time you're teaching people all these nice and beautiful way of life in terms of what you're doing. So make sure that no matter what, that you're learning how to grow yourself. And then I say, I want to ask, do you guys have Toastmasters on the, I mean, what's the actual Thursday? So I want to give them the exact dates so I can actually understand, is it a yes or no? So I'm understanding that I say yes and I say no is very much more important than yes or no. So do you have, I say, I want to ask, do you guys have Toastmasters on the 29th of April 2021? And now either way, I check the box. I say, either way, I just submit the nice and beautiful box over here and what's going on, but you guys heard me anyway. I make sure that I have to do some screenshots before I submit anything. So make sure every single time that you focus on understanding that since I'm working very much faster and everything, I want to make sure that I'm keeping that money that I have to make sure that I'm always leveraging it in a better way, because I understand that if you want to leverage your hair to grow, then you grow your riches as well. So what's important is understanding that you have to also do your Instagram up. So I understand I'll just let it be for now. I'm understanding that no matter what, I'll have time, but I'm understanding every single day it's time to do my Instagram. So I focus on understanding that I let it be. I want to make sure that no matter what, that you guys are also profound in what you're doing. So make sure every single time you're loving your life and making sure that you're promoting something about you daily. So if you understand every single day that life is like that, isn't it? Life is making sure that you are just successful in what you're doing. So if you understand that no matter what, that since I'm always successful in different ways, I'm making sure that I'm promoting something about me in different ways. So every single time I'm focusing on making sure that what I want to do is I want to succeed in different ways. So I'm learning how to do that and making sure that I'm promoting my Instagram in terms of photos that I have. So I can keep doing photos. I can keep doing photos and fashion photos everywhere. But I'm always picking and choosing the best times of what I want to do and making sure that I always have time to do everything. So I'm not saying that there's so much more to do every single day. So I'm making sure that I want to go and label my content in a way that is working for me. So I'm understanding that no matter what, that since I'm learning how to go and love my life, I'm making sure that I'm always DJing. So what I want to be doing while I'm DJing is teaching you how to DJ, baby. Unfortunately, now that's how quick I can learn how to DJ. So every single day I'm understanding that no matter what, that there's always something I can do. I'm understanding either way that what I want to do is focus on a nice and beautiful life coaching regimen where I can understand that I can quickly upload these nice and beautiful audios really quickly online, and understand that people are always listening to me in different ways like this. Unfortunately, now it's much more worth it. Unfortunately, it's much more worth it either way. Now, if I do that, unfortunately, it's much more worth it. And why is that? Because either way, I'm learning really quickly. I never even need to do a nice and beautiful, let's say, YouTube products where I can upload all these videos and all that. And guess what? Unfortunately, it's much more worth it for me to understand that the best way for now, for me, is to make life coaching products where I can just say life coaching. And I understand that folders of everything is just going up online very quickly. And I'm saving money, I'm saving time. I mean, it's so much better. Understand? So what I want to do is I just do that from now on. And now, because I do that, I understand that either way, I'm much more, let's say, appropriate in what my function is. I make sure I understand that no matter what, that since I have so much, let's say, leverage upon what's happening on YouTube today, that I can see the type of statistics that they can give me, man. I can see these stupid statistics. I mean, guess what? I mean, I'm better on all that. By making sure I just save my grace over here. I'm saving time, I'm saving money, I'm saving much more about everything. I mean, Jesus Christ can see that. I mean, guess what? I mean, if I just upload content like this and upload content in terms of my music production and what I'm teaching you just into my Mega Drive on the side, and who cares about YouTube? I mean, and I just upload videos to YouTube in different regimens. Bro, it's so much more for me, bro. I'm uploading anyway. I'm uploading everything online. I'm saving time here. I'm saving a lot of time over here. And otherwise, I mean, other people are losing time because they have no Mega Drive. And it's very quick to upload an audio program quickly online. And you guys can catch up with me all the time, and you never have to listen to it, mate. I mean, in a sense, so what's amazing is I go and learn and quickly succeed very quickly. And what? I never have to use my laptop. I can use my laptop. I use my FL Studio. I never have to be uploading so much content online in terms of YouTube anymore. I save so much money. I save so much time here. I mean, it's much more worth it for me. I promise you. It's much more worth it for me to just forget all that. I promise you. And now, since I understand, that's why I'm so much more popular now. I say I never have to go on SoundCloud to give you my content. I never have to go anywhere other than my Mega Drive to give you my content. You understand? So everything else in terms of YouTube, I realize now I want to upload videos on YouTube. I want to upload videos of myself on YouTube, and that's it. But I can do that slowly here and there. But guess what? Actually, either way, what's amazing is I'm doing everything faster only. So I'm understanding either way now that what I want to do is I want to actually talk about something. So since I'm talking about something about life, I'll make sure that I just make it a life coaching series. And I place everything as EP1 and EP2 and EP3 and EP4 and EP5. And guess what? Now, if I name it something in terms of a title, I should not. I mean, I just go EP1. I say EP1. I just let it be that way. I say EP1. And now I let it be that way. So what I want to do is my other life coaching podcast here has the different programs. And it's all courses. So what I want to do is understand either way that it's all life coaching. So I'm understanding that if I just name it EP1 and I go and rename everything in different numbers and everything is different, then I understand every single time that it's much better. So what I want to do is I just do that. I understand I'm saving so much time over here. And I have so much more to give you in terms of podcasting that I never want to waste my time there. I never want to waste my time here. But I'm understanding every single time that what's important for me is behind the scenes notions to have a greater life, and that's it. I mean, that's all. I mean, that's everything. I mean, you guys can always see what I'm doing. I'm making sure every single time that they are never impressive about me. I can see most people on the planet are never ever curious about me anyway. So what I do is I see that. I see it straight away. I appreciate all the signs are pointing this way. I'm learning all the time that Jesus Christ says I agree all the time. So focus on saying that what you need to do is understand you just go and make a nice and beautiful content over here and just say course 1 and just say EP1. I mean, go ahead. I mean, understand now, if you've made some time over here and you're doing some nice and beautiful time over here, then make sure you understand you can save that time. I mean, you can save the time and you can understand to really, really emphasize with yourself over here about what to do. I'm not saying all that. If you want to go and do that, then you can. But make sure every single time you go for it. I mean, make sure you just continue your podcast over here. And people can understand exactly what you're talking about anyway. But it's much more nice for you to go and understand to really, really absorb the content that you're giving. So if you want to understand that it's much more of a greater attitude for yourself to just make titles of your videos and everything you're doing. And then I say course, and now because I understand all that, I'm understanding that no matter what. And since it's all together, I realize what I do is I fucking export everything. Unfortunately, now that is what I want to do. Unfortunately, I have so much content going online that I'll do audio cutter, I do audio merger, I post it all fucking together. And it's just in a fucking one series for you. And there you go. I mean, understand? I mean, it's all in one fucking setting. And it's all fucking together. I'm doing the fucking best of it here. Rush now, since that's the case, I mean, to get one fucking program to just do that and just upload one fucking program all the fucking way into YouTube as well, Rush, that's even fucking better, isn't it? And guess what? I mean, isn't there fucking value for me to do it? Rush, there's big value for me. But there's a big fucking value here. That if I just get a program here to do all that, and now guess what? I save so much time here. But guess what? I mean, there's much more time I have. That where somebody can see 100 hours of fucking content on YouTube, or 100 hours of talking, people will be like, what the fuck? I mean, 100 hours of fucking talking. I mean, that's the thing. You understand? I mean, guess what? I mean, what I do is let it be that way. I mean, all in fucking 1 hour segments, man. And guess what? Right now, either way, I'm learning something about life now. I'm understanding that no matter what, I have to go and see what kind of fucking program can do that for me. I mean, now, either way, Russian Mega Drive. I mean, Mega Drive's the one that can do that for me. I understand all that. That's an audio program. And now, I understand everything else is uploading the programs online. And now, SoundCloud is a program where you can understand that. And I understand that either way, if I just upload my content into SoundCloud, then I never actually need to do video work on YouTube. Understand? So that way I can do that. I mean, either way, I can save money here by just doing Mega Drive. I mean, Mega Drive is the best value. Again and again. I mean, I'm never losing anything, am I? But then I understand this, that it's much better for me to just go with Mega Drive. I mean, it's much better for me to go make Mega Drive and just let it be. And now I understand either way, but what I want to do is, since I did fucking upload my content into a nice and beautiful thing, I never have to fucking look at this anymore. I mean, yes I do, but never in a way that I understand that is before. I'm making sure now I'm doing something different. So I never even want to upload my music production series online in terms of the YouTube. I mean, forget that. I mean, forget all that stuff. I'm making sure that my content in terms of YouTube, in terms of that, is going up online. And now Jesus Christ can see this. I'm making sure either way I'm moving on. I'm making sure I want to upload as many fucking life coaching series as I can online. And then what I do is go and connect it all together and put you one podcast there. I mean, it's so fucking quick. I mean, it's so fucking quick, man. And then you have to catch up. That's it. Now I understand that's the way. That's a nice and beautiful way for me to do it. So I'm understanding now, let's just start now. Let's start, for example, uploading this content now. So what I do is the audio merger. Audio merger does this quickly. I do this really quickly. I see everything is nice and beautiful. So what I understand now is when I go encourage these nice and people, or when I encourage people every single day how to succeed daily, I'm not saying now I save all this time much more, and I have much more empathy toward myself this way. I mean, that's a nice and beautiful way to understand my life. I'm understanding now, since I do that, I understand now, no matter what I do, I'm understanding now I have much more of everything. I have much more of everything in terms of what I want to do. So I'm understanding now, I just let it be that way. I mean, I make it be something greater, and let's just go and do this now. I want to make sure that I go into my nice and beautiful content here, and I save time. I save so much time here, and because I'm doing that, I'm making sure I'm having the best time. I'm having the best time of my life. I have the time of my life, and I never felt this way before. I say I swear, I say this is true. I say, and I owe it all to you. I mean, I understand that. I realize now every single time that no matter what I'm doing now, is I'm learning something very quickly. And now I'm understanding that no matter what, I want to go and just really progress, to just go and upload that content really quickly. And I'm saving grace over here. I'm saving myself in a big way. But I'm understanding every single time now that what I'm doing now is understand that since it's all one fucking program over here, I say it's much better that I toggle it all together and I upload everything quickly online. And that's the way. And let's go. And let's just do this. And I'm understanding that no matter what, that it's just that kind of way. And now I understand that no matter what, I get the best kind of fashion studio statement over here. And either way, I'm learning something great because I understand I'm much more in the process of everything. I'm making sure that no matter what, and my life is getting ahead of me. In a way, I'm getting ahead of life itself. And I'm understanding now how to actually love my life, and I save so much more memory and time and everything in terms of life. So it's very easy to upload content now. But I'm understanding now I'll let it be on nice and beautiful Mega Drive, and that's it. I mean, everything else is video work, but what I'm posting on YouTube now only is just live coaching content, and that's it. I mean, just live coaching content for free, and that's it. I mean, that's all you guys deserve from me on YouTube. Understand? I mean, if you want something from life, then go on my Instagram and YouTube just for that. But if you want everything, then go into my Mega Drive, and that's it. I mean, if you want extra value, then go on my Mega Drive, and that's it. For actually, I'm driving content quickly, and I'm understanding that now. So what I want to do is I just keep going quickly and quickly and quickly, because I understand that no matter what, I'm learning very quickly. So what I want to do is I just let it be now. I'm understanding that I'm working faster, but I want to make sure that my nice and beautiful business cards is going online. So what I'm doing is I'm always getting the notion that God always agrees with me. I'm making sure that I'm learning very quickly upon what I'm doing, and I'm understanding that kind of moment right here, where I'm understanding that I'm really learning quickly about what's happening. And that way I understand that no matter what, the people may believe whatever they want to believe about me and how much content I post online, mate. But what's amazing is I understand how fast I post content online now. I do so much more work than they ever dream of, I promise you. And now since I'm understanding that, I want to go on my laptop and I want to make sure that I'm downloading content in different ways. And I understand now, I save all this processing time and I can actually function much better. I can do much better in everything I do. And I'm making sure either way, I'm letting it be. I'm letting everything be. And I'm actually understanding now, I make quality. I make better quality videos and everything. So what I do now is I want to go on Mega Drive. And I'm in Mega Drive all the time because my Mega Drive is my online storage where I keep all my content. And I'm just cruising life. I'm cruising life in a way that I'm learning something. And because I'm learning something about life, I understand I have so much more to give every single day. So that's, I understand that I could say that's Tony Robbins, man. I can see him, man. I can see how he was looking before. Whereas now, I'm understanding every single time I want to watch that. I want to watch Tony Robbins and how he was before, because he looks very different now. And I'm understanding that no matter what, I can save some nice and beautiful videos to watch later as well. And I understand that no matter what, that since I'm doing that, I can understand either way that I want to always suss out everything, but I can see that and how it goes. I can see now every single day, I'm understanding that no matter what, I can see every single day how to actually go and really understand to encourage myself to go and see something much more. So I'm focusing on understanding if you want to go around life and you want to understand to just go and watch something for later, then you can. And you can go and browse on the actual YouTube list. And you can browse whatever you want to watch later. And then either way, you're learning very quickly upon what's going on around the world and what you really want to see about life. So then you understand that you're just curious about all these interests about life. And then you understand either way that you're learning what you want to do. And you can listen to whatever you want. I mean, you can listen to whatever you want, but make sure you're understanding how to grow yourself. And when you understand how to grow yourself, then understand that no matter what, you need to go and understand that the best kind of way is the dictionary way. So if you understand I have to do my nice and beautiful content over here in terms of my nice and beautiful, let's say, way of life, where I'm learning something about synonyms and antonyms, and I have to go and do that too. So I'm understanding I want to get everything down today. I want to make sure that no matter what, I'm using my USB from now on in a way that when I go and, let's say, do my nice and beautiful business cards, I'm not saying that I do have the perfect method right now, but I'm not saying I want to learn something more about how USB goes with the Officeworks kind of way. So what I'm doing is I'm making sure I'm learning quickly about technology right now. And I'm making sure that my nice and beautiful business card is inside of my nice and beautiful USB. So since I do that, I'm understanding either way, I just make sure I love my life. And I'm actually just persuading myself all the time to just say congratulations about everything for myself. And I'm giving myself a tap on the back because I understand I deserve it. I deserve a greater way of life. I deserve to make sure that my nice and beautiful USB has what it has. And I'm actually learning to say thank you very much. And then my USB that has 16 gigabytes has only a freaking business card in it. I mean, that business card, I promise you, if I give you my USB, man, I mean, if I give you my USB, I mean, you get everything in one fucking file. I mean, you get everything in fucking one chip. I mean, everything you ever fucking want. I'm pretty sure if I just give you my business card, I'm pretty sure everything you have. And my business card is my USB now. I'm pretty sure now every single day, that no matter what, that it's just that kind of way, huh? I mean, wow. So every single time, I'm learning something different now. I'm learning to just get ahead of my life now in different ways. And I'm preparing myself to just go around the world traveling now. And I'm learning how to go and do certain products very quickly as well. I want to go do a lot of music around my life in terms of everything I'm doing. And I'm making sure I'm just learning very quickly about everything. So I want to do a lot of language work around my news. I want to do a lot of everything I'm doing around audio work. I want to do live coaching specifically in English inside video work. And now when I do that, it's the best for me. And that's it. I want to do live coaching in English in video work, and that's it. And in audio programs, I can do everything else. Which is so specific. I mean, yeah. I mean, let it be. And I understand that now. I understand that's how I work. And that's what works for me. And that's the best way for me. And that's it. That's it. And I say now I'm actually learning much greater. And now since I'm much greater, I want to place my business card somewhere just as a business card. I understand that I want to have extra business cards, so maybe I want to print something else or something different. I'm making sure no matter what, I'm always making different business cards. So I go into my self-education university and I say business cards. Say business cards because I want to have a business card schedule over here in a folder where I understand my business cards are right here. And that way I'm always learning very quickly about what's happening. And either way, what's important for myself is understanding I give you guys all the content very quickly. So you have to just understand how to learn and grow very quickly with what I'm doing. And either way, if you deserve this audio program and if you're listening to this audio program, then you just get it from Mega Drive, baby. You understand? But guess what? I mean, other people share it around somewhere. But you only ever get this audio program and Mega Drive now, only. Because wherever they gave you this content is because of Mega Drive. And that's where you found it. And that's it. Understand? I'm very sure. Now I'm learning so quick. But with everything else, I understand that what I want to do is just keep going with Mega Drive. I just want to make Mega Drive music. And what I want to do now is understand something now with Spotify. I see the fake facade over here. I'm making sure that no matter what, I want to keep going. And I want to understand something. I just keep going. I just keep going because either way, I'm making sure that all my music is going on Mega Drive, and that's it. And everything else is just here and there. But my music on YouTube, rush it down, that's different. I can post my music on YouTube and SoundCloud and Spotify for now. Because that's how it is. And either way, everything else is just the way it is. But I'm focusing on understanding now. I just want to download that content and increase my life expectancy in a way that I'm learning and growing. I'm making sure that either way that this business card can be somewhere in my folders over here. I'm understanding either way, I'll let it be my captures. I'll let it be in a capture folder. And what I want to do now is I'm focusing on understanding to let it be. And I'm understanding that now I want to catch up with other programs. I do my real estate shows over here as well. So I'm learning about real estate as well. I'm learning about something about life. I want to go and do my Instagram. So since I'm doing my Instagram now, I'm making sure that no matter what, I'm learning very quickly about what to do. And I'm enjoying my life. I'm enjoying my life in different ways. I'm making sure that no matter what, that you can understand what I'm doing. And I understand now how to upload content online and what to do. I understand now either way with my videos. I mean, guess what? I mean, with YouTube. I mean, fuck that. I mean, guess what? I mean, fuck that. I said. So what I'm doing now is I'm only ever recording videos with my life coaching experience with me. And that's it. I never fucking want to do that. I'm understanding that no matter what, I'm realizing now, I just let it be. Whereas motivational videos can go up with life coaching. Whereas now comedy, that's different. I mean, comedy videos, right now, that's different. I want to post comedy videos online into Mega Drive and let it be. I mean, do you understand? I never care about them. I never care about those people, man. And that's it. I mean, that's different because I understand that no matter what, I'll let them be. And that's it. I'm pretty sure they are laughing at me because of how my life coaching is and everything. I mean, I never need those people. I never need to make them laugh, man. I don't care about them, man. I never care about who wants to watch me or anything. I'm just learning how to grow myself now. In a sense, so I'm saving grace over here. I'm saving grace. I'll show you something. I'm making sure now, since that's the case, or else what I want to do is I want to make sure either way that my Instagram is all going up and everything on Instagram is happening for me. I want to make sure that I can upload content while I'm actually downloading content. And I can actually do that because it's Mega Drive. Making sure that I clear up my phones now completely. I start fresh. I start getting new technology. And getting new technology, that helps me. And now, everything that helps me in terms of life, or should I have everything already? So, let's have a look. Oh, I'm doing a clearing out of my system over here. I'm pretty sure there's something new happening in my life now. I have more time for music production. I have so much more time for music production now. And that's the amazing thing about my life now. I understand that no matter what. And now, I'm just learning very quickly how people are around me. I'm learning very quickly about what to do. Very quickly. I'm understanding how they look at me. I'm understanding how they act. I'm understanding how aware I am, comparing it to how they're aware. I'm comparing it with how I am aware with how they're aware. I'm making sure I'm picking up on their skills quickly. I'm downloading files quickly. I'm making sure that I'm learning very quickly. But if they find out about if they find out how skillful I am, they get so jealous, man. And they get so jealous, man. They come and kill me. They come and kill me. I promise you. Now, it's in the wisdom. It's all in the wisdom. Now, every single day, you must understand that. Alright, now, since I'm doing that, I'm letting life be. I'm making sure my life is going up. And since I'm going up, I'm promoting myself much more. I'm focusing on delivering content much more. And here we go. Alright, now what I need to do is understand now, I want to make sure I'm learning and growing very quickly. To make sure I go and do some audio merging. Making sure I go and just see what's happening over here. I see now this is English comedy over here. I want to upload this. I want to upload my videos quickly into Mega Drive. And I don't care about them. I'm opening doors in other ways. I'm making sure everything's going online now. I'm making sure now I'm opening doors in other ways. Making sure no matter what, that people never have to see my nice and beautiful ABN number, because that's for me. And that's my resolution. So what I do is, I just want to go and see what I did over here. So I'm learning quickly what I'm doing and how I'm doing it. And what I want to do is I see straight away how people are. And I see straight away how attractive someone can be with me as well. So I understand. I thank Lisa as well for that, because she's somebody who really gives me this notion that she can really be with me. You understand? But every single day I'm focusing on understanding that, and that's sexy and attractive. So let's have a look at this over here, and what's happening over here now. I want to go and see this. I see now, I go and merge this audio content together, and I'll do audio merging of everything. And let's have a look at this now. I'm making sure that no matter what, you guys can always suss out my nice and beautiful content here. And I keep naming everything in terms of how it is, but making sure that I want to make sure that you guys can find my nice and beautiful merging of all my videos in a way that it's working. And now, a little bit that way. I mean, now, I can merge 10 files at least. I mean, what do I have to do here? I mean, do I have to give them money or something to merge more videos, or what? I'm making sure I have to do something to give them money or something. Whereas now, I can convert 15 files at once. Whereas I can do that. Whereas now, this is some kind of feature where I can do whatever it is. I can do the free version. I mean, what? I mean, guess what? I'll do the free version. Whereas now, since I do the free version, I make sure that no matter what, that I can really understand now that I never need to give them money when I can do a free version. I understand that either way, that's amazing. So I make sure I go that way, because that's how it is now. I mean, I'm understanding I'm just using it just for a bit of time over here. And I'm not saying that no matter what, that I'm using it for a long time, but making sure that I'm going the other way around. But I never need to be subscribing to them and giving them hundreds of dollars to do this. I mean, come on, man. You understand? So what I do is I find a free way. Now, I-10, I mean, let's have a look over here. I mean, that's how long? I mean, how long is my content over here, man? I say how to really thank life. I say how to really thank life. I'm doing my job, man. I can hear God saying I'm doing my job. Alright, now either way, I mean, how long is that video? I mean, it's going to export, and we're going to find out either way the kind of style of that video. So what I want to do is make sure that I'm just converting audio. I mean, audio is very easy to convert, but if you want a background convert as well, then you can. But either way, I'm understanding that no matter what I realize about that is I understand that I'm always focusing on understanding to see the prices, to see what people are coming and doing. So either way, I'm just letting it be. I let it be that way. I let it be that way. Unfortunately, that's all excellent. Unfortunately, it's excellent to just be able to export your content at 128 kbps. Unfortunately, in terms of audio, unfortunately, 128 kbps is more enough. You must understand that. So just go on Google Drive over here to see my Google Drive. So I'm always doing business like this, guys. I mean, this is my business. I mean, this is how I do business. I mean, now you understand a better picture upon how Danny Milivojevic does his business. And then you can compare me with other people and how they do business. And you can compare me and Jesus Christ together, and you can see how we do business together. Understand? So when you're focusing on something, I mean, be understanding that I can see, for example, this is my nice and beautiful ABN number. I just say ABN. Say ABN. Say ABN number. Say ABN1. So I'm actually saying ABN1 and then ABN2 and ABN3. So these are just my files to see what kind of files they are. So whereas when I say ABN1 and ABN2 and ABN3 and all that, I'm understanding that it's much more that it's 3 images, and then I just name them ABN1, 2 and 3, and that way I understand straight away what's going on. So no matter what, that when I go and understand something about life, it's always I first. I first is very important, and then focus on understanding that there are plenty of people out there who are just going to really never be curious about you. But that's excellent. I mean, that's excellent when they're never curious about you, man. I mean, so what you need to realize is that way you succeed more, and that way you just have more than them, and that way they say, oh man, I say yeah, I say oh man, I mean come on man. I mean, because they never care about you regardless. So what you do is just move on. I mean, move on from your life in terms of be with your life only. I mean, never move on from your life. I mean, move on from them and go and focus on yourself is what I'm saying. Whereas if you focus on yourself, then you understand either way that we're learning that no matter what, they're learning very quickly upon what to do. So that way you're just learning what to do in your life. And either way, unfortunately that's how it is. Every single day. Love your life, making sure all the time. If you post your ABN number online, I mean, what are they going to do? I mean, what are they going to do? I mean, guess what? I mean, go and understand either way that you just go and just focus on your life. But make sure all the time that you just go and make sure that you're keeping your nice and beautiful, let's say, ABN number for you. I mean, that's personal over here. So focus on saying that either way. Everything else, I mean, this over here, I mean, guess what? I mean, they can see my Gmail and what is my email, whatever. Unfortunately, a little bit that way. I understand that no matter what, they can message my email all day long, man. I mean, they can see my kind regards over here, man. I mean, come on. I mean, no matter what, I can see that is excellent. Making sure that I'm just uploading all these photos online, guys. So making sure that you understand what I'm doing. So no matter what, if I'm doing something around life, I'm making sure that I want to be able to just upload content into my Mega Drive and let it be, man. I want to make sure that my phones are fastly processing everything. And that way Mega Drive is helping me so much. Because I give them money to do that. So that way I'm understanding now. Since I have comedy videos over here, I'm understanding I have to name my comedy videos. Alright, now what I want to do with my comedy videos is different. So when I have comedy videos, I want to place it all in my folders. I want to connect it together. And either way, I want to upload them all separately online. And now if I upload it all separately online, then guess what I do? I make sure that no matter what, it's just that kind of vibe. I want to be able to do videos with comedy. So I make sure I use UCut to connect all the videos together in one, every single day, and just make it a series online, and that's it. And that's more enough. That's more enough. And that way you can watch the whole series quickly online. So I understand no matter what, that I'll let everything be for now. on, and I'm focusing on understanding that since that's the case, I'm making sure that I go and deliver something that is new for me to promote over here. So these are new people that I want to promote, and I'm understanding that just put them in a category in terms of my folder. I promote over here. So I promote people in a separate category while deleting other content I just made. And then I'm understanding either way that when I just do that, I'm understanding that I want to go and understand what's happening with this nice and beautiful Instagram here. So I'm understanding that if I go and promote this Instagram here and just promote, let's say 50 images or something like that. I mean, either way, when I promote this Instagram here, I want to focus upon understanding to just maximally upload only 100 photos per gig. No matter what I was in terms of no matter what I do, I want to make sure that 100 photos is going online only, and that way my Mega Drive never lags anything. I understand that. So what I do is I separate the photos and I upload 100 images per gig online, and I want to see where those photos are going. And I understand it's just 16 gigabytes, but I mean it's just 16 ways of life. In a way, I'm doing better than all that. I'm making sure that what I need to do is make sure every single time I'm always doing better than what I say in numbers. I realize everything is a word I, so I focus on making sure to see exactly where these photos are going. Whereas now, since I'm doing that, I'm making sure these photos are uploading somehow. So let's have a look at what's going on. I mean, since they're uploading, I mean, it says it's uploading online. So I'm making sure that I go see my Mega Drive images online. I see 63 images online already. Whereas now, either way, what I want to do is I see 225 images over here. Whereas that's all done, so I have to stay in the actual application of Mega Drive to see. I have to say that I have to stay in the Mega Drive application to see sometimes is my Mega Drive images uploading, and is it going to tell me that nice and beautiful that it's done already. So I'm making sure that no matter what, that once Mega Drive goes into its program, then it says that these photos are finished. I mean, in a sense of what you do is just go and focus on your life and focus on saying that is what happens, and then focus on saying to just go back to the I in terms of your word I, and focus on just uploading all the content now and see how it works with all the content. So what you want to do is focus upon promoting people in different ways, and then you understand either way that you're nice in other ways. In a sense, so you're making sure that you skip everything in terms of the process and say apply to all items and skip it, and make sure that you're learning how to promote. I mean, if you understand something about life, then whatever you want out of life you can achieve is you understand you can communicate whatever you want. So communicate whatever you understand about life all the time, and then focus on understanding that it's just that kind of way, isn't it? I mean, it's that kind of way where people never care about you, but if you understand either way that you're learning and growing yourself, then replace your photos if you want to just duplicate them in a way that you want to replace them, in a way that if you have 7 photos that are the same in another folder and you want to place the same 7 photos in that folder, then just replace those photos with the photos that you're trying to move into those folders, because that way you're just understanding that you're never losing anything. So I'm always understanding now I'm actually always much greater in terms of how I upload everything, and I'm just quicker about everything. So I upload my images very quickly online. I'm doing my life coaching greatly today. I'm understanding that my nice and beautiful content is uploading, whereas my nice and beautiful processing of MP3 converter is working, and it's really quick upon everything it's doing. And my Mega Drive is also showing me the notification that it's uploading online. So what I want to do is every time I upload 10 contents online, actually that's 10 hours of content per 10 gigs that I do and more. And either way, I'm making sure that no matter what, I'm doing more than that. So I'm focusing on understanding that now, behind the scenes, I'm very successful, but people would never believe that, except I. And either way, I'm understanding no matter what, I'm learning very quickly. And since I'm doing that, I just want to stay in the application now of my Mega Drive to see where is that nice and beautiful stuff over here. So it's saying that 135 uploads is processing, but then now it has my nice, and beautiful image here. And since that's the case, I mean, it's processing, isn't it? So what I want to do is I want to see now how much content is uploading really quickly. And since it's all gone upload, it's all gone up rushing out every single time. Then this time, my nice and beautiful images in terms of my content is saying that it's uploading. So everything's working. Operation Mega Drive is working, and Mega Drive is so excellent with what I'm doing. In terms of my time, yeah. Mega Drive is an online storage that I'm using to upload all my content online very quickly. And since I'm doing that very quickly, I'm understanding I'm getting ahead of the crowd very quickly in what I'm doing. And now that's the whole point. I mean, now I just keep it going. I keep everything going, and I show people different contents in terms of what I'm doing, but I'm showing people everything. I'm just understanding now it's all different. And Serbian comedy, I fucking never care about Serbian people, man. I never fucking care about them, man. I never care about anybody except I, man. I don't care about I, but I'm giving you guys everything. Understand? So make sure you understand that I love everything, but I just understand that I never want to be uploading Serbian content on YouTube. I never care about them, man. Understand? I care about them so much. I upload it to Mega Drive. I mean, if Serbian people care about me, then come to Mega Drive and get your Serbian content, man. Understand? So make sure you understand that no matter what, I'm always learning about whatever I'm doing. But Serbian is Croatian, and I'm uploading content very quickly online now, because what's important is understanding that if you want to go and become something great, then you have to learn how it is to go and focus on your life, and just really be able to dwell upon what you're doing very quickly, and then you have everything much more, and then that way you're focusing on a greater life for yourself, and making sure that either way that you're connecting videos together and exporting via UCut. And I'm still using UCut application now, because I'm understanding now I never need those stupid softwares that they have in terms of videos, or I never need their softwares. I mean, it's never stupid. I never need their softwares in terms of video exporting and editing stuff when I have UCut, for example, and I have I only. So I'm understanding that no matter what, that since I'm understanding that, I'm saving a lot of money here as well. I'm saving time. I never have to do my content on laptop, so try to actually do some content without the laptop. But the laptop is helping me to do my music production. So all I do with music production now is upload into Mega Drive, and that's it. And I have extra USBs now to make sure that my files are going into my beautiful USB files now every single time. So I'm actually getting all my content now and placing into USB files everywhere. Because that way I want to have a fucking clear distinction, to have no lag when I'm doing my nice and beautiful content. So every single day it just goes into my USB. And goes into my USB, and it goes into my USB, and then guess what? I upload everything online very quickly. I also make sure to upload everything online very quickly through the nice and beautiful way of Mega Drive's nice and beautiful way of life, and that way I understand either way it's all working for me by making sure that no matter what, I'm learning very quickly upon what I'm doing, because I go into Mega Drive and I go into the most recent upload section, and I can see exactly the images and videos that are uploading content online, and everything that's content online in terms of what's happening. So I'm making sure that it's all a clearing method for myself to succeed, and making sure I have everything here. And then either way, I'm making these nice and beautiful videos of screen recording as well. And either way, what I want to do is just record you guys very quickly a screen recording here in terms of what I'm doing, and I can do that while I'm doing my audio programs. And then here we go. Right now I want to show you guys very quickly, and let's have a look. I just want to show you guys very quickly what I'm doing over here in terms of, I have 56 videos and 827 images of life over here. So of course I'm promoting women and also people in life, and I'm making sure that you guys can see exactly who I'm promoting every single day. So I'm making sure that no matter what, that you guys have different images and different content over here about life. And since I'm understanding everything about life in different ways, I'm doing screenshots of people who have been talking about me as well in terms of their conversations, and then I'm understanding to promote women, of course, and I'm understanding that one there. I mean, you understand that? I mean, either way, you must understand that when you look at people all the time, I mean, you're making sure that you're always much more beautiful and learning how to promote yourself every single day. And then we're focusing on recording and really promoting ourselves all the time in different ways. And you're learning and learning something different about me and something about that kind of image right there. It's so improving in terms of, it's a nice and beautiful way of life. So I'm understanding that if you want to go and understand something about freedom and what I'm doing every single day, then I'm understanding that no matter what, that I really never ever go and do anything other than making sure that I'm really recording much more, but making sure that no matter what, I'm really learning that I can, and I'm making sure that no matter what, that since I'm doing that, I'm making sure I'm always keeping my YouTube in a way that's all better for me, and understanding that I'm never deleting anything on YouTube, by making sure that I'm learning very quickly upon what I'm doing, but making sure that no matter what, that everybody's getting a taste of what I'm saying every single time. It is very broad and it's very nice and beautiful to speak the whole broad. I realize it's nice and beautiful to speak the whole broader range of ideas that you have. So this are all, I realize this is all the content I have in my phone, and it's 56 videos and 827 images. So guess what? I promise you, that's why I'm saying on my audio content here, I'm saying that people must never ever get those stupid Samsung chips and all that to make extra memory in their Samsungs and all that when you have a Mega Drive. 56 videos and 827 images I'm deleting from my phone now because it's going into Mega Drive. And that's what I'm saying, you never need those stupid Samsung chips and those extra memory and all that in your phones when you have Mega Drive. Understand? So make sure you understand that you do need that when you understand that if it's something that works for you. But for me, it never works for me to have those Samsung chips and all that. So that's why I'm understanding that it's all smart, but make sure you understand that you delete content from your phone, and make sure either way you're understanding that no matter what, you're learning very quickly upon something that you understand, and then upload your content very fast online into Mega Drive, and then delete it from your phone quickly. And what? I have 120 gigabytes of storage in my phone right now. It's more than enough for me because I have Mega Drive. That's 10,000 terabytes of information that I can give, and I can upload 10,000 terabytes of information in that. You understand? And each and every single day, my phone has always this nice and beautiful way of functioning really quickly because I'm always organizing everything. So that's the whole point. I'm making sure either way, that's my nice and beautiful screen recording, but I'm showing you guys exactly what I'm doing in my nice and beautiful phone, and then I'm actually just uploading that content quickly online. And since it's going online quickly, I'm understanding I'm uploading it the way it is online, and then I'm just sorting files online. But then I'm making sure that I go and get my audio merger and what's happening here with my audio merger over here. So I'm understanding that no matter what, I go output folder here, and it's just showing me that nice and beautiful way of life over here. So I'm understanding that since it's always still converting, I'm understanding that no matter what, I never need a cigarette, I never need a smoke, because I understand that certain amounts of persuasion of what I'm doing in terms of life, actually I understand every single day how quickly I was reaching for cigarettes very quickly, and I was so craving them because I understand my habits and actions of placing something on the table made me want to get a cigarette somewhere. Understand? So when you understand that I had an habit, I had a habit, and I'm always in that habit still, where I place something on the table. But then that was the time of a craving of a cigarette. So if I place my phone on the table, then the cigarette nature comes out, and I was asking myself, where's the cigarette? So I'm understanding I never need a cigarette though. So I understand that what you do is ask better questions, so you never need drugs, and never ask yourself, where's your cigarette and all that. Understand? So make sure you understand that you care for yourself more than cigarettes. So I'm always loving myself more than cigarettes. I never need to ask you those questions. But make sure you're never asking questions about cigarettes and all that. Understand? But make sure you're always asking questions. But make sure you're never doing it. Make sure you're never doing cigarettes in your life. Then understand either way that what you do is every single day you learn how to go and grab your nice and beautiful, let's say, your nice and beautiful USBs, and make your content much better all the time, and you're making all your nice and beautiful music industry and what you're doing around music a nice and beautiful way for you to go and do greater in what you're doing. So making sure that no matter what, that you're learning very quickly upon making sure that your content in your music production is going faster and faster and faster with less CPU. So how to actually reduce CPU in actually music production is get yourself 3 USBs, or get yourself USB or a hard drive in terms of my hard drive storage, and what you do is make sure that no matter what, that all your nice and beautiful memory from your laptop is going into USBs, and that's how you remove CPU from your nice and beautiful laptop, and that's how your laptop also runs faster. Your laptop in technology and music production and graphic design and video technology and editing and all that is working faster, and your technology is always working faster with less storage inside of those nice and beautiful technologies. So make sure you have technology that has more storage in terms of storage space, but remove the storage space right away from those laptops and technology, so that you have faster CPU and faster lag and faster everything in terms of, in a way that it's much better for you. So have no CPU, have no lag, have no latency in your technology. Make sure that your technology is running fast in a way that you have to go and upload the content very quickly online into Mega Drive, and delete it from your laptops and phones and everything in terms of your technology, so that everything's working faster in terms of your phones and everything. And that's how you understand life. And that's why when you're understanding that Mega Drive alone helps you to boost your CPU in a way that you're boosting you're boosting the way of life. So you're making sure that no matter what, you're boosting lag and boosting latency and boosting CPU in a way that you're removing CPU and removing latency and removing lag from your technology by using Mega Drive as that counterfeit that helps you to do that. Because when I have 120 gigabytes of storage space in my technology, but then 120 gigabytes of data or videos or files that I made is in the phone, then my fucking phones and technology lags like fucking shit. Understand? So what I do is I remove the fucking shit. Understand? I mean, now guess what? I mean, make sure you understand that it's never fucking shit, but I'm making sure that no matter what, I'm learning to remove all the actual files and phones and all that nice and beautiful data that's in the phone, because then I have 120 gigabytes of storage space for free inside of my phones and everything that helps my technology go faster. So if you have 120 gigabytes in your phone now, storage space, and then you make a video that goes for 12 hours, and then that 12-hour video takes up all of your actual content in terms of all your actual nice and beautiful, let's say, life expectancies, in a way that it takes up your phone's technology and your technology, and now you have no space to do any more videos in your technology. So all I'm saying is use Mega Drive to have more space to run your technology faster. You understand? So when you upload everything online to Mega Drive, then delete it from your technology is what I'm saying. And then when you delete it from your technology, then you have a greater time, because your technology never has any more content in it. So you're ready to go and make more content and more videos in your technology now, because everything is in Mega Drive now. And then you just delete it from your phones and upload it to Mega Drive before you delete everything from your phones. And then guess what? I mean, then you remove data, which is the storage space, in a way that you're removing the nice and beautiful, let's say, gigabytes of your phone. So if you remove 120 gigabytes from 120 gigabytes, then you have 0 gigabytes of storage space, where you can go and understand you have more than that, but you have 0 gigabytes of free storage space to post another 120 gigabytes into your phones and technology, because you went and done the uploading into Mega Drive, and you did place everything into Mega Drive, and because you did do that, then you understand either way you have a greater time for yourself. And because you have a greater time for yourself, you understand every single time you're doing something greater for yourself, and you're making sure that no matter what, you're learning very quickly upon what to do. So when you do that, you make sure every single time your technology has more space in it. I mean, make sure you have more storage space in your phones, and Mega Drive helps you to do that, because you're uploading everything online. And that's how I'm doing it. I mean, every single day I realize this is a 7-hour and 36-minute audio podcast. So I'm understanding to just have a listen. I see, guys, what's important is understanding that you keep rolling the footage with your nice and beautiful phones in terms of your audio content, because I find that if I start really, let's say, never even recording audio programs anymore, I start losing my mindset. So I understand I'm never losing my mindset. I'm much more controlling of myself to understand that I have to talk positively. So I'm focusing on understanding to go into my I'm going into my USB now to make sure to see how much nice and beautiful, let's say, storage space I have in my USB products over here, because I want to understand it's much more important for myself to deliver something about what I have. So what I want to do is understand that if they say 32 gigabytes and they give me 36 gigabytes in terms of 28 gigabytes, then they're lying. I mean, they're lying about that. So what I want is to just let it be. Understand? So I just let it be, because I understand that no matter what, I have much more than enough. So what I'm doing is I'm placing all my nice and beautiful music production content into my nice and beautiful storage account over here. And I'm also understanding that I'm making sure that my nice and beautiful content is heard in a way that it's all vibing and it's all working out for me. So making sure that what I want to do is understand that no matter what, I want to go and dwell upon making sure that my content is also uploading online. So what I want to do is, since I understand something about life, I understand that what I want to do is, since I have free Wi-Fi right now, I understand that either way, I want to make sure that I'm making more space in my content over here. So what I do is I place everything into my nice and beautiful USB products right here, and I make sure that my nice and beautiful content over here has my USB content, to make sure that I can go and post everything into my nice and beautiful dictionary of life over here, to make sure that I'm doing something amazing with what I'm doing. So as I focus on my life, I'm making sure I'm always delivering content very quickly to make sure that I'm understanding how to actually do something right here. So this one is saying that the large file is so large that I see this now. So what I want to do is I focus on something that is just working. So as it's working, I want to make sure that my nice and beautiful content is able to go in my USB content right here. But since I'm understanding something about life over here, I'm understanding either way that what's important for myself is to keep going, to be able to just make space in my phone in terms of my content. So what I want to do is look for better ways to do something. So I'm always looking for better ways and faster ways to explain what I want to do. So I understand that no matter what, if I just go and just upload content online about everything, then I understand that if I rename those contents about something, it's much more people can download the videos and everything about what I'm doing. And I understand that it's much more about just promoting the content in terms of what it is. So making sure if you rename it and then you upload it very quickly, which is the fastest way to do anything. So I'm understanding that if I just do that every time, I'm making sure then I understand every single time I'm learning very quickly about what to do. So I'm understanding that no matter what I'm doing, I'm always making sure that since I never want those problems, I'll make sure that I just upload my nice and beautiful content very fast online, because it's just that kind of day, isn't it? I mean, it's just making sure that no matter what, I'm using my nice and beautiful Mega Drive storage online to go and do what I need to do daily to focus upon my life. And then guess what? Pretty much either way, I'm making sure I'm learning something with everything I'm investing in, and I'm making sure that no matter what, that I'm learning very quickly about USB drives and what I need to do every single day to focus on a greater life. So since I'm actually focusing on a greater life all the time, I'm making sure that no matter what, the people can understand what I'm doing. And since people can understand what I'm doing, I'm focusing on something greater. And that way I'm understanding that no matter what, that I'm learning something much more. And I'm understanding that either way, I'm making sure that I'm progressing my life forward. And as I'm progressing my life forward, I have a podcast now with a show of a lifetime. So I'm making sure that no matter what, that I'm always focusing on delivering that content and something that really, really works for me. So what works for me is to be the best I can be. I mean, if I just make myself happier in this lifetime, and you lose all my content, I mean, guess what? I mean, if I'm just successful and you lose all my content, I never lose content. I mean, then I'm just making myself happier, and that's it. I mean, and then my legacy is what I leave behind. So I'm making sure that I never want to lose my legacy. So I'm making sure that it's very important. So either way, I understand that I'm making my life anyway, by making sure that no matter what, that my legacy is so important. So since I'm doing that, I want to be making sure I'm recording my legacy and never losing content and never losing anything about me. I'm always now, I apologize. I never want to be losing content about me. But understand, if somebody finds out that you have a greater legacy than them, and guess what happens? I promise you they delete your content. I can see it happening. So I'm very lucky to have my content today. I'm very lucky to have what I have. Because somebody did steal my phone before, and my technology and all that, but they never did delete my Mega Drive content. So that way, I understand that I'm very fast and effective here to just deliver about what I'm doing. So either way, I'm very quick to the notion here to understand now that's the case. I'm making sure either way that people never care about you. So make sure you understand that. So what I need to understand is that's really, really, let's say, something that is good. I mean, it's good when they never care about you. So make sure you understand that no matter what, that what you want to do is focus on something that is really, really enjoying your life all the time, and that you just agree with everything all the time, because that's what we need. Whereas we need to make sure that you're agreeing with life itself. So make sure you're merging content together in a way that's helping you. And if you're doing that all the time and you're focusing on a greater way of life, then understand that nice and beautiful image there is of I making sure I'm doing better. I'm making sure every single time, I'm making sure that no matter what, that nothing's getting to me in terms of life, but making sure that I'm learning. I'm learning how to actually pronounce my name into the world. I'm making sure that no matter what, that I'm learning how to grow my heart. I'm growing who I am all the time. But I'm always understanding that no matter what, that I have that nice beautiful saying, that I understand that I want to respect everybody. And because I do respect everybody, I'm making sure that I show up for the occasion of life in terms of what I'm doing. So I understand that either way, I have nice and beautiful USB over here. I have nice and beautiful USBs over here. I'm understanding either way I can use it, and I'm understanding it's much more appropriate for me to do so. and I'm still using it, but I'm understanding I want to be making sure that I'm uploading content very fast online. So I'm understanding that's the process of making sure that you're renaming all your contents. So making sure that no matter what, as you're doing audio programs, then just go and do it. Just go and do it very quickly, and then every single time I'm understanding now what I need to do with my nice and beautiful content in terms of life. And I'm understanding either way, I'm much faster this way anyway, because of what I'm doing. So as I do it, I keep it in the case, I keep my nice and beautiful technology in my case, and I may need to use it some other type of range, but I'm understanding that no matter what, that since I'm learning very fast about what's going on around the world, I'm making sure I'm doing my finances very quickly, and I'm making sure that no matter what, I'm learning very quickly about what to do in daily life. And now since I understand what to do in daily life much better, I'm making sure that I go into my content here, and I make sure to go and just rename all the content files in terms of what is yet to, let's say, become something more. Then I make sure that either way I'm just learning how to make 10 files and then just upload 10 files very quickly at a time, because that's how I understand every single time something much greater. So I'm understanding that this one over here is much more every single time that you have to understand that what's important for myself is to grow. And once I grow, I focus on understanding that's the whole point, isn't it? The whole point is making sure you're growing in different ways. So if you're growing in different ways and you're understanding that, in you're understanding something that you're doing in your life, then understand that no matter what, they're always focusing on greater life for yourself. But make sure you never delete your rubbish bin until you're ready to do that. So what's important for myself is to organize my content around what I'm doing, to make sure I have much more than enough, and to also be doing my finances here and there to get my life ready for a greater success is all I do. So I'm understanding that no matter what, that since I'm doing my financing right now, I'm understanding that I always have to tackle finances in my life. I understand I have to do real estate now, and I'm understanding that no matter what, I have to go and teach you guys in audio how to do real estate. And that's how I actually do it. And because I do it like that, I'm understanding that I really can absorb anything I ever want, and I can teach you anything about audio production and what is going on about music and everything, to make sure that no matter what, that you guys are very quick to the punch with what you're doing. So I understand, yes, I have a great deal and everything in terms of what I'm doing. I'll make sure every single day that if you have something that's a great deal, that you can always have a fine. You can always find a better deal, because that way I understand something much more about life, regardless. So I'm understanding that is why I'm always succeeding. I say over here, I investment. I say I USB. So I have a USB investment over here of $19, and I'm not saying either way. I say I USB investment, and I just really did get myself investments today of a USB quality, so I can go and understand to just upload the nice and beautiful financing over here. And I also did give $10 to get in business cards. And now either way, I did return some money from my nice and beautiful equation over here, so I'm learning something much more that I did profit in some other way. So I'm making sure that I'm learning very quickly how fast I profit in different ways. So I'm making sure that my financing is going up ahead. I say I business card. I say I business cards investment. And I start with I first. So I'm always doing that to make sure that my nice and beautiful life is going ahead of my word I. So as I do that, I'm always making sure that the word I is everything. And I'm making sure that no matter what, I'm pronouncing my words quicker than a hiccup. So as I do this, I understand I can upload content very quickly, and I'm understanding I let it be. But what's important for myself now is making sure I'm never traumatizing myself, but I'm focusing on understanding that everybody deserves everything of I. And everything I have, actually, that's what you deserve. In a sense, so what I want to do is I want to make sure that you guys always have the best content in life, to focus on delivering content in different ways, so you can understand that's the whole point of doing what you want to do. So understand that since I have a voice to speak audio content and learn quickly upon what I'm doing very fast, I'm making sure either way I'm mentoring myself the best kind of life coaching on the planet. Now, I deserve it. If you never want to listen to me, then guess what? You can go somewhere else. I'm making sure that no matter what, that now I'm actually just getting ahead of the crowd now. So I'm focusing on understanding that I want to always understand how to speak words. So when I speak words, I'm delivering very quickly upon what I do. But now people understand I'm very important. I'm much more value now. I'm understanding that now, since I am so much more value, I have so much more success. I want to be making sure that I'm always on top of life in every single instance, and then I can do my content in terms of music production. So I'm understanding as soon as I'm on top of life everywhere, I'm understanding now I can prosper with my music and everything I'm doing. I'm making sure that I'm always loving my life, and I'm renaming my content here and there to make sure that I'm prospering. And then guess what? Now, if I want to connect the videos together and all this, I probably know. I want to upload my nice and beautiful videos just the way they are, and I want people to watch those videos as they are. I mean, I never want to be connecting these videos together, but making sure they understand that and making sure I'm just uploading the content very quickly. But the nice and beautiful life coaching videos is something I'll connect together, and that's the whole point. I mean, make sure you understand that now you can always do what you want to do, and then guess what? That's the thing. Now, since I can do that, I understand something more. I understand now that it's just that kind of way, isn't it? I'm uploading the better quality videos. I'm uploading better quality videos now as well because of that function. And then either way, I'm learning something along the way much more. So I'm understanding that if you go on Nice and Beautiful YouTube now and you promote everything that you have, actually, guess what? Actually, it works out. Actually, it works out, but understand it works out much better through the Mega Drive. Actually, now, why is that? Because I understand that no matter what, that I can realize that I have life coaching that's coming up on YouTube. I love it. I'm already famous anyway. Understand? So what I do is I go and really practice on the side something. And either way, people can always tell who I am. Understand? So that's the whole point. Now, if you want to go uploading your nice and beautiful YouTube videos in terms of anything, then just focus on understanding that you keep going with what you want. If you want to upload certain videos online here and there, but just make sure it goes on Mega Drive, then guess what? If you're willing to do that, then guess what? You can. I realize you can, but guess what? It's much better that you understand every single time that you're saving time like this. You understand either way, just make sure you're learning from it. And every single time, just make sure that if you want to understand anything about life, then understand that you can name your courses differently all the time. So focus on understanding that you're always teaching people, but if you teach people with the word I now, it's much better. Because the word I can always explain everything about what you want. So every single time, I'm always focusing on understanding that I want to go and pronounce the word I everywhere. So I'm making sure that my videos and everything I have is different. So that way I'm learning. I'm learning something very quickly, and I'm learning to become much more. So as I learn something, I understand I come from Russia in a way that I'm much better than that. I'm making sure that I can see that nice and beautiful tonality. So I come from every single background, and I come from every single type of background that you can actually understand. Because I understand, I believe in that. I believe in that I'm every single nationality on the planet. That's it. Now, no matter what you're doing, learn to actually make sense upon what you're doing. So you can understand that you have to agree with life when you succeed, and then understanding every single day that you deserve much greater all the time. So every single time, focus on understanding that what you want out of life is to be successful. So I'm understanding that no matter what, that I'm promoting my nice and beautiful, I come from Russia. I see that's my nice and beautiful Borat kind of thing. I say I come from Russia. I see now, what does that have to do with anything? Russia is just my nice and beautiful comedy show. So I'm understanding that since I do that, I say it's much more how I feel about what I'm doing. So as I do that, I shall succeed much more, because I feel that you guys have to understand something. I realize that every single day I focus upon understanding that no matter what, it's so funny that I can hear eternity singing it. I'm making sure every single day that if you go and really dwell upon your life in different ways, then you're understanding that no matter what, you want to just focus upon something that is helping you. So if you focus on loving your life in different ways, then focus on understanding that every single time you can promote whatever you want online, and that way you understand every single time that you have your nice and beautiful way of life. Because everything's teaching here and there. So let's have a look all the time about how we can grow. Alright, now since I'm actually always promoting my nice and beautiful life, I'm understanding that no matter what, I'm learning how to go and pronounce that nice and beautiful factor. So I say every single time with my word I understand that no matter what, I'm learning how to really, I say, get away. And now I understand that no matter what, that since I'm learning that fast in terms of how confident that is, I realize that it's much more how, I realize it's all the word I that teaches. The word I is teaching everything. So I realize that when I go and promote everything in terms of life, I'm understanding just that kind of thing, isn't it? So I'm making sure I just go this way for a bit, and I focus on loving my life this way, and then I understand either way that everything's working out for me. I say everything's working out for me in terms of I. Now, since you're actually talking on a video camera here and there, and you're actually uploading content while you're actually speaking in a video camera, then it's never a waste of time, is it? I mean, it's never a waste of time for you when you understand that you can go and do what you want to do while you're actually promoting your content on YouTube. And guess what's happening? That nice and beautiful video remark is actually uploaded online, and then you're also talking on video while you're actually exporting. I mean, you're exporting everything, and you can upload on YouTube. I mean, guess what? I mean, go and upload on YouTube as well. Like I said, so that's the whole point. I mean, the whole point is go and learn much more skills in the process of doing everything. I mean, go and be much more of a star on YouTube and focus on understanding that now, since I'm understanding that now, I focus on loving my life, and I'm making different headlines now. I'm doing something different. I'm making sure that no matter what, that I realize now I want to do something even more. I want to make sure that either way I invest more money, and I go and fucking make my programs, and I fucking make sure that everybody understands me in a better way. And that's it. Russia now, no matter what, I'm going to fucking make it much more greater. And I'm always saving time here. I'm saving all that time anyway because I'm doing my audio programs along the way. And that's the whole point, isn't it? Making sure every single time now that I'm learning how to actually go and grow. And I can send people certain content and everything in terms of what I'm doing online. And I can make sure that either way I'm focusing on a greater life for myself. And that way I'm learning. I'm learning how to pronounce my name much better. Whereas now, as I do that, I'm focusing on understanding that I have some courses to upload. But guess what? I'm learning very quickly upon how to do that. I'm learning how to get the software that I need to be able to do all that. So either way, I'm understanding 7 hours of content here and there is more enough. I understand all that what's important is people on YouTube. And now, because people on YouTube, actually now, it's much more how I overwhelm them. I overwhelm them with my content. In a sense, so 7-hour podcasts of me just doing my work over here is a lot. And I understand that either way, that I'm doing more than that by making sure that you guys have seen nothing yet. In a sense, so make sure you understand that there's more coming. And now because I understand that, I want to be making sure I'm always, let's say, delivering content in a way that I can rename all my files in terms of my music content and everything I'm doing very quickly. And then I understand that no matter what, I'm understanding something now. I'm understanding that I just want to go and really, really do my life now. I want to do my life in a way that I never have to show myself to them. I want to make sure I'm learning my life over here. I'm showing myself validation here because I have something greater. And now since I have something greater, I want to be constantly uploading my nice and beautiful content online. And I want to make sure that I never want to wait about anything. I want to make sure I'm always delivering content in what I'm doing. So I'm focusing on making melodies, and I'm focusing on making sure that no matter what, I'm learning about music production and whatever I'm doing every single day. And I'm making sure I'm renaming those courses as they are, and I'm making sure that I'm saying always what it is. So I say over here is melody making, and because I'm doing I realize because I'm doing melody making, then just make sure either way I'm talking for everything all the time, and I'm understanding that no matter what, I'm giving that nice and beautiful idea of life, because the sound design and everything that I understand that I'm doing, I'm understanding that no matter what, I talk over it in a way that's helping me move forward. And I'm just understanding that I'm moving forward very, very quickly. And I understand that no matter what, that once I do that, I understand that I can do everything in subliminal language. So I understand that, for example, with my life over here, I'm understanding that what's important is I'm understanding how to really, really go and really, really, let's say, rename my courses and what I'm doing upon life to make sure I'm really, really enjoying my life. So as I enjoy my life, I'm always creating courses, and I'm actually renaming those courses in silent mode while watching my nice and beautiful courses in terms of music production in terms of silent mode. And I'm looking to see what kind of courses they are so I can actually promote it silently. So I'm actually typing on my nice and beautiful laptop while I'm actually doing an audio program, and I'm actually renaming all my courses really quickly so I can stay ahead of the game. So I understand that either way, that what I want to do is make sure I'm delivering a nice and beautiful content all the time, and I'm making sure that I can be heard and do my nice and beautiful aspects of life quickly, so I can sound design everything in a nice and beautiful way. So I understand that what I want to do all the time is make sure I have greater technology and what I'm doing every single day to have the best of life all the time. So all the time when I see what I can do all the time in different ways, I'm making sure that people can hear exactly what I'm doing all the time in different ways to make sure that I'm just the only one that's doing what I'm doing. I'm pretty sure there's nobody else that's doing what I'm doing. For sure, I'm unique. I'm doing something totally different than they're doing, because life is like that, and life is very different. And now, if you understand every single time that you're always developing yourself, and you're making sure that you're making sure you're speaking your program while you're actually renaming your music production content, is very important. So making sure that no matter what, I'm always making sure that no matter what, I'm just making sure I'm growing. I'm growing myself in a way that I can give content and everything over and over again in different ways, and that's the whole point, isn't it? I mean, the whole point is making sure that if you want to really, really lead people, then make sure that no matter what, you're speaking something about life coaching every single day about what you're doing, and that's it. I mean, make sure that is the only kind of way that you need to be doing. And either way, when you understand that no matter what, you're always learning, I love I, and then you're understanding that no matter what, that is the only type of difference every single day is focusing on your nice and beautiful content. And that way you're understanding all the time what you need to do all the time in terms of what you're doing. So focus on saying that if something takes so long to upload into YouTube and everything, and it takes so long to, let's say, export, then use your laptop and use other programs to do it. And then either way, you're learning how to actually boost your quality of mindset and boost your business over here in different ways. And people can see straight away on YouTube what exactly you're doing and how much you're doing it right away. So they never have to wait 50,000 years to see that. I mean, they can see it right now. So come into the nice and beautiful now and try to make sure everybody see now what you're doing. I mean, so that's the whole point. I mean, I can see that now. So making sure you have to have that kind of attitude and habit range right now to do that kind of whatever you're doing. And then understand that no matter what, as you're always learning about life, and just be always nicely showing people that it's always different. I understand that I'm always learning, and I'm always learning about what I do, about my life, and I'm focusing on understanding that I learn something very different all the time about what my life is, and I'm making sure that I'm learning very quickly upon what to do with my life in different ways, and I'm making sure that I'm learning very quickly about my life and how I'm actually structuring my life differently, and I'm making sure that I'm focusing on myself and my arrangement process and what I'm doing in terms of life and automation. So I'm understanding that no matter what, that as I grow, then I become much greater in terms of life. So I'm always understanding that my life is very different in terms of everybody else, and I'm understanding that no matter what, that I'm actually always making sure that I'm really, really pronouncing my word I everywhere, and I'm understanding that it's just that kind of day, isn't it? I'm making sure that I understand how everything is with Nick Vujicic, for example. I understand how he is in terms of life, but guess what? I mean, he can do this too. I mean, he can be able to go and do everything that I'm doing in terms of words. But there's no fucking limits, man. I mean, there's no fucking limits here. I'm pretty sure there's no limits. And you can speak everything in terms of words and be satisfactional. I can see that totally. I mean, and that's how I'm understanding now from his angle, and how I can be from his angle as well. And I understand straight away how much happier I can be now. I can be happier because of that as well. So I understand that if anything happens with those people, or in terms of anything that is happening with around that, then I understand that no matter what, that if you ever have anything to do with, let's say, doing a greater job, then make sure that you understand that no matter what, I can see exactly how I can live. So I'm understanding that no matter what, that I understand that no matter what, I always have a plan. I have a backup plan. I mean, have a backup plan for how you're doing everything. So always understand that you can always have extras, and you can always say extra one, and understand that when you understand that no matter what, that you're learning something about life, then make sure that no matter what, that people understand what you're doing all the time in different ways, and you're actually just learning something along the way. So as you're learning, I promise you're growing. I promise you, as you're growing, you're making sure that you're learning very quickly upon becoming great, and then understand that no matter what, that you have to go and upload really quickly overnight. And as you sleep, you upload content, and that's it. Understand? And that's the way. That's the best way. Then understanding it's much better than placing everything in your USBs where somebody can steal it. So I understand that. I love that. So make sure that you understand that you never ever place anything in your USBs. But make sure you upload everything online very quickly, and make sure everything in terms of your technology has all these passwords that nobody can get into your content and steal it. Understand? So that's the whole point. So we're focusing on understanding that if you want to go and improve yourself all the time, then we're focusing on making sure that everybody can hear us, and we can focus on delivering content. And now if you're delivering content all the time, then make sure you're using numbers to see what kind of content you can upload very much quickly, because of very much better for you every single day, and then focusing on understanding how quickly you can have anything you ever want. So there's no rush to do anything other than yourself today. So make sure you understand that, and make sure that you always understand that now I have 25 courses in my podcast, and I'm just saying how to do better than excellent. So how to do better than excellent. So no matter what, I mean, that's my course, and I realize that you guys can find it now online. So it's in my Mega Drive, so make sure that no matter what, that you understand every single day how to focus upon life And then make sure every single day that's what you do, and just really process all that content really quickly. And then either way, your podcast is going up. And now I have a podcast show, I have a video show, I have writing shows, and that's how I do everything. So I'm making sure now, since I'm doing that, I'm making sure that's kind of extra too over here. So I'm making sure that no matter what, if you go, I understand I'm always doing better than what I say. I'm making sure that I'm learning how to go and do better. Because what else do you need to do other than making sure that you're learning and growing? So I'm understanding now I have all the time in the world to do much more content about something that I want to do, and then I just realized that it's just that kind of world, isn't it? Because now you have to realize that you are just making more time for yourself, and because you have more time, then you leverage Mega Drive to make sure that you have more time, and that's how I actually do life. I promise you that's it. First now, every single day, that anything I understand, I want to make sure I have all the software to make myself more time and a star today than before, to update everything in much more real time to make sure that everybody can see what I'm doing very quickly. Then I understand exactly how I'm making courses, so people can understand exactly what I've done in my tracks, and it's very important now to show people no matter what in terms of what I'm doing really in terms of my courses over here. So making sure now that some guy is coming in the scene who's Danny Milivojevic and he's a trance artist, and who the fuck is he? Approaching now, people are making sure that no matter what, they're watching me, because I understand either way that I'm just the word I. And now since I'm the word I, I'm understanding that no matter what, I'm learning quickly upon how to actually absorb everything around me, and understand how much life coaching has helped. I understand how much life coaching is helping me. I'm understanding that now, so Jesus Christ can see how much life coaching can help somebody in terms of life, and I understand that it's more how much my life coaching is helping me, man. I understand. So if I was just a music producer, I promise you it's never the answer, man. I promise you the answer is life coaching. I promise you the answer is life coaching, but the answer is the word I understand, although that life coaching is much more than music production, man. I promise you I can do all these audios like this. I promise you it's so amazing. I promise you it's so amazing to be able to get to my level of whatever you're doing. So make sure you understand that it's just that kind of expansion, isn't it? That where I'm just focusing on delivering content in a way that's helping me move forward, and I'm focusing on understanding that is how I've improved my attitude very quickly. And then either way, I'm making new changes all the time, and I understand how people look at you very quickly, and they look at you very seriously, like they want to kill you or something, and they're looking too much at you, and they're focusing on you more than they are on themselves, and that's the scary thing about life. So make sure you understand that you're never around people who look scary to you, or people who are staring you and death staring you, man. Understand? Because if they see rich people around, man, they want to fucking traumatize rich people, man. I promise you. In that sense, so I can just see trouble. I can see trouble. In that sense, so stay away from trouble. I promise you, if you see trouble, then stay away from trouble, please. In that sense, so make sure you understand that what you want to do out of life is being a success, and then making sure that no matter what, that you place it as, every single day I place it as extra in a way that I'm making sure that I'm learning quickly upon what's going on. And then always just understand that the nice and beautiful Mega Drive is something just so amazing that it's saving so much time in life, and it's saving everybody's time. So I'm understanding that when I'm reading everything about life, I'm understanding that no matter what, I'm learning how to actually absorb what I'm doing in different ways, and I'm actually always extra nice and beautiful in my word I, because everything's the word I, isn't it? Because everything in terms of life that you need is a greater successful method. So if you're understanding every single day that you're learning how you're actually doing content and where you were up to and what you were doing, then you understand every single day how far you came. I came far all the time, so I'm understanding that no matter what, you must understand that nice and beautiful Coffs Harbour and Port Macquarie did really help me in terms of life. So I'm understanding I'm so thankful I did go. So that's the whole point, isn't it? Make sure you understand that if you want to go around the world and you want to travel, then make sure you're doing your content. Make sure you're doing audio programs along the way. And now I'm never wasting time. There's no wasting time anymore. Since I'm making sure that I never want to be a prisoner of any country, man. I understand that those people kill people, man. So I never want to be around there. I never want to be around them, because they see me in the spotlight, and then guess what happens? Or they just want to kill people. And so I never want to be around those people. I never want to be leading countries like that, because I see how Martin Luther King Jr. and Jesus Christ and Mahatma Gandhi and all that is doing it, but I'm still following Jesus Christ. I want to understand that it's much more I'm leading people in Jesus Christ manner today, but I'm doing it differently. I never want to be president. So I understand how that is. So I realize those pathways are something different, by making sure that I'm just learning very quickly upon my life. And what I want to do is, I'm a trusting resource. Yeah, I mean, just trust what I say in terms of be able to trust in yourself the most and question everything. I mean, question everything I say. I mean, question everything, please. I mean, make sure you understand to trust yourself only, but make sure you understand that you trust Jesus Christ only. I mean, trust Jesus Christ only, because I only trust I only. And I understand that what I say over here is very important. So make sure you understand I'm with you, I'm your friend. But what's important is understand that I'm giving you content, I'm giving you the truth of life over here. But making sure you understand to question everything as I'm saying, in terms of what I'm saying. I mean, question Jesus too. I mean, question everything. But make sure you understand to trust Jesus the most is what I'm saying. So you have to understand that is how you have to understand life. I mean, life is that kind of way, isn't it? So make sure you understand that when I trust Jesus the most, I understand that's the best way. By making sure I trust my word I now the most. I trust my word I the most, because that way I understand what Jesus means. And I understand that I can say it because I'm aware of what's going on. And now since I'm aware, I'm understanding now, I've woken up, I'm making sure that no matter what, then now I can just go and really dwell upon different aspects of life and what I've been doing and how I've been doing it. And now I understand that no matter what, I can see nice and beautiful music and it's progressing really quickly. But I'm going a different direction. I'm a different direction. I understand that no matter what, that these trance artists are losing. I'm pretty sure they're losing in life, I promise you. And I can see that yes, they have short-term fame. They have short-term fame. I can see that. But guess what? They have long-term fame too. But I understand that other artists are going to overtake them. I promise you. I see it. I promise you, other artists are way beyond them in life. I promise you. I promise you, there's other people who are going to make better music than those people. I promise you. Now, Armin van Buuren is a long-time legacy. I promise you. I'm a long-time legacy too. But guess what? I promise you, I'm much more of a better legacy than everybody. I understand. So either way, that's what I believe. I understand that I just keep it at that tempo, and I understand that I just go and really do life. I mean, isn't that the life when you believe you're the best legacy in the world? I understand. So either way, just live your life and do your content in a way that you're learning. I mean, learn to always understand to appreciate yourself and to just go and be great all the time. And you're understanding always that the word I is everything. And I'm always understanding I am the word I in everything in life. I'm making sure, and now since I'm actually always understanding no matter what, and I'm really understanding my life, I'm understanding now that I want to go and just live life. I want to live life differently. I want to make sure that there's something different to do now. I'm never wasting time. Even when I drive a car, I'm never wasting time, because now I have no time to read from them when I'm doing my content in terms of audio, man. But guess what? I can read from them also. I can. I never want to block my reading, but I want to make sure I'm talking more than reading from them. Now, why is that? Because I'm more important than those people. I'm more important than them. And that's how I see life. So I understand either way that what I want to do is, that is how I see life. So no matter what, then when I go and really do life, I'm making sure I can go and really see the I'm sussing out the times of everything I'm doing. I can see how life is going for me real quickly, and I can see how fast I'm doing this. I see Io and Avicii can see what I'm doing over here. And they can see how quick I am over here in terms of what I'm doing over here. I mean, look at that, huh? I mean, that's quick. I mean, I understand every single day. Now I'm really quick about life. I can say that no matter what, I understand Ziz as well. I understand Ziz can see as well. I'm just very appreciative of everything. I'm understanding all the time. Now I'm really doing everything, man. I'm just appreciating everybody. But what's amazing is understand now when you're really quick about life, I can see they just dream of this, man. I mean, their dreams of doing this lifetime, man. I mean, they're saying, I mean, you have to understand that I'm just something very lucky. I'm very lucky, but I am pushing myself to do this. I'm pushing myself to do it. I just have this great belief in I have this great belief in I remember 3 years ago, in terms of life, I remember just 2 years ago, I fucking stood up and I fucking said, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, I said, fuck this. I said, I'm making sure that I want to do better. I did start to fucking walk around the block, man. I was walking around the block. I was running up and down the fucking course, man. I was running up and down the fucking strip. And all these fucking nice and beautiful ways I was running around, man. I was trying to break records. I was trying to fucking do everything alone, man. I understand? And I'm still doing it alone. But I'm understanding now, since I'm understanding about life and how it is, I understand my course for singing is right here as well. I'm understanding either way, I let it be that way. But what I'm understanding now, since I'm understanding that I was running up and down the pitch in terms of the soccer pitch and trying to lose weight and all this, and I'm understanding either way that once I do something, I want to have a singing gig all the time, so I want to be able to sing in terms of what I'm doing, and I want to be able to hold my earphones in my piece in terms of my music, in terms of my earphones, and look at that. I'm making sure that no matter what that I'm learning very quickly, I want to make sure that my earphones are always in my ears when I'm singing, in terms of my laptop, in terms of with my laptop, with my piano roll. But that's amazing, man. I mean, I can see this imagery over here in terms of how quick I'm doing all that, man. I mean, I can see this full on, man. I realize now that's amazing, but guess what? I mean, every single time I'm learning very quickly. I say every single day I focus upon understanding that what I need to do is a greater way. And I'm not saying now that since I'm doing that, I'm doing arrangement and automation, and I'm making sure that no matter what, and sound design. So I'm focusing on that. I love my life so much that I want to go and realize something, that no matter what I'm doing, I'm focusing on naming my courses and uploading I'm uploading constantly online. I'm uploading constantly online something, because I understand there's so much more content I can produce every single day, because that's the way it is. So I'm focusing on understanding that there's nobody ever who's going to reach my status. I promise you. There's nobody ever that's going to do it except I. That's it. Now, every single time I'm understanding, no matter what, I'm learning very quickly, because people are arrogant. I mean, they're very arrogant of who I am. And that's why they're losing. I'm very early in the game, but I'm outliving them too. I'm outliving them as well. And it's never just in the short term, but the long term as well. I mean, it's a long term thing too. And they have to speak the words, man. They have to speak the words really quickly. And I'm very quick at 28 to speak like this. And I'm understanding that I'm understanding arrangement and automation here. So I'm understanding that no matter what, that since I really understand something, I want to see all the time exactly what's happening in my nice and beautiful courses. So I'm focusing on doing my nice and beautiful sound clips and what I'm doing all the time, because either way I want to make sure that I'm double checking everything and learning about life. So that way I'm understanding that I'm loving life and I'm always better than right. And I'm not saying that I'm just very quick about everything. So either way, I'm living life. I mean, if I die today, I never die today. I die in I only. I'm saying I'm only dying in the word I. I'm never dying today. I'm saying, but I can never die in the word I. I can never die in the word I, man. I mean, that sense. So what I do is I place extra 7. I'm putting extras in my nice and beautiful content over here, where something happens where the screen was never working that much, or let's say my nice and beautiful content in terms of music production, in terms of the screen recording, was never, let's say, doing its job in terms of moving around and seeing all this content. But then I place nice and beautiful extras in that column. So I want to always never reject anything, but I'm making sure that I'm learning very quickly upon what's going on around here. So I'm understanding that if you want to go and do something greater, I'm understanding that no matter what, that you learn quickly upon what you're doing. So if you're learning very quickly upon how quick you can do something, you understand that you're very quick about life, and then you're making sure that you understand I'm a music producer too. So nobody ever can even touch me. I'm a comedy individual. I'm singing. I'm doing fucking so much more than everybody else in terms of what talent is, man. I promise you. So what I need to do is I'm always making sure about different electricals and what's happening around the world in different ways. Making sure that my mobile phone is never touching the lock screen of the phone. So I mean, you guys can understand how you lock your screen for your phones and stuff. So I'm making sure my selfie stick handle is never touching that lock button, so I can understand that I can explain myself much better. So I'm understanding that no matter what, I realize that now, since I'm understanding, I'm really quick about what I'm doing, and then I'm understanding that no matter what, I just go and really pronounce everything and I upload everything online, and that way people can see the whole project and what I've been doing. And that's the whole point, isn't it? The whole point is making sure that you're learning very quickly upon what you're doing, and it's always back and forth and back and forth and back and forth with music production. But either way, you must understand that it's much more I'm learning from the whole situation, and I can see exactly what I'm doing over here. I can see exactly how my nice and beautiful content is going and erupting in a way that's all working out, and people can see exactly what I've done, and I understand that is how I grow. I mean, every single time I'm making sure I'm doing greater in life, and making sure either way I'm doing my content while I'm increasing my legacy, and I'm doing my audio content along the way. And I'm making sure that no matter what, I'm renaming all my files for my nice and beautiful music production videos. I've done the recording of all these videos and making sure that this is all nice and beautiful over here. So I'm understanding that's kind of like, I understand that it's a lot going on over here, man. I mean, whoa, look at this. I mean, the screen's fucking rotating all over the place, man. So that's excellent when the screen's rotating all over the fucking place. I mean, it means you're just doing great, and you can see exactly what you're doing. And I can see how fast that is, and I can see how much more content I have in terms of life, and how I can see, for example, I can go and copy and I can rename, I can copy a nice and beautiful file, and then I can go and paste that kind of name into another file, and then I can just make it some kind of different course right here. So I'm not saying that's what I do from now on. I copy and paste my same kind of names that I do with courses, and then either way I never have to go and rewrite it anymore. Makes sense? So either way I'm making sure that's how it is now. I'm making sure that no matter what, I'm learning very quickly upon what's happening now. I'm making sure that either way that I'm learning very quickly upon my life. So as I'm learning about my life, I'm making sure that no matter what, that I can go and just let it be, and I can say for extra in terms of knife, in terms of life over knife, I'm making sure that I'm learning how to go and do life in a better way. So I'm making sure that I'm always doing better on that, and I'm doing that all the time in a way that I'm learning how to pronounce extra, and anything that's extra in terms of my nice and beautiful content here, I just go and write it out, for example, because it's just a few letters. But I'm understanding either way that what I want to do all the time is I focus on understanding this is sound design, for example. So I mean, either way I'm brushing now. That's very important. Understand that. You must understand that if you go and really pronounce your nice and beautiful sound design or whatever you're doing into the planet, and you understand to just show people new music or whatever you're doing. People like cavemen and cavewomen today are so slow about everything. I understand, because that's how I see life now. I see life much greater than them, and I'm making sure that no matter what, that I'm learning very quickly upon making sure that I put some heater around here, and making sure always that I'm using all the energy I can all the time, make sure I'm successful, because it's very important. And now either way I'm making sure that what you want out of life is to be successful. So as you're successful, you shall understand how much time it is to just rename content, man. I mean, you understand? And that's why I was understanding why I was like that. I was so much like the nice and beautiful individual I was, because I understand that the time it takes to rename everything, man. You understand? So you have to understand that now I can do it. I can do it really quickly, because I understand that it's the key to my learning over here, in a way that I'm learning right now while I'm actually doing my audio content, and I'm renaming all my files while I'm doing my audio program here. So it's actually worth it for me to actually go ahead and do this. I understand. So now I actually see that. I actually see all this. So making sure either way I'm doing sound design here, or making sure that no matter what, I just go and realize really quickly now how much time really goes into something, man. I understand, although now I'm understanding that by the time somebody renames my courses, I realize 30 minutes is gone from their life, man. But I'm doing a 30-minute course and more in terms of audio programs while at it, and they're never even doing that. But I'm making sure I'm doing it. I'm doing 30-minute courses and more than that, while you're somebody who has to go and do that. But I'm not saying that they never ever do these audio programs while they're renaming their files. But I do my audio programs while I'm doing everything. And as you hear me now, I'm renaming for the past 30 minutes. I've been renaming my freaking courses in terms of laptop here. And I've been doing all these renaming of courses in terms of, I have so many courses. I have over 40 courses in my nice and beautiful programs here and more. And guess what? I mean, I'm renaming all the contents. I'm making sure that people can see this is sound design, and this is arrangement, and this is course 23, which is arrangement and more. And guess what? I realize either way, you must understand that no matter what, I'm doing better than all that. But I'm focusing on understanding that as I am renaming my courses, because I have many courses that I screen record with my music production, and I'm renaming those videos into courses, and I'm renaming which kind of videos they are, and people are wasting their time because they rename those videos, but they never do an audio program such as I here. I'm renaming those videos, but I'm also doing an audio program as well. But they're never doing that. I mean, they're just renaming the videos without doing the audio program. In a sense, so that's why I'm always getting ahead of whatever it is. So I'm understanding every single time. I just go arrangement, and I just let it be. I'm making sure that no matter what, I want to see what's actually going on around here. So I understand that no matter what, that as I'm doing content, I'll be making sure that no matter what, that my nice and beautiful files is happening. But that's sound design, and I'm making sure it's all the nice and beautiful show over here. So I'm not saying that as I do courses, I'm making sure that I'm learning very quickly upon uploading content very fast online, then I make sure that no matter what, I can trust I all the time. I can trust I all the time now. I'm making sure always I'm loving Jesus, I'm loving everything, I'm making sure I'm learning very quickly, and then I'm always arranging courses. So I make a folder where there's extras only, and people can find extras over here. So I make sure all the time that I make that kind of folder happen. And then either way that I just drag the folders and I drag my nice and beautiful content into those folders so that people can see exactly where everything is. So as I do something, I'm making sure that it's just that kind of way where I understand that what I need to do is just to create a life for myself. So as I make my content over here, I make sure that no matter what, that it's just that kind of way where I say extra, for example, and let's say extra, and extra is over here, making sure that people can see my new columns over here. So as I do extras, I'm making sure that no matter what, that I'm learning very quickly upon what's going on in my life and how I'm actually living life and how I'm actually doing my life very much greater than everybody else in terms of how I'm actually doing, exceeding expectations in terms of life, and I'm making sure how I'm doing greater than all other people. So just say your content in every single way possible as you're speaking, because that way you're learning very quickly upon what you need to do. Because that's the only way, approach the only way is understanding the best way. And the best way in life is making sure that you're making your courses start to finish if you want, but make sure that what you need to do is write your courses down over here, and either way people can see very quickly upon what's going on in your life. So if you really want to help inspire people, then make sure you understand how to really dwell upon what you're doing in a way that you're learning very quickly upon life, and you're making sure that no matter what, that people can understand you, and then you understand that no matter what, there's no embarrassing quotation mark on you, because you're learning very quickly upon what you're doing. And because you're always learning about your life and you're moving content here and moving content there, and you're making sure that is the way to go for you, then you're understanding every single time that you're actually moving quickly in terms of what you're doing. Then make sure either way that you're learning very quickly, that you can go and rename your content very quickly and understand that's 71 gigabytes right here. So I'm making sure that I save CPU. So what I do with my nice and beautiful Mega Drive is to go and save all the CPU I can by uploading everything into Mega Drive very quickly, and that way I'm learning very quickly upon what I'm doing. I'm making sure that I'm learning how to actually do the nice and beautiful sound effects here. So making sure that I'm learning how to go and just say that it's my nice and beautiful, let's say course, which one? I mean, which course is it? I mean, let's have a look. I mean, course over here. I'm making sure that no matter what, that I'm learning very quickly, so I can place my course over here as the course, let's say what? I mean, either way, what's important is making sure that I'm learning. I'm learning very quickly upon what I'm doing. As I'm learning, I'm growing. And I'm doing sound effects. So let's just say course 36. I'll say course 36. I'll say sound effects. Say sound effects with arrangement and sound design. And as I do that, I'm learning very quickly upon what I need to do, and as I do my content, then I succeed differently, and I'm making sure I'm always learning very quickly upon what I need to do daily to make sure I'm successful, because that's how you become successful, guys. I mean, you become successful through making sure you're creating content to help people as much as you can, and no matter what you're doing is you're learning that your content and your voice can never be a replica of anybody else, but you're unique in your contents, and you're making sure of that, and you're making sure every single time you have more and more and more. I mean, that's the whole point, you understand? But I see people how they want to be other people, and they want to look like other Muslim people. I mean, they want to go and look like ninja. I mean, I see the woman. I mean, they want to look like ninja, like their mom and dad. Understand? I mean, every single day now the dad supports ninja woman. Understand? But guess what? I support ninja woman too. But guess what? I realize they all want to look like ninja, man. Understand? I realize they want to show no skin color. I mean, they want to show only the eyes because they believe it's attractive or something. I mean, it's very ugly for me. Understand? So, what's ugly for me is understanding that I'm never ugly, but make sure that you're looking more beautiful than that. Understand? I mean, there's always a more beautiful way to look. Understand? And I promise you all the time, if you want to go and really be someone nice, then understand that I want you to show your skin. I'm never aggressive. I'm making sure that these women over here that look like ninjas. I mean, guess what? I mean, show your skin a bit. I mean, show your skin. I mean, show your skin and never ever believe your culture and religion and people and men in terms of life. I mean, go and believe what Jesus Christ wants for you. I mean, understand? I mean, I see those Muslim men. I mean, they want their woman to look like ninja. I mean, they want their men to look. I realize they want their woman to look like a ninja, man. I mean, what the fuck? I mean, I mean, fuck. I mean, and the women love that. I mean, the women love, and guess what? You have to love that. I mean, you have to love that. I love that. I love that. They want that. But guess what? I make sure you understand that it's much better for your woman to show herself and her skin all the way than for her to look like ninja and have just toenails showing. I mean, fuck. I mean, fuck me dead. I mean, in a sense, so I want to go and grow all the time. So I'm making sure I'm always looking great. I mean, in a sense, so that's how I am. I mean, in a sense, I mean, that's Muslim people. I mean, in a sense, but no matter what, I mean, that's just the truth. I mean, Muslim people want their woman to look like ninja, man. I mean, fuck. I mean, in a sense, so no matter what, that's the way it is. I mean, I mean, otherwise, I'm never fucking lying about that. Is it all Muslim people? I promise you, it's just Muslim people who want that. I mean, guess what? I promise you that I'm focusing on just the Muslim people over here. So I'm not saying that you guys can say whatever you want. I'm not saying that no matter what, that I understand the Kiwi people fucking have to show their tongues to people to talk. And they have to go, I understand how that feels, man. I mean, I see when Dwayne The Rock Johnson was telling, Dwayne The Rock Johnson was telling Bill Goldberg how he was raising his tongue and all that, and going, I understand that. I mean that's Dwayne The Rock Johnson's culture, man. That's how they talk, man. I mean, they talk like, I understand that's how they talk, man. And guess what? I mean, that's how it is, isn't it? I mean, the guy's tasting Bill Goldberg. Yeah, I mean, I understand Eddie Guerrero can see this. I mean, Eddie Guerrero can see how actually The Rock was teasing Bill Goldberg about the actual tongue because of the Kiwis and all the Samoan people. And guess what? I mean, either way, you must understand. I promise you now, that's nice and beautiful to understand that no matter what. I mean, come on, man. I mean, fuck, with his old, I mean, his culture is fucking doing that, man. I understand, so, I mean, why are you teasing your culture for? I mean, come on. I mean, why are you teasing your culture for, man? I mean, Bill Goldberg is promoting your culture, man. I mean, come on, man. I mean, you know what I'm saying? So either way, I mean, I know, so every single day, if you want to go and do a great life first, or I promise you, The Rock gets very angry at this one. I promise you, he gets very angry if he finds out about this, man. I promise you now, that's why I stay away from you. I understand, so what I want to do is focus on understanding that no matter what, I'm always learning. I never want to be around angry people. I understand, so I focus upon understanding that I'm always looking for nice and beautiful ways to learn and grow, because that's how I live life. I live life differently. I live life making sure that I'm honestly just enjoying my life. I say, Viva la raza! I'm always talking to people in eternity, man. I'm talking to people in ways that you can only describe. And since I'm understanding life, I understand how I really, really do life differently. And I understand how they were treating me over there at the hospital in Adelaide. And they were putting me like a schizophrenic. You understand? And they were trying to make me like a schizophrenic, man. And they were trying to make me like the biggest drug addict you've ever seen. And they did place me in rehab for fucking that reason, man. I mean, I went rehab 3 times. I understand, so it's because I understand either way, I'm living life anyway. But the thing about life is I understand now that if you want to go and understand something, then be away from hospitals, as Grant Cardone says. Because they put you in rehab for no fucking reason, man. I mean, you're never even sick and they put you in rehab. I mean, that's what did happen to me. I understand, and I'm honest about that. I have this kind of communicational skills in a way that I was just a bit, let's say, unaware about some things, but I was coming to the version of this. And they fucking put me in fucking rehab over there. And they fucking were lying to me the whole time. In a sense that they believe the doctors over you. And that's why I understand either way that they shall lose in life. And they're all fucking losing in life. And either way I'm learning very quickly upon just understanding something about life. So as I understand life, I shall succeed, because I understand no matter what, I'm giving you content along the way, and I'm also promoting myself along the way to live life. So that's the whole point. And the whole point is understanding I have to eat something too, because I've done a lot of content and I'm making sure I just do better. And I'm never getting angry. I'm never trying to be angry at you. But those women who are looking at me in this kind of regard because some other man or something that they believe that is more attractive or something, when they're just in their dreams, I mean, in their dreams, I mean, Jesus Christ says, I agree. But guess what? I promise you, it's much more understand that no matter what, that I just see that just unaware, and they believe, I mean, there's women out there who believe that other guys are much more attractive than you. I promise you. I promise you. And that's the sad, I promise you now, I'm never sad about that, but make sure you understand that no matter what, that you must look at everybody equally rather than who's more attractive. Understand? I mean, look at the life equally, and look at everybody equally. Understand? Because if you find more attractive people, then find yourself much more around the equal nature of life. Understand? And it's much more that you understand that. And that way you're focusing on a greater life for yourself, and you're focusing on making sure that everything can hear you out in a better way. So just talk to whoever you want all day long. And then you're focusing on making sure that your life is getting ahead of you all the time in different ways. So if you want to make sure that you're improving your life, then you're understanding no matter what that you're learning very quickly upon what to do. And now if you understand what to do in daily life in different ways, you're focusing upon loving your life always. So always love your life and making sure that no matter what that you're always abundance, and your abundance in ways that you're learning very quickly upon what you're doing. So if you want to understand your life very quickly, now understand that no matter what, how you have to promote yourself in the best kind of direction. So the best kind of direction all the time is understanding that no matter what, that you have to go and grow yourself into the best kind of person and individual you can be all the time, because that's the only difference. You understand? So you're always understanding. I say viva la raza. I say yes. I say no matter what, I can focus upon understanding that no matter what I do, I'm just in it for you. I'm understanding that. I understand that no matter what, I want to practice doing something that I've never done before. So I focus on understanding that it's much more how I feel about life. So if you're feeling froggy, Holmes, I make sure that no matter what, you understand every single day that you have to understand how to grow. Understand how to grow yourself. And then you have to focus upon understanding every single day that I'm talking to everybody. I'm talking to ghosts. I'm talking to everything in life. Understand? Because schizophrenia is things of life, and everything's schizophrenic in life. I mean, everything's schizophrenic except I. I'm never schizophrenic. I'm the word I, man. Understand? So make sure you understand I'm the word I. I'm never schizophrenic. I never consider myself a schizophrenic. But those doctors over there do consider myself as schizophrenic. Understand? Because they're stupid people. I was never saying that I'm schizophrenic. I'm never schizophrenic, man. Understand? So I never believe in schizophrenia, man. Understand? So that's how you understand life. But schizophrenia is people who have no word I, man. First, that's it. First, you must understand that. So I'm always focusing on understanding that it's I dino topia, and that is something that you have to go and focus upon. And I'm focusing on understanding that now, since I have all these nice and beautiful contents in that folder. I did rename it all. I mean, it's 119 gigabytes, man, of freaking files. I mean, 119 gigabytes of files I just did rename. I just did rename all of those files. I mean, it's a lot, yeah? I mean, making sure that no matter what, it's more than that. Make sure, either way, just make sure you're never limiting yourself on numbers. I mean, go and upload it. And now, because I'm uploading all of that content, man, I mean, that's a lot of content. And I understand that no matter what, it's a lot of content. And I'm not saying that because I say that, it is a lot of content. I mean, in a sense, so make sure you understand that it's more what's in the content that matters. Alright, now what you can do is making sure that every single time you're going to go and promote your content, so make sure you're using 2 phones to see what's on Mega Drive and then the content that you have upload online. So make sure you're always talking much more and more and more, and you're focusing on understanding that you leave your laptop open so you can understand to upload your content very quickly online. And that's how you understand life itself. I mean, life itself is uploading and always updating itself online in some way, shape or form, and you're making sure all the time that you're learning very quickly upon what you need to do to succeed, and you're making sure that your content is going uploading online, and making sure that no matter what, that you're learning something along the way. because it's very important. And now what is important is understanding that any content you have online right now is that you're succeeding, and you're succeeding in ways that you succeed differently. And make sure you understand that if you have no internet, then make sure you let your content be in your phone until you do have internet, and then upload it right away. And then just send, upload your content as soon as you have internet is what I'm saying. So always have internet. So make sure you understand every time I do something now, I'm always focusing on what's happening around my life. Now make sure that no matter what, I never want to waste time. I want to make sure that my audio content is always growing one way or another. I make sure every single day that as I focus on that, I shall succeed, and I shall understand now that what I want to do all the time is focus on a greater way of life. And I understand that when I go and do something, that I'm making sure that no matter what I'm doing, that my life is successful in some shape or form. Because when I understand life itself, I'm making sure that's the whole point. The whole point is making sure I'm very successful upon what I'm doing. And then I always have a nice and beautiful layout of what's happening around my nice and beautiful life in different ways. And then I'm understanding that no matter what, I'm learning very quickly upon how to go and really just do better. And because I do better, I'm understanding how to go and see what exactly is in my content all the time. So if you want to go back into your content somewhere, then make sure either way that if you risk it, then make sure either way that what you want to do is focus on understanding that you just let it be. Make sure you let it be, and focus on understanding that you can go and test your content somewhere else. And if you want to do that, you're actually winning. You're winning if you actually go and get 2 voice memos and test out your voice memos on some other kind of recording, so you can see what's going on. So if you understand that no matter what, then now I see straight away exactly what I need to do. Because now I'm focusing on understanding that it's just that kind of day, isn't it? So what I realize now is if you have 2 voice memos, and if you try to go and do something prior to what you're doing, then focus on understanding that now that you must understand to go and get your another phone, get another phone or get another technology piece to try that on with that recording or that technology while you're actually recording or using the program in your life, to make sure that you're never ever losing content. You understand? So never ever press anything that may also backtrack your content in a way that you may lose your content. So never lose your content. So make sure that no matter what, they're learning very quickly upon what's going on. So that's the whole point, guys, and making sure that you have much more tactics upon what you want out of life. So if you're ready to just go and deliver your content in ways that you're ready to just do your life in different ways, and just go and delete your content that you already did upload online, and make sure you're really quick about, make sure you're very quick about the notion of what you want in life. So what I need to do is I have to go and do better about everything. I'm making sure I'm always overcoming my demons and what I have in life. But make sure what you want out of life is to be successful in different ways. So I'm always focusing on a greater way for life. And I'm making sure every single day I'm learning very quickly on how to really understand to enable myself to succeed. So since I enable myself to succeed, I'm winning in this life, always. I'm always living because I understand how to live life much greater than other people, and understand how to be much more of a star than other people. So what can happen is understand that no matter what, the people may get so jealous of me and how I'm so successful that they may come and shoot me just because of that. And then guess what? I'm ready to leave anyway. I'm ready to go from this life anyway, man. I'm ready to do something different, man. In a sense, so people are jealous like that. People are jealous of your success, and then they come and kill you. And then guess what? You can see Jesus Christ. You can see Jesus Christ and how he is. You may say something about some nationality or something, and they fucking hate you. And then guess what? They come to kill you because you fucking said words, man. So that's how it is. So what you need to do out of life is make sure that if you want to eat, then go eat. I have to eat as well. I'm making sure that I'm very successful. I'm making sure all the time I'm focusing on my business and what I'm doing. And I'm making sure that I have so much more to do every single day. So I'm living life to the fullest. I have to do some real estate programs as well. So I'm focusing on understanding that I want my content to be delivering very fast. So that way I'm understanding no matter what I do, that my nice and beautiful content is just for you. So that way I'm understanding that since you are here, I'm understanding that no matter what, I want to go and really dwell upon changing my nice and beautiful SIM card now. I want to make sure that this SIM card is going to work, because guess what? Even though I did say that, I'll make sure either way, I'm making sure that I just use up this Vodafone one right here, So what I do is make sure every single day I'm never losing content. I'm saving money now, making sure I'm always learning very quickly about what's going on. But what I'm doing is I'm using a nice and beautiful, let's say, way of recharging my phones in a way that I never want to use auto charge on my phones while I'm actually doing something. So I want to make sure that I'm always progressing forward very quickly and understand straight away how people are and how mature they are. And I can see straight away. So I'm understanding that I'm always ahead of the game in maturity and what's happening. So I'm making sure that no matter what, that since I'm life coaching now all the time, which there are many people that never want to believe in what I'm saying. Understand? I mean, they hate me already. I mean, they hate me when I am so successful. Understand? So either way, because I'm so successful, I never need those people who hate me. I mean, just make sure you understand either way that I'm learning very quickly upon what I need to do. Alright, now, because I understand something about life, I understand that no matter what, that since I understand my nice and beautiful recharge process here, whereas now, what I want to do is I let go of it and I go and do something different because I'm saving money. I'm saving money this way. I'm saving money to be able to just start refreshing everything. And then I understand that now. Whereas now, if you want to go and do something, then understand to always get yourself discounts every single time and just change your number every single time and save money. So that's something that I can just write down, say. I just did save money, just making sure that my prepaid SIM card is different. And because I understand that way, I never have to recharge $30. I never have to recharge $30. I save $30 right now. Understand? And that way I'm understanding that no matter what, it's because I have already a SIM card plan already. So I make sure I save the prepaid vouchers and recharges. I say no matter what, I save some money here, and I understand that no matter what, I'm saving through my words and everything. So guess what? I mean, savers are never losers, because if I'm saving money and time, guess what, mate? I have much more to give you, mate. But what they're saying, really, I mean, what they're really trying to say over here, in terms of Robert Kiyosaki, what she's trying to say, never save plastic money. I mean, savers are never losers, man. He says the savers are losers. Savers are never losers, I promise you. Savers are winners. I save everything I can. I savor everything. I savor everything. I mean, do you understand that? I save as much as I can. I mean, Jesus Christ can understand that. But he's saying, never save plastic money. But he never states that. Or else he just says, savers are losers. No. Savers are never losers. I mean, savers are winners. But people who save plastic money are losers. That's different. He's trying to say plastic money. I mean, he's never trying to say anything else. But I'm understanding that. And now, either way, I'm focusing on developing my content. I'm making sure how I understand that's just a massive joke on Robert Kiyosaki. Come on, man. Yebo totats. I mean, wake up a bit. I mean, that's just a nice and beautiful way in Serbian to say, in terms of Croatian and Serbian, to say, I love you, man. So make sure that you understand that. You have to focus on loving something that's working for you in different ways, and then making sure that you go and recharge your nice and beautiful content somewhere else in a way that it's working for you, and then also making sure that your Vodafone is working. So if you want to activate something, then understand that Vodafone asks you right away to go and understand something about, let's say, recharging your nice and beautiful content differently. So understand that I can go and make a nice and beautiful, let's say, SIM card over here in terms of a range of nice and beautiful emails straight away, because I understand that now all I do to make a new email is I go into my nice and beautiful account over here, and I just say add another account. I say Google, and I make a really quick, let's say, nice and beautiful email of another sort of email, and it can be any kind of email, man. And I just realized I just go really quickly and do that. So I can use my Google account. I can make sure that no matter what, I'll learn very quickly how to do everything. So I'm saying that no matter what, I use my nice and beautiful email here to make a new email account. And I'm actually always understanding that now I'm never ever losing time about anything. I'm making sure I'm growing all the time. And I'm making sure every single time I can go and deliver. Because the whole point is just create a new account, isn't it? I make a new account all the time, and I'm focusing on understanding now that is how I actually go and just do and I never have to use other people's emails. I can just create a new email very fast with Gmail. And now since I do that, I'm teaching you very quickly about what I'm doing in terms of life while I'm learning. and I'm teaching you everything on the video program right away. And I'm actually always understanding to always just record all my nice and beautiful date of birth over here, and it's 992, baby. And I'm saying that no matter what, it's all the word Y. I mean, it's all the word I only. I mean, make sure you understand that I'm never ever learning anything other than the word I. I'm making sure I'm learning very quickly about how to really preach something about my life. And then I just go and create this one over here. So Gmail actually gives me the nice and beautiful random kind of Gmails that are going around. So I'm making sure all the way, that I just go and understand to just go and place my password here. I'm understanding that. I'm understanding either way that I want to let it be. I just let it be. Making sure I can always create a new email very quickly. And making sure that no matter what, that I'm always understanding, I'm never saying passwords to emails or Gmails that I never use. So making sure that I'm just making a new email account so I can make a new prepaid voucher. So I can make a new SIM card. In terms of a new number. And they always ask me for a new email. And they're always asking me for an email, but they never want to take my previous emails that I have and I have to create a new email. So they never accept my previous emails, is what I'm saying. So I just create a new email very quickly. And either way, I just go and make myself save money like that. I just saved $30 just now. I mean, I understand either way that since I do it, I set up an email with Google account. And Google is something that you need in terms of life. So you're focusing always on understanding that if you want to go and become much more, then you're focusing on understanding I'm a mega star. I'm a mega star of life because I can talk words. I have something to say all the time. I'm making sure I'm much more greater. I'm making sure that no matter what, nothing's getting in my way. I'm making sure every single day I go for the nice and beautiful better shoe shine. I'm making sure I understand that. I'm making sure that no matter what, I understand Jim Rohn. I understand every single day that no matter what, you have to always update everything that you have. And just always create a new account and make sure that no matter what, you make your emails before you go and create new nice and beautiful, let's say, ways of life. So what you want to do is never eat meat, but make sure that you're learning very quickly to go and understand to keep the nice and beautiful 12-digit code until you type it into your phone. So the 12-digit code is found inside of your packet of the actual Vodafone. And they do it like that, but make sure you understand either way, you must be learning from everything. So use that code all the time with the nice and beautiful vowels of what it says. So use the actual nice and beautiful notion of letters and understanding that no matter what, that since you're doing that, you're actually learning very quickly upon nice and beautiful everything that you're doing. And then you understand that no matter what, I understand what I'm doing in terms of reading. So I'm understanding I'm always reading much more than other people. And I'm understanding that no matter what, that since I'm reading I only. And my eye is everything I read. That's the whole basis. That's everything. Pow, 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 in a way that I'm blowing your mind away. I'm blowing your mind away in a better way. Whereas now, what's this? I realize now this is the nice and beautiful way of saying I. And then every single question is the answer of I. So just focusing on understanding that no matter what, that I focus on doing something different. I make sure that no matter what, I have plenty of internet now forever. I'm making sure that I make sure I made so much money on internet alone now. And since I understand that now they're giving me this much, I'm understanding that now I want to make sure that I do some auto recharge over here. And I have to do auto recharge with Vodafone so I can get some extra gigabytes over here. And I just say continue, and let's have a look over here. So I want to make sure that I change this plan and I want to see what's going on. I want to make sure that people can find my nice and beautiful way of life. So I want to actually understand, so I'm making sure that no matter what, that since my interest is going on, I'm making sure that no matter what, that I want to just understand that I'm just a doctor. And I say Dr. Danny Milivojevic. I say every single day. I say I always was going with Mr. before. I say I'm a doctor now. I say that it's much more better. I say 1992. I say my new number. I say contact number. Guess what? Just put any number there. Guess what? That's the way it is, man. Just make sure every single day I'm never misleading anybody because that's my number. Whereas now it is, but I'm making sure how. I'm making sure every single day that my new number is something new. But guess what? Those are my other numbers. Now guess what? I promise you I can't, because I understand that either way, that what's important is give people your previous numbers. Understand? So every single time you're learning something great, and you're making sure that you're learning the nice and beautiful way of life for yourself in different ways, and you're making sure that you're learning how to go and dwell upon something greater. And I am activating under my business, and now my business name and business ID number. I see now they want my business number over here. I mean, get lost. I mean, they're saying I never need to give them my business number. I mean, saying, I mean, guess what? I mean, they go overboard, mate. And just they'll be. I mean, they're asking me for how many prepaid services I have. I mean, just move on, mate. I mean, forget them. I mean, forget giving them the freaking ABN number, mate. I mean, what you do is giving them the freaking phone number that you had 10 years ago, man. I mean, that's and that's just. I mean, that's your number. I mean, that's still your number, man. I mean, you're just looking for a number. I mean, you're trying to recover that number somehow. And so, focus on understanding that what you need to do is find a course of change in the way that you're learning very quickly. And then understand that no matter what, this is how I do life. And understand that when I show anything, I show my passport. In terms of, I show my nice and beautiful, let's say, IDs. And my ID is my nice and beautiful driver's license. I show my driver's license over the passport. I understand that my passport's coming up and I have to get my passport soon. And now, either way, I realize that time's on my side now, because I have to type in my nice and beautiful driver's license now. And either way, the time's just on my side because I'm doing much more wording. I'm talking much more. So since I talk much more, I'm understanding that no matter what, I'm learning very quickly about everything. And I'm understanding that I have a Queensland license as well. So if the coronavirus happens again, then I can always go to my biological dad and also my Queensland. And I can go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. Understand? Because that's what I've done in the previous coronavirus, where they shut down all the freaking states. And I was in Sydney, and I can go to Queensland because I have a Queensland license. But I understand my biological dad lives in Sydney. So that's my excuse. But in the coronavirus, they opened the borders for anybody to come to Sydney. And that's excellent for me because I was in Perth. And I went to Sydney because everybody can go to Sydney. And then my biological dad lives in Sydney. But I have a Queensland license. And then I skipped the border over there because I have a Queensland license. Because in Cairns, somebody did steal my stuff over there before. And I had to go get myself a new license. So I get myself a Queensland license this time, just before the coronavirus. And then either way, I'm pretty sure I was always a New South Wales license. But this time I get myself a Queensland license. And then the coronavirus hits. And guess what? They closed down all the states. And I went to the nice and beautiful Sydney from Perth. And then from that point, I can always cross the border from New South Wales to Queensland because I have a Queensland license. But otherwise, those people who are living in Sydney who have no Queensland driver's license have no privileges to go to Queensland. But I have a privilege to go to Queensland because I had my stuff stolen in Cairns before and I didn't get myself a Queensland license, and that's why I was able to go to Queensland during the coronavirus. And then from Queensland, the nice and beautiful border of Darwin opens up, and I just go from Queensland to Darwin. And I went from Darwin to Alice Springs, and I went from Alice Springs to Adelaide, and I went from Adelaide to Sydney, and then from Sydney to Newcastle, and from Newcastle to Port Macquarie, then from Port Macquarie to Coffs Harbour, and then from Coffs Harbour to Brisbane, and then from Brisbane to Sydney. And that's my travels during the coronavirus. And now every single time, what I need to do is, and I'm using the government's money the whole way. I'm using Social Security the whole way. Understand? I mean, every single day they were giving me around $600 a fortnight. Understand? So make sure you understand that during the coronavirus they were giving me around $1,000 per fortnight. And then either way, I'm still growing. I'm always learning. I'm making sure then that number drops and they give me certain amounts of money. And either way, you must understand I'm growing all the time. So I'm always receiving that money, of course. I'm much more of a blessing when I do that. But I'm making sure I'm just giving you the story of how my life went. I understand now, since I understand the expiry date over here in terms of my license is some kind of number, so I'm understanding that it's all the word I. I'm understanding either way, I'm making sure that I learn very quickly. So I'm understanding that now. Whereas now it's something that it's a day, so I have to make sure that the day over here is 03 and 01 and 25 over here. Let's have a look at this number. Whereas now, either way, I'm learning very quickly. And now what's going on now? I'm making sure that no matter what, that this number over here is something that I have to learn. And let's have a look at this number now. I mean, what's going on? I mean, now either way, I'm making sure that no matter what, that I realize that I have to place 4 numbers in the dates of the year. So it's 01, or else now 01 and 03, and now I have to place 2025. But before I was placing 25. So I have to say 0103 2025. But before I was saying 01 and 03 and 25. But you have to say 2025. That's the thing. So now I understand every single time I find a new number, I make myself a number where there's more digits of the same kind of thing going. So I'm understanding that as I looked at these numbers over here, I'm looking with my communicational skills to remember the first number over here. And the first number is the best number. So make sure every single time you're learning very quickly upon what you need to do. So focus on understanding that every single time you make a 4-digit PIN code and make sure either way you're learning. And then turn up the nice and beautiful, let's say, setup of what? I understand that no matter what, I skip and continue. Whereas now I understand every single time I skip and continue this one. But making sure that no matter what, for my interest, I want to opt in over here. So I opt in and then I opt out right away. So what I do with Optus in terms of Vodafone is I opt in to give them my nice and beautiful MasterCard number to make sure I can get some extra gigabytes of content over here. And I'll make sure either way that I can see how much time passes by when you're doing this. And then either way, what I want to do is opt out right away. So I message them right away to opt out. And I opt out of the agreement to make sure that I never ever have them taking away money from my bank account. But I understand Jeff Bezos over there is looking to always steal my money. I understand Jeff Bezos is always stealing money from everybody. Understanding that? I understand that straight away. He's stealing content and knowledge from people as well. He stole my knowledge, man. I have fucking $1,300 I gave to have knowledge from people and books that I get from them. I gave $1,300 to get all this knowledge from Dr. Wayne Dyer and Osho and Jim Rohn and Zig Ziglar and all this content of audiobooks I have from them in my Amazon account. And guess what? I lost my number before. And he fucking closes my whole account, man. And those fucking books that I did get from them, actually he fucking stole it from me, man. You know what I'm saying? He fucking stole it from me because he did close my account. I mean, all my books gone, mate. I gave the money for it. You know what I'm saying? I promise you. I'll let it be. Either way, the guy's stealing content everywhere, man. What he does also is he makes sure that your content on audible.com is a 7-fucking-year contract, man. A 7-fucking-year contract. I'm making sure I'm taking that book off the audible.com. I'm making sure of it. You know what I'm saying? Because I never wait for anything. He never deserves that. You know what I'm saying? He never deserves that knowledge, man. You know what I'm saying? I deserve it. And that's never his knowledge. But he's trying to make money on everybody. You know what I'm saying? So make sure you understand that. I give you service. I give you service. I give you Amazon. I never care about your Amazon, man. And then he locks the book into a 7-year contract deal with him. So what you need to do is if you take him to court, guess what? You have to understand you never file a lawsuit on anybody. Never ever try to do anything like that. Make sure you just move on. Just give it for free. I say thank you, and I thank you. Move on. Make sure every single day, if you're doing these surveys that they want you to do, then make sure either way that what you want to do is focus on understanding that you just go and do you. Because people are wasting time, and I'm saying that no matter what, I'm never wasting time. So I'm focusing on my new number over here, which is my nice and beautiful A51 Galaxy number. And what I do is I place the number right away into my phone, so I'm understanding I'm never losing money. So either way, from that point on, I can see that either way, that what I want to do in a better time is just be able to just keep going with new internet, and I want to be able to have broadband internet all the way, where I have always internet coming in. And now I understand that it's just a recharge. I just want to be able to recharge and keep recharging, and that's what I want now. I understand that all this broadband stuff is all bullshit. I just want to make sure that I just recharge as much content as possible. But guess what? Approaching now, the deal is, I understand how they're doing life over here. So I have to get myself deals in terms of some kind of content where I can actually go and do much better to have all this internet coming in every single month. And I understand either way that if I do that, I can always afford it. And I understand either way that it's much better for business. So I'm understanding that I can get myself one of those plans where they can give me content or whatever, or I can get unlimited amount of internet data is what I'm looking for. And either way, I'm always winning. So this phone number here is my phone number for A51 Galaxy number. I say the date over here. I have to write the date, so the 27th of the nice and beautiful 4th of 2021, and I just let it be that way. I mean, that's my new number. I say with my phone number, I actually paste the phone number in terms of life, and I put I first always. I make sure that no matter what, that it's just that kind of life, isn't it? And now what I want to do is I want to understand that no matter what, that since that is nice and beautiful, I want to place my nice and beautiful number with my nice and beautiful phone over here, where I place all I have in terms of life into my word I first. And it's always, I start this way in terms of life with my numbers now, where I mention the word I first and then my phone number in terms of my nice and beautiful phone type, in terms of my phone type module. And then what I do is I say I 51 Galaxy number, and then I understand now what I do is I start with the I first with the nice and beautiful module of the phone and the date of what kind of phone I have with the new number, and that's it. And that's how I make my new numbers now. Whereas now what I need to do is make my nice and beautiful Instagram work. So I understand that I'm always constantly working, aren't I? I'm learning how I do have internet now. I do have some internet now, so either way, what's important for myself is I understand how much time can actually go by very quickly when you're actually doing all that. But now I understand I'm never losing time by making sure that in other ways, yeah. I mean, in other ways, I'm losing time in other ways. So I'm understanding that now. I'm understanding that in other time, or in other ways, I'm losing time, but I'm never losing time. I'm understanding that now. So what I want to do is boost the time in my life. I want to make sure I'm restarting my nice and beautiful content over here. I'm making sure that I'm never losing anything. I'm making sure that I'm really understanding now that in other ways you have to understand how to really boost your content in other ways. And now either way, I'm making sure that now I'm making sure that all the time I focus on loving my life in different ways. So if you're focusing on loving your life in different ways, they're going to check does Vodafone actually internet work or what's happening with them in terms of life. And now these people are giving me what? I mean, they're giving me 15 gigabytes of data. I mean, either way, they're giving me some data over here. I'm making sure that no matter what, that now, I want to opt out. I want to make sure I opt out. So what I do is, I think it was 1256 or something. I mean, make sure that I understand something about life. So what I want to do is go on nice and beautiful content over here in terms of Google, and I want to say opt out of Vodafone. And since I opt out of Vodafone, I make sure opt out Vodafone. And since I understand to get that number and what that number is, I understand it's somewhere around here. I understand it's right here. So I want to make sure to write that number down, and it's actually some number over here. So let's have a look. I mean, I'm only ever focusing on making sure that this number is the only number now with Vodafone I ever have in my life again. I'm never again with Vodafone because I never ever did satisfy my queries. I'm not saying either way that I'm just always never apologetic for that. Making sure that they never gave me the service I deserve, man. Makes sense? So if none of them give me a service, man, I just make sure I go without SIM cards, man. I promise you. I go without SIM cards. I never need SIM cards in this lifetime, man. Understand? But the internet, versus the internet is different. I can get wireless internet. I can get wireless internet with something different. I can get my laptop internet. I can get wireless broadband, and I can understand that now. I can understand that no matter what, that my laptop alone can have internet on it, and it can charge up everything for my phones, man. Understand? And it has better signal as well. I mean, all I do is just say no ATR. I say no ATR in terms of something like, in terms of what they need, and either way, I make sure that I'm learning something quick upon my life very quickly to understand that it's just how much time goes into delivering new phone content to save some money, man. And that is what I mean about plastic money, man. Never save plastic money. And that's why I'm saying that Robert Kiyosaki says that. Never save plastic money because it's such a waste of time. But then the banks and everybody, all of them, are trying to kill away your time and trying to make you lose like this. Understand? But they're the ultimate losers, and they lost because I have a better life always. Making sure I understand that. So when I actually understand something about life over here, I understand that what's important for myself is to go and really dwell upon giving them that nice and beautiful whatever they need in terms of life. Because when I really dwell upon making sure that they deserve something, which they always give you problems, don't they? Whereas your Vodafone is so cheap, man. They're cheap people, man. I mean, make sure you understand that no matter what I do is I'm actually always understanding that nobody's cheap, but everybody is good. I mean, everything's good. Make sure always I'm learning very quickly, but I never want to be with Vodafone again. I mean, do you get my understanding? I never want to be with Vodafone again. I mean, there you go. I say over here now, either way, I'm making sure that no matter what, that since I'm doing all that, I am learning to just really, let's say, do my life much better now. So that's all done, and I have nice and beautiful internet. And let's have a look. Honestly, does my internet work now? Because my internet was never working with Vodafone before. But my internet now, to see is it working, I want to see the nice and beautiful queries of here, and understand either way. I want to see what's going on now. I mean, are they screwing me over or what's happening? I mean, either way, I want to restart my phone. I want to restart the phone once and for all to see what's going on with Vodafone, because suddenly I can see that they are never even giving me the service that I deserve now. I mean, make sure that no matter what, that I realize something now. Whereas if that's the case, I promise you, that's definitely again that I'm never again going with Vodafone, because there's such kind of individuals like that. Whereas you must understand, they never did give me the service. You understand? So when they never give you service and you give the money, they never give you back. I mean, they never try to even send you a bonus or anything like that. They don't fucking care about you, man. You understand? And either way, you must understand that if you go a Love Live, if you go throughout life where somebody never gives you a service and you're just doing better than them always, and in eternity, you're going to always be able to be saying that you guys never gave me a service. And that's it. I mean, make sure you understand that I'm in plus over here. I'm in a plus always, my life. And I'm always making sure that no matter what, that I'm learning something very great now. I'm learning how it was to be without internet in that time. So that's the kind of nice and beautiful wisdom I did get from that point of view, where I was without internet for 1 month. And I understand how that kind of life is now. So I thank Vodafone for that. So I'm always learning very quickly about what's going on around life and how quick everything is happening. So once I go on the internet now, I understand that no matter what, I want to try this now. But I see how around Australia, what is going on around life. So the internet's actually working now. I'm saying there's just that bad reception over there, man. I mean, over there's bad reception. So what I want to do is let it be. Or to let it be. I can always understand now, but just let it be that way. But making sure that now I focus upon something different. I'm making sure I always have much more to do. And I'm making sure I'm always checking something always with MyGov. I'm making sure I always have something much greater to do. And I'm living life to the fullest, man. I'm making sure I always have some kind of nice and beautiful progress. So that way I focus upon my life quickly. And I'm looking to see always to see what we are doing around life and what kind of messages are coming in. So I can focus upon those kind of messages about life in any kind of time. So I can understand something about life for myself. Always been making sure that I'm staying on top of my calendar as well. So I understand that since that's the case, I'm always understanding that there's always much more to do. But making sure that if you want to do something very great for yourself, then you're focusing on making sure that your life is much more in terms of what you need. But that's how I felt. And now I felt very, let's say, poor in a way that I was losing time in a way that I understand now. I understand it's because of how my circumstance is. But guess what? I realize I'm improving in other ways now. I'm learning to see the life of what I'm saying in other ways while I'm teaching it out. And either way, that I see how much people are trying to pin people down for everything that they're doing. And what you need to do is I, and then understand that no matter what, I'm always learning very quickly about what's happening. So as I'm learning is I want to check my nice and beautiful calendars always first now. I'm learning something about life very quickly. I'm learning to just make sure that I'm always learning how everything goes. So that's why I have a win over here. I have a win over here to see what's happening in terms of my life. So before anything happens, I want to be making sure that my nice and beautiful phone is always updating me at 9 o'clock in the morning about the day in terms of what's happening in the day. But my other phone has a nice and beautiful calendar. So I want to see, did I write it over here? So I understand I have 2 calendars that I go by. And both of my phones have calendars. So let's have a look over here. So I'm saying I never even wrote it here. So what a win. I just won over. Won over in everything. So I'm always making sure I'm double checking everything in terms of what I'm doing, and I'm making sure that no matter what, that you guys can hear me. And either way, I want to see this over here. I want to be making sure that I'm checking both calendars, because I'm running my calendars in a way that is working for me, so I can be ahead of the content and what's happening. So since I'm doing that, I make sure every single time I'm focusing on a greater life, and that's what you need to be doing. You guys need to be doing a greater life for yourself. Are you guys able to do a greater life for yourself? For sure, isn't that the point? The point is making sure that whatever you want out of life, that you can succeed in different ways. So if you want to make sure if you want to make sure that you go and study upon some kind of public holidays out there where you have to report your nice and beautiful earnings of life in terms of Centrelink and that. Make sure you understand that no matter what, that you're always learning that, and you're learning something where you have to report no matter what, in whatever's going on, you're reporting always what you have in terms of life, in terms of everything, and making sure that you're always better than that, and making sure that no matter what, that you're learning the quicker art of function. And I say over here, I say Centrelink reporting. And now since I understand that, I realize that no matter what, I'm learning how I win again. I win again somehow. So I'm understanding that way, I'm really learning something about life. So I understand it's a public holiday on the 10th of May. The 10th of May is a public holiday. So since I do that kind of nice and beautiful aspect of life, but it's actually the nice and beautiful job search. So I understand job search is due on the 9th of May. So I understand that no matter what, I'm always doing job search around town, because my job search is my nice and beautiful way of saying that I really understand something now. I'm just letting it be now. I say Centrelink reporting right here. I'm understanding that no matter what I want to understand about life is understand every single day that you go and really, really understand that what you do about life is success. So understand that I'm just ahead of the game even more now. So what you want to do is always focus upon something that you're learning. So what you're learning is that you're ahead of the game regardless. So make sure every single day that if you're always somebody who is studying the game of whatever you're doing, then check your nice and beautiful content in terms of messages on the applications or the phones. If you understand they send you an email, and just go into the application also and just check the email to see what's happening and why they're sending you a message. So that way you understand that no matter what, that you're learning very quickly upon what you're doing. But I have no shame about the words of everything. That's all words. What are they saying about you? It's all words, man. Words are nothing other than the truth. In a sense, everything is truth. Everything is truth. But guess what? Make sure you never let it harm you. Make sure you understand that everybody's talking crap about me. But that's the truth, isn't it? Of now, I'm the truth. I understand it's never crap, but what's amazing is when I talk about you, it's love. It's loving you. They're loving you in some kind of way. So what you do is learn to appreciate. Learn to sleep while you're actually learning how to go and upload all your content while you're sleeping. And then just be doing your life coaching all day long, because that's something that's helping you to move forward in every single endeavor. But today I'm understanding exactly how fast I can actually do content and what I can do much quicker. And life is just becoming nice and beautiful for me in different ways now. And people are just wondering to see, what am I doing and why am I holding the phone in life and what am I exactly doing in life. So as I promote myself a la vie, now every single time I'm making sure that no matter what, I have much more to say and much more to do. So I'm making sure that I always understand a better you. So what you want to do about life is understand that you want to be changing your address and be going to different addresses of the planet very quickly, and make sure you understand that nobody can catch you when you do this. So make sure you understand that every single situation you can think of, just understand that no matter what, you think about you only, and make sure that no matter what, you're focusing on making sure that your nice and beautiful way of life is successful. So stay ahead of the game in every kind of endeavor, and just go through small goals and make sure that I have no shame about my life. I promise you, Jesus Christ understands how I live life. So it's much more that you understand that you just go and enjoy your life in different ways, and you're making sure that you're uploading your content in different ways, and just be able to upload everything online very quickly, and then understand that no matter what, that you're just much better. And since you're much better about everything, you understand that no matter what, you organize your content quickly and then upload your Instagram photos. And I understand no matter what, I have to also go and do much greater. So I understand that it's much more how I feel about life. So how I feel is that I want to go and do greater. about everything I do. So what I do is I focus on just making sure I'm learning very quickly about what I'm doing, because the nice and beautiful art of being able to promote yourself very quickly is the best kind of format. So I'm understanding that if you promote yourself very quickly, then you deserve it. I mean, you deserve to promote yourself quickly in life. So every single time, I now understand that I'm always ahead of the content and what I'm doing, but I'm never going backwards. So I'm understanding that all I'm really uploading now is I can say in words in the audio program for you. And either way, that what's important is understanding that the images is very important. So recording the screen over here to just show the crowd very quickly upon what I'm doing over here is something different. So let's have a look over here in terms of life. And I'm understanding that no matter what, you guys can understand that my nice and beautiful recording over here is happening while upload this nice and beautiful content into another friction. And I'm making sure that no matter what, that it's just that kind of way where I just go and upload even the images that I'm always uploading the images of life. So if I'm doing that, then guess what? I realize that it's just that kind of day. I understand that no matter what, that if you're uploading everything online about you, then guess what? I mean, it's already online, isn't it? I mean, if it's already online, then why are you showing people other videos of yourself? I understand? So make sure you understand that either way it is. I mean, it is. So why you actually understanding anything about life is just you, but make sure you understand you have to enjoy yourself, and make sure you have to understand to always report yourself in a better way. But if everything's going online, then why are you actually making videos again? I mean, why? I mean, what for? But it's just a phone kind of thing. I mean, it's a phone kind of thing. And now, because it's a phone kind of thing, I mean, it's different, isn't it? I mean, it's different. So make sure you understand that if you want to do that, I mean, guess what? It's a different way to understand what's going on in your phone. But I understand either way that it's something different, but guess what? First, there's no need for that. First, there's no need for it. First, there's no need for it. First, I understand that no matter what, I can feel that I can move forward. I feel that Jesus Christ says over here that you can just move on. Because I understand either way, I can feel it. I can feel I never need to do screen recordings like that anymore. So I'm learning how to just do content like that. But if you want to say something in those nice and beautiful screen recordings, it's different. I'm doing it in audio anyway. I'm making sure I'm making sure I'm moving forward. I mean, that's gone from my life. I never have to do these screen recordings anymore. But I'm making sure every single time that what I'm doing about life is I'm focusing on something greater. So I can just delete it now. I just delete it now. Because that's how it is, isn't it? But making sure that my voice is in there. So, whoa. Otherwise, I never want to delete my voice. But making sure every single day how much I really love my voice. So, that's the whole thing. I mean, I just let it be one more video and let it be now. Making sure now, if you want to go and do something nice and beautiful for yourself, then make sure that you're understanding how to actually vibe with yourself. So every single day, understand that what's important is understanding that your love for yourself is the most important. So if you're understanding how to actually grow and actually how to go and do what you need to do to succeed, then making sure all the time that you understand that no matter what, I'm successful in my endeavors in terms of what I'm doing. And I have 200 business cards in my pocket right now and more. And I'm understanding that it's just a whole nice and beautiful bunch of business cards that I'm understanding that no matter what, that people can understand this right here. So since people can understand what's going on, I have a photo I can show people as well. I can send photos to people to make sure I can do something, but guess what? I just do eyebrow. I mean, I understand. I want to get ahead of them very quickly. I mean, they never need to see this, man. I mean, make sure I understand that I just want to promote my nice and beautiful business cards like this. So I'm making sure that when you are promoting yourself, that people can see exactly. So if you want to promote your nice and beautiful business cards to people, then understand that no matter what, that you do a smile in terms of a video. So if you're doing a nice and beautiful photo of yourself, then pause the audio content and do a smile. And understand that if you're smiling, then how are you going to talk when you're smiling on a nice and beautiful photo shoot of yourself? So just pause the audio content and then go and do a photo of yourself and smile, and then unpause your audio program and start talking again. So I realized, so that's the way. I realized now, either way, I realized that what I can do is I can always show my biological family everything in terms of what I'm doing, but I understand either way that I just go and do that nice and beautiful aspect. So what's amazing is I can focus on understanding that I can show anybody content right now, by making sure either way that what's important is always focusing on my nice and beautiful business. Because when I have business to give, I understand that they can always see my nice and beautiful content and what's going on. I'm understanding that I always send this nice and beautiful content to everybody, and that way they understand something about life very quickly. And that way I'm understanding that when I go and really say something about life to people, I'm always focusing on understanding that there's always much more that I'm learning. I'm learning something very quickly about people, and I'm understanding that no matter what, that yes, I say, why not? I say every single time I'm focusing on understanding that I understand that no matter what, I love everything. And since I understand every single day of my life and how my life is going, I'm making sure that I'm never wasting time. I'm understanding that I'm always learning something about life. I'm making sure all the time I have something more to say, and I'm understanding all the time that either way, I promise you that's all different. I promise you that's all different. I promise you, make sure you understand that if you want to send it to someone specifically, then make sure you understand that you go and send it to your biological family, and that way you understand that they want you to understand every single day that they do love you, and your biological family does love you. I mean, make sure you understand that this guy over here can go somewhere else, and understand that either way, I'm learning something very quickly. I'm learning how to actually promote myself all the time, because what's important for myself is learning how to block some people from my Facebook over here. I never need them, man. I never need that guy, man. I mean, come on. I mean, I understand this guy over here. I love everything. I do love, but make sure you understand an article, for example, in terms of this guy. Make sure that no matter what, I go and elaborate who they are all the time if I want to, but make sure that they're nothing to me in life. So I'm making sure I just go and grow, and I just block all the time these people. I mean, I block them very quickly because everybody sees what I mean. I love everything. I realize every single day it's just that kind of life, isn't it? I mean, make sure all the time that if you never want other people in your life, then just go and block them, and that's it. I mean, it's so simple. So every single day I'm focusing on something greater for myself, and I'm focusing on loving myself in ways that I can promote my nice and beautiful content to people. Whereas now I understand that no matter what, that I can forget about that guy. I understand that no matter what, that I realize Antonia is somebody I can promote to, and I can show her content. But some other people, nah, they never care about me, man. Understand? So every single day I'm focusing on understanding that either way, I'll show you something now. First, they do understand something about I, but just because they do, I want you to see this now. I want you to see I never need to care about them. I never need to care about them because I understand that they are somebody who's letting I go. Understand? So guess what? Actually, it's much more how I feel it. I feel it. So what I want to do is I promote it to my biological mother. I send her some content over here. I make sure that she can see what I'm doing. And I'm always understanding that I can always do this. I can always make sure I can send some biological family some content about I, and that way they can see what I'm doing and whatever's happening with my life. And then I understand that guy deserves it. I promise you. I say Mandic. I realize that either way, guys, that what's important is if you send her content, I'm approaching now, that's different now. Approaching now, she's on Facebook, approaching now, go. Approaching go, you can send her. Approaching now, I realize my grandmother, because my biological grandmother is on Facebook. I understand now, they never ever say anything to me, but making sure either way, that what's important to me is I can see now where she is. And now I understand that when I do this, I want to see her nice and beautiful way. And she did block me. I mean, she did block me on Facebook. My grandmother did block me on Facebook, man. I mean, let it be, man. I move on. I let it be. I move on. Do you see that? I mean, guess what? I mean, let it be. I mean, guess what? I promise you, although she never talks to me either. I mean, my biological grandmother never talks to me, man. I mean, Jesus Christ can see that. I let it be. I move on. I forgive her. I love her anyway. I move on, man. I mean, every single time I understand that what's important is understanding that no matter what, I'm learning something all the time. I have heart, man. I have heart. So I'm always understanding that no matter what, I want to go and do greater. So I'm understanding I let people just pass away. I let her pass away quickly. I never want to see her again. I never want to be with my grandmother anymore. So what I do is I go somewhere different. and she can watch me from eternity if she wants. I love everything. I make sure every single time I'm very strong. So I'm not saying now that I just focus upon learning something much more, but what's important for myself is understanding that they're just people, man. They're just people, but you have to understand that if you want to promote yourself differently and you want to focus upon something different, then just focus on something that you want to understand about life. I mean, they're unaware about what they're doing. In a sense, so what you want to do every single day is they feel they're joking around about that. They feel they're joking around, for sure. But nah, for sure, that's how I feel. I feel all that, but they're never joking around that they never want to see you again. You understand? I mean, that's how it is. So make sure you understand that they are so mature that they feel that they're joking around about that. But it's never the case, for sure. For sure, there's some other people are really, let's say, they're leading me here and there, but I'm making sure that no matter what's important for myself is these people never ever give me any kind of value in terms of what's happening. So, I mean this guy over here, apparently this guy I can block right away, because this guy never ever has anything for me in life. I just don't be, man. I move on. Make sure I'm just deleting people from my life that I just never want to talk to, and that's it. Approach now with her, I just let her be. Approach now. That one there is actually somebody that I'm understanding that she's gone. I love her. Approach now. What I can do is understand that either way. Approach now is the time to just make sure that I can just go and do it now. I mean, just do it. I just let her be. I just understand something. It's much more how I feel. I mean, I feel that she's gone from me. So I understand that since she's gone and I can see her attitude toward me. I mean, I never need her, but she should. I mean, we're never even friends on Facebook. I mean, tell her to get lost. I mean, that's it. And what I do is I just focus on a greater life. I focus on these people. I see this guy over here. Say this guy has nothing toward me in life, so I understand that no matter what, I can go and delete him, man. I'm blocking these people very quickly, because when I block them, it's much more happier. I'm happy in the process to never have them in my life ever again. I never need them in my life, so I just go around blocking people. I mean, in a sense, so that's just a nice and beautiful, positive way to say I'm growing in different ways. So every single time I'm learning now. Every single time I'm learning how to understand that guy there. Now he's somebody that helps me in some kind of way. I mean, this guy here, that guy, nah. This guy is somebody else. I'll let him be. I mean, every single time I'm focusing on understanding that these people are other people. And this guy over here, this guy's something different. Make sure every single time that when I look at people, I'm making sure I'm always finding this one here can go somewhere else, man. I mean, I never need this one, man. I mean, she a wine dweller, man. I mean, she drink wine too much. I never need that, man. I never need a wine dweller around me. I mean, every single time I'm focusing on something all the time. So when I focus on something else, I approach this one here. This one here is another shifty one. She's very shifty to me, man. I focus on blocking her, man. I never need her in my life. I never need her again in my life. She's so shifty to me, man. So that's what I do on Facebook, and I understand that I just go blocking people. And since I block them, I understand I never want this guy in my life. I never want this guy in my life, because that guy is so arrogant, man, toward me. And I understand that how you treat people is everything, guys. I appreciate people remember how you treat them. I remember these people straight away. I straight away remember how they treat me, man. So I'm teaching you along the way how I feel about these people. Now this guy is honest with me. I can say no matter what that this one over here is actually honest. I can say either way. Or else this guy over here. Whereas now he is somebody that is actually moving away from me now. Whereas now, because he's moving away from me, I block him, man. I don't care about his life. I understand. So I understand no matter what. I'll show you something now. Now I focus on him though. I understand his father is with me, or his father's with me, but he is gone, man. He's a drug addict now. I move on, man. I can see that. I love everybody, but he talked too much, man, in drug addict way. You understand? So I focus on understanding I never need him in my life. You understand? There's a big difference. I love everybody. I love him still. I still love him. I never want to be around him. I go. And that's it. Now, what I do with this guy over here, this guy is different, or I let him be. I'm very honest with myself over here, and she is somebody I let her be. I understand that either way. Approach that guy there is somebody different. Approach now that guy there. Approach now he's different. Approach he's different. I understand either way. I can see these guys. I can see who is great to me and who's actually very, very, let's say, shitty with me. So this guy over here is shifty with me, man. Actually, this guy's very shifty with me. I focus on just blocking his phone calls and everything about him. I block everything about him, man. I never want him around at all. Understand? So I never want to kill him or anything. I focus on something different. Whereas this one here, I rather understand something about her that I already understand something about her now. I never want her in my life. I never want her in my life. Russia, she dishonest with me. I mean, this one's somewhere overseas, man. I never met her in my life, but I never want her in my life. Russia, now that's it. I never care about her. Russia, now all that nice and beautiful knowledge is all I move on, man. I understand. So every single day, if you can retrieve some content with yourself and understand the word I is everything. Russia, now guess what? Russia, it's much more how I feel. I mean, I have a new feeling here. I mean, everything is I. I'll never be that way. I go and understand that these people here is different by making sure every single time that these people are people now understand that they are leaving my side over here. So what I want to do is I block them right now. I mean, they never even want to talk to me. So what I do is I make sure this right now. I never go see them again. I make sure I block all of them now. I mean, get lost from my life. And that's it. But you must understand that. But now, guess what, Roshi? It's much more how I feel. That I feel that these people never want me around. And what I want to do is I just fucking block all of them. I mean, good luck, man. I mean, good luck about your life. I mean, so what I do is I focus on understanding that since they never want friends around, and since they never want people around, Roshi, this guy here, Roshi, this guy's something different, but he never ever wants to communicate to me, man. So I realize he is shifty to me now. Or she's very shifty to me. So what I want to do is I focus on understanding I never need him in my life. I never need him in my life. So I focus on understanding that now. Guess what? I focus on blocking him right now. I don't care that he's a freaking prime minister or some shit of Toastmasters. I don't care. I never care about him that he's a prime minister or some fucking leadership guru or some kind of head coach or some shit of Toastmasters, man. I never fucking care about him, man. I mean, since he fucking never wants to reply to me, even a good hi or anything, I don't fucking care about him, man. I mean, that's it. I mean, either way, I realize that no matter what, I realize that as soon as they never want to communicate back to me, I understand that they're just so shifty to me, and that's it. I mean, this guy over here, Proshu, he shifted to me now too. Proshu is very shifty to me, and that's it. Proshu, when I write you a message and you never want to reply to me, Proshu, I understand you check your messages all the time. I mean, guess what? I mean, goodbye. I understand. So that's how I see it. I mean, that's how I see it. And even though they were my Toastmasters before, I mean, I never need them in my life. Proshu, that's how it is. So if you never reply to me, Proshu, I'll just block you, and that's it. Proshu, I never take your shit in my life. Proshu, now what I do is every single day I'm focused upon going around and just blocking all these people. I just never want to talk to them ever again. I understand? I mean, good luck for the next 72 years, mate. I'll make sure I live longer than that anyway. I live longer than that. I'm making sure I'm blocking people very quickly, and I'm making sure that that guy there is somebody who's very shifty with me all the time. I never want him around. I never want him around me. And that's how I see he's a drug addict. I move on. And now, since I understand that, I'm learning very quickly about what's happening around the world. And that's how I am. I'm just understanding something I love life. Whereas now, this guy over here, whereas he's good with me now, I'll let him be. Whereas he does reply when I can say when I write a message, or I can say he replies. And now these other people, whereas this guy over here, I did block him because he's very shifty. I'll let him be. I see this guy over here, I see this guy here, which is very shifty with me. Which that guy's very shifty with me, I wrote blocking right now. I never need him in my life, man. I never need his Hoxton Park Serbian club, man. I never need his stuff in what he's doing, man. You understand? I never need him at all. That's it. I mean, you can get that right now. I say, guys, so either way, so what I'm doing now is I'm making sure that I'm always making sure to record content. So what you have to realize about the guy who was at Officeworks before, Roger, he was saying how fucking low quality his life is in a way that the phones that are, in terms of what he was talking about, that is low. I mean, guess what? I mean, all those phones can all do voice memos like this, and he has no talent to be able to see that. So I understand that. So I'm understanding that no matter what I do is I focus on understanding that no matter what, I just continue my nice and beautiful programs over there, in terms of over here, only in terms of my eye. And then I focus on understanding that what I want to do constantly is upload content. So what I want to do now is I focus on understanding to just go through Facebook and just delete these people who no longer that I need in life. I understand, because I understand that they are people who are dishonest with me. I mean, and they're dishonest to some extent with me. And what I want to do is I just want to move on from that. Or else I cherish everything in this life. I'm understanding that what I want to do is just go around Facebook over here, and I want to just go into my messenger, and I never want to message these people again. So this one here, I'll let it be. Or else this one here, never again. I mean, move on from this one. I mean, this one's so dishonest with me in life. I mean, so she's so dishonest, and she's ugly to me. I mean, she's very ugly to me. I mean, so I don't care about her looks, man. I mean, she's worth nothing to me. I mean, so make sure every single day that anyway, I'm focusing on a greater life. I never need her in my life, and I never marry her. I never marry her ever. And that way, I understand every single time I focus on this one here is very dishonest with me. Or this one, I never met her in my life. But she's so dishonest with me, and I focus on understanding now. I just move on. I want to save time. I want to save time, and guess what? I realize everything I've said now. I realize now that is something I want to focus. I move on. I move on. I want to focus on something now. I want to understand every single day that I can recover aspects of life here. I understand that I can recover some stuff that I've said in life. And now it's much better to understand something. I'll let it be. I'll move on. I understand my word eye is everything. I have much more content in this program than ever before. So guess what? I'll let it be. I'll move on. I'll move on. That's no longer I. That's no longer I. Guess what? Everything is I. Everything is I. But what I want to understand now is understand every single time that if I go around doing that, it's time consumption, man. Whereas now I want to make sure I'm doing something more now. I mean, guess what? I'm focused on doing that now. I move on from these people. Make sure either way that what's gone is gone. What is done, man. This guy here is very what? Dishonest, man. Dishonest with me and who I am in life. I never need him. I never want him around me. And that's that. I understand straight away when they reach for the alcohol how dishonest they are, man, about everything. And they kill you over alcohol, man. I promise you. Now every single day I focus on understanding that what I want to do is live my life all the time differently. I'm just moving on from my life in a way that I'm doing greater with my life. And I'm understanding that this guy here is very, let's say, into I. This guy here is very dishonest with I. He's dishonest with I always, man. I see straight away when I look at the sunglasses, man, and he looks like a lad. Man. I mean straight away the Eki scars. Straight away, man. I understand straight away. I understand single, man. I understand every single time. Now I'm single, but I understand that no matter what I say, I understand what's happening. So let him be. I just never wanted him around me. I understand. I'm single too. I'm always honest about what I say. I'm honest about everything. I understand now. Since I understand no matter what, I focus on understanding that since I'm just removing people from my life very quickly, I'm understanding that since I do that, I understand that they never message me or anything, but they may come to me on Facebook or something like that, so I never want them around. And either way, it's more, I say it's more a nice and beautiful way to say I'm better than R, by making sure that I'm making a nice and beautiful policy here. I never want to see them in my nice and beautiful Instagram, and that's it. And that's how I really, really understand. That's just because of that. And that's how I'm doing life. I'm learning about different people as well along the way. I don't want this guy around. I mean, this guy's so dishonest with me. I'll show you something about him. He's much more, let's say, honest in terms of what. He is much more honest with me now. But guess what, now, it's much more, I understand that no matter what, I let him be. I let him be. I mean, make sure you understand that. I mean, he's changing into a better man. This guy over here is somebody very honest with me. She's honest with me. This guy here is somebody I never met, but she is somebody who I understand that now. She is somebody who is what? She is very honest with me, man. And she's very honest with me. I see Sveto as well. I remember Sveto. I say, no matter what, I say, it's that kind of day, isn't it? Now this one here is honest with me. I promise you now. I can send people some nice and beautiful content, but guess what? I'll move on. I say, now she is very dishonest, man. I mean, this one's very dishonest with me because what I'm doing all the time is I'm making sure every single day that I focus on something I'm loving to do. So I'm always understanding that if I go and do something nice and beautifully, that I'm always learning about life in different ways. So I'm focused on understanding that who's dishonest and who's loving I is something that I have to do. I mean, she is very dishonest with me. I just move on. I mean, she deserves it. I focus on understanding either way to what she need to do all the time. I realize that she is very dishonest with me. I never want her around me. I make sure of it. Make sure that I never go killing people. But what's amazing is that I do all these screenshots and everything about life, and I have a nice and big bucket list of, let's say, more followers and more of everything. I'm making sure I deserve it, and I'm focusing on understanding that is how I do life. I love life, and now I see him. I understand he's honest with me now. Actually, this guy here is very, let's say, dishonest with me, mate. Actually, this guy is jealous of me, man. I'd rather just move on from this guy, man. Now, what's amazing is I never need jealous people around me. Now, she's honest with me. He is jealous of me, man. I thought this guy. This guy went apart me, man. This guy went apart from me. He grew up with me, but move on from me, man. Move on from me. I never need you in my life. Understand? So that's how it is now. I mean, make sure I understand. I focus on understanding that either way. I understand he's gone very much more unhealthy now, and I'm focused on understanding that now. I just let it be. Now I see this guy over here. This guy over here is somebody I am yet to meet, but let it be. Now it's much more. He is very honest with me. This guy is very dishonest with me now. He's very dishonest with me. I never need him around. A big critical of life in terms of negativity, and anybody who negatively criticizes you, man, I'm just going to delete them. And just make sure that you go and delete all these people from your Facebook very quickly. And this one here, I understand this one over here is very honest with me. I appreciate he's honest with me now. She's very honest with me. I appreciate this guy here. She's very dishonest now. She's very dishonest with me and very fake to my face. I never need people who are fake to my face, man. These are people in the past I've met in the past, and I'm just making sure that they never ever have my Facebook ever again. And that's it. And what's this over here? I appreciate these people over here. I appreciate this one is very dishonest with me. I appreciate very dishonest. I appreciate move on. She's very ugly to me. I appreciate, and now I understand every single time. That's just how they make me feel. Understand? So they make me feel low and stupid in life. So I'm making sure I move on from those people. I never want to be around those people. But this guy here is very dishonest with me always. This guy always criticizing me, man. Every time I see who he is straight away. I'm making sure every single time they're just ugly people. Understand? And now that guy there, I promise he's very honest with me. This guy here, she's very honest with me now. Now I'm always understanding that no matter what, they'll go and understand something about these people here. This guy is very dishonest with me. This guy's very dishonest now. I understand, yep, I let him be. I realize that what's amazing is I understand that when you're promoting your kids more than yourself, then you're very dishonest, mate. When you have a photo of your kids instead of you on your display photo, then get away from me, please. I never need you in my life if you have your kids on your display photos. I never need you, please. I never put my own display photo of my face on my actual display because that's for and it's never for other people. You understand? So I straight away see those. I straight away see those people who put display kids in terms of kids on their Instagrams, in terms of their display kids, in terms of their display photo is their kids instead of them, or they place a dog, or they place other people as their display photos, or they place other people like their kids, or other people like their mother or something on their display photo. I'll move away from these people because they're very dishonest people. They're very dishonest people. Alright, now either way, now why are they dishonest? Because imagine me placing your face on my display photo. Imagine me putting your face on my display photo. How fucking dishonest is that, man? I fucking never met you, but it's fucking dishonest, isn't it? If I put my face on my display pic, then it's fucking honest, isn't it? That's what I mean. That's what I mean. So I never ever trust those people who put other people's faces on their display photo. I never trust them at all. So I'm learning very quickly about what's going on around the world. I understand this one here. I understand she is very, let's say, dishonest with me. She's very dishonest with me. I never need her around me. I never need her around me. I see she's doing no good in life. And I can see it. I'm understanding either way I'm doing great. I'm understanding either way I'm making sure that no matter what, my life is happening. And this guy over here, this guy very dishonest with me, man. He's very dishonest with me. I never need him around me. She's very fake to me. I love her. They have girlfriends as well, and they're all fake as well. A little bit. She has a fake life. A little bit. I mean, they are those people who I say they are dishonest. They have fake lives. They're living fake lives. This guy is very fake to me. This guy's very fake to me, and I see his fakeness straight away. I never need him in my life. She has no communicational skills in anything that he does. Now that way, I'm staying away from those people very quickly, and I never ever want to add them on Facebook ever again, and I'm understanding that. So I understand either way that what I do is I just let him be. Alright, who's this guy? Alright, now I let him be. I have no idea who that guy is. I'm making sure either way I can go see straight away his photo. I want to see actually his photo. I may recognize him. Alright, now either way. Alright, that's some new guy. I mean, now that's some guy that's with that girl. Alright, now either way. That's her. I mean, she. I mean, fuck. I mean, I thought it was a guy. Either way. I understand how it sounds. I understand Jesus Christ could see that. But what's amazing is I understand that when I say that, it just goes straight to eternity. So this is just funny. But I understand she is fucking dishonest with me. I understand how it looks like is make sure you understand that you have to explain it yourself. So I thought it was a guy in a way that it said Alexander. But it's Alexandra. You understand? So that's the thing. And it's so funny. Now that guy there, apparently he's very dishonest with me, man. That guy here is very dishonest. Now that guy there, apparently he's very honest with me. Apparently he's very. This guy here, apparently he's very honest with me. Now I understand no matter what. I want to see that guy over here. That guy is very dishonest, man. He tries to scam everybody with his money, man. This guy here, this guy is very, let's say, dishonest with me. He's honest, man. No, he's dishonest with me now. I can see him. He's very dishonest now. I never need him, man. I just block him right now. And that's the way it is. I just block him right away. And I understand that it's very dishonest with me, man. I seen him that day when I spoke to him. Now very dishonest with me, man. I never need him, man. Now every single day. That what's amazing is I'm moving away from these people, and I'm understanding that this guy here is honest with me. She's very honest with me now. I'm making sure that what I want to do is just keep the honest people around. See, now these two over here, I say they're both honest. He's actually dishonest with me now. This guy, she's very dishonest with me now. I was like, what I want to do is I block him very quickly because he's all over the place. This guy is on the ickies, and then he's loving you and then hating you, and then fuck, I never need you, man. You're fucking honest with me 1 second and then fucking lie out the next one. I never fucking need you, man. So the word gets around very quickly. Now this guy is very dishonest with me, man. This person over here is very dishonest with me. But when I go through these nice and beautiful photos of people, I make sure I see exactly who's honest and who's dishonest with me quickly. I want to quickly see what's happening over here because it's nice and amusing to be able to block them for life. And that's it. I never need them. I'm making sure every single day I'm learning how to grow. And now these people over here, I can say, no matter what, that I can delete these people from now on. Whereas I never need you in my life. I never need these people. I said I come to see you from Queensland, and she's like, nah. She never wants to see me ever again. What the fuck? So no matter what, it's just like, she's disagreeing with me. So if you disagree with me, then just get lost. Never come to my life if you disagree with anything I say. And that's how it is. I never want you in my life if you disagree with me. Now this guy over here, now he's honest. Now every single day, now I can tell other people in terms of how they're disagreeing here. I'm making sure no matter what, I'm just learning how this guy disagrees with me all the time. She always disagrees with me, man, because they're jealous, man. I love They're very jealous people, but I understand that guy there. That guy is someone who want to understand where he is, want to understand that he's just gone somewhere. I'm not saying every single day that he's alive, but he's just gone somewhere. I realize he's gone to a different planet, man. I'm saying either way, that she's very dishonest with me now. She is actually dishonest with me now. I want to make sure that I block her right now. I never need her, man. And she's very dishonest with me. I can see it. I make sure every single day that what I do is I move on. I make sure every single day that people are just always honest and dishonest, man. I mean, in a sense, so this guy here, I want to let him go. I want to let him go. I let him go. I'm rushing down. What I do with him is I can let him be. I can let him be or let him go. I'm rushing down. Let him go. I let him go. Rushing down. I want to show you something that if I block him here, Rushing, he has a tie to my family because of my biological family. But if I block him, really, Rushing, guess what? Rushing, he's there in some kind of regard. Rushing has some kind of regard next to me here, and there's no argument going on. So he's fucking honest with me, man. He's fucking honest with me here. Like, guess what? Rushing, it's much more how I see it. I understand it. So it's much more how I feel that he's honest. I mean, I can see the tie over here, and the tie is saying to me that he's fucking honest to me because he's never trying to cause shit. I mean, he's never causing fucking trouble in terms of fucking trying to speak naughty to me or something like that. I mean, he's never trying to fucking, let's say, speak negative to me or anything. But make sure you're always charging your content if you have content available to charge, and make sure that you always hurry up all the time with your content to charge, because that way you never lose content, you never lose anything, and you're always uploading online. So during the night, make sure you're charging your laptop so that you can upload all your content, so it never dies on you, and that way you're understanding that you always have battery at night time with your laptop, so your laptop never runs out of battery when you're uploading content all the time. And that's how I see life. So I understand that nice and beautiful ways of pathways is happening. I understand he is now actually gone. Actually, that guy's jealous of me, bro. I understand either way, what I want to do is I focus on understanding that it goes around in terms of what's happening around the world. I understand what I want to do is I send this guy my nice and beautiful pathway. And I say this guy over here, apparently he's very honest with me. Apparently it's much more how I never met him. Apparently it's much more how I understand. So she's very understanding. I see her, so she's honest with me. Apparently she's honest with me. I just send her nice and beautiful content. Now she's very dishonest with me. She's very dishonest with me, man. I mean, they dishonest people. I mean, I grew up with this kid. I grew up with one guy, and he fucking never did invite me to his wedding. And guess what, bro? Very dishonest people. I mean, for 20 years they've understood me. For 20 years they've understood me, and they never invite me to the fucking wedding. I mean, Jesus Christ can understand that. I say, yeah. I mean, whoa. And these people over here, man. I mean, 20 years I grew up with little babies. I grew up with him. I mean, we went to the same primary school together, man. And he never did invite me to his birthday in terms of his wedding. I mean, that's very rude and very dishonest to me. Forever. In eternity, he's very dishonest with me. Forever. I mean, forget it. I forgive everybody. Forgive everybody. But it's just the truth. I can always say it to them. And that's it. I don't lie. I mean, 20 years you've fucking been with me and you never invite me to your wedding. And some other fucking idiot too. For 20 years, man. They fucking never trust me, huh? I move on. I let me. I focus on understanding the joke's on them now. And the joke's on them. So what's amazing is understanding now, since I'm actually learning very quickly, how I can see just funny. I mean, it's a funny scenario. I let me. I can see it. Let me. I see down this guy here. I see this guy's calling me an inspiration already, man. This guy already called me an inspiration, bro. I wanted to just go and do something around here. I want to show him something around life. So let's have a look what I can show him right here. I understand I show him some woman or something, but hold on. I'll make sure either way that what I want to do is I focus on just sending my business cards. I'm a businessman. I have over 200 business cards over here. I was sending him a photo of that. I'm a businessman. I'm doing something, man. And Jesus Christ can see that. I'm saying, I have a business going, man. I see, what the hell? I mean, this guy calling me some fraud, man. I see this guy over here. I say now, I see it could be friend or fraud. I mean, what are you talking about, man? I mean, this guy here, probably very dishonest, man. Probably him, probably guess what? Probably he's asking a question, or probably maybe real with you. But honestly, probably he's real with you. Probably either way, probably this guy here, probably this guy very, let's say, dishonest in life. Probably very dishonest with everybody. Move on. I can see that. Move on. Move on from that guy. I never want him around me. I can see that he's very dishonest. If I talk to him, well, she's fucking dishonest anyway. I make sure every single day I did write him something anyway, and he does see me, and he's fucking dishonest with me. And this guy here. Alright, now what's that? Making sure, I don't know what, I'm learning something quick. I'm making sure some guy is messaging me or someone is messaging me. I'm making sure this person over here is very honest with me. They're honest. And understand that there's something in terms of life that they're doing. I understand that either way, that they're DJing. And I'm understanding that when you're DJing and you're doing something very nice and beautiful, then I understand that this podcast is always nice and beautiful, and I'm doing a nice and beautiful content all the time. And I'm understanding that now I can talk to somebody also. Now I can realize to just let it be now. I can move on now. I can let them hanging. I can leave them hanging because it's much more how I feel. That I'm doing much greater. That I never have to reply right away. I can really understand that. And since I'm understanding it's a life coaching program, I understand that this guy here is honest with me. Actually, very honest with me. Now let's have a look at here. I'm never mentioning their names because either way, you guys never have to understand that. I mean, they're never important anyway. And so that way, I'm understanding that what I do here is I'm looking to see what else is there in terms of life over here. I'm looking at these other people over here, and I'm making sure I just delete their names. I never want to see their face anymore. I just want to see I only. I'm making sure all the time I'm doing something nice and beautiful. I'm making sure I'm growing. I mean, people who can see that is in business, man. I mean, business cards galore, man. We need to get these business cards, man. I'm focusing all the time now that what I'm doing is loving life and loving I. I'm making sure that what I do every single day is focusing on a greater life. So this guy over here, I understand this guy's very honest with me. Apparently he's honest with me. Apparently he's very honest. I'll let him be. I can see straight away if you're honest with me or never honest, because I can see how you make me feel in terms of the time of my life. Whereas now she is very dishonest with me. Apparently this one here. She's very dishonest with me. I just block her too. When she does block me, I block her too. I'm real with her, man. I mean, sense her. I mean, it's just that kind of vibe, isn't it? I mean, they block you and you block them, and that's it. I mean, that's how it is. So what I do all the time, I realize that no matter what, I can feel a kind of regard in terms of my life. Whereas this one here, I realize that she in life, I realize that she's very, let's say, dishonest in terms of life. I can see it. I can say this one here is very dishonest. I can see already. I can see she's very dishonest about everybody. I mean, I can just see by her face. I can see by who she is. And that's it. Whereas now, I want to see now this over here. Or shoot, now, this one here is fucking, let's say, I mean, she is fucking real with me now. I mean, make sure I understand that. And I want to understand that no matter what, I focus upon different aspects of life. Approaching that guy there, approaching he's fucking dishonest with me now. She's very dishonest about everything about my life now. I mean, they're all fake. I leave the group too. I leave the group and I block him too. I'll make sure I block him. Move on. I go straight to his freaking profiles. I want to block him. I never want to see him again. I mean, that's it. I mean, either way, I focus on a great life. I make sure that I do something nice and beautiful every single day. And I make sure all the time how people talk to you because you're in the business, but then they never talk to you again because you are understanding that the business did fail, and the nice and beautiful business of Omnia, in terms of the business I was with, did fail, and they did fail because of the Bitcoin mining and all that. And Bitcoin mining is a scam, guys, so never be doing scams, please. And I did try it out, and it's a scam, so either way, I really did suffer the consequences of that, but I'm learning from it now. I'm not saying that. And that guy never wants to talk to me anymore because we've never seen each other, but fucking dishonest person, man. I'll move on. I mean, all nice to your face when you're in the business, but behind your back in terms of what you're doing. Watch this one here. Watch, she's very honest now, but make sure I'm honest too. I'm honest as well, so I focus on understanding that's just how it is. I'm making sure all the time that when I focus on something now, I focus on making sure I'm learning. And when they are in your business and you're in the business kind of thing, I mean, they're good with you, but when you go away from them, I approach they'll never fucking talk to you again. And they're just dishonest with you in a way that they never support you in any kind of way. And guess what, approach it's just that kind of vibe I get from them too. Alright, now what's this over here? Approach this guy over here is honest. I'll make sure either way. I want to just keep it going. I want to make sure that no matter what, that I'm learning very quickly about. I'm learning very quickly upon all of this right here. So these people over here are all different people over here. I'm making sure that no matter what, I'm looking through my nice and beautiful messages over here. In terms of who's getting my messages, I'm making sure that she is very nice to me. I'll brush this one here. I'll move on. I'll make sure every single day I focus on never ever talking to her again. I never need her. Never need her in my life. And I focus on understanding either way. That it's just that kind of vibe, isn't it? I'm brushing out. What you need to realize every single day is if you focus on making sure that your nice and beautiful life is ahead of you, and you're making sure all the time they understand on Facebook in terms of what they're doing, is they send you a message and they block you. I mean, that's what they're doing. And now focus on understanding that if you do that, and focus on understanding that if you want to do that, then make sure you understand that it's the best way to promote yourself. And it is. But make sure you understand either way that you're encouraging yourself to grow and let it be now. I focus on saying now, I've learned some stuff about different people in my life that were previously in my life. And I understand that this guy over here is different, but I'm making sure either way I can reply now. I say Daniel Lavoyevich over here. I say I mean I only. I mean, make sure you understand that I never did have to reply to that guy, man. Actually, I go and focus on this now. That I go and every single day, I never want to answer to other people. I never want to answer to other people in a way that I'm doing but making sure that no matter what that, I keep them guessing about what that is. I make sure every single time that now I'm learning much quicker about that, because I never want to downsize myself to other people. In a sense, what I do is I never reply to them. In a sense, so I'm learning very quickly upon that, because now they believe that we're at the same level or something. And they wish, man. In a sense, but what I'm doing is I'm just a friend. I'm just a friend anyway. I'm learning how to really pick people up who are calling in inspiration here and there. But focus on understanding to go away from them as much as possible. Because that way you're learning. You're learning something along the way. You're learning to make sure that no matter what, that you're encouraging yourself to grow, and then you're actually understanding that no matter what, that since you're understanding that, then you actually go into your mega drive and you focus on making sure that you're organizing your content in a way that's helping you. So if you go into your nice and beautiful content over here, then you're making sure that no matter what, that you're learning very quickly upon what you're doing, and then you're making sure every single day that you're understanding something. Understand how you live in life. So understand now, I never need to go and do these, let's say, recordings of the screen recordings anymore, because that's just a waste of my time now. I understand that. I was so stupid. But either way, I'm understanding something now about life. I'm understanding now. I want to just quickly understand how to go and do everything. And I can say every single time that now I can place all that and I can let it be like that. But what I want to do is I focus on understanding that. And I focus on making sure that no matter what, that my nice and beautiful series over here has been done. And I make sure that no matter what, I'll let it be. Alright, now what I want to do is 35 over here. I'm making sure that I'm just naming my courses in a way that's actually working for me, to make sure that you guys always have that content that you deserve in different ways. So what I want to do is I want to make sure that my content is moving forward in different ways to make sure that everybody's getting what they deserve. So when everybody gets what they deserve all the time, then we're focusing on understanding that I'm always loving my life. I'm always saying something about my nice and beautiful way of life. So I say I singing, dad, I singing, biological, I singing. I just say I singing. I singing is more enough. And I singing in terms of life, where you understand that no matter what, that if you're really understanding life, then you're understanding that no matter what, that there's always much more ideas that you have to give people in different ways. So focusing on ideas in different ways is the best way to encourage yourself to grow. So focus on that kind of idea where you're always learning something about what you're doing. So if you're learning about what you're doing, then understanding that no matter what, that you can go and just make sure that all the time you're learning about the situation of what's happening around you, and then making sure that you're learning from everything and using the free Wi-Fi that you have always to succeed, and making sure that your nice and beautiful content is different, because that's the whole point, isn't it? Whereas the whole point is making sure you're succeeding in different ways. So I'm making sure I love life. So if you understand what is nice and beautiful about life, is answering to the truth. So if people are trying to ask you something, they answer the truth, and that's it. Whereas the truth is the word I. Whereas that's it. Whereas if you understand that, then understand that no matter what, that you're learning very much more empathy toward people in a way that you're learning how to actually indulge in different ways to make sure that you're successful, and then you're making sure that way you're learning quickly. And that's the way I understand that no matter what, that if I do that, probably it's much better. I understand that how I can do that, but it's much more how I focus upon I. So since I'm understanding something about life, I understand that it's just that kind of export, isn't it? I'm understanding that either way, I'm letting it be now. I'm understanding that now is the best time to do that. I'm understanding that no matter what, I can actually focus upon understanding that now. Since I'm actually learning, since I'm actually learning to never run away from anything, I make sure either way I go and make a course here, and I understand that they can also read that very quickly, and it's much more how it is. They can always understand that. So it's much more how you make it better. To make it better, it's something even more. So you're always pushing your boundaries and stuff like that. So you can, but then you're putting your nice and beautiful time in a way that you're making it much better for everybody, in a way that you're learning. So if you're learning something along the way of what you're doing, then isn't that the way of life? And the way of life is making sure that you're learning something always with what you're doing. So people who never want you around are the people who miss out on your life. In a sense, so make sure you're learning the best kind of art in the planet, and making sure that you're learning how to succeed. So if you want to rename everything again, then go for it. Make sure either way that you're learning something about life, and you're saying one. And I'm understanding that all I do is I rename my content these different numbers, and because they're different numbers, I realize that it's much more, I have my word I anyway, so I'm making sure every single day I can always make sure that I learn something different, and that way I'm always understanding how to land a better way. So that's just the kind of aspect of life it is. So I'm understanding that now. Since I'm actually doing that, I want to see my nice and beautiful followers. So all my nice and beautiful Mega Drive actually content in terms of life is happening. I'm making sure that you guys understand something. I'm making sure that no matter what, I'm always learning how to grow and talk to you in a different way. So I'm making sure that no matter what, as I'm content grabbing in terms of escaping in a way that I'm learning, I'm making sure that no matter what, that I'm talking. I have to be talking everything in terms of life. I have to be giving you new signals upon how to really act and how to really treasure your life. So I'm understanding that now I have food and drink to do. I also have nice and beautiful, let's say, music production to do. I have a nice and beautiful Instagram to do. I have nice and beautiful what else? That's that. That's my day. And then guess what? Then just more audio content, and that's it. And then what I can do from that point is just relax and enjoy. And all I want to do also is just go and make more content where I can go and export this video as well. I can export this video in terms of all the recordings I've done. So either way, that is working for me. So if you understand every single time that you're promoting yourself and you're using content, and now I understand Vodafone's nice and beautiful internet is working this time, I'm understanding that no matter what, that since I'm understanding that, I go and focus upon uploading content that I have, and I want to go and do my Instagram now. So my Instagram is something that I have to do, and I have to also upload and export contents to just upload it to Mega Drive. And that's it. And Virtually it's so simple. Virtually it's so simple to do life very simply. So if you want to do life simply, then you deserve it. So then you download the content from Mega Drive right now and connect all these screen recordings together. And then either way, guess what? I can delete all of it, but no. Virtually it's much more, it has my voice in it. So I never want to delete my voice, but I'm understanding either way I'm promoting all of it because I have no shame about anything that I've done. And then I'm understanding that I just place it into one course all together. And it's all one course together, and let it be that way, and then understand now what I want to do. It's just let that be. But then since I'm actually downloading that, I'm making sure that no matter what, that now I'm just going to go and promote myself and my freedom. I have my nice and beautiful way of saying that I have over 300 business cards right now, and that's like $30 and more. And either way, I'm learning quickly. So what I want to do is just go and escape plan and make sure that I talk with myself all day long. But if I understand that no matter what, that what you want out of life is to be yourself, because you're already a good friend already. So what you do is move on. So every single time, if other people want you to reply, then make sure you just go your way. I mean, you never need to reply to those people ever again. I mean, so focus on understanding that I have no business with them when I never want to see them. I now reply only to people that I want to see in real life. I mean, if I want to be around you in real life, then I'll reply to you. I mean, if I never want to be around you in real life, I never reply to you anymore. I mean, so that's how I am. I mean, because otherwise, I mean, it's just a waste of time even talking to you. I mean, so I'm always focusing on understanding my life in different ways. So I'm always understanding that what I need to do is how to grow. So I'm always understanding that when you're always learning something, I'm always learning that it's just a word I realize that no matter what, I can see a question, I can see applying and all this, and I can say no matter what, I can see just different words and what they're saying. I mean, they want to understand, is my agency a registering business? I mean, do I register my business? I mean, that's it. I mean, I understand every single time, and no matter what, I can see. What I do is I read a few words about what's happening, and when you give me one word that you're saying, which I can straight away see what you're saying. So that's it. Russia, they're just trying to get some information from me in a way that they want to understand me, and that's it. Now, what I do is I move on, and I suppose I make sure I do better with everything, and I always do better with everything. So I'm never supposed to do better. I just do better. I just do better. In a sense, so that's a big difference, isn't it? So I'm learning all the time to make sure that my content is much greater all the time, and I'm focusing on making sure that my game here is lifting. I'm lifting my game over here today. I'm making sure that I can do some serving content also very soon. I'm making sure that my nice and beautiful content is gone upwards. I'm making sure that my goals are happening now, so I can let it be now. I can make sure that no matter what, that my goals are happening. So I'm making sure now is the best time for me to just delete that, and I'm making sure that is gone as well, and I'm making sure, here we go. But now all I want to do is show the bank some nice beautiful details of what's happening. So making sure if I give them my words, I make sure every single day they're giving me the nice and beautiful money regardless. So what I do is I just go and give them my words. But actually what I need to do is I need to show them evidence, because they never just go by my words. So to show them my evidence by words, I mean, they need to see something. I mean, they need to see a paper. I mean, they need to see some evidence, but the words is the evidence. Whereas now, if I understand that, realize now, guess what happens? Realize they're very dishonest people. I mean, they're very dishonest people here, and guess what happens? I mean, they want to see something else. I mean, they want to see a treasure. I mean, they want to see a treasure of life form in a way that you can prove on a paper what you mean. So what they want to see is what's going on in terms of writing. And guess what? Unfortunately, in terms of anything that you have, unfortunately, it's much more, you say, I understand, but make sure you understand that no matter what, if you're actually going and actually talking to the bank, unfortunately, they want a statement, unfortunately, they want a financial statement. And the financial statement that they want is your bank account. I mean, they want to see your bank account history. I mean, that's the kind of proof they want. I mean, they never go by your words. You understand? So make sure you understand they're very dishonest. And they're very dishonest here. But guess what? I can see that. I can see how dishonest they are about the financial aspects of life. So what happens is, they go through numbers here, and they're trying to go and deal through numbers to see what you are doing. And now, with my nice and beautiful number statement, I realize that no matter what, that it's much more how, if I say what I want over here, I mean, guess what? I mean, my financial record says that there's no recollection of losing money. And there's no recollection of losing money. And there's always a recollection of giving the money back as well. I mean, guess what they do? I mean, they can actually accept my apology. I mean, they can accept my apology here. And what happens is, they give me a chance because of my record. And then my record says that this guy is honest. And so that's why they are going through the financial statement to see exactly what did you do in your life with finances. And that financial statement tells you everything in terms of the financial history of my life. So make sure you understand that either way. I never need that stupid bank money. I never need that bank money, I mean, you understand? I can make the money myself. I can go to a 9-to-5 job. I can go as a security guard. Very quickly I can get my nice and beautiful license and get a security guard somewhere. I can go be a security guard very quickly. And what I can do is then I can go and do my audio programs for a bit, but making sure that it's nice and beautiful every single day, that I'm understanding that no matter what, that I'm never bleeding. I'm never bleeding in my life. I'm making sure that no matter what, that I feel that nice and beautiful hairline. And now the hairline over here is different, but making sure that no matter what, I'm learning very quickly upon my life. So if you understand either way that what you want to do, is then you'll understand that you start slowly from this point, and you make money anyway. When you're making money quickly in different ways. So either way, that no matter what, that the bank is going to help me and helping me very quickly here. Otherwise, I succeed in different ways, regardless of what they want. In a sense, so make sure either way that if they do that, then what I do is I continue my life and I go in a different way. I go a different way, then I make sure I make a plan. I make a different plan, and what I want to do is I go get that 9-to-5 job very quickly, and I understand I start working, and I do it right away. I make sure either way I do it right away. I make sure I go for it now. It's the best time. And then I make sure from that point I get some money and I make my first event quickly. I mean, within a week I make my first event. And what happens is I test the subject. I test what's going on. So I give the money, I see how many people rock up, and I see, did I make the money? I mean, either way, if no money is there, I make money again the next week. I'll go somewhere else. And I say, did I make the money here? First, yes or no? First, if it's a yes, then guess what? First, it's a win. First, then get the money again in terms of that, and go and make another event right there again. And then guess what? From that point, I win again, and again, and again, and again. I win in that place all the time. And then guess what? First, I get some more money, and I go to another place. And I say, did I win the money here? I mean, yes or no? And I find more answers in terms of life over here. And I test different nice and beautiful venues around town. And I say, did I win money here and there? I go and test new places and new places and new places. And I go see over 500 places around Sydney, or Melbourne, or Adelaide, or Perth, or whatever. And I go say, where's the money? And where did I make money and where did I lose money? I mean, and I never lose money. I never lose money, because the money that I'm never losing, and I'm never losing money, because the money that I understand that is my money is the words, because the words is what the money is. Whereas the plastic money is never important. Whereas it's the words. Am I losing my words today, or am I talking more words today? Whereas if I'm talking more words today, I have more money. Whereas the money comes easily, and then what happens is just talk more words and you have more money. I understand. And first now I go around the world traveling very quickly without the bank's money. I never need the fucking money. You understand me? I make fucking money quickly. You understand? And either way, I fucking use the government's money right now. I use the fucking government's money as my first fucking test as well. You understand? I mean, give it a bit of time. I mean, either way, have patience, and it fucking all works out. You understand? But I understand in that place, apparently nothing works out in that place. Apparently in Bonnering does, but making sure either way in Mounties, apparently fucking works out in Mounties. Apparently fucking works out for me in Mounties, because people are going to come and see me. Apparently Mounties people are always coming to see me. I always have fucking business in Mounties, in Mount Pritchard, Sydney. I always have business there. I can see the fucking place. I approach the showroom, apparently I fucking win in the showroom. I fucking go 3 places, and Sydney, Australia can see that, and apparently that Jesus Christ can see that. Approach the Opera House, apparently fucking win right away. I fucking win. I have 4 places in Sydney I can go right now and I fucking win. And those are my locations right now. And then the fucking nightclubs, especially in the home bar, I fucking win in home bar. I fucking win the home bar. I win. In the fucking first night, I have a 6-hour set. I have a fucking 6-hour set, and people are coming to watch me. And guess what I fucking do? I fucking book the room. I give them the money. And they fucking tick-a-tech online, man. I mean, tick-a-tech. I mean, people are coming to get my tick-a-techs in terms of tick-a-tech money. I mean, I say. I see my biological grandfather say, Yebo teotats! And he's saying, I love you very much. You must understand. Then the Marquee, I fucking win here. I fucking win at Marquee. I win. I realize now at Crown Casino. Russia, guess what? Russia Crown Casino is tricky, man. Russia Crown Casino is tricky because guess what happens at Crown Casino? I feel that down there it's shifty, man. I feel Crown Casino is shifty for me. Understand? But guess what? Russia Reloaded in Melbourne. I feel I fucking win in here. I win and fucking Reloaded over there. And there's the Nice and Beautiful club over there. I fucking win. I can see it. And fucking gay club. I fucking win. I fucking win. I promise you. I fucking win in the gay club all the time. Understand? Because that's how it is. So then I fucking go around life. And in Cairns, I fucking win in Cairns. I fucking win in Cairns. I can see the nice and beautiful way of life. And then also, that place right here, that's a loss over there. That's a loss over there. I see the metro. But the metro in nice and beautiful, let's say, Town Hall, is a fucking loss as well. Now, in Canberra is a fucking win. I can go to Canberra. Now, Asylum in fucking nice and beautiful Sunshine Coast is a fucking win. Over there it's fucking win, man. I can see the wins over here in my life. I can actually write it down, and these are places I'm actually going to make money right now. And these places, I understand Jesus Christ is saying, yep, I agree. Now what I do is I'm making places to go right now, and I'm saying, I win money. I win money here. And what I do is I make sure every single day I say Bonnering is the money. I say Bonnering is the money. I approach the Serbian events around town, I fucking win all of them. I say Serbian events around Australia. I approach now, currently I approach he's coming. I approach my biological dad is coming to help me because I feel that he will come and help me. And now that's when I win around Australia and I win around the Serbian venues of Australia. I win at the showroom. I say showroom. Over here I say showroom Sydney. I fucking win. I say Opera House Sydney. I fucking win in my performances in terms of my live performances here. I fucking win. I mean, where else do I win? I'm in Mountains, Mount Pritchard. I fucking win in Mountains, Mount Pritchard. Alright, now let it be. This is where the money is. Toastmasters I win for free. I realize anywhere it's for free, I fucking win for free. I say the fucking Freedom Road. I fucking Free Road. And Freeway. I fucking win always. I let it be that way. I always win money in the Free Road. And then either way I see money. I see money everywhere now. See, yebo te otats. See, I love everything. I say every single day that what I want to do now, I'm not saying that no matter what I can see now that it's more the nice and beautiful home bar, I win. I mean, home bar is a nightclub, I win. I'm a music producer as well. So I have extra events I can make around town as well. I win a home bar. I win a Cairns nightclub. I say Cairns nightclub over there. I say, now that fucking place over there, I forgot the fucking name of it. But it's a Cairns nightclub over there where it's a fucking Scruffy's or some shit. Alright, now, it's better than some shit, but make sure either way, you must understand I win over there. I realize now, Candies, I realize that Candies, I fucking win at Candies. I win at Candies. I realize now, either way, I understand that's a nightclub. I realize Candies nightclub. I realize Asylum nightclub, I win. See Asylum nightclub. Approach now, Asylum nightclub, I win. Approach that place, I fucking win. Approach that place, I fucking win. I see now, I understand that. I say that's the fucking, what, I mean, Scary Canary, I fucking win over there. It's Scary Canary. I fucking win at the Scary Canary, I have to go there. I fucking have to go to that place, Argyle. I have to go to the Argyle nightclub. I fucking win that. I fucking win over there. I fucking win always. I always fucking win at these places. I stick to where I win. I go where I win only. Because that's where the people are. I can feel it. And then fucking Marquee, I fucking win at Marquee. I realize Crown Casino, fuck no. I can see it. I realize Crown Casino, I never want to go there. But I want to go to Gay Club Melbourne. So Gay Club in Melbourne is fucking hilarious. And it's fucking real fucking, let's say, underground music nightclub. And it's one of the best ones. It's one of the best ones I've been to. Now, is it the best one? Fuck no. It's one of the best ones in Australia. I've now Reloaded. Reloaded. I say Reloaded nightclub. I say Reloaded nightclub, Melbourne. Now, because of that, it's just the way it is. But make sure you understand that you never ever repeat anything past tense. So that nightclub, I win. I win that nightclub. That one there. Russia, I fucking win on that one. Or else that's fucking Fletcher Street. I say Fletcher Street, Melbourne, I fucking win. I say Fletcher Street nightclub, Melbourne. I see Canberra Fiction nightclub. I say Canberra Fiction nightclub. I fucking win so many places in music production. I mean, you understand? So I already have fucking 17 places around Australia that I can go to, and I win money, and I get more money here. I win more money because I'm doing live performances. You know, because of that, I mean, what else can I do? I mean, either way, I mean, that's more enough events to get me around the world in these places. I mean, to just stick to these places, I promise you I'll win. I'll always win here. I mean, where else can I go though? I mean, either way, I promise you that's more enough for me. It's more enough for me. I just go to these places, and that's where I'm DJing. Brushing out the World Bar, brush that World Bar underground, brush it. I'll win over here. I can go here. I say World Bar underground. I can go there. A little bit that way. I mean, what else? I mean, that's more enough for me. I have more enough over here. Brush just that kind of vibe, isn't it? Brush now. Anyway, brush I'm making sure at festivals. Brush festivals is different, but when they call you to festivals, you just go to festivals. I mean, festivals I always win. So festivals, I win. I win at festivals when they call me. Make sense? I say public speaking events. I mean, now Success Resources, I win at Success Resources when they call me. I say Success Resources. Say Success Resources. I mean, Success Resources is a public speaking event with live coaching. I win there. I say, what else? I mean, that's it, man. I mean, either way. I mean, Toastmasters, I fucking win Toastmasters. I win at Toastmasters. I mean, that's all a free event. But I'm understanding either way. Busking events, I win at busking events. I say, there you go, man. I say overseas, I fucking win. I say biological family, I win with my biological family. I mean, I win straight away. You understand? I mean, overseas, I fucking win straight away. I see it straight away. I mean, anywhere I go overseas, I fucking win now. I'm winning money always. You understand? So that's nice and beautiful. 24 places I can win. I can get some money now, and more places than that. I mean, what else is there? I say my Busby biological house over here. I mean, my Busby home over here. I say Busby home. I fucking win always. I say governments. I say governments, social security. I fucking win. I say government's bank money. I say government's bank money. I fucking win. I say my Mega Drive. I say my Mega Drive. I as well. I mean, everything in terms of life, I win. You understand? So I realize now. Every single time I realize now what I'm doing is Jesus Christ, I win. I mean, that's 30 places in life I win. I mean, in a sense, so these places here, I mean, what other places are around town? Like, I mean, in a sense, I mean, either way, I realize those Adelaide clubs over there, actually now, some places are loss and some places I win. But guess what? Over there, I never fucking care about Adelaide. I never care about Adelaide. But guess what? I want to go to some places over there. Now, that place there, actually, fuck that. I never even want to DJ there. Which that there, which that's something different. I win there. I win that club. I win that club. I have no idea what club that is. But I win that club. I can say there's people there. Which that's the fucking only club over there. I mean, what else is there? I mean, fuck. I mean, their clubs are fucking so small, man, in Adelaide. And I'm understanding either way. In that club there, probably not. Probably that's a loss. Probably that's a loss. But to get to those clubs in where there's a loss, then guess what? I have to become much more. I have to become much more famous to get to those clubs. And either way, I'll make sure, no matter what, that those places now are nice and beautiful. But all these Croatian clubs, I probably it's a loss right away. Probably it's a loss there. I can see it. And they're all jealous of me too. They're all fucking jealous of me. But Bonnering, I fucking win, always. And I win over here. I can understand because I grew up around Bonnering. So that way I understand that no matter what, that what I need to do is I go to my strengths. So I have money. I have money in different places here. But it's more enough. I mean, whoa. I mean, coronavirus is now happening. And what I need to do around the coronavirus is I'm planning everything in audio camera right now, in terms of my audio right now. And I'm understanding that it's my audio program, but making sure either way, guys, that if you're staying tuned in what's happening in this video, then you're understanding that you're picking up the ideas. And what I need to do from this point is understand I just uploaded this nice and beautiful baby online. I just didn't make a list of all the places I win, and I just go to the places I win. I mean, Opera House, I mean, every fucking year I make sure I go. I mean, all these places, I mean, once a year, I say once a year I go to these places in Australia. I say once per year. Say once per year. I mean, in a sense, so once per year. Unfortunately now, everything else is different, but I'm making sure I understand what I mean. And now I'm understanding that no matter what I want to go, and understanding everything else is more. That's all it is. Now I understand that once per year is eternity as well, and that's just a number. But that's how I go, and I can go 30 places a year in Australia, and I win always, every single day for the next 72 years or more. So making sure no matter what, that life is going quickly now. Making sure that no matter that life is really going quick for me, and I'm understanding that no matter what, that what I do now is I go and enjoy myself now. I make sure I eat something. I realize my nice and beautiful tummy is grumbling. I make sure I upload my content as well. I have to do Instagram and my nice and beautiful content over here. And let's have a look over here. So I'm just uploading content over here to make sure that no matter what, I'm winning. And everything's a target in a way. I'm winning. So that's going online. I'm making sure that no matter what, I'm learning very quick. I'm learning very quick about what's happening. I have Instagram to do. I have my iTrance radio to do. I have my music production to do. I have my nice and beautiful food and drink to do. I'm always finding more to do, and I also have to connect my video together over here with my sound recording in terms of what I'm doing, and I have to record that as well. So what I want to do now is I do my Instagram first. I make sure I'm learning very quickly upon what's happening around the world, and now I do my Instagram very quickly because it's time to do Instagram, and I see how fast I am now upon what I'm doing. So once I do this Instagram, then I understand I have to do some more fashion photos as well. But making sure every single time I'm winning. Now I'm winning that in a better way. And every single time I'm understanding that no matter what, I want to just enjoy it. But what's amazing is I have the words, and the words are much better than that. I mean, the words are better than any woman I've ever seen on the planet. The words are much better than any woman I've seen on my planet. Now what I need to do all the time is focus on just making sure that my nice and beautiful content is happening here. So what I do is I learn to upload different photos. So let's say I go that one for the example. So let's have a look. I first always, alright, now what I want to do is I'm uploading these contents. I'm making sure now. Let's have a look at these content over here. So I'm focusing on understanding I have to do my Instagram today. So I'm making sure that no matter what, I'm focusing on doing my audio programs while I'm actually doing that. So that's the whole point, guys. So if you're focusing on doing much more content for yourself, and you're doing fashion photos, and you're making sure that you're learning how to grow yourself in the process of what you're doing, then focus on understanding that every single day you have a certain amount of hours and whatever you have. But make sure you understand that from now on, I see this now. I see I never again have to go and upload, let's say, in terms of download my photos with Instagram with brand new photos while I'm downloading, let's say, some other kind of content with Mega Drive. So Mega Drive never allows you to select photos from Mega Drive while you're downloading something. I see that now. So what I do is I just go and enjoy my nice and beautiful food and drink now. And I shift it. I mean, do you see how I delegate into something else? I delegate to doing something else now because I understand food and drink is much more important for me now than my music production. So why is that? Because I feel that I have to eat and drink now. I have to eat and drink something now. I understand that. And then I can do music production. So that's the whole point, guys. I see, guys, the thing about audio production is when I'm speaking, I promise you, everybody's listening to me now. I promise you, the more words I'm speaking here in this audio program, I promise you somebody is listening to me. So for the next 72 years, when I do these nice and beautiful audio contents and more than that, I mean, make sure you understand, I understand that everybody's listening to me and everybody's actually talking to me now because they're willing to listen to me. So I'm never wasting time. I understand that those people who are never doing audio content but just sitting around, because they talk to nobody and nobody's listening to them. But somebody's listening to me because I'm making sure of it. I'm making sure you understand that never in my life am I wasting time again, because I understand that my audio content is recording. And because it's recording, then somebody is listening to it, I promise you. And that's why I'm uploading all my content online now, and I'm connecting it together, every single 10 files, and I'm making sure either way they're connected together, and upload 3 programs right now into my podcast in my YouTube. It's very quickly done, and either way I'm making sure that no matter what, I'm using my content very quickly in different ways. And I'm finding these software programs where I can go and understand. I have Photoshop over here. I have Photoshop. I realize Photoshop is something that I can use. I want to see what kind of Photoshop this is and what kind of new video I can make. I can make a new video here. And I can make a new video. And look at this. I make sure either way I can make sure to do something over here. So what I want to do is I see I can make a new video, for example. So since I can make a new video, I understand that I want to make a nice and beautiful, let's say, new video project. I can make a new video project here. I can put a nice and beautiful Instagram photo over here, and I understand either way that I can go and do that now. So I'm focusing on saying that now. Since I'm doing that, I understand I just name it 1, or I'll push it for I first, and it'll be that way. Actually, that's a nice beautiful lucky charm, isn't it? So what I do now is I'm understanding that I have custom audio. I have different aspects of life. I've it's working out for me, this Livono laptop now. And what I do is I just go into my Instagram and I find a nice and beautiful way of life over here to focus upon understanding that I can see that nice and beautiful way of uploading content. So I see this is everything in terms of my life, but I can see straight away to click on my nice and beautiful subjects here, and I can see straight away how much content is uploading right away. And I understand right now how to do that. So there's a nice and beautiful transfer button where there's a nice and beautiful Mega Drive, and you can do it on the laptop, and you can see to click the transfer button in terms of when you're uploading content. There's like a transfer button in terms of downloading button and uploading button, and click it, and then you can see all your content that's uploading. And it's all 2 gigabytes and 2 gigabytes and 3 gigabytes and 4 gigabytes and more. So you must understand either way, I'm doing better than all that. I'm making sure that no matter what, that since I'm doing that, I'm making sure that my nice and beautiful life is working. But I'm making sure that I want to go and upload content. So since I upload content, I want to find out that this Photoshop can actually do me really excellently, and understand I have a program right now that could actually help me. I'm making sure I'm never lying about this, but make sure every single day that I'm always doing greater. So I want to do this now. So guys, so anyway, make sure you're always recording your programs in different ways and making sure that every single day that you're focusing on doing something new, because what's important is understanding a better you. So every single day, if you want to go and focus upon something that is loving you, then you're making sure every single day that you pronounce you. So no matter what, every single day that if you want to go and really rhyme with you, you're making sure that no matter what, that you're going to inspire you. So every single day you understand that every single day I focus upon my love for you. You're understanding every single day I understand I love you. I mean, every single day focus on making sure that's how you actually rhyme with you. So make sure that no matter what, they understand how to really freak you. So make sure every single day that if you understand that no matter what, that you're going to enjoy you, then you understand that no matter what, that I love you. I understand that every single day that no matter what, if you really go and really grow you, then guess what you do? Or else you just make sure you grow you. I mean, every single day, that's how I really rhyme, guys. So I'm making sure that no matter what, that it's just that kind of vibe, isn't it? So making sure all the time I'm loving my life in different ways, and I'm focusing on making sure that I love you. I mean, so no matter what, that's a nice and beautiful way. So if you want to go and do something great, then make sure you're uploading stuff to high quality, and you're making sure always to focus upon your life in different ways, because that's the kind of way you have to understand life. So make sure you're understanding that what you need to do around the nice and beautiful technology, what you do, is make sure you're showing people with 2 phones and a nice and beautiful video about what you're doing in terms of life, and making sure that you're explaining with visual aspects and also with audio aspects to make sure that you get your message across the best way. Because that's what I do. I make sure that no matter what, you understand what I do all the time, because that way you have to understand I love you. And I understand that every single time I do something that's really pronouncing my words in a better way, I focus on making sure that I'm learning very much more about life in a different way, and I'm making sure that every single day I learn a lot about you. I understand that if you want to go really dwell upon something that's nice and beautiful every single day, then just make sure you keep up that vibe that you have for you, so you can understand no matter what, they're understanding how to go and freak you. And every single day, that's how I really speak, because that's how I understand I know you in my word I, and I'm making sure that no matter what, that I'm focusing on different elements of life in a way that I'm looking to spice it up for you in a way that you learn really quickly about what's happening about life. So if you understand that no matter what, that we're always moving on with content, so making sure that I want to make sure that I look at a nice beautiful way of freaking my way in a way that I'm learning that nice and beautiful way of life. So every single day I'm learning that no matter what I do, I'm focusing on the nice and beautiful aspect of you. I'm making sure that you understand something, that it's just that nice and beautiful way, isn't it? So making sure every single day that I know you in a way that I'm focusing on the word I only. And now I realize that if you want to go and do something nice and beautiful for yourself, then make sure that you're always learning that nice and beautiful art of saying I love you. Then make sure that way you understand that every single day that people are going to actually give you that nice and beautiful notion that you need. So be honest with yourself, and understand that is how you have a prelude, and then understand that no matter what, that you're learning that nice and beautiful Super Saiyan Goku, because guess what, I promise you that what's amazing is Jesus Christ is that. Like, make sure every single day you understand that no matter what, that if you're learning that nice and beautiful way of life in the nice and beautiful way of what you're doing, you're understanding every single day how that nice and beautiful way goes. I mean, if you're understanding how to rhyme and rhythm with your words, then what can stop you? I mean, guess what? Probably that's the whole point, isn't it? The whole point is making sure learn. I mean, learn much more and focus on loving your life and making sure you're eating and drinking and doing what you need every single day to focus on something that is you. In a sense, so if you focus on making sure that you love you, then you're making sure all the time that you can go and do what you need to do. I mean, in a sense, so focus on understanding that always you have to focus upon understanding how to really, you have to learn how to really enliven you in ways that you can live. So making sure that no matter what, that you're always learning those words and focusing on different words all the time in a way that you're learning how to really inspire you. Alright, now no matter what I do, I'm making sure that my words are always pronouncing, and I'm making sure that I can go and really grow myself into the best kind of individual all the time. So I'm making sure I show my name. I'm making sure that no matter what, that my nice and beautiful custom audio is coming up. I'm making sure that I want to see how this nice and beautiful story comes up with my life. So when you're understanding something about life, and you're understanding that what you want to do all day long is focus on making sure that you drop some items or whatever you want out of life in different ways. So making sure that what you do out of life is you place a nice and beautiful image of what you want, and then guess what, you go and get yourself some custom audio or something like that, and make sure every single day in Photoshop you're always adding nice and beautiful files, and go and try it out. I mean, go try something different out that you've never done before, and then it actually works for you. But you must understand that if you want to go really do something to help yourself, then go and understand to just do a practice all the time with some nice and beautiful contents that you already have with you, and then you understand that no matter what, that you learn something about you all the time, because you have to understand to deserve a greater life for yourself in ways that you understand you. And then you understand that no matter what, if you go and really understand, I'm honestly serious with you, but understand that every single day I'm just learning something about you. Guess what, I realize that something, that nice and beautiful way of whatever I am in terms of life is you. I'm making sure that no matter what, that you have to understand that it's just that kind of way that I freak you. But guess what, I promise you, it's just that kind of way I freak you. I mean, every single day I'm understanding just about you. But make sure every single day that no matter what, that when I'm learning something, I'm learning that nice and beautiful way of prelude. But making sure that no matter what, that when I focus upon loving my life in different ways, I'm always just trying to inspire you. Because that way I understand something about life. I understand you. I understand that no matter what, that you need some help. I mean, you need some help, and you need some nice and growth about you. I mean, make sure that no matter what, that if you just go and wash your 2 cents off and just make sure that you're more than what you are in you, and then you understand that no matter what, that you understand something, that you're more than 2 cents with you, and then every single day that you're understanding that no matter what, you're just living your nice and beautiful attitude approach. Now, isn't that nice and beautiful when you can rap and rhyme, and also be able to go and do some courses over here, and you're making sure you're doing courses over here in a way that you're learning about you, in a way that you're never doing anything of harm, but you're making sure that you're learning very quickly about you in different ways, and then you're making sure that no matter what, that you're learning very quickly about what you want to do in different ways with yourself for you. And then no matter what, that you're just really understanding your life in different ways, because you deserve a better you. Now, because I do that, I understand it's just that kind of way, isn't it? Now, every single day, make sure that no matter what you're doing, that your life is a prelude. And I realize that now, what's a prelude? A prelude means you. I mean, in a sense, so make sure you understand that if you understand the words about life, and you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth, then you understand. Then you understand the part of you that's actually understanding you. Alright, now, no matter what, I'm always focusing on understanding that the nice and beautiful attitude about you is something that you need to love about you. I see. So now, if you want to go and focus upon something that you love to do, make sure that you're always understanding how to really grow yourself and people, focusing on giving people beautiful ideas about you in a way that you're learning different aspects of life and making sure that you're successful, because successful people understand how to drive the market forward and understand how to really understand themselves in the process of what they're doing. But if you understand every single day, just learn to grow you. I see. So what's important is making sure that you can go and just understand how to expand you in a way that you're loving you, so you understand that no matter what, that you're treasuring the life you have with you, so you can focus upon understanding that if you go and really understand how to rhyme your words with you, and make sure that you understand that you deserve a prelude. promote now. If you understand that no matter what, that you're just another kind of individual, you're focusing on understanding that it's just that kind of way for you to make sure that if you go and grow yourself with you, you make sure that no matter what, that you just have a better attitude, and that way you understand that no matter what, we're going to learn how to rhyme and rhythm in our words that we speak, because guess what, I promise you, if you want to understand anything, just make sure you're never weak. I understand, because that way you learn how to really spice yourself in a way that you're talking to just grow yourself. Because if you understand how to pick words, then you understand how to go and really monetize you. Because if you're monetizing you in a way that you can freak you, then understand that no matter what, that you just have to be that kind of nice and beautiful way for you. So make sure that no matter what, that you're learning how to add custom audio to what you're doing, so you can understand how to go and enliven you in ways that you understand that we are really learning what words we need all the time with nice and beautiful words in terms of whatever it is. Because if you want to spice up your life, then make sure you understand how to really dice also in terms of whatever you're doing. So make sure that no matter what, if you want to understand how you actually rhythm in your words, is you find different rhythms in terms of what you're doing with words, and you understand how to make words in terms of what you're doing. So if you understand dice is also mice, then you understand no matter what, that if you have a mice with you, you understand how to spice it up in different ways, and you're making sure that you're just rhyming words differently, and you're making sure that you can always understand how to rap like this in different ways if you just really understand how to rhyme and rhythm more in your words. Which that's it. Whereas if you can rhythm more of your words, then you understand every single day that if you're creating content with you, I mean, that's the whole point, isn't it? I mean, the whole point is making sure that your content is, is making you better. So you're focusing on something that's helping you to grow in different ways, because you deserve it, and you deserve a greater life for yourself. So what you want to do is making sure that you're rhyming your words in different ways, in a way that you're understanding how to really be a prelude, in the way that you're understanding that no matter what, you have to go and rhyme, and that's how it is, and you have to enjoy it. I mean, you have to enjoy your life in different ways. So make sure that you're learning how to really spice yourself all the time in different ways. So focus on understanding that if you want your audio content to go for a certain amount of time, then go and see that nice and beautiful content in a nice and beautiful, let's say, Photoshop, and see what kind of area of life that is. So focus on understanding that what you want out of life is to succeed in different ways, so you can understand that no matter what, you want to change the duration in a way that it's working for you, in a way that you're understanding how much seconds that is. So focus on understanding that if you go through seconds and you're trying to do something in seconds in life, you understand that your nice and beautiful Livono laptop here has a Photoshop. And what you understand about Livono laptops is make sure that you understand how to really give information about what you're really honest about. So make sure that if you want to understand how many seconds there are in hours, then make sure you understand how to really go and pronounce your nice and beautiful hours of what you understand about life, and then understand that no matter what, if you go and see that number, then make sure that it's just that kind of way, isn't it? So you're making sure that you're learning about different areas of life, and you're making sure that you have different ways of life. So you're understanding that no matter what, if you go really understand how to go really just to talk it up in different ways, you're making sure that no matter what, that you understand the only ways of life in you. So make sure that no matter what, that you're just really learning about your life in different ways, so you can focus upon something that's helping you grow. So if you focus upon helping yourself grow, then understand that I'm never a joke in the way that I'm learning. I'm making sure I'm learning different. I'm making sure that either way, that what's important for myself is I understand that. I understand 25 seconds in terms of life, and I understand that no matter what, if you learn something quickly, I understand that's how you actually grow. I've realized you grow by different nature. I mean, you grow through different ways of being. So make sure you understand either way that if you want to go and grow yourself really quickly, then you're always looking for nice and beautiful areas of persuasion. So you always have to understand that if you want to go and really try something out, then go for it. I mean, go try something out that's actually working for you, and then make sure that no matter what's happening is you're learning very quickly about what to do. I mean, that's how you understand that no matter what, you're understanding your life in a prelude, because guess what, unfortunately, the prelude of life is making sure that you're for you. In that sense, so that's the only point, that no matter what, that you have to realize every single time. Just focus on understanding that it's just about you. In a sense, so if you understand how to rhyme and rhythm, then it's actually just how you feel in the moment, and just make sure you're always just delivering that content about you, so you understand that no matter what, that you make a duration of time in the actual Photoshop app over here, and make sure you place a nice and beautiful, let's say, course over here, that actually goes for that amount of time, then export it and let's see. Let's just have a look at it then. So what you need to do is focus on making sure that what you want out of life is to succeed. So succeed in the way that it's working for you all the time, and just make sure you're learning how to go and develop that nice and beautiful attitude for you, and then understand that no matter what, that if you learn that and you just be serious about what you're doing, I'm making sure that I can understand myself with you in different ways. So all I want to do is just I want to let that be. I want to finish the video. I want to understand to export it in a low kind of file size. Or let's have a look over here. Watching now the recommended one is different. Watching now why the recommended one, or I understand this one over here is nice and beautiful. So guess what? Watching now Jesus Christ is saying go to the low one over here. Which the low one is the best size over here for me. Watching now I understand every single time. I understand that no matter what, I learn very quickly. And I say I as a number. I say I as the number over here. I'm just over here. I just want to see this video file over here. I want to see how fast this is uploading content as well. I'm saying it's very, let's say, in that kind of direction. So either way, if it's uploading content like that and then I upload via laptops, I'm never losing content. I'm never losing time, but making sure that no matter what, that I want to see how fast it is. But if it's really slow or something like that, then I can really bypass it. Whereas I understand either way. But what's important is making sure that you're trying something new, and I understand I really can do it. If that's the case. I'm pretty sure if that's the case, or should I keep uploading all these videos online on YouTube? I understand because it works. I'm pretty sure it works all the time in different ways. So if you're speaking more, then I understand you have to rhythm more as well. You have to rhythm more in your words, and you have to understand to push yourself to rhythm as well in some aspects of life. So keep practicing yourself and understanding all the time in how you do. So if you understand that no matter what, you have to go and focus upon your life and making sure I have synonyms to do. I also have my nice and beautiful real estate to do in programs. I also have my food and drink to do as well. So I'm focusing on understanding that yes, now I can actually upload my programs online in terms of my nice and beautiful ways of life over here. So I'm actually understanding that I'm transferring my content into audio, and I understand that it's been a while since I've been writing physically something because I've been doing audio contents the whole way. So I understand that either way, I'm learning very quick upon what I need to do, because I understand that it's just about you. So if you understand that, in other words, that you want to rhythm more in your words, then make sure that you're always learning about understanding how to do that for yourself. Because guess what? You have to understand how to understand yourself in the way of oneself. Because guess what? I promise you, it's that kind of way you understand that no matter what, that you're learning much more about nice and beautiful ways of thinking. So just go and relate some words together here and there, but making sure that you're like life coaching here and there. So you're making sure that no matter what, that every single day, if you go and really understand the nice and best way of life, you understand that we're always learning different aspects of life in different ways. Because guess what? I promise you, anything that's different is understanding that no matter what, you have to be perceiving your nice and beautiful difference. So if you're looking at a difference, then you understand no matter what, that you have to understand that the best kind of words of the planet is what you understand. So if you understand anything about the nice and beautiful situation of preference, then you understand that every single time you're looking to maneuver your way throughout life in ways that you can understand that. For example, with my iPhone and my nice and beautiful, let's say, phones over here, I'm making sure that you understand that if I swipe over the nice and beautiful way of life over here, I'm making sure that you can see me anyway. So I'm making sure every single time now when I see something about life, I'm understanding that it's just that kind of word that where I understand that when I can see the nice and beautiful sea of life. So that's a nice and beautiful rhythm all the time. But you must understand to create a metaphor with your nice and beautiful rhythms in different ways. Then you understand that no matter what, I feel Jesus Christ is understanding that He's opening His hands. So focusing on understanding that if you're opening your hands and you have the sea of life within you, you're focusing on making sure that if you understand a better metaphor is in you. You understand? So focus on understanding that no matter what, I realize something about life right now. I realize it's that kind of rhythm that I understand I was doing my nice and beautiful physical writing. Actually, that's the kind of rhythm I understand that it bounces. Whereas now, I understand it bounces in a way that I understand it bounces in a way that I focus upon understanding that bouncing is the ounce of life over here. And I understand that what you need to do all the time is focus on nice and beautiful prelude in terms of what you're doing in terms of your nice and beautiful nature. And then focus upon understanding you never hate me for what I do, but make sure that no matter what, that I love you. Because guess what? If you want to understand my nice and beautiful coaching style, I'm making sure I'm eating now. I'm making sure that no matter what, that my nice and beautiful content over here is much better. And I'm always uploading and exporting content here and there. So I'm focusing on making sure that my nice and beautiful content now is going up on YouTube. And guess what? Apparently it's never going up on YouTube, but I'm not understanding, yes it is. Apparently it's going up on YouTube. Because guess what? I mean, why not? Because I'm understanding I'm posting up on YouTube now, and I'm making sure that what I want to do is a better eye for you. So I'm understanding now. Since I'm understanding that no matter what, that this is just a nice and beautiful way to say how to give ideas via screen recordings. I mean, in a sense, so I'm just teaching people that. I'm teaching people the nice and beautiful way of doing that. So either way, that it's just something nice and beautiful for you. If you understand either way, that you guys never have to do screen recordings in your life. Understand? But make sure you understand that it's just, that's how you do it. Understand? So focus upon understanding that now. Since I'm doing that, I'm making sure that I'm learning very quickly upon what I'm doing. But everything else can go in the rubbish bin. I'm making sure I'm always deleting something that's never working, but I'm making sure I'm connecting my videos here and there, because it's just for you in a way that you understand that no matter what that. Since I understand the rhythms of life, I have to go rhythm my words together. So what I do is I go get the rhythms of words, and I can do it right now. So when I'm realizing when I go and read the synonyms of words right now, I'm looking to rhyme my words together now from now on. So I'll go rhyme the words. For example, I say what rhymes with orange. So let's say orange over here. I mean, why orange over here? I'm pretty sure it's a rhyme zone over here. I'm pretty sure that's why I'm understanding that either way I'm learning something very quick now. I see, so the nice and beautiful borage of boring. I see the boring of college. I see college is college. I see college is Florence. So Florence, I see Florence is the knowledge that you understand the Lauren of the nice and beautiful pouring of roaring. I understand that no matter what, I see the shortage of scoring. I see the scoring of nice and beautiful porridge is mooring. I see the porridge of mortgage is the nice and beautiful Lawrence of the nice and beautiful storage. I say the storage is the syringe of torrents. I say that no matter what, I see the nice and beautiful warrant. I see the nice and beautiful boring is the cottage. I see now I realize now what am I doing? I'm rhyming and rhythming in a nice and beautiful way of life by looking at the words and just going over the words over and over again and teaching myself the rhythm with those words. And do you hear me? So I'm actually on Google right now, and I'm actually looking at these words, and Jesus Christ can see. And guess what? I'm learning how to actually rhythm with these words really quickly, and I'm understanding that no matter what, I can actually see the words right in front of me. And all I'm doing is I'm making a little rhythm, and I'm making a nice and beautiful rap over here. So the Lawrence of nice and beautiful boring, I'm making sure that no matter what, that the Florence, I see Florence is Lauren. I see Lauren is the Lorange. In terms of the Lawrence, in terms of the nice and beautiful morons, I'm making sure that no matter what, that if I have a sausage, I see the storage. I see the nice and beautiful college. In terms of the nice and beautiful Florence, I'm making sure that no matter what, that Lawrence is the Lauren. I'm making sure that orange. I'm making sure every single day that the soaring is the snoring. I'm making sure that no matter what, the Tupac can see the nice and beautiful rhythm in the nice and beautiful way of Lawrence. I'm making sure that no matter what, that if I'm scoring, I'm making sure that syringe is a nice and beautiful boring. And I'm making sure that no matter what, if you understand the knowledge, I understand that Los Angeles, I see that Los Angeles is the Oran. I see the Oran is making sure every single day the college is the Corinth. I'm making sure that no matter what the Oran, I'm making sure that if you understand the lozenge, I said the Lauren, I understand that no matter what, you understand the nice and beautiful morons. I understand every single day, if you understand that no matter what, that I look at the nice and beautiful, nice and colors of the nice and beautiful pouring. I understand that pouring is roaring. I understand that no matter what, that we're soaring. I realize that every single day we're just boring. I realize now, guess what? I mean, make sure that we understand that we're just understanding that we're never boring, but we're making sure that we're the nice and beautiful way of sausage. And now the sausage is a nice and beautiful vegan sausage. I understand that no matter what, if you understand something about life, if you understand how to really fight life, I understand that no matter what, that we understand every single time, in terms of every single time, that I realize that no matter what, that we understand the door dingy, I understand that what we need in a nice and beautiful college, I understand the door dingy, I understand that no matter what, I realize every single day that Orient is a nice and beautiful way of pouring. I realize that either way, I understand the porridge. I understand that every single day you have to have a nice and beautiful way of a better mortgage. I understand that no matter what, if you understand every single day how to really rhyme your words together in different ways, and making sure that no matter what, they're nice and beautiful in the way of homage, and no matter what, if you're learning that nice and beautiful orange, in the way of soaring and snoring, and making sure that torrents is a torrent of nice and beautiful life in the way that you warrant, and making sure that warrant in the nice and beautiful storage is the nice and beautiful syringe of the torrent, and making sure that no matter what, that I'm understanding something about life here, that I'm actually rhyming the nice and beautiful rhythms of the nice and beautiful coinage. I say the coinage is the borage. I mean, what you mean? I mean, make sure you understand every single day you can see the foreign. I mean, make sure you understand that no matter what, the forage is a nice and beautiful way of orange. Making sure that no matter what, I'm nicely connecting the dots together, because guess what? I understand that when I connect the dots together, I can see the adoring. I see adoring is the adherence in terms of the nice and beautiful abhorrence, and the nice and beautiful abhorrent kind of adoring. And making sure that no matter what, I realize the abhorrence of abhorrence. I'm making sure that every single day, that nice and beautiful way of connecting the synonyms together through the rhythms. I'm making sure you understand every single day that what you want out of life is more than morons. Making sure every single day that if you want to understand something about life, that it's just that kind of way that we understand the facade. I mean, every single day that no matter what, I can realize there's so many words out there that I have to go and say like what. I realize now, make sure I understand, I realize something. Whereas that's just one of the nice and beautiful orange kind of things. So let's have a look at red, for example. I mean, what rhymes zones with red? I mean, that's how I actually practice. I practice so much like this. I'm like, hell yeah. I see Tupac saying, fuck yeah. I love this, man. I mean, look at this, man. I mean, ooh. I mean, look at these words, man. I mean, whoa, I'm gonna stick in, man. I'm gonna stick into these words over here. I see the head. I see the nice and beautiful bread. I understand that what you want is a bed. I understand that every single time I said the shred. I said that no matter what, I see the word. I say if you want something, then go to Z. I realize if you want something, go and understand the lead. I say the lead is to read. I say the read is to plead. I say that no matter what, if you want that, then guess what? I understand the bread. I understand that no matter what, I understand every single day. That no matter what, I see the spread. I say the spread is a nice and beautiful red. I say the red is a nice and beautiful shred. I understand that no matter what, I understand every single day the sped. I say that no matter what, I can see every single day the cred. I say no matter what, I see or realize it. I understand that no matter what, I can see the fucking fed. I realize no matter what, that no matter what, I just want some head. I realize every single day you understand that no matter what, I'm better than head. I'm better than the freaking head. I just want to understand, I just want my head. I realize that no matter what, I realize that every single day, if you understand something about life, just make sure you understand the word I make sure you understand every single day the nice and beautiful spread of the sled. I make sure that every single day you understand the nice and beautiful said word of nice and beautiful pled. I realize every single day that no matter what I see, every single day that what we understand is a nice and beautiful way. That I'm making sure that no matter what, I can see the shred. I can see every single day that no matter what, I'm really reading that nice and beautiful Z. I see every single time that no matter what, that if you have a sled, then go to the GED. I realize that no matter what, every single day that I'm learning the lead. I realize that every single day I'm learning the dread. I realize every single day I'm learning Fred. I realize every single day that no matter what, I said I'm freed. Every single day I understand I do a deed. I'm making sure that Jed. I realize that nice and beautiful way of saying the stead. I say every single day, no matter what, I can see the thread. I say no matter what did you say, I said the thread. I said every single day, I understand no matter what, I say the wed. I say the wed. I say every single day, you understand the lead. I understand every single day, no matter what, that you're never dead. But making sure no matter what, that we're learning every single day, Ned. I see Ned flatness from the nice and beautiful plaid. I understand no matter what, I see every single day, no matter what I said, I see the shred. I see every single day, it's just that kind of new, it's that kind of beautiful way. I realize that that's fucking gone, isn't it? I realized that all I've done was just rhythming. I was just rhythming in my words with what I've really said. So I'm understanding no matter what, that those nice and beautiful syllables are in my words now. Whereas now I can rhythm much better. So I just keep going now. Whereas now these nice and beautiful words are something big now. I mean, let's have a look at this. I see a bed. I see, what did you say? Did you get ahead? I mean, did you get ahead in terms of my bed? I make sure no matter what, I'm never a dickhead. But guess what? I see the brown bed every single day, the bunk bed. I see the camp bed. I make sure no matter what, I see the M bed. I see the flat head. I say, really understand that no matter what, I can see the brain. I see that I can also make sure that cheese spread. I make sure no matter what, that I can see Godhead. I say no matter what, I can see that nice and beautiful way of fried bread. I say, I realize every single day that if you want to clip lead, I see the club head. I see now no matter what, I can see every single day that it's just that kind of way. Alright, so what I can do is understand now that since I'm actually rhyming and ripping it out in terms of my nice and beautiful ways of syllables over here. So guess what? I can make sure I can go on Google and I can actually go and read something out like this, and I can make a vocal quickly in my phone like this. You understand? And then make sure I can also go and do some beats. I can do some beats around my nice and beautiful voice like this, and that's it. I can do that always now. I can make sure I can always do a vocal and I can make the music track, and that's it. Alright, now what I want to do is a nice and beautiful club head, where I'm understanding that is the word egghead. Where I realize now egghead is something that I never need to do, but I understand no matter what. I understand the lake bed. Or else now, no matter what, I understand you were just misled. Or else now, if you misread something, then guess what? You just are not bred. I understand that no matter what, that the pig led, the nice and beautiful. I said the pig led bread. Or else now, no matter what, I realize every single day. I understand that no matter what, I see the purebred. I see it every single day. If you want a D led, or else every single day dill med. Or else that no matter what, I understand that every single day it's more drum head in the egg head in a nice and beautiful good bread. I realize that no matter what, I realize every single day I can see Holstead. I realize that no matter what, I see more head. I said no matter what, if you all red, I see all red. I realize no matter what, I see the nice and beautiful way of rose red. So every single day I understand Eminem and what he understands about life. But I'm understanding every single day that if you want to understand life, I realize every single day the drop is a nice and beautiful disc spread. I realize now no matter what, I see the deathbed in the dead. I realize that no matter what, I see the in bed. I see the lockhead. I see the nice and beautiful macled. I see it every single day miswed and misled. In terms of nice and beautiful misled. In terms of nice and beautiful millstead. I love life every single day, and no matter what, the whole shed is in a hotbed. I realize that no matter what, I see the light nice and beautiful way. I understand every single day I can see the spearhead. I can see stop dead. I realize every single day I see the thick head. I see unsaid. I can see the nice and beautiful whale head. I see the nice and beautiful red head. In terms of nice and beautiful white head, I can say every single day widespread. I say bullshit. And now I see the no matter. I see the black bread. I see the nice and beautiful brain dead. So look at your tones in a nice and beautiful way, that no matter what, I can see that nice and beautiful way. I can see every single day that Glenn fed. I say first fed. I realize every single day that it's much more how I really understand. I realize that no matter what I see, that no matter what I can see, the nice and beautiful say of what I say is I'm bred in the nice and beautiful Umstead. I say yeah, it's unread and untread, and it's actually white lead. I understand that either way. I understand that nice and beautiful Wedstead, and I realize Winstead. I said I see the one Tesla Winstead. I realize now every single day that no matter what, I see the nice and beautiful cow head. I say crackhead. I realize every single day that you can see, for example, the dark bread. I see dark bread is nice and beautiful every single day, and no matter what, you're always looking in your word eye for everything. But make sure every single day you're learning. I love eye. I realize now nice. I see that nice beautiful farmstead every single day, that no matter what, you can see the nice and beautiful horse shed in a harsh head. I say harsh head is hard head in terms of hard lead. I realize now no matter what lake bed. I realize now if you understand law head, I realize that the nice and beautiful log head in terms of inbred. I realize now in bed. I realize that no matter what, I can see the bumstead. I realize the bumstead is the camp bed. I love I realize that no matter what, I see the co-ed. I realize the comfed. I realize that no matter what, I see the cornbread. I realize every single day the creek bed. I realize that no matter what, I see the unmed. I see that no matter what, I see the bank head. I see axe head. I realize axe head. I realize that no matter what, I see the bedstead. I love I see the bedspread. I see that no matter what, I see the bee head. I see that every single time I feel that nice and beautiful brain dead. I realize no matter what, I see that nice and beautiful bobsled. And guess what? I understand that nice and beautiful blockhead. I say it's more that bulkhead. I realize every single day that butthead. I realize every single day I see the calf head. I realize now no matter what, I see the nice and beautiful see that nice and beautiful morning. Or what I'm saying, every single day I see the vocal here is something different, but guess what? It's something different now. I make sure every single day it's a Godhead. I realize that if you want a Godhead, then you have to understand no matter what, Moosehead. I realize that Moosehead is more head. I realize that every single day Nedved. I realize that what you say that numbed. I see that nice and beautiful way of numb. I say no matter what, if you understand stop dead. I say nice and beautiful way of slay bed. I say no matter what, that's say it. I realize that no matter what, I say right bed. I see red head. I love I. every single day. I see every single day Mophead. I see the nice and beautiful Olmsted. I see every single day if you wanna unroof it. I say every single day. I understand that no matter what. I say unthread. I say no matter what. If you understand Westfed, I say no matter what. That it's really white bread. I say Tail Street. I say Trailhead. I say Tail's Head. I love I every single day. And no matter what, I realize every single day Homefed. Whereas no matter what I see every single day in that nice and beautiful way, that I understand every single day date bread. I love I date bed. I see that no matter what I can see that nice and beautiful drumhead. I say no matter what I see the fry bed. I say every single day that I'm feeling that nice and beautiful way. I say that nice and beautiful way is the breakfast. Enters the breakfast. There's the breakfast fed every single day. That dickhead. I'm running every single day. And I'm understanding something about life way. I'm understanding no matter what. I can see that nice and beautiful way. I see the oil bed. I see the pure bread. I see the retread. I see that no matter what, I can see the skim of the nice and beautiful screw head. I see the sea bed. I see that no matter what shit head. I say skin head. I see every single day slave bed. I say, and now I understand that no matter what, I can read from the left to right. And I'm understanding that once I do that, whereas it's all different for me, but I'm actually understanding to pick up words very quickly this way. So let's have a look. I say screw head is the seabed, and no matter what shit head. I say no matter what spoon bread is the spearhead every single day, and that no matter what springs dead. I say steel head is the nice beautiful style head in terms of stop dead. Whereas I stop dead is sucked in every single day, and that no matter what swell head. I say swelled head. I say no matter what test bed. I can say test bed is thick head. I can say no matter what you can see trail head. I say trail head is truck bed. I say no matter what if you understand twin bed. I say twin bed is Umstead. Or else no matter what I'm bred. Or else no matter what I'm kid. Or else no matter what I can see that nice and beautiful undead. I see undead is unfed. I say no matter what if you understand unhead. Or else that no matter what unread. I understand unsaid. No matter what I understand every single day unshed. I see unshed is unsped. Understand every single day that you understand unted. See unted is unread. See unread is nice and beautiful white bread. See, I thank you very much. I see Biggie loves this, man. See white bread is nice beautiful white bread. Or else white bread is white head. I see white head is white bread. See white bread is white lead. See white lead is widespread. I say widespread is white. Or I say widespread is winestead. See winestead is wine. There's a widespread is wine. I say the widespread is wine. There's a widespread is windstead. So windstead is woodstead. There's a woodstead is woodhead. Or I say windstead is woodhead. Or else no matter what I say woodhead is woodshed. Or else now either way you must understand that these words are coming up in our bed. Or else that I dread. I say I dread is our head. I said our head is the nice and beautiful way of our head. It's in terms of our head is airhead. Say airhead is unmed. Say unmed is unstead. Or else no matter what I can see that unstead is unread. Say unread is unstead. I say unstead is axhead. Say axhead is nice and beautiful in a way that axhead. Say axhead is bankhead. Say bankhead is beachhead. And the beachhead is nice and beautiful way of saying bedstead. Say bedstead is nice and beautiful way of saying bedspread. I see bedstead. I see bedspread is behead. I see behead is nice and beautiful bedspread. So that's how I actually practice now my rhythms and rapping every single day. So I'm actually understanding no matter what, then now I can focus on better words over here. I mean, there's so much words I can do in actually the nice and beautiful synonyms over here. I understand everything here is going in synonyms. Do you understand? I understand all these words in synonyms really quickly when I sing it. And it's so amazing, isn't it? I see bobsled is blue. I see bobsled is bloodshed. I see bloodshed is black bread. I see black bread is understanding that no matter what you can see the beefstead. I see beefstead is black head. I say no matter what you can see the nice and beautiful beefstead. I see beefstead is bread. See beefstead is bedspread. See bedspread is behead. See behead is bedspread. See behead is bedspread. See bedspread is beestead. See beestead is the nice and beautiful black bread. See black bread is baked lead. Or else now either way you must understand black bread. See black bread is nice and beautiful black lead. I see black lead is blockhead. I see blockhead is bloodshed. I see bloodshed is bloodsled. So now if you want to rhyme differently, then make sure that either way you're learning, or else you're learning something, and make sure that either way I know my word I only. So or else now what I want to do over here is I'm learning everything in terms of life, but I want to move on. I want to move on because I understand I have new words over here that go together here. Or else now understand either way I want to start from the start to finish. Now what I want to do is go from the nice and beautiful left to right over here. It's much better for me. I understand either way. I understand acid. I see acid head is a nice and beautiful form instead of acid head is a nice and beautiful aforesaid. See, I see aforesaid is I'm a bullhead. I see now if I just go like this, I say I'm a bullhead is I missed it. I see I missed it is I missed it. I see I missed it is arrowhead. I see arrowhead is baby's bed. I see baby's bed is baby bed. I can do that too. I mean, or I can sing it. I mean, so either way, I'm just letting it be. I just go and really repeat those words really quickly. I see bag of bread is nice and beautiful. Biomed. I see biomed is brown bullhead. I see bullhead. I love it. I see brown bullhead is built in bed. See built in. I see now either way. Or else if I rhyme it nice and beautiful like that, or else just go and do what you want. Or else now just go and built in bed is Carden Head. I see Carden Head is Christian Stead. I see Christian Stead is City Fed. I see City Fed is Copperhead. I see Copperhead is Kaku Bread. I see Kaku Bread is Ditto Head. I see Ditto Head is Divine Bed. I see Divine Bed is Double Bed. I see Double Bed is Dragon's Head. I see Dragon's Head is Dragon Head. I see Dragon Head is Duramed. I see Duramed is Engelbread. I see Engelbread is Feather Bed. I see Feather Bed is Feather Bed. I see Feather Bed is Figurehead. I see Figurehead is Filter Bed. I see Filter Bed is Flower. I see Filter Bed is Flower Head. I see Flower Head is Garlic Bread. I see Garlic Bread is Get Ahead. I see Get Ahead is Gingerbread. I see Gingerbread is Gluten Bread. I see Gluten Bread is Glycomed. I see Glycomed is Golden Thread. I see Golden Thread is Go Ahead. I see Go Ahead is Go to Bread. I see Go Ahead is Go to Bed. I see Go to Bed is Grab a Bed. I see Go to Bed is Graham Bread. I see Graham Bread is Head Lice. I see Head Lice is Hilton Head. I see Hilton Head. I see Hilton Head is Holling Shed. I see Holling Shed is Holly Head. I see Holly Head is Human Head. I see Human Head is Infrared. I see Infrared. I see Infrared. I see Infrared is Interbred. I see Interbred is In the Head. I say In the Head is In the Lead. I say In the Lead is Jumper Lead. Alright, now understand exactly how Eminem was actually learning from the nice and beautiful rapper over there. Or what's his name? I said Dr. Dre. I understand either way you must understand Dr. Dre. I said Tupac understands Dr. Dre in life. Or else all day, guess what? Or else every single day. I said what's his name? Dr. Bread, man. I said Dr. Dre, man. It's Dr. Dread, man. Dr. Dread. I love life. I realize how good he is, man. I realize he's so good, man, that you can just go and grab your actual nice and beautiful lyrics here and go to Eminem and say, this is this, man, this is this, and that. That's how good you are, man. I understand? That's how you rap, man. I say, what the fuck? I say, in the lead. I say, jumper lead. I say, jumper lead. I say, jumper lead is in the lead. I say, jumper lead is letterhead. I say, letterhead is loaf of bread. I say, loaf of bread is loggerhead. I say, loggerhead is lockerhead. I say, lockerhead is marblehead. I say, marblehead is marriage bed. I say, marriage bed is monkey bread. Where did you get that from, bro? I see what? Let's see if I can see that, man. I see marriage bread is monkey bread. I see love life, man. I see monkey bread. I see monkey bread is mother shed. I see mother shed is mother shed. I see mother shed is Murphy bed. I see Murphy bed is newlywed. I see newlywed is onion bread. I see onion bread is overfed. See, it's fun, huh? See, overfed is overhead. See, overhead is oyster bed. See, oyster bed is pencil lead. See, pencil lead is pilot bread. See, pilot bread is platform bed. See, platform bed is poor head. I mean, just imagination of what's going on around here, man. See, poor head is pocket bread. See, pocket bread is punning head. See, punning head is railroad bread. See, railroad bed is raisin. I see railroad bed is raisin bread. See, raisin bed is repair shed. See, repair shed is riverbed. See, riverbed is riverhead. See, riverhead is rotorhead. See, rotorhead is running head. See, running head is set ahead. See, set ahead is SF head. See, SF head is single bed. See, single bed is skillet bread. See, skillet bread is sofa bed. See, sofa bed is surrounding lead. See, now that's a different word. I say sofa bed is sounding lead. I see sounding lead is spectromed. See, spectromed is staggered head. See, staggered head is stagger head. See, stagger head. I see stagger head is super head. I see stagger head is super fit. Hold on. I see sued. I see super fed is sued. I see super fed is sewer head. See, sewer head is talking head. I see talking head is thoroughbred. See, thoroughbred is thrust ahead. See, thrust ahead is travel stead. See, travel stead is trundle bed. See, trundle bed is tulip bed. See, tulip bed is turnip bed. See, turnip bed is onion fed. See, onion fed? Where did I get the onion fed, man? See, turnship bed is onion. I mean, how is it onion, man? I mean, turnip shed. See, turnip bed is union fed. See, union fed is water bed. See, water bed is water shed. See, water shed is water bed. See, water bed is weatherhead. See, weatherhead is wholemeal bread. See, wholemeal bread is whole wheat bread. See, wholemeal. I say I love it. What is this next one? See, wholemeal bread is whole wheat bread. See, I see whole wheat bread is banana bread. See this? See, banana bread is Boston brown bread, bro. I see what's going on. See, banana bread is Boston brown bread, man. What's going on over there, man? See, banana bread is Boston brown bread. I love life. I love life. See, Boston brown bread. See, Boston brown bread is synonym bread. See, synonym bread is cylinder head. See, cylinder head is department head. See, department head is disc overhead. So disc overhead is false dragon head. I love life. I love everything. I love everything. I say false dragon head is false dragon head. See, false dragon head is getting to bed. So getting to bed is heels overhead. I say getting to bed is heels overhead. I say heels overhead is hospital bed. See, hospital bed is Italian bread. So Italian bread is Jewish bread. See, Italian bread is Jewish rye bread. I love everything. So Jewish rye bread is magnetic head. See, magnetic head is nominal bread. See, magnetic head. I can just imagine. See, I said Terminator there. I said magnetic head, man. See, Terminator's magnetic head, man. I said Tupac and Jesus conceived. Like here, that magnetic head is Terminator head, man. And that's a magnetic head, man. Fuck. I love life. So that's a still head of pitch quatro. So fucking magnetic head of pitch quatro. See, magnetic head is nominal head. See, nominal head is quarter 10. See, quarter 10 is bedspread. I'm like, I can see it. I see sweet Jesus. Ah! Oh my. Super naked, man. Ah! Ah! I can imagine. I can imagine this, man. I can imagine. Ah! I can imagine. I can imagine Terminator running around. I mean, you can imagine Terminator running around as a naked man. And fucking where's the naked running, man? I mean, where's the fucking Terminator running, man? Let's see a fucking naked running around, bro. See a fucking naked running around. Ah! 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 Do you imagine Terminator running around? I mean, guess what? I mean, imagine the naked, bro. I mean, naked. Ah! Ah! Man, that's the funniest thing alive, bro. I mean, fucking naked running around, man. Ah! Ah! And that's hilarious. I love life. I love everything. See, the nominal head is a quilted spread. See, the quilted breadspread is a seminominal bread. I see the quilted breadspread is a seminal bread. I see, now that's a new word. I see quilted breadspread is seminal bread. I say quilted breadspread is seminal bread. See, seminal bread is skillet cornbread. See, skillet cornbread is sugar of lead. See, sugar of lead is Swedish rye bread. See, Swedish rye bread is the living dead. See, the living dead is without bloodshed. I'm understanding either way. You must understand that right now I'm wearing my nice and beautiful way of life. I'm understanding that no matter what, I can also do much better. So if you're getting nice and beautiful, let's say hot, just make sure you be in a singlet for yourself. So you can be with, let's say, tracksuit pants with a singlet in your house and socks. Is a nice way to be warm with a heater around town. So let's have a look over here. I see aloe vera. I see without bloodshed is alver. I see alveola. I see alveola. I see alveola. See alveola is full lyrics. So alveola is bed. See alveola is 4 vowels. So without bloodshed is alveola. I'll say alveola. And that's 2 syllables. See, alveola. See, alveola. And I have to say it with 2 vowels because the 4 vowels is so difficult to say. And nothing's difficult, but without bloodshed is alveola. See, alveola. See, without bloodshed is alveola bread. See, without bloodshed is alveola bed. See, alveola bed is asparagus bed. See, asparagus bed is atomic warhead. Can you imagine Warcraft? I say atomic warhead is bacteria bed. See, bacteria bed is capillary bed. I mean, wow. I look at caterpillar over here in terms of Pokemon. So capillary bed is caraway seed bread. See, caraway seed bread is caterpillar tread. See, caterpillar tread is command overhead. I mean, the commander overhead, man. That's a funny thing, man. See, command overhead is common arrowhead. See, now common arrowhead. See, command overhead is common arrowhead. I mean, arrowhead, man. See, an arrowhead running around, man. Man, how funny is that, man? I mean, see some guy with an arrowhead running around. It's the funniest thing, man. See, now it could be a man or woman. It's just funny. See, I see common arrowhead is Irish soda bread. I see Irish soda. I can imagine this guy holding soda bread, man. He has a big beard, and he's just Irish. I mean, guess what? I mean, it's just the beard, man. And guess what? I mean, just that big. I love everything. I say Irish soda. I'm trying to focus on understanding something now. Understand it's just weakness, isn't it? Make sure that it's much more than that. So Irish soda bread is nuclear warhead. I'm trying to make sure that I can go make an imagination out of something. I say the thermonuclear warhead. So thermonuclear warhead. I say the thermonuclear. Say thermonuclear. Say thermonuclear warhead is a command processing overhead. Ah! I like. I mean, that's the funniest thing, man. So the nuclear warhead is a nuclear warhead. I mean, come on, man. I mean, this is funny. See, red. I'm so glad I went red. See, let's say blue. I go blue. I go to the color blue. Oh, I see this now. I love life. I see now. Here we go. Oh, I have some syllables here, man. So it's good for you, or else you just have to keep reading out everything. But I understand that is now taking longer. I'm making sure every single day that's the kind of way it is. I'm not saying that no matter what that I can do much more. I can let it be that way. I'm not saying that my laptop does everything and my nice and beautiful phones can only export much more this way. I'm saying either way that what's important is understanding my nice and beautiful Photoshop is doing a low resolution something. I'm not saying either way. I'm focusing on making sure that my nice and beautiful image is working with the video. I'm not saying that no matter what, I'm never losing time for that. I'm never losing time, ever. And I can keep it going all the time. And that's the amazing thing about having a laptop where you can go, you can always keep something going all the time with yourself. And you're practicing always these rhythm words. It's very simple. Because that way we're understanding how to rap. I said boo is blue. I said blue is blue. I said blue is boo. I said boo is brorax. I said brorax is brew. I said brew is brew. I said brew is brew. I said brew is sim. I said semifu. I said semu. I said sefmu. I said brew is sefmu. I said sefmu is chew. I said chew is chew. I said chew is cho. I said cho is chew. I said cho is cho. I said cho is chocks. I said chocks. I said cho is chocks. I said chocks is chew. I said chew is chuai. I said chuai is true. I said true is clue. I said clue is coo. I said coo is cooey. I said coo is coo. I said coo is coop. I said coop is coops. I said coops. How amazing these words. Actually, these words are amazing. I said this. I said sips sudu. Whoa. I said coops is sips sudu. I said sips sudu is CPU. I said sips sudu is sip u. Say sip u. Say sip pdu. Say sip pdu is crooks. Say crooks is crew. Say crew is crew. Say crew is subsu. Say subsu is subsu. Say subsu. Say subsu. Say subs. I said subsu. Say subsu is Q. I say Q is CV her. I say her. Oh, what's this, man? I say Q is her. I say what? I say MC what? I say Malaka. I see this. I see this. I say swer. I say swer her. I say somebody's fucking joking with me over here. Somebody's fucking joking with me with these words, man. It's a bigger fucking joke, I say. What? I said, did you miss poo? What the fuck is that, man? And somebody's fucking joking with me here. I'm rushing Jesus Christ and saying, yeah? And what fucking word is that, man? So, come on, man. I don't like. I said now. I said do is do. I said do is do. I said do is doey. I said doey is Drew. I said Drew is Drew. I said Drew is do. I said do is Drew. I said do is Drew. I said Drew is DVD Roo. I said now. I said ew. I said ew. It's few. I said ew. I said ew is few. I said few is flu. I said flu is flu. I said flu is flu. Ah! I said foo. I said goo is foo. Ah! Ah! I don't know. The flu is foo. The foo is grew. The grew is grew. The grew. The goo is goo. Ah! The goo is guax. The guax is who. I said who is who. I said who is ho. I mean, what? Who is who? Who is who? Who is Hawks? How to pronounce this? Say Hawks. Say Hawks is who? Say so is who? Say who is who? Say who? I say who is Hugh? Say Hugh is Hugh. Say Q is Jew. Say Jew is Joe. Say Joe is Jew. Say Joe. Say Jew. Say Joe is Jew. Say Jew is Jew. Say Jew is just. Say just is cool. Say cool is cool. Cool is cool. Say cool is clue. I say this is an amazing game in front of people to be able to rhyme these words and listen to the people and how they pronounce it. Probably should understand. Jesus Christ can understand this. I mean, understand? And we fucking play this game around the table, and we pick one word for other people to fucking rhythm, man. And fucking go and pronounce it for us so we can fucking listen, man. I mean, that's the most funnest game, I promise you. I agree. I say, yeah. I see, guys, so what you can do every single day is focus on understanding that you just keep your content rolling, and now understand that no matter what, I can now rhyme with my words. So making sure either way that we're having fun in the process of what we're doing, but making sure all the time that we're learning from what we're doing. So if you're learning from what you're doing every single day, then you're focusing on making sure that you're doing something around your nice and beautiful way. So no matter what, if you want to understand something about life every single day, you're making sure every single day that you understand the pink way. I mean, make sure that no matter what, that I'm learning something about nice and beautiful life now. I'm understanding now I have some nice and beautiful rhythm in my words. Focusing on understanding that now, I can understand how to go cuckoo. I mean, make sure you understand that no worries in terms of blue. I mean, make sure every single day that if you want to go and understand something about life now, I'm understanding I'm much more definitely greater about my life. So I'm understanding now, I'm actually learning about something about making sure that my life is actually better. I'm making sure that no matter what, I have to understand something about the nice and beautiful way of life. So every single day I'm learning about making sure that I want to just be making sure every single day that there's a time for rhythming and there's a time for fucking just joking around and also doing your life coaching as well. So make sure you understand that you're just performing life coaching when you're life coaching and rhythming when you're rhythming, man. Understand? So make sure you understand either way that you pick one, and you understand either way that if you're picking one, then go the one way or another way. Understand? So that's the whole way. Understand? So practice rhythming when you're rhythming only, and that's the way it is. So focus on understanding to life coach when you life coach, and rhythming when you're rhythming. Understand? So that's what I'm learning from this. So focus on understanding that when I go and grow myself all the time, I'm making sure I'm doing life coaching now. So I'm making sure either way that I have to categorize it like that so I can learn much greater. So what I want to do now is I'm understanding that either way I understand that my nice and beautiful laptop is exporting my content, but it's my laptop that's actually exporting it. So I'm using my laptop as my nice and beautiful way of life where I can go and understand that it's working for me. And since I'm actually always rhyming these words today, every single day, I'm making a nice and beautiful episode of a new way of life where I'm actually going and rhythming my words in my YouTube account and all that. So either way, what's important for myself is learning how to rhythm and learning how to make all these nice and beautiful episodes of different aspects of life so I can learn much greater about what my life is. So I'm saying now I want to make sure that either way I can eat something now. I'm making sure that when I eat something, I'm exporting content always with my nice and beautiful laptop, and I'm making sure that you guys can watch my nice and beautiful episodes online in my podcast, and also my nice and beautiful music production now. Whereas my music production is different now. Whereas now, since I did do that, whereas that what I want to do with music production is I want to keep it going now. Whereas now, I did do the deleting of all of it, but make sure either way that what I want to do is I want to keep uploading now. I want to understand every single time I'm getting ahead on the game very quickly. And since I'm getting ahead of the game, I'm making sure I'm very much more alive now. And because I'm alive, I'm understanding now different ways to do different stuff. And I'm understanding now that since I'm doing that, I'm making sure I'm just growing myself from this point. Or else that's a big reset for me. I mean, now the big reset is 5 videos, and what else? I mean, that's it. It's 5 videos, man. Come on. I mean, that's never a big reset, man. I mean, I'm making sure I'm understanding something. So I'm understanding that no matter what, it's just honest, but it feels like a big reset, man. Or else it feels like a failure. I mean, what else? I mean, either way, I'm learning how to grow. I'm learning how to make more of what I need. So what I'm doing now is I'm understanding that I want to go and make spaghetti. And since I make spaghetti, I throw it on a pan. I make sure I throw it on a pan. And I just get my spaghetti and I make spaghetti. And that's it. And now since I make spaghetti, I put on my shoes around the house. I'm making sure I'm life coaching in different ways. And I'm making sure I'm getting ahead. So what I want to do is now understand that no matter what, that since I can rhyme all the time now in a way of different words and different spaces, I'm making sure that's my nice and beautiful rhythm in terms of nice and beautiful way of life. So I'm making sure that no matter what, that since I'm understanding the nice and beautiful way of everything, I'm making sure I can go and rap, and I can go and do my rapping as well. I'm understanding I'm a rapper, so I'm understanding that when I do rapping, I'm understanding that it's making me smarter in a way that I'm making sure that no matter what, I'm learning very quickly about what I'm doing. And I'm making sure that I'm very serious about my tempo, about what I'm doing. So I'm making sure that when I really understand now that since I'm actually focusing upon understanding that my nice and beautiful life coaching also has more rhythm in it, in a way of words, I'm understanding that's why I'm always understanding that no matter what, I'm much more than what I am every single day. So I'm focusing on understanding to be much more serious about my life coaching all the time. So I'm making sure that no matter what, I'm learning how to use different words now. And because I'm using different words, synonyming in a way that I'm doing the rhythming of words. I'm going and looking at all these rhythms of words and how I can pronounce my name better. And I'm showing you every single day that yes, today I never did have time for my music production recently. But yes, I did. I do have time for my music production. But today, in terms of the past, let's say, 10 hours, I probably had no time to do music production. But that's because my life coaching is getting ahead of me. And I'm learning a lot in other ways. And because I'm doing that, I'm making sure that no matter what you guys can understand now, that I get some nice and beautiful soup over here. I'm making sure that what's amazing about my life now is I'm learning very quick upon opening up very quickly upon everything that's happening for myself. So I'm making sure I'm never chucking food. I'm making sure I'm placing everything in a better way. I'm making sure I'm more serious now than ever before. I'm making sure every single day you understand what I'm doing. I'm placing noodles all the time before I actually go to the killer. And before I go to the killer, I'm making sure that my noodles are inside of my bowl. And I make sure that my nice and beautiful noodles are inside of my bowl before I get to the killer. And that's the way I see life much better now. I understand that no matter what, whereas now, since I understand I have chicken salt over here with noodles, I throw away the chicken salt and I just use the noodles. Because that way I understand that my life is getting better this way. So what I need to understand is I need to focus on delivering some new aspects of life, and I'm focusing on making sure that I can go and understand how I rap. And I rap differently now. I'm understanding that no matter what, my most recent rap, and I was rapping, is the best kind of way of rapping, I promise you. And it's the best kind of rapping because it's so simple to remember. And anybody who can remember words that you say, which is the best kind of way. I mean, in a sense, so make sure you understand that if you want to go and rap something, just make sure you understand the rhythm of words is something that you need to, it's something that you need to do regardless of what you're doing. So focus on understanding that no matter what, I'm always focusing on a greater way of life. I'm making sure that either way, that this nice and beautiful way of life over here, I'm saying that either way. I'll say what I'm actually learning is that my biological dad did place a table here, but it's broken. And guess what? I'm never broken. I'm making sure either way that what I'm doing all the time is I'm learning how to do a nice and beautiful way of life. but I'm understanding every single time I'm focusing on my life and making sure that you guys can understand that. Now I'm just doing better. I'm doing better in a different way. I'm making sure that way I have the best way of my life in different ways, and I'm making sure I'm getting more serious now. I'm getting more serious about success. I'm making sure no matter what that I learn something very quick about my life and what's going on. So I want to be making sure all the time. I'm making sure that my life is very successful in different ways. So just be away from those people who are, let's say, smoking cigarettes around you. So what you want to do is you're focusing on your life in different ways. So if you're doing that all the time, then make sure that no matter what you're doing is learning very quickly about what you're doing. So you can understand that you have to be very quick upon living life. So I understand I love I. Unfortunately now, because I love I understand I never want to be around people who smoke cigarettes. I understand because they never have my best interest in mind, and that's it. Unfortunately, my biological dad smokes cigarettes, and I never want to talk to him when he's smoking cigarettes in that room, and that's it. I told him many times, go somewhere else when you smoke cigarettes, and he never wants to listen. So because he never wants to listen to me, I never want to go talk to him when he's in that room smoking cigarettes, and that's it. That's what I understand, and that's the punishment I give him. I give him that kind of punishment, and that's it. I never want to talk to people who are smoking cigarettes around me, and that's it. I mean, if you smoke cigarettes around me, I mean, get the fuck away from me, and that's it. I don't want to fucking be around you. That's the way. And that's your punishment, and that's it. I mean, you never fucking care about my health. I mean, you never care about my health. I care about my health. I mean, that's why I'm understanding that what I want to do is I want to try out this kind of nice and beautiful way. So since it's 500 grams of actual, let's say, spaghetti, I'm understanding that if I place everything inside, I'm understanding I go ahead and do so. I'm making sure that no matter what, I realize something now. Whereas it's all different when it's nice and beautiful spaghetti. Spaghetti is different, and we're understanding that fettuccine is a spaghetti. So if you're teaching people ideas really quickly, then understand either way, they're learning very quickly upon what you're doing, in a way that you're learning very quickly that you need to go and succeed. And you succeed in different ways to make sure that you're live coaching in different ways people, so you can understand what you need to do all the time. So I understand that either way, a pan is something that I need to use right now, because I only ever cook with a pan for now. So no matter what, I'm really understanding that spaghetti can go in a nice and beautiful way of life over here in a pan. I realize now in a pan, I realize the spaghetti can go, and I understand that no matter what, I can really do that. I realize now what I want to do is understand that you guys need a nice and beautiful way of life all the time to make sure that you're really coaching yourself the best kind of attitude on the planet. Because if you're focusing on different ideas and giving people different ideas, then understand that's the whole point, yeah? The whole point is understanding that if people never trust you and people never want to be around you, then actually, I mean, guess what? I mean, excellent. Be careful with how you're pouring water inside of the actual nice and beautiful pan. So make sure you fill up the water and make sure you're looking to see what you're doing in that life over here. So make sure you never pour the water on the freaking spaghetti. So make sure you're pouring water next to the spaghetti somewhere. So make sure either way you understand what I mean. And that way you understand that no matter what that, otherwise you must understand that what's important is making sure that you're greater. And just talk much greater. And talk much greater about what's going on. And as soon as the nice and beautiful spaghetti is ready, actually what happens is it just boils down and it goes down. I mean, so let's have a look. But for the first time ever, I'm cooking spaghetti today for the first time ever, guys. I mean, isn't that a nice and beautiful hip hip, alright? I mean, guess what? I mean, every single day, that if you want to do something around life coaching and you want to coach people, something really nice, you make sure you're getting ahead of the game. I mean, you have to understand every single day it's much more about what you say every single day than it is about what you're doing. So focus on understanding that you place hot water in the kettle before you place cold water in the kettle. And make sure that you understand that no matter what, I'm always learning that. I'm always learning everything about life because I want to be making sure that my life is successful. So when my life is successful, I'm talking about different aspects of life. I'm making sure that my nice and beautiful phones are with me. I want to make sure that both of my phones are with me all the time. So I'm understanding that why is that? Because I want to check social media with my other phone while I'm speaking to you with this phone. And that's why. I'm talking about different aspects of life. I'm focusing on making sure I'm learning about something. That's why I'm learning about my life. So what I do is I focus upon making sure I have everything I need to succeed. So I'm focusing on actually always understanding that if I do something to give somebody something, then I understand it's worth it. I understand that no matter what, that they already can ask me for everything. Which that's the way. Which they can ask me. Of course, if they want something from me, then I make sure that they can ask me and I'll give it to them. And so before I actually go and give somebody something, I mean, I want them to ask me to give them. I mean, that's it. I want to understand that if they're deserving for my food and drink and they want my food and drink, I give it to them. Understand? But that's my biological family. Whereas my biological family wants my food and drink, I'll give it to them if they ask me. I mean, if a homeless man wants me to give them food and drink, of course I give them my business card. I mean, if my friends and family, in terms of other people who are my friends from the past, or anybody who's an outsider who I've never met before, asks me to give them something, I just give them my business card. I never give them food and drink. I give my family, in terms of my biological family, food and drink if they want it from me, but that's only if they ask me. Understand? And if anybody asks me for anything else that's never my biological family, then I give them my business card. Understand? I'm always asking something. So that's how I'm looking at life. And making sure I'm learning very quickly upon making sure that my nice and beautiful business is getting ahead. So as I'm actually focusing on life, I'm actually always now uploading content very quickly online also. So I'm understanding that it's all uploading online very quickly. So I'm focusing on understanding that there's so much more to do. And you can go through YouTube and you can also make sure that your nice and beautiful content is going and understanding that you are watching later some nice and beautiful content. So you're saving for later to watch content. So that's a nice and beautiful theory, but make sure that you're watching everything now. So make sure you understand that if you build up this nice and beautiful portfolio of being able to watch something now in a better time, then make sure you go on YouTube and you go and save content that you can watch later in a better time. So make sure either way, that's what I mean. And if you're going online now, then make sure you're away from the nice and beautiful pan for a bit. If you want to understand something about life, then make sure that no matter what, that you can go and understand this now. That you always go to where you're cooking. So if you're cooking if you're cooking in the kitchen, then be in the kitchen cooking, and that's it. And then go and check social media while you're cooking, while you're doing an audio program like this, and making sure always that you understand that if you leave the nice and beautiful, let's say, life ahead of you in a way that you're learning, that what you're doing is making sure that you're just always in a way that you're never trespassing, or making sure that you're learning very quickly upon in terms of what you have to do in life. So make sure that all of your nice and beautiful content in terms of life is making sure that no matter what, that you're learning very quickly upon what you need to do, and then focus upon loving you. That's the whole point. The whole point is making sure that you're serious about what you're doing, because I understand that either way I have to do Instagram. So as I do Instagram, I'm cooking right now and I'm making Instagram. You understand? I'm making my Instagram content understood. So the whole point is I'm making food while I'm doing my Instagram content over here. I'm making sure either way that you guys can hear me and what I'm doing. So if you focus upon life and you're focusing on something that's helping you, then understand that no matter what, you must grow yourself, and grow yourself in the best way. So focus on better words. Focus on making sure that you go and do other synonym words that are helping you. So if you understand that, yes, that rhythm words and anything that rhythms together is only with rhythm words. Understand? Because that way they are words that rhythm. But if you want to understand anything about public speaking, then go and get words that actually are words in a way that is helping you to, let's say, nicely to expand your actual context of different actual words you can do with life coaching, because that's different. So what I do is make sure that every single day now I'm focusing on a greater life for myself. So what I want to do now is I want to make sure that I'm uploading content, and I want to make sure that I'm downloading content as well. So no matter what, I understand what I'm doing now. I'm understanding now a better way of life, and I'm making sure that no matter what, that you guys can hear what I'm doing all the time. So when I'm focusing on a greater life for myself, I'm making sure I have something better to do with life. I'm making sure that no matter what, that my life is complete in a way that's actually working for me. So the nice and beautiful spaghetti is actually going into my pan over here. I'm using a pan, and it's a metal pan. So I'm using a metal pan to actually cook. I'm making sure that you guys understand how to really understand life. And then either way, if you're understanding something about life, then go and understand how it is to feel your life in a great way. So focus on loading content very quickly, and understand to just be loading the process, and be making sure that you're talking to a video camera or audio camera, or just be writing something down. So the whole day today, I just wrote some lists down in terms of how to win, in terms of where to go to win, in terms of my nice and beautiful way of life, and also I understand where to go in a nice and beautiful way of life to get some money in terms of to win. So I just say this is nice and beautiful, say iRandom audio, and I'm just always making sure that no matter what, I'm always delivering content that's helping me. So what I want to do is make sure I'm always saving time and everything. I'm making sure every single day I learn something about life, and I want to be learning about life differently. And I want to be making sure I'm just something of a YouTube star right now, so I'm always making sure I'm learning very quickly upon how to actually help people much quicker than yesterday. So I'm making sure that no matter what, that people can understand what I'm doing very quickly, because what's important is understanding that if you want to help people grow, then you can. I mean, you can help people grow if you understand. You can help people grow if you want to understand something about life. But what you have to understand about life is understand to always open up the project and make sure that the nice and beautiful content is here for you in a way that you're never losing content. I mean, make sure you're never losing anything of content. So make sure you understand that it's because I understand now that since my nice and beautiful content is in a way that it's exporting 128 kbps, whereas now that's why I'm understanding that no matter what, that my nice and beautiful quality of audio is more enough for me now. Making sure that either way, you guys understand that now, because my nice and beautiful voice memo, I was exporting my content at 256 kbps, but now I do it at 128 kbps. And why is that? Because 128 kbps is more than enough for me, and it saves me money and time. I mean, you guys understand? So anyway, that's why I see a difference of 155 megabytes and 112 megabytes, and then suddenly 56 megabytes uploads of 1 hour content. And why is it 56 megabytes? Because now it's suddenly 128 kbps instead of 256 kbps. So I save all this data, I save all this money and more. So I'm understanding either way that for every upload I'm saving double the nice and beautiful savings or whatever it is in terms of my nice and beautiful money and time. So I'm making sure that when I save money, I'm saving time as well. So I'm always saving money. I'm always saving money, but I'm never saving plastic money. And that's the difference. There's a big difference. I'm saving money, but I'm never saving plastic money. Understand? And that's why I'm understanding either way that what's important for me is never what's important for other people. So I'm understanding that what I want to do is always focus on a better I to make sure that I can go and understand life itself. So when I understand life itself, I'm making sure I'm learning very quickly upon understanding how to promote myself and everybody very quickly upon what I do. But I'm making sure all the time I'm always ahead of the game. I'm making sure that my life is making sure it's prospering. But my nice and beautiful voice memo is something very beautiful now, because I'm just so thankful that I can also do this. I'm thankful that I'm able to do this in terms of what I'm doing now, because it's just a blessing to be able to go and public speak and be able to travel the world and do what I'm doing today, because it's just that kind of way that I'm understanding that I'm learning very quickly about how to actually succeed in the game of life very quickly. So I'm learning to actually be much more open with people in a way of communication, and I'm understanding that no matter what, that now, since I'm actually learning how to communicate better, I'm understanding I'm very successful. So I understand that those people who are, let's say, never with me in terms of communication, probably they're losing. I'm probably losing in life as a whole. I'm understanding because they have nothing to do, and I'm always doing better than them. So I'm understanding that the spaghetti can be in a pan, and you can actually you can place spaghetti in a pan, and you can place 500 grams of spaghetti in a pan. You can place 500 grams of spaghetti in a pan. Saying you can do it, because I understand whatever pan you get, just make sure it's a medium size. Make sure it's a medium sized pan. So either way, you understand what a medium sized one is, that you just see on the television show where they're cooking on the television show, and get one of those medium ones. So either way, they're on the stove while they're cooking. So when you understand either way that you're always showing people a nice and beautiful picture with words all the time, and then you're also checking Bitcoin and you're checking the cryptocurrency market to see what's going on in terms of the Bitcoin and all that. So I'm always checking to see the nice and beautiful trends out there, and I'm making sure I'm reading the news every single day. I'm making sure I'm staying ahead of the game with my life and what's happening with my life. So today I actually went around and I did really, let's say, pick up some information about life. But that kind of information is what I need. Apparently it's satisfying. Apparently it's something that helps me. And because I did promote myself as well, I did give out 3 business cards, but one woman does love me today. I'm saying that she also is never what I'm looking for. I'm saying, so make sure you understand that sometimes somebody may love you, but maybe you never want to be with them, because you can see that they need to improve so much, and you just never want to be with that. I'm saying, you deserve better, and that's it. If you understand every single day that a look in terms of life is never enough, But you have to understand, I understand her. I understand that she says, oh, he never wants me. I understand that. I understand, but guess what? I mean, why didn't you approach me then? I mean, why didn't you approach me? I mean, if you're a woman, I mean, why don't you approach me? I mean, why don't you want to talk to me? I mean, you look at me. I mean, big deal. I mean, many people looking at me. I mean, why don't you come and talk to me if you love me? I mean, why don't you come and talk to me if you want to say something to be with me? I can see already. I mean, I'm not stupid. You understand? I mean, if you want me so much, then talk to me. I mean, what? I mean, do you think I'm approaching you? I'm only approaching the word I only. I understand? So make sure you understand that if I approach you, then you are somebody in my life. And that's it. I mean, I only talk to people who I want to see in real life. I only talk to people who I want to hang around with. I mean, that's it. I want to hang around with somebody, I'll go and understand I want to hang around with Eminem. I want to talk to Eminem because I want to hang around with Eminem. I mean, for how long? I mean, just for fucking 2 seconds. I mean, just for 1 second. I just want to say hello and that's it. I just want to say that and I just fuck off. I never have to see him again. I mean, that's it. I just meet him. I just meet them. I mean, I meet new people and that's it. I mean, so that's the thing. I mean, if you want to understand that, then understand that no matter what, that you're learning how to promote yourself in the way of love and devotion, and understand either way that if somebody's around you and they're helping you to have free accommodation, and they're giving you free Wi-Fi in the room, and they're giving you a heater, and they're giving you electricity, and all of that, and they're giving you money on the side, in different ways, I understand that every single day that what's important is love them, and understand that no matter what, that you're enjoying your life, and differently, you're enjoying your life in what you're doing. So, I understand that my biological dad is helping me in many aspects of life today. But in communicational words, Roshi now, in communicational words, yeah, Roshi's helping me in that kind of range with communicational words. But is he speaking me, or now, is he speaking to me a lot in communicational words? And guess what? Roshi, no. Roshi, no. Roshi's never speaking to me a lot. Whereas now in the Bitcoin right now, in the nice and beautiful, let's say 27th of April 2021, is on $70,000. And so I seen Bitcoin at 8,000. I seen Bitcoin at 8,000. I understand, but now it's on 70,000. And did I go in? Unfortunately, no. I never want Bitcoin in my life. I mean, guess what? I want Bitcoin when somebody asks, or I want Bitcoin when somebody just wants to give it to me for free. I mean, when they want to give it to me for free, I have Bitcoin there. I understand, but like this, to go and give money to have Bitcoin, I never care about Bitcoin, man. And why is that? Because it's a scam. I'm never a scam, but Bitcoin is a scam, and I never need it in my life. So I'm focusing on understanding that what you need to do with spaghetti is make sure that it goes inside of the actual water. So make sure that all the spaghetti is going in the hot water. So make sure you're moving the nice and beautiful, let's say, spaghetti line, and making sure that no matter what, that it's all in the water eventually. So we can also understand that what we need to do is promote the spaghetti to be in the hot water, and then the hot water is going to drown the spaghetti, and then guess what? Now you have fettuccine. Fettuccine. Say fettuccine. Or either way, or else no matter what, we need some Italians to say some fettuccine. I mean, I'll say fettuccine, Miko. Or else now, no matter what, if you want to understand life, then understand that we have to go and promote ourselves. And when you promote yourself in different ways, just learn to give advice. I mean, give advice in different ways, and you're just enjoying yourself. I thank you. Or else I understand one of my poker players over here, I understand he's just doing a better job now. I'm making sure they understand that no matter what. And I realize he's gone from this world. I'm making sure either way I say rest in peace. I understand either way that he's alive and well. I'm making sure no matter what that I understand something about life. I'm just doing I now. I'm doing I in a way that I'm learning greatly what to do. So when I understand anything about life, I'm understanding that there's always a greater way to understand something that you want to do. So if you want to understand something about life, then just go and be a better you in a way that you're focusing on making sure that you're doing better in whatever you're doing. So if you're willing to do better all the time, then you're looking to make sure that you're improving yourself along the way. Because that's the point, isn't it? First, the point is making sure that you wake up and you have the greater way of life. So make sure you understand that no matter what, that if you understand Holy Ghosts and what you understand about life, then understand your word I only. I mean, understand every single day that I'm focusing on understanding that it's honest every single day, that I'm understanding that no matter what, I love everything. So I can focus on making sure that it's just that kind of way. I understand. So if you want to understand, I can sense eternity. I can sense when people in eternity and Jesus Christ is sending me signals and stuff. I can speak to Jesus Christ always, and I'm very in connection with Jesus Christ every day because I follow Jesus Christ. I mean, you understand? I follow Jesus Christ. So if you follow God, of course you're going to have a connection with God. And so I do have a connection with God. And it's a great one. I mean, it's a great connection with God because I understand God. I understand every single day. I follow God. But those idiots who say Jesus Christ, huh? And they put you as a schizophrenic in a rehab because you said Jesus Christ. Because they never followed Jesus Christ. But they're following Jesus Christ to some extent. But they put you in rehab anyway. And what's happening here? I mean, they're losing faith in Jesus Christ. Understand? I promise you. And that's it. A little bit. I mean, make sure you understand either way that what I'm doing now is I'm focusing, they're regretting that, I promise you. But they're regretting that day that they played, in terms of those people, are regretting the day that they did put me in rehab for no reason. I understand? So either way, that you must understand, no matter what, I'm learning very quickly about life. So if you want to learn quickly about life, then you have to understand this moment right now. So just focus on understanding that you have always a greater picture of you, and make sure that no matter what, that you let it be, and focus on making sure you're promoting the best pictures. So focus on understanding that you let it be now, and focus on understanding that no matter what, I can see much greater now. I can understand that no matter what, I'll let it be with this one, because I never want to lose time. So making sure every single time that no matter what I do is just a greater way of fashion over here. I'm making sure I have much more to say all the time. So I'm focusing on delivering that nice and beautiful content differently, because there's always something much more. I understand how it actually goes in lives with life. And I'm understanding that if you're going to really promote your nice and beautiful content in terms of what you're doing, then you understand that no matter what, that it's just that kind of way, isn't it? I mean, it's just that kind of way that if you love yourself so much that you just do anything you want to succeed. So focus on making sure your headline is looking the best, and making sure every single day you're learning something about life. So that's just the kind of way I'm looking at life. So make sure that you're just somebody who's promoting your nice and beautiful life in different ways. And you understand I'm cooking spaghetti now while I'm doing my audio program. And I'm learning very quickly how to do this. I'm learning very quickly on how to be much more productive. And I'm just making sure that no matter what, that life is planning itself forward. So because I understand that no matter what, I'm planning myself into greatness. I'm making sure that no matter what, that people today can see my business cards and they're saying, oh, I mean, he has some business cards, man. I mean, he has a businessman. When he has a business, I mean, he has business going. I mean, because I did show some on my biological family members, and I did show some people. So I'm making sure either way that they understand that something's happening in my life, because something is always happening in my life, because I make it happen. I make my nice and beautiful life happen. So if you want to make your nice and beautiful life happen today, then understand that no matter what, you just see what you want out of life, and then you're focusing on making sure that your nice and beautiful life is different, and you're showing different hairlines all the time like that. And you're making sure no matter what, you always have it better like that. And no matter what, you understand, and no matter what, you let it be. Because what's amazing, if you have a better life for yourself, then you understand that no matter what, you're doing something greater. So I understand every single time that if you want to invite someone into your room, to come with you and sit down in your room, then guess what? I mean, please do so. I mean, please go and ask if they want to come and sit with you in the room for a bit. I mean, you understand? And then guess what? I mean, you can just enjoy it. I mean, you can enjoy it and you can say, hey, I mean, you guys are over here. I mean, you must understand either way, you just enjoy it and just say that kind of aspect, and then that way you understand that no matter what, they can join you, because they smoke cigarettes. So just say, come to my room, and because you never smoke cigarettes, but they do, and I mean, they come to your room and there's no cigarettes. Understand? So that way, there's no cigarette smoke in your room though. So that's why I invite them to your room, and that way they never have to smoke in your room though. I mean, so that way you can always be with them, and you can actually encourage yourself to do that for life. So focus on understanding that when you're focusing on a greater life for yourself, I mean, you're just making sure that you're doing a greater job all the time in what you're doing. So if you're doing that all the time, you just focus on understanding that what you want to do all the time is focusing on something right now, every single day. So I'm making sure that I'm always loving my life. I'm always loving my life every single day, to focus on making sure that my life is something different. But I'm understanding I'm the only one watching my life, except I and Jesus Christ in eternity. I'm the only one. I mean, saying right now. I mean, they're saying, but eternity is always watching me with I is always watching me with eternity. And then everybody else is watching what is happening with me online. And that's different. I mean, whatever's online in terms of my life is different. I mean, if you see me in real time, I mean, that's the best time to see me. In real time. Understand? But if you see me online, then I've done this content ages ago, man. This audio program that you're hearing me on is ages ago I've done that. Understand? But if you see me right now and you're with me right now, and you have this positive vibe from me, you have the positive vibe from me right now, where I am. I mean, that's different. Understand? I mean, that's something that you have to feel much more, let's say, worth about. And you have to understand you have to feel much more worthy to be around me. Understand? Because I understand that no matter what, if you understand something, then it's much more about how you feel in the moment of what you're doing. So focusing on understanding that your nice and beautiful life has to get ahead all the time, and that way you're focusing on something that's working. So if you're focusing on something that's working for your life, then make sure that no matter what, that you're always understanding how to actually go and see, is your nice and beautiful spaghetti ready? So make sure you see the bottom and how the bottom is as well, and just make sure you're moving your spaghetti around. And make sure you understand the water is going to go and evaporate as well, so you're actually understanding that you hold the pan while you're always moving the pan, and you're moving the spaghetti underneath. So make sure you're holding the pan while you're actually moving the spaghetti underneath of your nice and beautiful content. Because what you do is understand that in water, make sure that you understand that spaghetti may stick to the floor or the baseline in the actual frying pan. So make sure you're just moving it around a bit to make sure that you're holding the pan, is what I'm saying. Because that way you understand you're getting ahead this way. So make sure you understand that I never ever place frying oil or any kind of oil on the pan or inside the frying pan, ever. Because it's a waste of oil and it's a waste of everything. Understand? So make sure you understand that I never eat oil other than extra virgin oil, and I only place oil on the side. So it's only on the side and it's actually only olive oil. So that's how I eat. And that's because I understand something about trans fats and how the pan makes black bark of oil. It makes you, ever seen ever the barbecue and how it goes black? And that's the worst thing to eat when it's black. Never eat black food, please. Because you can see cancer straight away. Cancer is on black food, I promise you. Never trust other people to cook your food. Please. Never trust other people to cook your food. Because if you trust other people to cook your food, then they give you cancer, I promise you. Now, it's because you allow it. But make sure you understand, you allow yourself, but make sure you're cooking your food. Because it's much better for you. Make sure you take control of your life in a way that you're having control of your life. So never take your life, but make sure that you're taking control of your life is what I mean. So make sure every single day, if you're focusing on something that is nice and beautiful every single day, then you're focusing on something that helps you grow, then making sure that no matter what, that you're very positive about what you're saying daily, and then you're making sure either way, you always understand every single time what you need to do to succeed all the time. So make sure you're understanding every single day what you need to do to succeed. It's very nice and healthy for you. So making sure all the time, if you want to go and really study something every single day, then make sure every single day you're learning. If you're learning every single day how to succeed, then you're focusing on understanding that you must go and focus on you all the time in different ways. Because that's the whole point, isn't it? The whole point is making sure that what you have in life is what you are. And what you are is what you must be. So you must understand that if you want to do better, then make sure that you're always learning how to go and do better. In a sense, you make sure all the time you're making sure that no matter what, the life is getting ahead of you very quickly, because you're planning, and you're making sure that no matter what, that you have what it takes to succeed, and you have what kind of investment you have in yourself that is growing, and then making sure you're always counting yourself to make sure that you can have that nice and beautiful life for yourself in different ways. So make sure all the time that you're doing that kind of aspect in different ways for yourself. So make sure that's the kind of aspect of life that you have. So find my nice and beautiful, interesting photos every single day, that you're understanding that no matter what, that I'm always learning something about life, and I'm making sure that no matter what, that my life is much more pronunciating itself in different ways by rhythming my words, and also by doing greater in what I'm doing. I'm making sure all the time I'm learning very quickly upon how everything is. So as I actually go and actually touch the nice and beautiful way of life, I want to make sure that nice and beautiful, let's say, spaghetti is ready. So I'm saying that what I want to do is I want to make sure that I taste some spaghetti. So I can make sure I get some nice and beautiful, let's say, I get my nice and beautiful fork, and I go and really eat some spaghetti somewhere, and make sure either way that what's important for myself is to grow and just to see, is it all ready, and just to see how it goes. So I'm understanding that I want to see first to pick it up and to just see and feel it, and understand that no matter what I feel, that the spaghetti is ready. And so if it's never ready, if my spaghetti is never ready here, then I understand that no matter what I can do, I'm going to place it back in the water. I'm understanding that no matter what, it's much more how I feel. So no matter what, I just let it be for now. I'm making sure that no matter what, that my spaghetti is all, let's say, nice and absorbing of itself in different ways. So what happens is the water evaporates very quickly, and just let the water evaporate. So if you place water in the nice and beautiful spaghetti, then make sure you're doing an audio program like this while you're actually cooking, and just go and continue. Just let the actual water evaporate in the whole thing, and just let it be, because that way you understand it's ready. You understand? So you're always learning, because this is my first time doing the spaghetti cooking, for example. So understanding that no matter what, that you're learning. But what you can do is you can move the actual pan below and all this, but make sure you understand that you just keep your nice and beautiful food and pan steady as you're cooking something. I mean, never try to be those chefs. Never try to be those chefs in the restaurant who go freaking with the pan and they try to fucking flip oranges with the fucking pan. I mean, Sam, come on. I mean, you understand? I mean, they're just wasting time. Every single day, no matter what, if you want to go and focus upon something, then focus upon understanding that your life is very important if you make yourself important. So if you're making yourself important today, then make sure all the time that you're looking for better ways of dealing with life all the time, making sure that your life is different. So, if your life is different all the time, then making sure that you're making an effort to succeed, and people can see that you're making an effort. It's no doubt about that. You understand? So if you just go around life making an effort much more than everybody else, then guess what? That's better for you, isn't it? Isn't it better for you to just do more? Isn't it better for you to just be much more of a star than other people? Forget them. Forget how much they're looking at you. Just go and do something that is going to make you a star right now. Go and be a star much more than them, and then focus on understanding that they are watching anyway. That's the whole point. Guess what? Every single day, watch yourself the most, and that's the most important. So what you understand about life is understanding that if you're going to really, really succeed every single day to do something that's courageous for you, then you understand every single day you're focusing on making sure that you have a better you in a way that you're learning. And then if you're learning, you're making sure you're connecting the dots very quickly, and then that's how you succeed. You succeed in different ways, and you're making sure you're positive about everything. Make sure you understand yourself when you're talking. When you're talking in different ways, then absorb the nice and beautiful aspect of what you're saying in different ways, and then that's the only way to be. In the sense of, if you're being in a way that you're promoting yourself in different ways, to make sure that you are selecting photos, to make sure that you never waste time, to make sure you go slowly in a way that you never deselect your photos that you've done. So if I have 64 photos that I've done selection of in terms of my nice and beautiful Mega Drive, so I just did select 64 photos in Mega Drive. But if you're just about to select 10 more photos, and then 50 photos become unselecting of itself, and then you have to go and select all the fucking 50 photos again. Never try to select content again. Try to do it from one time, but make sure you're going slower, so you never have to click on something that where you're done selecting of photos for 500 photos, and then suddenly it fucking ruins for some reason, and then fucking suddenly you have to go and select all the photos again on your phone. So what you do is you go select all, select all the photos. But sometimes you find yourself posting content online, such as me, for example, and I find myself selecting these photos, and I select up to 64 photos on my own, because I upload 1,200 photos of my fashion photos all in one fucking folder, because by the time I organize it, it's a waste of my time, and it's much more how I feel. So I'm understanding that I can do this. I understand it rarely happens that the unselection process happens, but make sure you understand you may lose a few seconds uploading and selecting photos here and there with 64 photos or whatever. So make sure you understand that if I select 50 photos and suddenly unselect for some, then suddenly it may unselect for some reason, in terms of I select 64 photos and suddenly it may unselect for some reason, then guess what I do? I just go and select really quickly everything, and just really, let's say it's around 10 seconds to do so. So it's much more quicker. I'm understanding that to never start again. Never start selecting photos again for some reason. Try to go and select 500 photos without unselecting it, and trying to make sure that you're always selecting 500 photos in the first time and then download it in the first go, instead of selecting 400 photos and then fucking suddenly your phone drops and fucking then your phone drops, and guess what happens? I mean, your phone may drop, and then guess what? Then it may fucking restart or some shit. Then you have to fucking select thousands of photos again for some reason. I mean, never make that your opportunity. I mean, make the opportunity to understand that you never drop your phone while you're selecting photos, and never make sure about anything other than yourself, but making sure that you have battery as well in your phones, so you can select all those photos. Because if you have 50 million photos you've done the selection of, and then suddenly your phone runs out of battery, then you have to fucking select 50 million photos again. So never do that, please. I mean, make sure you select everything quicker, make sure you have phone battery, make sure that you never drop your phone, and make sure you never put your phone in water. I mean, make sure you understand to take care of your phone and take care of your technology. So understand either way, when Nice and Beautiful content over here is ready. So making sure that no matter what, if you want to go and do something, make sure I understand how lazy I was. I was so lazy about life. And why was I so lazy? Because I was unable to do audio programs like this. And that's why. So what I'm doing today is very different to what other people are doing, because I understand something about life and freedom, and I understand how to actually live my life differently. So because I'm living life differently, I make sure I get a lid. So when I get a lid, I make sure I place a lid on top of the Nice and Beautiful pan, and since I'm putting a lid over the pan, because of the pan, I make sure you understand that I can place a lid, and I can place also some nice and beautiful ways of some kind of towel on top of the actual pan, to make sure that no, let's say, insects go on top of the food. So let's say let's say you have leftovers on the pan that you're eating food with. What you do is make sure that you wash your dishes before you go and before you eat, and make sure either way that you're nicely and beautifully making sure that you place a lid, for example. So when you have leftovers in your actual frying pan, you place a lid on the frying pan because you have food in there, because it's leftovers. And then guess what? I'm going to place a towel over the actual Nice and Beautiful frying pan as well, to just keep out and keep away insects from the actual food that you're eating that may be left overnight, for example. So leave it in a pan that you close the lid on. I mean, close the lid on the pan. Close the lid on the pan that has food inside, so that no insects come inside. Or cover your Nice and Beautiful frying pan with like a towel or something like that, so that no insects come in. Understand? So that way you're taking care of your food. Understand? So what you do is never leave your food longer in the terms of a fridge or out and about for longer than 24 hours, please. I mean, make sure you eat your food right away. I mean, make sure you eat your food and it never goes hot and then cold. Understand? I mean, make sure you never eat anything other than making sure that your food is making sure that you're eating. So, for example, you're making sure that your food is ready, and then fucking eat it all. I mean, eat all of your fucking food in that night. I mean, make sure you eat all your food as much as possible in a way that you're never getting fat, but you're making sure you're eating all your food to have no leftovers. I mean, have no fucking leftovers. I mean, give some fucking food to your family so that they can eat it. I mean, you understand? Because never fucking be the person who has fucking, you're making, let's say, food in terms of life, and then you make fucking 7 days of fucking food in a fucking one of those pans, and it's fucking, you open the fucking lid and you're fucking always eating the same food for 7 days. I mean, fucking never do that, please. I mean, never fucking do that, because that's a fucking waste of time. But eat fucking something different every day, is what I'm saying. I mean, eat something different all the time. I mean, so for the past 5 days, I've been eating pasta and rice and spaghetti, and also noodles on the side. I mean, so I'm eating like that, and I'm also eating something different along the way. You understand? Because pasta and olive oil and all this nice and beautiful rice and spaghetti is all different, and I'm eating something different now with different types of ways that I'm eating. I'm making sure you understand that I've ate before that, but I'm eating differently all the time. I'm never eating rice 7 days a week. I'm eating rice and then pasta and then spaghetti, and then maybe rice again with something different. Then I'm always focusing on something different. Understand? So that's the whole point of eating. So if you understand how to eat now, then understand that's how you actually do life much better. So focus on understanding that when I eat with cutlery, I eat with plastic cutlery. I eat with something plastic cutlery. And why plastic cutlery? Because with plastic cutlery, you can bring it around the world with you. And plastic cutlery is much more, let's say, affordable to gain from the Nice and Beautiful store and place in your Nice and Beautiful, let's say, shoulder bag, and then cutlery that's plastic, you can bring on a plane. But if you bring a fucking knife that's fucking metal sharp one, I mean, fuck. I mean, how are you going to bring on a plane with you? You know what I'm saying? So, make sure the fork as well. I mean, they take away your fucking fork as well. You know what I'm saying? So make sure you understand that. So what's important is understand that if you want to do something to succeed, then make sure you're succeeding, and if your family members or somebody wants to ask you what you're cooking, then make sure you can show them if you want, or make sure if they're asking for your food, give it to them every single day. So focusing on making sure that you're learning something about life. So you have to caution. But make sure that no matter what, that you give way for other people to go first. So make sure that way they understand that they can be first in their life. So make sure you're just being careful with everything, and make sure that you let people go first. You understand? For sure, if your biological dad or mother is with you, and who's going to go first through the door? I mean, guess what? I mean, fucking let them go first. I mean, let them fucking go first, so you never have to fucking worry about who's fucking giving way in life. I'm saying, I mean, if you're on a fucking roundabout with a car, and there's fucking cars coming, I mean, fucking give way to people, and then fucking go where there's no cars. You understand? I promise you now, if you have to do something in life to go in a different direction, then make sure that what you're doing is you're giving way to people in the way of when you're driving. So when you're on a forklift driving kind of way, or if you're understanding that no matter what, that you're doing better than that. But if you're doing, let's say, something around life where you're focusing on your life in a different way, then you're making sure, like, for example, when you have a car and the other person wants to go, or you want to go with the car, I mean, fucking let them go first. I mean, the same thing. I mean, your kids want to go and you want to go, but you let your fucking kids go first. Understand? I mean, when you're fucking with your wife or kids on the parachute somewhere, and you're about to parachute, I mean, let your fucking wife go first. I mean, let your fucking wife go first and jump off the plane with a parachute first. I mean, yeah. I mean, let them fucking go first. I mean, while you watch them. I mean, when you're on the fucking plane on the parachute, I mean, let everybody else fucking go first. So you can watch how they fucking jump out of the plane. I actually learned that one from Will Smith. I mean, so Will Smith Will Smith went to fucking plane in terms of the actual parachutes, and he's the fucking last one when watching other people jump off. You understand? Because the first one never gets a chance to. And the fucking first one that goes never gets a chance to watch other people, let's say, jump off. You know, I mean, so either way, it's just different, isn't it? But it's just how you see on the films. So making sure all the time that if you want to eat something, then you can also eat rice and juice together. And you can place rice and juice together, and you can eat straight from the frying pan. I mean, you can eat straight away from the frying pan if you want. So you can focus on something different. I say, so since I'm understanding that, I'm making sure that no matter what, I'm placing the bolognese sauce I had just yesterday with the new bolognese sauce inside of my nice and beautiful spaghetti, so I can use up the nice and beautiful bolognese sauce. So if you have 200 grams of bolognese sauce and the other one has 500, then use up the fucking 201 that you have. So there's a 200 gram of whatever you have in terms of bolognese sauce, and if I can use the other one, you understand? And I have nice and beautiful olives on the side as well. So I'm focusing on understanding that this olive oil is something that I can let it be for now. But that's the last one I'm actually having in my life. And olive oil, I never had olive oil on the side ever in my life. But this time I'm having olive oil on the side for the first time in my life. But it's the last time as well. Because it's just nothing, I'm pretty sure it's nothing for me. But making sure either way, for this time, I'm making sure I'm better than that. Making sure every single day, everything's the word I. I'm focusing on understanding. Now, since I'm understanding that, I'm learning how to quickly just develop my heart all the time in different ways. Making sure that you understand that you can place soy milk into the nice and beautiful spaghetti range, but you never have to. I mean, you never have to place soy milk in the actual spa. I mean, you never have to place soy milk in pasta and rice and all that. You can drink nice and beautiful soy milk on the side. Understand? So that's something of a side dish. And then you're focusing on understanding that you want to be able to place some nice and beautiful vegeta on your nice and beautiful food and drink. And making sure that no matter what, that you're just always honest with yourself. So be honest with yourself and what you want out of life. And if you want to understand something about life, then focus on your life. And focus on doing your life in different ways. And focus on understanding to have something like olives on the side sometimes if you want. But making sure you watch out. And make sure you understand it's a lot of salt. So what you want to understand about life is understanding now that with my nice and beautiful olives, I make sure I understand I eat it once per month. You understand? I mean, once per month I can eat some olives. See, so guys, the actual olive oils have natural salt in it, but guess what? I realized that the salt is very bad for you. And if you understand, if you eat too much salt in your diet, then it can give you cardiovascular disease. And now I'm honest. Now even plant food that has a lot of salt can give you cardiovascular disease. Now guess what? It's honest. So olive oils, in terms of olive oil, in terms of the olive fruits, in terms of the olives. I mean, olive is a fruit. You understand? So olive actually grows on trees, and you must understand that's a fruit. But what you understand about olives is understand this. If you eat olives, then make sure you understand this. It's much more, you forget the nice and beautiful way of that, but make sure you understand it every single day, that you focus on something greater. And you focus on understanding that the actual olives have a lot of salt in it. And anything that has salt in it, a lot, causes heart attack. I promise you. So just be careful about the salt out there. Because the salt can cause a heart attack. Because why? Because it's pressure. And it's pressure for blood pressure. And blood pressure is only great when you're eating less salt in your life. If you're eating a lot of salt in your life, then it's more blood pressure. And blood pressure means if you have more blood pressure, then it means that you have a heart attack. So to lower your blood pressure, then eat less salt in your life. That's what I'm saying. So never have high blood pressure. I understand although that salt alone and high salt causes high blood pressure. So be careful guys, and make sure that no matter what that you're enjoying your life, but make sure that no matter what, you just add a little bit of actual vegeta and stuff in terms of your nice and beautiful bolognese sauce on top of spaghetti, and make sure you understand you're eating bit by bit in terms of bolognese sauce on top of your spaghetti. I mean, just add a bit. I'll just add a bit of bolognese sauce on top of my spaghetti, because I never add bolognese sauce on my frying pan with spaghetti. I add a bit of actual bolognese sauce in the spaghetti. I'm going to I add a little bit of vegeta on the actual spaghetti as well. And I'm making sure that you understand that. I'm making sure that no matter what, that you understand that I also eat peanut butter with spaghetti as well if I want to, or pasta or rice. Understand? So making sure I'm always learning something about life, and I add some nice and beautiful extra virgin oil on top of the actual spaghetti as well, or rice, or let's say nice and beautiful range of saying the nice and beautiful pasta as well. So making sure that's just on the side menu. I'm just placing just this last bottle of actual extra virgin oil on top, just to try something different. Understand? I mean, I'm never having extra virgin oil ever again. I mean, just so you understand that. So that's the thing. And now make sure you understand with extra virgin oil that it's much more that it's a fat type of thing. And I never want that kind of fat in my life. I mean, it's so much fat. And I never want that fat in my life, and that's why. See, what the funniest thing, guys, is in life is when you looking at comedy and you find some guy who's trying to open a door for a woman or a man, and the guy's saying, or the woman saying, you go first, and then the guy goes, no, you go first. And then they're fucking for 10 hours about who's going to go first. I mean, that's the funniest thing, isn't it? I mean, so every single day you must understand that if you run yourself into a better way, then make sure that you're always learning how to go and speak on a camera while you're actually eating, in a way that you eat first while you eat, but then you're pausing the camera when you're eating, and then unpausing the camera in terms of your video camera or audio program while you're speaking to the program. So as I speak to the program here, I'm never eating, but then as I pause the program, I'm eating. I mean, you get it? I then go and unpause my nice and beautiful public speaking seminar over here. Then you're understanding that I'm pausing it when I'm never eating, because this is my audio program, and I pause my audio program only when I eat, and then also when I never eat, I unpause my program to talk to you. I say it's just a way of life, guys. So if you understand the way of life, guys, then you understand that no matter what, you're learning very much more, because that's the way you have to do life. I say when you're doing life differently, then you're making sure that no matter what, that you're learning. See, what's important, guys, is leave some space in your actual spaghetti where there's no bolognese sauce, and there's no, let's say, salt on it, and there's no, let's say, vegeta. So make sure you never add salt in your foods other than vegeta. So understand what vegeta is a spice. But go get yourself spices that has no salt in it. But make sure you understand that if you have salt, they have some vegeta. and that's what I'm doing. I'm having some vegeta over here, but try to have no salt in your food. Understand? So if you have no salt in your food, it's much better because you have low blood pressure like that. So guys, what you can do is you can turn on your laptop to listen to any kind of, let's say, audio programs on YouTube if you want, while you're actually recording a program and while you're eating. So I'm talking to you now, but I'm never eating, but I have a YouTube account over here with my laptop, and I have my laptop in front of me, and I have my actual saucepan or frying pan over here with me with my nice and beautiful, let's say, spaghetti over here, and I have my nice and beautiful noodles. So I have some food around me and my audio program here with a laptop in front of me, and it's working. So why not watch some YouTube here and there while you're actually eating and drinking, while you're also making sure that you're picking up ideas and then giving it into the audio program here and there to make sure that no matter what, they're more successful, because that's the whole point, isn't it? And the whole point is making sure you're successful and promoting yourself and whatever it is you promote, and you're making sure you're promoting other people along the way. So I'm understanding that Ken McElroy is somebody of, in 2021 right now, you can watch him and you can understand that he's much more of a real estate type of guru, and he's teaching people about real estate. So I'm always learning about real estate here and there with him and Robert Kiyosaki and Grant Cardone. So I'm understanding that also Tony Robbins and Dean Graziosi can teach you something about real estate. So I'm understanding all the time, I'm learning and always investing in these people and more in terms of other mentors as well to make sure I'm always much more. I see you guys, so with real estate now, just realize what's happening around real estate. It's always going up. Whereas now what you want to understand about real estate is always challenge other people and what they're saying about real estate. Because what's amazing is understand that even though they may be saying the truth about something around real estate, but just realize that real estate's always going up, and the more money you have, the more real estate you have. So just understand that thought. I see also what I do is I stimulate my mind when I speak in terms of life, and also while I'm actually reading, to find some ideas to give you. So I'm always looking for ideas to give you, and that's why I'm actually doing these audio programs to be able to do that. I also, guys, have a nice and beautiful, let's say, nail clipper here. And what I do with the nail clipper is I use it to open, let's say, a glass jar. So if you ever see a glass jar somewhere, then what you can do is you can use a nice and beautiful, let's say, you can use a nice and beautiful nail clipper to be able to open the glass jar. That makes sense. So when you understand how to open a glass jar with a nail clipper, I love that, then you understand you never have to twist so hard. You never have to twist the jar so hard to open it, because you have a nail clipper, and the nail clipper, you place it on the side of the jar where the lid is, and you just tweak it a little bit, just in a way that you're opening the nice and beautiful width of the actual lid. So you're just opening it to be much more wider, and you're making the lid wider with the nail. You're making the lid wider with the nail clipper, and then you just open it very quickly, and it's nice and beautiful. Or else also what you want to do is make sure that you have no jar that's open in your actual table. So if you have jars of, let's say, olive oil, or maybe if you have in terms of polygrama, in terms of the olives, and you have also bolognese sauce or oregano or anything types of, or anything that's, let's say, open on the table, and close the lid on it right away, because sometimes something happens, you trip, and guess what happens? You trip over the glass jar. You trip over the fucking glass that has water in it, or that has bolognese sauce in it, in terms of the jar has bolognese sauce in it, or you're tripping over, let's say, olive oil that is in a jar and has water in it, and guess what? Then you're tripping over the freaking bowl, or in terms of something that has water in it, or salt in it, like vegeta, and guess what? It goes everywhere, doesn't it? So make sure you close the lid, and that's what I'm saying. And also close the lid on your nice and beautiful extra virgin oil or juice as well, or water or soy milk, and make sure that you're only opening it when you're using it, because that way you're just safety. It's a safety net. It's insurance. So make sure you're never ever tripping. Make sure you're never tripping over anything. Make sure you're never tripping to spill over water or jars of anything what's in terms of what's inside of a jar. Make sure you're never trying to spill bolognese sauce or olive oil or any type of salt with vegeta or anything in terms of life, or any oil out there, or juice, or anything in terms of, let's say, soy milk or water, or anything that you can open. Understand? But make sure you're using everything in your power to make sure you're never tripping and making a mess. So make sure every single day that is how it is, but make sure every single day you're learning. I see. So guys, what I'm doing to make sure that my nice and beautiful content is up online, and while deleting content from my phone, is I'm using a laptop to be able to go into my program over here, to be able to see the durations of time and the relating materials of what's happening around my Nice and Beautiful content. And then what I'm doing is making sure that no matter what, that I'm always learning about making sure that I'm always taping and also recording my Nice and Beautiful program with a nice and beautiful audio memo like this. And I'm also making sure that no matter what, that you guys always understand that if it gets too hot, then make sure you understand it's because you're eating food and drink, and also because you have a heater while doing it as well. So make sure you can turn off your heater while you're eating, or make sure you understand you turn the heater on one, in terms of 1 bar only. That way you're going to understand that you're doing a much better job for yourself, and make sure that no matter what, they never, let's say, arrogant about how much you're eating, in terms of how much you're eating food or drink, but making sure that you're on top of your eating and drinking in terms of speaking words about it, and make sure that you're open to understanding how to do that. Because what's amazing is I found myself arrogant just recently, in terms of upon eating, drink and food, rather than talking to you. I understand? So I was picking myself to eat food and drink over talking words. So make sure you understand that words are much more important than eating food and drink. Understand? So you must understand, to open your nice and beautiful knowledge about everything, and focus on understanding that people do make mistakes. So if you're focusing on a greater life for yourself, then focus on making sure that you're learning, and make sure you're learning something very quick, and that you're very fast to the punch about what you're doing. I say also what I'm doing, I'm also doing a nice and beautiful way where I get my nice and beautiful, let's say, spoon, and I go and dive into the actual bolognese sauce that's in the jar, and I just try to swipe with my nice and beautiful spoon to taste the nice and beautiful jar of bolognese sauce or pasta sauce before I pour it on the actual spaghetti or rice, or let's say on the pasta, to see how it is without having to eat the bolognese sauce or pasta sauce with the rice and pasta and spaghetti, to understand much more about experimenting with everything. I make sure also, guys, that once I'm using the nice and beautiful bolognese sauce, I close the jar because it's on my spaghetti here or there, and I'm making sure either way that it never spills over, because that's how I live life. And I live life in making sure that no matter what, I'm always messier in a way that I'm doing better than messier. I'm never messier, I'm making sure that I'm cleaner than messier, because I want to be making sure that everything around me is a way of feng shui, where nothing is, let's say, too much, let's say, clogginess going on, but making sure that I have much more space than anything in life when I'm eating. So I'm making sure I'm filling the room and atmosphere with words all the time, to make sure that I'm learning how to grow. I'm also chucking in the rubbish very quickly, anything that is gone. So anything that is already rubbish in terms of life, I chuck in the rubbish bin as soon as possible. So if the bolognese sauce is gone from my life, in terms of, let's say I did finish the bolognese sauce here, I just go and chuck it in the bin right away. So what's important for me is understanding how to really understand how to make space on the table. So you never need an air conditioning controller unless you understand that you can also have an air conditioning controller next to you. So you can understand that if it gets too hot, then you can turn the air conditioning controller with the air conditioner on while the heater is on as well. It's just for a bit. So understand either way that what's important is use the resources. Use what you have to succeed, and understand that you can eat peanut butter with anything today. So make sure you understand that, and also understand how to eat juice with pasta sauce. It's different, but you get that nice and beautiful natural vibe as well. To eat juice with pasta sauce or rice, or juice with the nice and beautiful pasta or rice, or actual sprinkles of the nice and beautiful fettuccine, and you can eat spaghetti and fettuccine with juice as well if you want, because that's the way I understand that you're just experimenting. But it's nice and beautiful because I understand that the juice has natural sugars and carbohydrates that you need, and has the vitamins and minerals, so it works out. So guys, if you want to say I love you to someone, understand it's never angry. It's never an angry thought or anything that is stopping you. Make sure you understand that if you say I love you, they actually you're honest, because the I first is honest always. So make sure you're understanding that if you go ahead and understand to express yourself with anybody, and God and anybody, then make sure you say I love you. Say I love you, because guess what happens? You have a great attitude about it, and that way you understand that no matter what, you tackle it, and make sure every single day it's the most positive thing you can say. So never try to go negative because of it. Understand? Try to tackle it and be positive about saying I love you, because guess what? I promise you, what's amazing is learn every single article today to understand how to say I love you. Make sure you understand it's a positive scenario, but never try to think that God's against you or something like that, because God's never against you. But make sure you never go against you. Understand? I mean, make sure you never make sure you never go against you what you're saying, because if you're going against you, and guess what? Nobody else is against you. I mean, nobody is against you. I mean, just make sure you're never against yourself. I promise you. That's why I'm saying that no matter what, I'm learning very quickly on how to actually understand what I'm doing here. So what I'm doing is making sure I'm learning quickly upon making sure that my life is successful in different ways and endeavors, so I can actually talk much more. I see, guys. Now, if I have noodles right next to, let's say, fettuccine, then guess what I do? I make sure I eat the fettuccine first, because the fettuccine is much nicer in the way that it's something of dinner nature, but noodles is just on the side here. So make sure you understand when you're eating noodles, make sure you're eating noodles when you feel like it in the meal, but make sure you understand you can always close the lid on the noodles, and always you can conserve it into water, and then also you can make sure, regardless of what's happening, that you're eating noodles in a better time when you have fettuccine around, because you want to eat the pasta and then the noodles. Understand? Or if you understand, the pasta is the noodles. Understand? So that way you're eating what's better always. I just understand, although, that I'd rather eat the red fettuccine right now because it just tastes much better, and it's much better for me right now because it's something new and something like that. So I have nothing against any foods, but I'm always eating what's better for me. Understand? So if you have dinner and you're making dinner and you have a side dish like noodles, what are you going to eat first? You just went on the stove and you're cooking something on the stove, and then suddenly on the side you put some noodles with water. What are you going to eat? Are you going to eat something that you just went to shop for so you can cook on the stove, or are you going to eat from the kettle the boiling water with the noodles? You understand? So make sure you understand you go for what's the more value when you eat and drink, because that's how you live life. When you live life, making sure that you have more value. See, guys, with life, you must understand that what's important is I gave my all in terms of what my words are. But I'm making sure all the time I'm giving you more. And you must understand that if you want to make your life greater, then the way I made my life greater is I'm speaking more words. And that's why you hear me a lot. And what I'm doing around words is making sure I'm learning very quickly. But you must understand, after 8 hours of speaking a day, and what happens is a lot of fatigue may happen in your life. But what you do is just you keep talking and talking and talking all day long, and just keep going at it every single day. And then eventually you can talk 10 hours and more every single day. And then every single day, make sure that no matter what, you're learning very quickly upon how to succeed, because that's the whole point of success. See, guys, so what's important is understanding that if you want to go and really dwell upon something, then make sure you understand that mixed olives, in terms of olives, make sure you understand that anything that's mixing in olives has a lot of salt. And salt is never good for you. You must understand that what you need to realize is have less salt in your life. But understand everything is good overall. But make sure you understand that what you really understand about, what you really have to understand about olives is it has too much salt, which can cause you heart attack. So make sure you understand that you're never ever eating salty foods, and eating less salt in life is the best way to live life. But what I found out about my podcasting in terms of my audio now is understand that since I'm doing so much audio today, I just rather just go and post it online in terms of my nice and beautiful Mega Drive, and I'd rather just go and connect it together really quickly so people can just go and listen to it, because it's like an audio program. And 7 hours of audiobooks, you guys can go for it. You guys can go through 7 hours of content in one. You guys can do it really quickly. So what I'm understanding about life is understand that since that's the case, I'm understanding all I'm really posting online in terms of YouTube now is my nice and beautiful life coaching videos, and that's it. That's it. And the reason I do that is I have a higher purpose, guys. I have a higher purpose, and my higher purpose is to understand that you guys deserve more music in your life. I'm making sure I'm bringing you more music this time. So what I'm posting online in terms of my YouTube account now only is my music content, and also my nice and beautiful live coaching content. I approach everything else is going into YouTube in terms of my nice and beautiful Mega Drive. So I'm only posting live coaching and music into YouTube, and my music into SoundCloud, and everything else is going into Mega Drive. I'm understanding that what is important for myself is to love life, but what's even more important is go and finish your food just earlier than you expect all the time. I mean, why is that? Because you always finish up in a better way. But if you're eating so much food, then eventually you get so full of food, and then it's never satisfactory anymore. Understand? I mean, food is only satisfactory to the point you're eating it where you never feel full. So if you want to understand how to eat food and drink, then eat food and drink understanding to never get full of it. Understand? I mean, eat food and drink in a way that you're never ever full of actual food and drink in your tummy, because otherwise you get a stomachache if you eat too much. I mean, make sure you understand how to eat food, which is never eat too much food when you're eating it. So make sure you understand that if you feel like you ate too much food, then that's the worst way to eat food. I mean, it's the worst way to eat food and drink where you ate too much. Then you feel sick. I promise you. Now always understand that when you're eating food and drink, eat and eat and eat and eat and eat. I mean, just eat. And then guess what? I promise you, before you get full, just say, hey, stop here. Stop eating food and drink. And then you never feel full. I mean, you never ate too much, but you ate just enough to have energy. I mean, eat to the point you have energy, is what I'm saying. I mean, if you understand how to get energy from your food, I mean, that's the only point of recommendation. I mean, look at your energy. And if you eat more food and drink, in terms of vegan food or whatever kind of food, then what happens is the carbs make you tired. In terms of the carbs make you fatigue. So if you want to eat something, then eat so much of it in a way that it's enough for you to never ever cause you fatigue. I mean, I'm understanding every single day that what I'm doing all the time is I'm making sure that I'm learning much more about food and drink, and I'm making sure that now nothing's giving me fatigue, because I understand how nice it is to finish it up. I understand how nice it is to keep going and eat all this. I'm understanding how much more there is to eat. I mean, there's so much more to eat. I understand how much nice that. I mean, I understand how nice that is to eat. But as soon as I eat it, I'm pretty sure guess what happens. I'm pretty sure stomach ache. I'm pretty sure a headache. I'm pretty sure there's a headache as well that may happen. I'm pretty sure there's some sweat that may happen. I mean, sweat may happen as well. I'm pretty sure fatigue happens. I mean, do you need that? I mean, do you need that kind of hassle? I understand how nice it is to eat it, but then fatigue and headaches and dehydration and sweat and also lack of energy and fatigue in terms of feeling so much, let's say, temperature because you ate all that food, and stomach ache. And then you want to go to sleep as well. I mean, in a sense, that's what food and drink does. But if you understand to just lay off it in a way that you eat to the point that you have energy, or you eat to the point you feel that it's more enough for you in a way that you're never overdoing it. Understand either way, though, what you understand about that is make sure they're always learning. So if you have anything about life, then just make sure that you're learning that food never satisfies you, but words do. I promise you, this audio content I'm doing is satisfactory because it's healthy, and it never gives me a headache, and it never ever makes me feel a stomach ache, and it never makes me sweat, and it never makes me fall asleep, or else it never makes me fatigue either. You understand? Or else my words never make me fatigue. Or else it makes me satisfactory. I'm understanding that when I grow very quickly, I'm understanding that I have to go and do the best job in the planet. So all the time I'm focusing on understanding that what I want to do is focus on loving myself and focusing on always delivering that content I have, because that's very important for me. So I'm always understanding that no matter what I do, making sure I can delay gratification, and I'm understanding that every single time I'm always learning about something different in life, because that's the whole point. So either way, guys, so what's important is making sure that late at night they're doing an audio program like this. So right now I understand that my time over here in Sydney is actually 1:21 in the morning. So guess what? I understand that I can give you a nice and beautiful way of life right now, because I have so much content I want to give you, And it's also behind the scenes. So what's happening is a lot of people going on YouTube these days, and they never want to listen to Daniel Milivojevic because they think they're so smart. So since they're very smart, I never need them to listen to my content over here, because I understand that what's important is I'm understanding that I'm giving all this content for free, but they never appreciate what's for free. You understand? I mean, they want to give me some money. I mean, they want to see me live somewhere, and because they want to see me live, I realize they want to give me $1,000 to see me instead of for free. I mean, understand? So anyway, I realize I'll make money regardless. But what's amazing for myself now is I'm understanding that no matter what, that if you have noodles, then place it in a bowl and close the lid on the bowl and let it be. I mean, but if you have a frying pan, then make sure you have a frying pan next to your nice and beautiful room somewhere. And guess what you do? I mean, make sure that you understand to cover it with a nice and beautiful way of life in terms of something that you are cleaning the nice and beautiful table with. But guess what? Brush this over here, brush no. Brush, make sure you understand that you get something very clean to place over your nice and beautiful way of life over here. So I'm understanding either way. The plastic, yeah. I mean, you can use plastic if you want. So plastic like this, approach it, why not? I mean, every single day you must understand that what's important is understand this, that if you did place your plastic bag on the floor, to make sure that no matter what you're learning. And now, you must understand that you can't put something plastic, or you can put something in terms of, let's say, a nice and beautiful towel over the top of the pan. So I'm understanding if you're posting something on nice and beautiful Instagram today, then make sure that you understand that no matter what, I still have to go and do some nice and beautiful Instagram photos for myself. Because what's important is that when I'm walking around the house, I'm focusing on doing my audio content. So I'm making sure all the time I want to do the best job in the planet. I'm making sure that I can sense different aspects of life. So I understand that kind of sense when realize when you're understanding that when you're walking around the house that somebody may smoke in, then you smell the atmosphere where they smoke, and it never smells too much on cigarettes. Then just go and pick up the scent of that. I mean, the scent of that is what you want. So in a way that you never want the cigarettes, but you want to understand that the idea of just smelling to see, is there cigarettes around you? And if there's no cigarettes, then you smell that scent of the no cigarettes around you. You understand? So I just smelled that room when my biological dad smoked cigarettes, and there was no fucking scent about cigarettes there because he was gone. You understand? So that's the thing. But when I usually walk into the fucking room, then I smell the cigarettes really quickly. You understand? But this time I can smell the scent of no cigarettes. So I understand that kind of scent is what I mean. And now I have that kind of idea that there's no cigarettes when that scent comes into play. So what's important is understanding that you have to go and just cover your nice and beautiful content. Cover your nice and beautiful content in a way, the understanding that your content is what your food and drink is, and it's also your words and everything. But make sure that in this case, I'm talking about food and drink. So if you have food and drink in terms of anything that's in a pan, or else now what you do with the pan is make sure you cover the pan with a towel, for example. So I have fettuccine inside of my pan, but it's in my room. or else my pan is in my room, and I ate in the pan. I ate with the fettuccine being in the pan. And then either way, I did place some bolognese sauce on top of the actual nice and beautiful fettuccine. Because in the fettuccine, while I was frying it in boiling water, I only had fettuccine in there. And then either way, the water didn't evaporate, and I just bring it to my nice and beautiful table, and then I place my nice and beautiful side dish, which is my bolognese sauce. I open the jar and just place a little bit of nice and beautiful bolognese sauce on the top, and a little bit of olive oil on the top, and that's it. I understand either way. First, now I'm making sure I'm just always doing that. I'm always placing a little bit of bolognese sauce on the top. I never want too much bolognese sauce. I understand. So that's how I eat. I eat like that always now, because that's the most professional way to eat. You never ever get a frying pan and then place rice or pasta or fettuccine, and then you place this fucking 1 liter of fucking bolognese sauce in the fucking pan as well. Never do that, because it makes a mess everywhere. So you only eat bolognese sauce from the jar, while making sure that you only pour a bit of it on top of the pasta or rice or fettuccine, and that way you're doing better. Understand? So what I'm doing is I'm making sure now, since I'm always promoting my content, I'm making sure that no matter what, that I'm learning much more about everything in terms of what's happening. So I'm making sure that no matter what, I'm investing more time into my music now, into my music production. because I understand that you guys still get my nice and beautiful life coaching videos online, but my audio programs are something different now. And since I'm actually never retiring about anything, I'm making sure that I went from physical writing into physical audio in terms of life. And since I'm doing that, I realized that it's much more how audio programs help me so much to succeed in different ways. And because I'm doing much more audio today, I'm understanding that I succeed much faster than writing the audio content. Understand? So it's much better for me to talk it out like this than to write it physically in a book or something. I mean, it's much better to talk it out like this for myself and overall than to go and write yourself a physical ebook or to type on a laptop physically all day. I mean, screw that, because I understand that what's important is understanding that when you talk it, it's much easier to talk it than to write it physically on the keyboard or something. So I just have to talk the words like this, and look, and just imagine how fast I can talk when I'm actually talking in a nice and beautiful audio like this. I mean, how long does it take you to write that down? I mean, it takes you ages to write that down. I'm very fast when I speak audio like this. So now, either way, I'm pretty sure what's important is understanding that now for myself, since I'm actually doing everything much better, I'm making sure that I'm doing greater in terms of what I'm eating about and what I'm doing in terms of life. So I'm making sure all the time now that I'm actually always ahead of the content I'm doing. And I'm making sure now I have more money and more of everything in my life in terms of time. And I have a nice and beautiful, easier time now to upload content and to be able to go and love my life. Because now I'm only uploading certain content online into YouTube and Instagram, and certain content into Mega Drive now. And I have a better business now. I realize my business much more is something that I need in terms of life, and something much more now in terms of life that helps me move forward. So since my business helps me move forward, I'm making sure now I have a greater time in terms of what I'm doing, because I'm learning quickly about my life, very quickly about everything. And that way I understand that no matter what, I'm learning how to really grow myself, fixing it in a better way. I'm learning every single day that I'm learning how to grow everything much greater. I'm learning how to grow everything much greater, because I focus upon something that helps me grow, and then I understand every single day that's the whole point. I mean, isn't it? I mean, make sure it is. I make sure every single day it's something that helps me grow in a different way. So because I understand something about life, I'm understanding all the time that I'm giving people ideas and making sure every single day I always have much more to give. So that's the whole point, guys, and making sure all the time that you're loving your life in different ways. So I'm understanding that when I go and do something greater, I'm understanding that I never ever want to lose content or anything about my life. I want to make sure that I'm producing content and doing something along the way where I'm always successful. And either way, I'm making sure I'm making progress in other ways of my life. That's much better for me. So instead of having to upload all this audio content online in terms of YouTube, I mean, people never even listen to it on YouTube, I promise. They never listen to it on YouTube. But what they do listen to is my nice and beautiful content into whatever's on YouTube. But it's just that right now, I realize that it's much more easier for me in terms of more effective for me to place it all into Mega Drive and to only place my nice and beautiful life coaching and music production into YouTube. Because for myself, I'm saving time like this. I never have to upload 1 hour programs here and there and to export all this stuff. Because what I do instead is I go to my music production instead. I just do my music production. And I upload everything to Mega Drive, and that's it. Instead of uploading to Mega Drive and YouTube and doing music production, I just upload to Mega Drive and do music production. That's it. I never waste my time trying to upload my audio content into YouTube. And I definitely never want to upload it into SoundCloud, because those people never really care. They never really care, I promise you. Most of the world never even sees that content. Most of the world will never see my content. Most of the world will never see my knowledge of what I have to give. Do you understand that? Most of the world will never see it. Because that's how it is. So what I focus on is understanding that every single day I'm just focusing on my life. I'm focusing on understanding that I want to just be doing my life in a way that I'm greater for myself, and that's it. In the sense that no matter what they think about me, I'm making sure I'm just living my life to the fullest, and that's it. I'm making sure that no matter what, that I'm doing my best job as much as I can, I'm leveling up now. I'm leveling up, but my Instagram is something different. I understand that my Instagrams are something different always. But I'm making sure I'm focusing on a greater life for myself in different ways. And I'm making sure I'm doing an audio program before bed always, and once I wake up always. Because that way I understand I'm at least journaling something down, and I'm making sure I'm getting ahead of the crowd. So I'm understanding that now, since I can go to the bank, I'm understanding that I have to go as soon as possible. But I'm making sure I just let it be for now. I want to make sure that what's important for me is focusing on a greater life now. So since I'm focusing on a greater life, I understand that I just ate some nice and beautiful food and drink, and I am never full of it. I make sure I never didn't eat too much of it. So I'm making sure every single time now, I'm understanding that no matter what, I'm just learning very quickly about what's going on, and I'm very quick about everything. So I'm actually always adding content now to everything I'm doing. I'm focusing on a greater way. Which the greater way of life for me is making sure that people are growing. I mean, when I understand anything about life, I'm making sure I'm uploading content as fast as I can. I'm making sure I have much more than everybody else in everything I do. I'm making sure that's the whole point for me. I mean, the whole point for me is making sure I always have more than people. Making sure I always understand something about life. So now it's just do my audio program. That's it. My music production, I say no because I have to go sleep. I also understand I have to do Instagram photos. I just do my Instagram photos. Now, Netflix can have a go. I can do some Netflix as well. And that's it, man. I mean, I could do some Netflix and audio content here. And I'm just doing that, and after then sleep, and then in the morning, I have to make sure I'm planning my life. So what I do in the morning is I do my nice and beautiful Instagram in terms of my other content. And that way, when I do that, I'm making sure all the time that I'm focusing on a greater life. Then I'm making sure that I do my nice and beautiful fantasy of woman and that. And I'm making sure I do my mentors, and then I'm going to do my music production. And now with the banks, I'm understanding that no matter what, that I just have to figure out a time to go. And that's it. I have to figure out a time to go. And that's it. I'm approaching that no matter what, that I can go to the bank any time now. And I'm understanding that now I just make money very quickly. But I understand that no matter what, that nothing's stopping me, and the coronavirus is never stopping me. So I'm making sure I just go and show up. And I just go and ask questions. And I ask them so many questions that either way, they just give me the money very quickly. Unfortunately, once they give me the money, I'm free. I'm free. I make that one deal. I make the one deal with the bank to give me 50 grand straight away, and I made 50 grand per year. And either way, I made $50,000 in 1 year. I made $50,000 in one deal in 1 second. It's so different when somebody gives you $1 billion. When the bank gives you $1 billion, then you're a billionaire straight away, and you never had to work for it. I mean, all you have to do is just speak some words to get the deal, and that's it. And all they do is they give you the money, and that's it. Whereas either way, I'm making sure that my nice and beautiful Instagram is working. I'm making sure I'm making a difference. Making sure I can turn on the heater. I'll turn on some nice and beautiful air conditioner a bit. I'm focusing on making sure that either way, I'm always checking the weather as well. I'm making sure I'm checking the weather daily. I want to be able to see the weather. So I see it's 23 degrees in terms of I realize the max weather for the next, let's say, 7 days over here in terms of the hotness is 23 to 24 degrees, and minus in terms of the max coldness around town is 10 degrees to 13 degrees. So I'm understanding it goes from high to low from 24 to 10 in the next 7 days. So I'm understanding either way, I can see the type of range of temperatures here. So I'm understanding either way that what's important for myself is to do a beautiful Instagram column. I do my Instagram column over here, and then I actually go and just relax. I can relax a bit. I can understand that no matter what I want to do is I'm better than Al Qaeda and all this kind of stuff. I'm better than everything in life. I'm making sure that no matter what, that nothing is offending me. I'm making sure I'm learning very quickly upon life, because if you want to learn about anything in life, then you're focusing on making sure that you're greater, and anything that's greater is focusing on a greater life. So if you want to go and, let's say, turn off the light, that's different, then go ahead and make sure that you're successful every single time, and in anything you do. and making sure that you just have all the time in the world. But I'm just amazing. I'm amazing in terms of life, in terms of what I've been learning the past, let's say, 48 hours and 64 hours of my life has been my documentary of audio content, and it's just coming up online really quickly. So what I'm doing is I'm learning new skills really quickly, and I'm dwelling in just understanding that, and I'm understanding that every single time. And what I'm doing is now just always honest with myself to focus upon helping myself succeed, because I understand that so many people never care about me, and they never care. I mean, they're never even in my life. I mean, they're just unaware of me as well. So what I do is I never care about them, and I just focus on succeeding. I mean, I just focus on making myself happy. And because I make myself happy, I never care about if they have money or never. I never care if they have money or never have money. I mean, I never care about what kind of job they have. I never care about how happy they are. I never care about anything they have in life. And since what I care about is just helping myself grow, I never care about them. Otherwise, my audio content is for me over here. I'm doing all my content and all my life coaching for me now. In terms of my word I, I'm never doing it for anybody else. I'm never doing this for you. I'm doing it for I want to make sure that I'm just growing from it. I'm saying that's why I'm never expecting other people to watch me. I'm never expecting anybody to watch me, but I'm making sure that if anybody does watch me, then they succeed straight away, because I give them all the ideas. So what's important for me is making sure that I'm learning much more successful nature about life. So I understand that no matter what, that Jesus came here, in terms of God came here to help people, to help God every single day, but mainly to help God. God came here, because Jesus Christ came here mainly for Jesus Christ. I mean, mainly. I realize you must understand that. I mean, you must understand. So that's why we get to also enjoy our life with God, because God come over here. But you have to understand that God has to put I first. Understand? And that's why we're saying that I first is something that you have to learn. So if you understand every single day, that it's very important. Understand? And there's no shame in that. I mean, there's no shame that God wants to put I first. So that's the whole point, isn't it? I mean, make sure you understand that if you want to go and dwell upon a greater way for yourself, then what we're doing is making sure we're looking greater. And if you want to look greater, then just go and enjoy yourself. I'm never wasting my time now, because now I'm having even more time. I have more time. So anything else is actually, I'm understanding that no matter what, I just want to go and do greater. I'm understanding that what I want to do all the time is just focus on seeing more photos for myself. So focus on understanding I'll let it be that way. I'm understanding that no matter what, that I'm focusing on making sure that I'm learning. I'm learning something for my life. So I'm always able to change whatever kind of photo I want on my Instagram. I'm making sure that I'm using one texture over here, which is Juno, with nice and beautiful Instagram. And I'm making sure that I'm learning. I'm learning something along the way. I'm making sure that no matter what, I'm successful. And I'm never wasting time, regardless of what's happening, because my content is coming out every single day. And that way I never have to upload my content to Spotify, man. I mean, understand? But my music can go on Spotify when I upload when I upload albums only. Obviously, that's it. Obviously, everything else is different. Obviously, now I'm focusing on making sure that now, since I have a greater life, I'm making sure I'm making an even greater life all the time. And how do I make a greater life? I make a greater life by making sure I have much more empathy toward myself, and that's it. I'm making sure it's about myself now. I mean, it's about Danny Milivojevic, and that's it. I mean, same, because anybody else never cares about me and my legacy. So what I do is I just go and succeed quickly. I don't care if they get the skills or not. I love I always. I love I so much that I look at kids and I say, good luck, man. Understand? I mean, good luck. I mean, what? I mean, just because they're a kid never means they're better than me. I realize either way, or else what I do is to make sure that no matter what the people think about me in terms of my status and who I am, I make sure I'm fucking great around here. I'm fucking great all the time. I'm making sure either way I understand that no matter what, I understand everybody agrees with that. I promise you. I'm making sure all the time I'm never angry about anything. I'm making sure I love Jesus Christ, I love everything upon life itself, and I'm focusing on better words with everything. I'm making sure I'm learning very quickly. I'm saying that if you want to go and do something that's great, then prove it. I mean, prove that you're great. I mean, prove it. I mean, you have to show me that you're great. I mean, you understand? I mean, you must understand. That is how it is. I mean, other people say, I have nothing to prove. I mean, guess what? If you have nothing to prove, then how are you successful then? I mean, I have to prove my success to everybody. Understand? I mean, guess what? I have to still prove myself. I still have to fucking prove myself that I'm fucking better than this. Fuck. I mean, understand? I mean, make sure you understand that there's people who lie too much. I mean, there are too much lying people. I mean, there's too much lies going around. I mean, understand? So make sure you understand that you must go and focus on understanding that everything is the truth. But make sure you understand that if you want to go and focus on something that's greater, then love your life in a way that is helping you. But plenty of people are laughing at me today because they're arrogant and they're negative about me. And they're negative about what I'm doing. But I never care about them. I never care about them, man. I never care about their life and what they have. I have so much more in words than them. Every single day. So I'm believing my words, but other people never believe in what I say. Understand? And they never believe in what I say. I mean, they never believe in my knowledge. So what I do is I just go and enjoy my life now. Now you can never touch me. I make sure I understand much greater than them all the time. I have all the money in the world now. I have a much greater job. I have much everything. Much more now. I'm focusing on making sure that no matter what, that my life is excellent all the time. So what I want to do is I want to have a greater life in everything I do every single day. So I'm focusing on understanding that I have beautiful photos over here. I'm making sure that no matter what, that my life is very sexy in terms of what I'm doing. And I'm looking greater than ever. I'm looking the best version. But people never care about that, man. I mean, I care about it. I mean, but make sure you understand how much results I have. And they never fucking care about my results. I'm pretty sure they never fucking care about my results. I'm pretty sure Jesus Christ can see that. I mean, Jesus Christ can see how much they care about my results, man. And they don't fucking care about me, man. I'm pretty sure. A little bit. I go and fucking make myself happier now. I never need them. Which they're gonna come. I mean, how'd you do it, man? I mean, how'd you do it? I mean, come and check out my Instagram and fuck off. I mean, come and check out my Instagram and fuck off. And that's it. I never need you in my life. Because they only fucking come up to me when I'm successful in life. You understand? And that's the thing about life, man. I understand straight away. I make sure all the time now I'm very successful. I'm making sure that no matter what I'm learning, I just do my life. I mean, they're gonna fucking have 2 photos on Instagram. I'm going to have fucking 1 million photos on Instagram and more. And that's the fucking difference between success. You understand? So either way, I'm making sure all the time I'm doing much more than that. I'm making sure that no matter what I'm learning very much, I love life. I'm making sure that if you want to go and be successful in life, you just go and just do your business. I mean, forget other people. I mean, forget them and forget how successful they're going to be. I mean, who cares about them? I mean, who cares about other people, man? I mean, who cares about them? I mean, they never speak to you. I mean, they never talk to you. I mean, who cares about their success? I mean, go and be successful for yourself. That's it. You understand? And yes, I mean, care overall, but never fucking care about doing this shopping and their fucking talking in life. I mean, make sure they're fucking doing their job. You understand? And that's the whole point, isn't it? I mean, we're always making sure that we are learning very quickly about the world around us. Because that's how you get ahead. I mean, you get ahead through different ways of thinking and different ways of strategizing all the time. Or if you want to do something great, then go and focus on something that nobody else has. I mean, guess what? I mean, imagine how many fucking people applaud me about my Instagram. For sure. Minimal amount of people. For sure. 1% of the 1% of the 1% of the 1% of 1% times another fucking 10 times 1%, 1%, 1%, 1%. Understand? I mean, only fucking 0.000000001% fucking congratulate me about my Instagram. I'm not sure. I have fucking 100% of people on the planet. Only fucking 0.0000000 fucking 0.1% fucking congratulate me about my fucking results, man. And you fucking understand that? That's how it is. And guess what? I'm pretty sure that will do that to you too. Okay, so either way, move on. In a sense, so what you do is just enjoy life. And go make yourself successful. Go and do what you want to do, and go alone. Go alone. I promise you, go alone because it's much better. I've learned some stuff along the way that being alone is much better than being with other people. And that's why I'm understanding either way that I'm learning very quickly upon how to succeed in different manners, because I have a greater life. I have a greater life to succeed all the time now. I realize now, since I have a greater life to succeed all the time, that's why I'm understanding something about life. I'm understanding that's why I'm learning very quickly to do much greater. And since I'm doing much greater all the time, I'm understanding that no matter what, that I'm making it always much better in what I'm doing about everything, because that's the only way to be. The only way to be is better. If you understand how to be better, then you understand how to live life. That's how you actually understand life itself. Is be better than yourself all the time. Be able to recognize what you need for your life in different ways, and then understand either way that you're learning very quickly about what you want out of life, and then making sure that you're always successful with what you want, and then making sure every single day you have more. I'm always making sure that I'm trying out stuff. I'm trying out everything. I'm trying out Photoshop. So Photoshop with actual Livono laptop never fucking works the way you want it. Understand? It's fucking so slow to export everything. Understand? So I focus on exporting everything with my phones only. I never fucking export anything with video and anything in terms of video inside of laptops, because they're fucking shit at doing that. Laptops are fucking shit at exporting video content. You understand that? All their fucking programs are fucking shit. Understand? But Mega Drive and understanding just Mega Drive is better than all of that. Fucking Mega Drive and FL Studio is fucking better than everything else. And the fucking nice and beautiful Google is fucking better than everything else. Right now, I understand that no matter what, if you understand either way, that with YouTube, I fucking never need YouTube. I never fucking need YouTube in my life. Right now, Google, I can do Google. I can do Google. Because it teaches me it teaches me the Bible of God. And that's it. Right now, it gives me ideas about the Bible of God, and that's it. I never fucking need YouTube. Instagram, guess what? I love Instagram, but guess what? I promise you, with Instagram, I never fucking need Instagram either. I never fucking need Instagram, man. It's just a personal preference, but either way, I'm making sure that if you understand something about life, that the internet's just recently happening. You understand? The internet's just recent about everything. So what you want to do about life is you want to understand that you're never struggling, but make sure you're always understanding yourself. So love your life in the way that you're always learning about what's happening around you, and go and understand either way that if you just put in the effort about yourself all the time, and go and give your best effort all the time to do what you want to do, and just understand yourself, that you go and make sure you're recording different aspects of life of your contents. I love that. I'm understanding that no matter what, I just want to understand something about life. I understand that no matter what, I have so much more to do than to show other people what I'm doing. I understand? I have so much more to do, but I'm showing everybody now. I'm showing them, but they're just fucking lazy to even just see what I'm doing. I understand? They're so lazy, and that's it. Because they're so lazy, they miss out on all my content. And that's it. They have nothing to do in life. And that's why I'm understanding anyway, because I understand that what's amazing about my life is I understand that Jesus Christ can see. I'm making sure that I'm much greater now. I'm making sure that, yes, I did start from the bottom, man. I did start from the bottom. I did start in a middle class family. You understand? Some other people started in poverty as well. I was in poverty. I was in poverty too. Make sure you understand that I had fucking times where I had no food and drink to eat, man. I understand how that is. I was fucking homeless too. Understand? I make sure either way I've been through that. I'm making sure either way I'm learning great. I'm learning something great. I'm learning now to just enjoy my life. I'm enjoying my life quickly. And I'm living life to the fullest. I'm doing fucking more content now than fucking journaling in terms of physical writing. I'm saying now I'm fucking 10 times more and more than that in terms of what I'm doing with everything. I'm making sure all the time I have more coming up online, but other people never want to admit your greatness because they want everybody to be lower than them in greatness, and then they want to call you great, man. You understand? I promise you, most of the world never wants to call you great. I love it. I promise you. But guess what? I promise you, they could see it. I promise they could see the greatness, man. I promise they're hypocrites. I promise they're liars. I promise they lie too much about you. So what you do is just focus on understanding that if you want to upload content, go ahead. But make sure every single time that what you're doing is you're on the way, always understanding that you're loving your life in different ways, and you're making sure that you're just constantly enjoying yourself. And go and watch Netflix and understand that you can watch it fast. I love it. I'm making sure all the time that what's amazing about my life is I'm understanding that no matter what, that I focus upon understanding how to lift myself, because when I lift myself and everybody, and make sure that I'm learning. I'm preparing myself to go to the bank very soon. I'm making sure I have to push myself to communicate everything better. And that's the whole point, man. I mean, the whole point is make sure that no matter what, you have to find out what's happening. You have to find out how to do everything. And if you never understand anything else, then understand the word I. I mean, the word I is the most important. So when I'm understanding anything about life, I'm understanding that all I have to do is create a way of life for myself. But I post 100 fucking photos on Instagram, and guess what? I see fucking only up to, let's say, 50 people fucking see that a day. I mean, is that fucking satisfying or what? I mean, they say, what for, man? I mean, guess what? I mean, let it be. Let it be that way. I mean, saying because guess what? I promise you that you must understand how I feel when people never find me inspirational. But I find myself inspirational, regardless of those people. I never need them to find me inspirational because they're the ones who are people who need to be much more inspirational anyway. So I'm understanding that's why I'm more inspirational regardless of them, and that's why I'm always doing much more than them regardless. Because I deserve it. I deserve to succeed in different ways. I deserve to make sure that people have freedom, and that way I understand that no matter what, I'll be careful. So if you're understanding that if you're much more going fast about contents in terms of what you're doing, to make sure that you are loving your life in a way that you're never losing time. You'll never be losing time. So if content is uploading online, then make sure you're never ever downloading anything on Mega Drive. I mean, they're saying because if you're uploading content on Mega Drive, in terms of via your phones, then Mega Drive never allows you to select, Mega Drive never allows you to select photos if you're downloading photos and if you're uploading photos into actual Mega Drive. So just understand that. So I'm understanding that now. I'm understanding either way. I learn from my mistakes really quickly, and I just move on. I move on really quickly about what I'm doing. And now, since I'm understanding life itself, I'm understanding to promote myself professionally all the time. I always have a business card. I'm very professional in what I do. And that way I understand either way. I see these women, which they're very ugly to me. Which they're very ugly because they go for other men. Which that's it. I mean, in a sense, so either way, I'm very beautiful. I'm making sure that no matter what, I'm learning very amazing aspects of life. And I'm understanding that no matter what, I just go and do greater. And that's how I see life. I see life in a greater manner. Making sure no matter what, that I'm learning how to just have a better attitude than everybody else. Regardless of them, I want to have a greater attitude, regardless of them. So if I post 100 photos on my Mega Drive, in terms of my Instagram, and I post 100 photos into my Instagram, I mean, guess what? I mean, it's because I want to have a greater attitude. And I'm probably never because of you. Probably never because of other people. I never fucking care about them. I just want to fucking have a great attitude. And that's it. I never care about other people. I'm never doing this life for other people. I'm never doing it for other people. I'm doing it for I. I'm saying that's why I'm understanding that I never get disappointment when I go toward I. But if you go toward other people, gosh, they disappoint you always, because they never want to be around you. I'm saying, they never want to be around you. Approach other people, never want to be around you. Approach you, and they're like that with everybody, but they never want to say that. They never want to tell you that. You know what I'm saying? But either way, that's why I'm somebody in what I'm doing. And that's why I'm somebody in making sure that you get the best life all the time in different ways. I realize, I understand how people are giving me the nice and beautiful, let's say, 35 followers after 6 months of YouTubing, and guess what, I promise you, I see how much they watch my contents as well. I can see straight away what's going on. Although what's amazing about my life is I'm understanding that I never need them at all about anything. I mean, in a sense, so I make sure every single day that when they try to be great, when they try to be great, they'll understand Danny Milivojevic. You understand? I mean, when they try to go and raise their vibe, and they try to do Jesus Christ, they will understand Jesus Christ and Danny Milivojevic. I mean, in a sense, so either way, I deserve better all the time. I'm making sure anyway. I'm making sure all the time. I'm making sure all the. I'm making sure over time that I'm making sure that I'm always learning about everything. So if I yawn like that after 1:30 a.m., I'm making sure that it's tired. It's more nice and beautiful fatigue of life. So I'm saying it's time to go to bed as well, very soon. So I'm saying that way I'm very much learning about life and what's going on. And because I'm learning, I'm making sure I'm growing, making sure that's how I grow in different ways. And that's how I live my life. I live my life differently. And now I can also do much more video content now as well. Now I can focus on understanding that. And I love that. But now since my nice and beautiful day is going greater, I'm actually understanding something now. I'm understanding that my days have been amazing. I mean, my past, let's say 64 hours have just gone uphill so fast. I'm so glad I came to Sydney in the time I did, because Jesus Christ can see that. I mean, make sure you understand how much make sure you understand how much I learned just by coming to Sydney for the past 2 weeks, man. I mean, wow. I mean, I learned so much. And more than other people. And that way I'm understanding either way that I'm learning very quickly about what I'm doing, and then I'm focusing on giving you ideas so that I can practice, and so that I can practice my life. And now either way, I'm making sure that you understand that I see these Serbian people, I see they hate me, man. I see Serbian people around the world, of course they fucking hate me. I see it. And if I can try to, let's say, even fucking speak other people's languages, in their languages, and guess what? Of course they all fucking hate you. I mean, how about that? I mean, isn't that something, huh? I mean, you try to fucking speak their languages and they fucking hate you. I mean, and guess what? I'll let it be. I'm never doing it for them. I understand. I'm doing it for my reputation. I understand. So either way, I realize that what's amazing about my life is I'm learning. I'm learning something along the way. I'm making sure I'm very successful, and that's how I grow. I grow through different ways of thinking. I realize how other people have certain aspects of life, and because they never invite you, I mean, they never want you to have that. You understand? So they go getting it for themselves because they're selfish. You understand? I mean, they're selfish. So what I do is I go and be selfless. And when I'm selfless, I have more than them. I have a greater career than them. I have a greater legacy than them because I'm willing to help other people much more than them. And that's why they're jealous. Because they never want to give you something, but you're giving them everything. I mean, look at Jesus Christ. I mean, they're jealous of Jesus Christ for Jesus Christ giving them everything. In a sense, so make sure you understand, you never fall anything below anything by making sure that you're learning Jesus Christ. Because that way you're learning quickly about how to live life, quickly. And you understand that no matter what, most people are settling for less. I mean, they're settling for people who are random. I mean, they settle for random people and they think they're in love or something. And they think they found love or something in those people. I see these people who go for random people in terms of women and go for random guys, and they're fucking drug addicts, and they fucking think they hit the jackpot or something. I mean, the fucking guy's a drug addict with 2 kids, and she's fucking 24 years of age, and he's 35, and he has 2 kids, and she is yet to fucking have a kid, And she thinks she hit the jackpot with this guy. I mean, fuck me dead. And the guy's a drug addict. I mean, that's it. I mean, they're fucking stupid people. I promise you. I mean, every single day, focus on understanding that when a drug addict never wants to give you a number that you're asking for, I mean, make sure you understand it's much more how they're killers, man. I understand. I mean, they're fucking that fucking bad. I understand. I mean, you're asking for something of a number, and they never want to give it to you. I understand. So when you ask people a question and they never give you an answer, then make sure either way you just move on. But make sure you understand that either way, you can see the habits. I mean, you can see the habits as well. I mean, if Jesus Christ never answers you, then make sure you understand that you have to go and be much more appropriate. Approach. Or you have to be much more appropriate to God then. You have to make sure to prove it to God that you really love God. Approach, that's how it is. Approach, now, if you understand something about life, I'm always focusing on developing my love for I'm making sure I'm learning very quickly about what I'm doing. And I'm enjoying posting on Instagram. I'm enjoying all this stuff because I understand something about what's going on. I can see it's much more about how it all is. I see how it all is in terms of what's going on. And either way, I'm making sure, and no matter what, I can watch some Netflix now. I understand I'm very alone, but I'm understanding how to be alone now. Because I just talk into a fucking phone right now, and it's like I fucking have everything now. Because I'm talking into a phone. And because I talk into a phone, I'm loving my life differently. And I'm making sure that no matter what, that I can let it be now. I'm making sure that if I understand anything, I let it be, because I understand that the temperature over here in my room is nice and clear. But every single day I'm focusing on understanding that no matter what, the nice and beautiful day has really gone uphill. I did nice and beautiful aspects of life today where for the first time I went driving while doing an audio program. I also went to Officeworks while doing an audio program. And I spoke around Officeworks. I went to check out Officeworks for the first time while doing an audio program. I went to fucking cook fettuccine for the first time. And also I went around making sure that I was doing audio programs around my nice and beautiful pasta cooking. And also my nice and beautiful audios now, I'm understanding that I'm saving time a lot because I'm uploading 7-hour audio programs with Audio Kara. And I'm also never using my laptop to do video and editing, recording in terms of exporting with laptops with my videos anymore. And I'm also understanding that since I'm doing that, I'm learning very quickly upon how to just use my phone for video and image services, and how to make sure that my life is actually growing. So making sure that no matter what, when I'm growing, making sure I do the best job all the time to focus upon something that helps. So if you focus on something that helps, I mean, make sure you understand how to grow yourself into the best individual in the planet. And that way you're going to understand that what's important is understanding that people never care about your Instagram and how much effort you put into it. I mean, they never care about how much effort you put into it. I mean, I promise you, other people, they care about it. I mean, why do they care about so much other people? Because they believe that they're more successful than other people. I mean, they believe they're more successful than other people, and that's why they follow them. I mean, they follow unsuccessful people. I mean, people follow unsuccessful people. I mean, understand that? But they never follow successful people. Because they're jealous. I mean, jealous people never follow you. I promise you. Jealous people never follow you. I mean, do you understand that? I mean, jealous people follow people who are jealous of them. I mean, how the fuck does that work? I mean, do you understand? I mean, I promise you. People who hate you follow people who hate you. And that's it. I mean, that's it. I mean, focus on understanding that what you need to do all the time is you have to learn all the game of art every single day to understand it's never about tattoos. I mean, it's never about tattoos in life. But make sure to understand this, that if you have a tattoo, then understand it's good for you. I just never needed a tattoo in my life. I understand that it's just too much heartache to even get one. I understand that for myself, I understand I can get one, but I never want one. I never want a tattoo. I have everything in my word I first. So that's why I'm understanding either way. I'm learning very quickly. I see. Anyway, guys. So since I'm actually doing my financing right now, I'm making sure that you guys understand something about life. So no matter what, I do receive nice and beautiful Social Security from the government right now, but it's because I'm also receiving $50,000 per month from the bank as well. And why am I receiving $50,000 from the bank as well? Because I'm going to the bank and I'm getting $50,000 from the bank to require real estate and to require myself to go around events to make more money for the banks. So I'm understanding that I receive Social Security and everything from the bank as well, because I understand that my Social Security is also borrowing money from the banks. And either way, I borrow money from people, and that's my Social Security. So I'm making sure that what's important is loving I. I'm always loving I in a way that is helping me move forward. So either way, you must understand to never rely on other people to do the work for you, but make sure you go find the work that you have to do daily, and then go and just learn about what you need to do daily. I mean, go and understand how it feels to be able to love yourself and what you need in life. But if you love yourself so much, then you'll do whatever it takes to succeed. Probably isn't that the best way? Probably the best way is understanding how you can actually succeed in different ways. So succeeding in different ways is always focusing on understanding that you always have to understand your numbers and what everything is. So I'm always understanding that I'm always living my I, and everything's the word I. So I understand I, investment. I just say I, government. Say I, government, investment. Alright, now if you understand something about life, is just say the words quickly, and then otherwise understand that no matter what, you never have to lag people, but you're making sure all the time that you're learning about the nice and beautiful way of life. So I'm always understanding that when I go and do something about life in terms of my financing, I'm always ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game in terms of what I'm doing. So since I'm ahead of the game in terms of what I'm doing, I'm staying away from people who never communicate with me in a way that is positive. I understand? So that way I'm always learning very quickly upon what's happening. So because I want to daily be able to do something that's really helping me move forward, I'm making sure I'm moving forward in ways that is helping me always. So I'm understanding that no matter what I do, I'm understanding every single time that if you really, really love everything, then give more content to those people. And then understand that no matter what, they're just like that. So make sure that no matter what, that if you feel like understanding anything about life, then understand how it feels to just go and do your life in a way that's different. So if you understand that you're doing something different all the time, then you're making sure that your life is making sure that you're daily improving. I mean, you must be daily improving all the time in different ways, and then you understand that no matter what, that you're going to be learning something about life. So I understand that no matter what, that I'm focusing upon understanding that everything's different all the time in different ways. So always focus upon understanding that you have to be giving that nice and beautiful attitude, which is the attitude of life. So I understand that way I'm focusing on something. I'm focusing on understanding that I always have more. Or now because I have more, or that I want to understand every single day that there's some kind of dollar that went out on my nice and beautiful account. I want to understand where it's from. I understand either way a little bit. I understand that no matter what I say I random. I say a random investment. Whereas now every single day that when I'm really, really understanding where my money is going all the time, I can say it's into more words. And then everything in terms of money that I have is the words I've given you and nothing else, man. I have nothing else to give you except words. Brochure. So I'm understanding every single day how much words I give much more than other people. And that's why other people just never get what I have. They never get what I have. Yes, they get each other. I never care about that. I never care about that because that's nothing. That's nothing when they have each other. It's nothing when they have each other, I promise you. What's more than that? It's the words that I speak. The words I speak is much more than that. I'm making sure I'm always learning very quickly upon what I'm doing in life. So because I'm learning very quickly, I'm getting myself into higher positions over here. I'm making sure I have much more authority over everybody now. I'm making sure that either way, I'm learning very quickly upon what's going on in my nice and beautiful calendar every single day, and making sure I'm learning very quickly upon what's going on all the time. So I'm understanding that if you want to do anything about life, you understand that no matter what, I have no liabilities in my life. I'm making sure that I'm always looking for more liabilities everywhere, so I can see where are they. I want to make sure that no matter what, I want to be positive about everything, to be able to learn about everything. So that's the whole point. I want to make sure I'm learning something much more about yesterday, and I can see that nice and beautiful way of life over here. So I'm focusing on saying I'm ahead of the game. I love it. I mean, since I'm ahead of the game, I can see exactly how much is coming in and how much is going out. I'm saying either way that those are nice and beautiful numbers over here, and that's actually something that can actually go into my nice and beautiful, let's say, I can say it can go into my nice and beautiful tracking record here. So I'm not saying either way that if I do that, I can, but I'm making sure either way I let it be. I mean, what's amazing is understanding this now. If I go and see the January nice and beautiful way of saying January over here, and I see January's nice and beautiful program over here and what's happening here, I'm understanding that no matter what, I can see exactly what kind of aspects of life I have, and it's much more how I feel. And because I feel this way, I'm understanding it's much more how that nice and beautiful number is always different, isn't it? I'm making sure either way that since the number is different, I'm making sure I let it be. I'm making sure either way I want to go and do something different, and then I say this one over here is different again, and I'm making sure it's all different. So either way, I realize that no matter what, I never want to mess up my numbers. Whereas my numbers are something different to what other people are trying to do for me. But because I'm understanding something about life, I'm understanding that either way, I understand it's more than different. So no matter what, I'm learning about something about what's going on in my life over here. So anything that's very different in your life is showing you that you must go and love your life differently if you want to succeed, because those people who are successful are learning, and what are they learning? I'm pretty sure they're learning the game of art in different ways, and that's how it is. I promise you now. Imagine how many people never care about my Instagram. I promise you nobody cares about their Instagram. I promise you. The same way they treat me is the same way they treat other people. Russia, come as a bitch. Russia, and that's it. Russia, now, because I understand that, I'm making sure that no matter what, I can see exactly the new type of awareness that's what's going on over here. Is the banks are trying to control your money, and because they're trying to control your money, when they're trying to understand exactly what you are doing with your money over here, and they want to be on top of you all the time with everything you're doing. You understand? Because you understand, I understand it's much more how I understand now, because I do what I'm doing. I'm making sure I'm very successful anyway, and I'm making sure I'm focusing on a greater life regardless of them. And then I focus on understanding, I'm just focusing on making sure I'm giving you content regardless, because that's how I see life. I see life differently than them. I'm making sure now, I'm understanding that they get jealous very quickly about everything. I never need those people in my life. I never need them in my life, because I'm loving my life regardless. In that way, I understand something. I understand how to really, really enjoy my life in different ways. And then I'm focusing on a greater life for myself all the time. And that way, I'm understanding that when I focus on a greater life, I'm having a blast. I'm having a nice and beautiful, real moment with me. Because I understand that is how I do life. I do life differently. I'm making sure that no matter what, I always have different acts of kindness to give. I'm making sure that either way, that what's important for myself is I focus on something, and I want to make sure that what's amazing about my life is different than your life. And because my life is different than your life, I'm focusing on making sure I lift myself in different ways. And then I go into files over here, and I make sure either way, and since I do that, I make sure that no matter what, it's a nice and beautiful way to do everything. And I see the differences between everything in terms of life, because I do have nice and beautiful content. And I understand that either way that my phones are different over here, and hence I can do what I want to do. And that way I understand that no matter what, everything is now in terms of my word I. And I'm focusing on understanding that since I always understand something about life, that I focus on understanding that since I'm always loving my life in different ways, I'm focusing on making sure that my life is different. And now since my life is different, I'm making sure every single day that people can hear what I'm saying in the best kind of ways. Because if you want to do something, then look at yourself and look at what you can do to help people. I mean, in a sense, so if you're focusing on helping people, then what are you doing to help people? I mean, how are you helping people? I mean, every single day you have to understand that no matter what, you're learning. And you're learning something about life. And when you're learning about life, you're learning about how to help all the time somebody. Because that's the whole point, isn't it? Whereas the whole point is making sure you can focus upon understanding on exactly the nice and beautiful content that you need to do daily to make sure that you're successful. I mean, in a sense, so when you're successful and you're understanding that no matter what, that you can do something to succeed, then go and do it right away. I mean, go and understand right away to help yourself succeed in these nice and beautiful ways. And then that way you're focusing and you're helping yourself do more and more and more. Because that's the whole point of what you want to do. And then either way, you're making sure that no matter what, that you're loving life. And since you're loving life, that way you understand something. I mean, you're understanding all the time how to actually understand that no matter what, life is different for you. Because you're willing to improve. And because you're willing to improve, then you have a better life. And because you have a better life, then you're understanding all the time that you're just letting everything be in a way that you're improving yourself differently. And because you understand that, then you understand every single day that you deserve better. And because you deserve better, that's why you're enjoying life. I mean, you're enjoying life differently. Because that's the whole point, isn't it? I mean, the whole point is making sure that you learn to do what you need to do to succeed. Because that way is the best kind of aspect of life for you. And that way you're enjoying your life in the process of what you're doing. And you're making sure you're growing. And that's it. That's all you do. You just make sure you're growing yourself. When you can grow yourself, then you can understand that no matter what, you can go into your files as well. And you can see what's going on in the files and how it's actually going for you. So making sure that no matter what, that you're always understanding something about life. And you're understanding every single day what you need to do. You're understanding every single day what you need to do to succeed. I mean, in a sense, so if you want to do something to succeed today, then voice memos is the way. Voice memos. Just make sure you understand that. Make sure you understand how to do voice memos. Because that's what I'm doing here. I'm doing voice memos with you. Making sure you understand that since I have voice memos going on, making sure that you understand that it's very quick and easy for me to help myself to succeed. But since I have music in my MP3 player and my nice beautiful music here, I can go and let it be now. I can understand that what I want to do is understand that I want to go and delete everything in terms of my music in my nice and beautiful way of my phone in terms of my Samsung A20 Galaxy. Because that way I understand that no matter what, I already have all that music elsewhere. And I just make sure I do it because I understand that way I'm learning very quickly upon life and what I need to do to succeed. So I'm always accessing everything and I'm allowing everything to happen. By making sure that no matter what, I'm learning very quickly upon what I need to do to succeed. Because I understand that when the nice and beautiful, let's say, content is in your phone, then also you can see the nice and beautiful melody or what's going on with your nice and beautiful voice memos, because your voice memos is always playing in the background. And because it's playing in the background, then you're focusing on understanding that I'm very quick about what I'm doing today. And that's why I'm learning very quickly upon understanding something. I'm understanding what I need to do to succeed. And because I succeed very quickly, I'm understanding that is why I'm doing life. I'm doing life differently than you. I'm making sure that either way, than now, I'm actually posting on my nice and beautiful Samsung voice memo here. I'm actually understanding my quotes is somewhere around here. So I'm understanding to let it be this way. I'm understanding that no matter what I want to understand now is a different way of setup for myself into something different all the time. So because I'm actually different in what I'm doing, I just let it all be. I'm focusing on saying now it's all different because I'm lifting myself in different ways and I'm focusing on a greater way. And because I focus on posting all my applications into one folder, and I understand every single day it's all simple and unique. And because I do that, I'm loving life. I'm loving life in different ways. I'm making sure that no matter what, that I'm learning very quickly about what I'm doing. I love life. And I'm making sure that my nice and beautiful way of life is different. So I have to make sure that I'm focusing on different aspects of life in different ways to go into my files over here to make sure that I can go and see this sample stuff. So I see sample, for example. And because I see it, I want to actually go and see where it is in my content. So I'm understanding that it's in my internal storage over here. And because I understand either way that I'm learning the nice and beautiful art of making sure that my nice and beautiful way of life is different, then I'm making sure that I want to do greater in what I'm doing. So if you want to do greater in what you're doing, you have to understand every single time to find out exactly why you want to do that. Because I understand every single day, it's just that kind of day, isn't it? I mean, you're just learning what you're wanting out of life. And if you're learning what you want out of life, then you understand that no matter what, you want to make sure that you're learning something quick. Because if you're learning something quickly, it's much more about how you learn it. Understand? So you're learning all the time. That if you're searching for something and you're learning about your technology, then you're learning about the kind of aspect of life that you need to succeed in different ways. And then you understand either way that you're learning about the nice and beautiful ways of life in different ways to just delete that content very quickly for actually playing your content out, and it's gone from your phone, and that's it. I mean, either way, you're very successful, and either way, just make sure you're searching up the content in your nice and beautiful Samsung phones about what you want to delete, and then guess what? I promise you'll find it through the nice and beautiful search bar, and guess what? I promise you that's how you actually find those files, and then you just delete them. I promise you it's very simple, isn't it? I promise you must understand that no matter what, since you delete it, I promise you either way, you learn very fast. I mean, you learn something very quickly about life, and either way, I mean, just enjoy life differently, and that's the whole way through. I mean, all the way through, you make sure that you're learning very quickly about your life. I mean, learn very quickly about everybody, and how they treat you is how you never treat yourself. You understand? Because how they treat you is the worst. They treat you the worst way, and the worst way is that they never communicate words of kindness to you. You understand? I mean, they're never kind to you in words. I mean, that's what you're looking for, yeah? I mean, you're looking for kind words today. I'm giving you kind words today. I'm giving you the kindest words you've ever seen in life. So make sure you understand that is what you want out of life. Of course, you just want kindness in terms of kind words around you. Understand? So I'm trying to provide you that. I'm trying to give you that as much as possible. I understand that what you want out of life always is to focus on a greater life. See, so guys, either way, so what's important for myself now is I have Instagram, and also nicely, just kindly for myself, make sure that I'm learning something from the process of it all. So I'm making sure that you guys understand that now it's time for some nice and beautiful Netflix for me. And then I understand either way, now I can go sleep from that point. So I understand that if you go and focus on your life in different ways, you're learning. I mean, you're making sure you're learning something along the go. I mean, if you're learning something along the go, in terms of along the lines, then you're making sure that no matter what, your life is successful, and that you're focusing on making sure that your life is different. But because your life is different, then you're making the best of your life. I mean, you're making the best efforts. I mean, you're making the best kind of planets in your life. I mean, make sure you speak in your heart. I mean, you're making sure every single day you're learning how to be serious about what you're doing. And then every single day you're learning, every single day, the nice, beautiful, kind heart that you must have. I mean, that's the whole point, isn't it? I mean, the whole point is making sure that you're reviewing your photos as much as you can. Because what's important is understanding that either way, I have so much more work to do. I have so much more information work to do. I have so much more, let's say, content to deliver in other ways. So I have to do real estate, I have to do antonyms, I have to do synonyms, I have to do rhyming words together. Unfortunately, do I have to do all that? I have to do music content. There's so much more to do. I have to learn new languages. I have to better my Serbian skills. I understand, so I'm always learning that, and I'm always learning. I have to go around the world traveling and doing all these places. And then also there's freaking to have a family as well. And then either way, what's important for myself is different aspects of life, but it's all doable because I'm never wasting time now. I'm never wasting time about what I'm doing because I have something to do. I have something to do now. And because I'm doing what I want to do daily, I'm making sure I have much more in my heart to give. Because I have much more in my heart to give, I'm making sure either way, I'm successful. So because I'm understanding now, I just go on Netflix and enjoy myself. I'm never wasting time over here. I'm never wasting time because what's amazing about life is when you never waste time, then you understand something. Unfortunately, I was just watching Star Trek recently. I want to go watch it. I want to go finish it. I want to say something about Star Trek. And that Star Trek is very different and it's something that you need in your life. But there's many episodes of Star Trek, and I'm either way understanding that. But I'm understanding that what's important for myself is to just continue that series of everything in life. So if you understand every single day that you're becoming happier and happier and happier, while everybody else is working harder and harder and harder, and that, I mean, they are working harder because they're never talking more words. You understand that? That's why they're working harder. But if you work in a way you're actually talking more words, I promise you, then you have the best life, man. I promise you, the best life is understanding how to talk more words. I promise you, that's the difference maker. I promise you, the difference maker is understanding how to talk more words in front of other people, and understanding every single day how other people are going through hardship today. I mean, if you understand how other people are going through adversity today, comparing it to you, I mean, you can understand the communication skills here, in terms of words. I mean, wow. I have so much more than what they're having. I can say straight away, I can see how much struggle they go through. I understand, and that's how I feel. And I understand that in that struggle, I realize they have no time to even think about me. I understand, but guess what? I realize that I am in the background somewhere. Or they're actually thinking about me somewhere, but I'm making sure either way that with certain people they're doing it. I mean, they're doing all that in terms of certain people, so they only do it when they're actually with those people, and that's why. You know, I mean, make sure you understand that that's maybe, let's say, once a month. I mean, once a month they get together, and because they get together once a month and they talk about me, and that's it. I understand, but everything else, apparently, they never even have time to talk about me, man. You understand? So focus on saying that anything else is online. I mean, they're talking about me online. And now, if it's online, apparently now, it's much more how it is. But that's how it goes. And they're never even talking about me in real life in a way that it's real life unless it's just one day of the month. You understand? So that's how I see it. But online, either way, I realize that with everything going on in terms of their lives, approaching, they have no fucking time to talk about me. I mean, they have no fucking time to talk about me, man. Because they're very negative anyway. I mean, they're very negative people regardless. So, then, they never even care about me to talk about me. I mean, they're saying, but if they talk about me, then it's in front of people who are negative. In the sense, so if they're getting together, firstly now, I'm understanding every single day that they get together, but it's more rarely do they get together. So rarely do they talk about me. Rarely, in terms of words. Although they are aware of me, but because they're aware of me and they rarely talk about me, it's much more that they're positive about me. I can see that. So I'm understanding the communicational signals over here. And I understand that no matter what, I can see that he, in terms of life, is much more, let's say, smarter. If you understand that your life is much more smarter when you're loving life all the time, But make sure you're focusing on yourself all the time and you're learning about something that is nice and beautiful. Alright, so anybody who has a much greater communicational signal in life is doing greater in life. So that's what you want to do. I mean, that's what you want to say in life. I mean, anything that is really, really growing you today is making sure that you're learning about the nice and beautiful orchestra of your life. So if you understand the orchestra behind your life every single day, then you understand that no matter what, you have to go promote yourself and other people daily to make sure that you're learning very quickly about what's going on. Because if you're learning about the nice and beautiful attitude of your life every single day, you're focusing on the best aspects always. Because the best aspects of everything is making sure that you're learning fast about a nice and beautiful life. But I see how people are getting these opportunities in acting screens. And I promise you, it's only 1%, in terms of 1% or 1% of the people who may get those roles that are real actor stuff. Now, Dwayne The Rock Johnson is one of them. He went skyrocketing in the acting scene. Unfortunately, Dwayne The Rock Johnson is one of them who goes skyrocketing in the actual, let's say, acting screens and movie screens today. And why is that? Because he is an entertainer in wrestling ring, and he's one of the famous people out there in America because of wrestling. And now, because he has that kind of background, and then he done the Scorpion King, and from the Scorpion King, I'm pretty sure now he's a movie star from that point. I'm pretty sure. And now, because he has a good-looking body as well, and I understand either way that he's somehow able to talk to people. So I understand either way that I'm learning that he's that kind of individual. But I understand that he's smart to some degree. So either way, that he's just much more successful than other people, but I'm much more successful than him. And I'm saying that either way, that he's one of them who can actually get on the acting screens and be someone really famous today, for example, in 2021. But he's able to keep it up, or she's able to keep that up. And why is that? Because he has the ethic. I mean, he has a work ethic to be able to look good, and he has the work ethic to be able to just do what he's doing in a way that he can do it. So I understand that either way. I've seen him teaching tequila. I've seen him actually recently teaching tequila how to do tequila. But make sure I understand that I never drink tequila. But if you understand anything about life, is you have to teach everything. But make sure every single day that what's amazing is teach something that's Jesus Christ. In a sense, so every single day, make sure you understand that what's important about life is learn about everything. So if you're focusing upon life and you're focusing on making sure that your life is great, then understand that other people who are, let's say, actors who have made it, let's say, top notch in acting is Sylvester Stallone. And I say Sylvester Stallone is somebody who actually is still popular today, but he is, let's say, dying off. I mean, he's dying off now. And why is that? Because he's getting in the age, man. I mean, his age is getting up there. So what you need to realize is Arnold Schwarzenegger also is somebody who's up there, but he's also somebody whose age is actually getting up on him as well. So I understand The Rock, in terms of Johnson, in terms of Dwayne The Rock Johnson right now, is one of the top actors. So is just one of them that's at the top. But who else is at the top right now? Now, John Cena is coming up. John Cena is coming up at the acting screens now. And I'm understanding that who else is actually going up there. Now, you have to understand that those two are very at the top now. There's some other guys as well. I'm not saying that no matter what, that you must understand that either way, that it's mostly that. I mean, do you understand? I mean, just a few people who are at the top. Understand? I mean, a few people. I mean, Al Pacino is going down in a way that he's very popular, but his age is going down in terms of, he's going up, but his age is getting up on him as well. So I'm making sure either way that it's just that kind of day, isn't it? I mean, when you're learning something about people, then understand that there's just few actors around who can actually be great. I understand? So if you understand either way that what's important is the life coaching is getting up there. Now, many people are becoming life coaches today. And they're starting to coach people, they're starting to coach people about life. and how to be life coaches and all this. Unfortunately, there's plenty of opportunity here. Unfortunately, plenty of people can be great here. And it's more on your own opportunity. I mean, you create your own opportunity here. Just like Danny Milojevic, just like Danny Milojevic creates his own opportunity, is how you create your own opportunity. So public speakers today, they're becoming much more public speakers today than actors, and either way, the soccer stars, they die off after 40. They die off, none of them do anything after 40, after 40, they may start acting somewhere, they may start giving a talk somewhere, but nothing consistent on YouTube, and nothing really consistent on Instagram, or public speaking anywhere, understand? And never much gigs about public speaking, about what they do, understand? So understand that no matter what, it's just that kind of day. So I see Michael Jordan, for example, he's dying off very quickly, and either way, I understand that no matter what, I'm learning very quickly upon what's going on about the world and how people are traveling the world today. So since they're traveling the world this way, when I'm saying that it's the long haul, you have to look at the long haul. I'm pretty sure I see people become famous and then they fucking die very quickly. And I understand that. But why is that? Because they are lacking life skills. They're lacking life coaching. They're lacking mindset and positive talk. They're lacking the word I. They're lacking Jesus Christ in their life. They're lacking learning ability to stay curious about life. And now, if you understand that, for example, with myself, I'm fucking on top of life. I'm on top of life. So, I'm never dying unless somebody kills me, I promise you. I'm never dying unless somebody kills me. And I'm never dying even if they kill me. Nothing can make me die. So Jesus Christ can see that. I'm making sure though, the whole thing about life is I'm saying if you have any type of, let's say, individuality in your life, then if you're focusing on your life all day long, then you're focusing on making sure that you're tackling the audio. You're tackling every single day the audio, and you're making sure that you're just becoming more successful every single day, and you're making sure all the time that your life is very much more every single day, the more it can be. Now, the more it can be every single day, then you understand that no matter what, that you're learning very quickly upon what's happening around the world, so you can give more ideas. But if you can give more ideas every single day, you can focus upon understanding that no matter what, that you're learning very quickly about what's happening, but making sure you're planning your life. So if you want to plan your life, then plan ahead always. But make sure you understand that no matter what, that you deserve better always. Today I spoke so much, hours and hours of content. I spoke over 8 hours of content today. I spoke into audio, understand? And it's just through my day. Every single day now, people work 9 to 5, and I just talk by 8 hours and more. It's just the way it is. But I'm making sure either way I'm succeeding because of that. And I'm making sure no matter what, I'm learning how to grow myself quickly. And I'm loving life very quickly. And I'm doing music production quickly. And I'm making sure I'm getting ahead of the game. And now, since I'm doing everything quickly, I'm saying that no matter what, there's so much more to do. And so much more aspects of life to see and do every single day. So making sure that no matter what, I want to speak more words regardless. Because the only thing I can do really is speak more words, man. I can travel more words. I promise you, the more words I travel, the better my legacy, I promise you. That's the whole point. The whole point is go and speak it all. Go and speak as much as you can, right now. There's no waste of time. Understand? So if you're understanding that, then understand that how you treat other people is how you treat yourself. And understand that no matter what, you have to treat people better and better and better. And that's how you actually learn something quick. Understand that no matter what, that I have no time for other people at all. I only have time to be with myself while talking with myself every single day to learn and to grow. I have to be growing all the time. I have to be making sure I'm learning very quickly about life. And because I can speak much more, I can do anything much more. I can make sure I can learn. But I'm always sober. I'm always vegan. I'm making sure every single day it's that kind of vibe. The vibe of making sure you're better than sex. Better than pleasure. And better than, you're better than everything. I'm saying because you have the nice and beautiful courage that you need every single day. And you're learning that no matter what you're doing, that you're believing the words you say in the way that you're learning to grow. So if you're learning to grow daily, like I am, then understanding the voice memo is the best kind of way to grow today. And then using it all the time for your success is very important. But making sure you're drinking water all the time as well. To make sure you drink water before bed. I mean, it's the best thing. So make sure all the time, I just do that very quickly. Because I understand that it's much more likely that I have to go to sleep very soon. So that way I understand. I see, so what I'm making sure to do is making sure every single time that I focus on a greater life for myself in different ways. So I can focus on making sure that my laptop is always uploading content all the time in terms of during the night, because what I want to do is make sure every single time I'm always ahead of the content. So I'm using the nighttime as a sleep to make sure I'm uploading content all night long. So I'm actually always ahead of the game. I'm always looking to be ahead of the content in terms of my life, to make sure that there's always more to do in life. So I'm actually understanding that no matter what, I want to be making more progress in my life in different ways, to be doing more in every kind of way. So I'm making sure that my life is ahead of me in different ways. So that way I'm focusing on making sure I never drop my laptop or anything like that, because my laptop is very important, because I have my nice and beautiful, let's say, I have a nice and beautiful music production on it. So because I'm doing music production, I'm making sure that I'm uploading 119 gigabytes of actual recordings I've done on my nice and beautiful laptop. So I do that during the nights, and I place the laptop right next to me, and I place it beside my bed, and I make sure I charge my laptop during the night as it's uploading contents. So as I do that, I then make sure I place the nice and beautiful laptop on the floor, and I summarize the screen to go all the way down, and I let it be like that. I let it be never sleeping, but it's just on in a way that it's uploading all my content on free Wi-Fi over here at my biological dad's. Now I'm focusing on laying in my bed also. I'm focusing on laying in my bed when I must, to make sure that either way I'm focusing on making sure that my life is different. But I'm saying either way, and making sure that no matter what, that once I understand something about life, I focus on delivering content. I focus on making sure that my nice and beautiful content in what I have is nice and beautifully into my phones and everything. So I'm focusing on letting it be, and making sure that no matter what, I just go into my bed, because I understand that now it's actually what? I understand that the time is actually 2:56, so I'm making sure either way, a little bit, I can go and do I. So I focus on making sure that since I'm doing that, or since I'm doing I, making sure that no matter what, I can feel that I have to place a jacket. Actually, no matter what, I want to sleep in my nice and beautiful singlet for night. I want to sleep in my actual singlet tonight. So I'm focusing on making sure that I'm going to do something different. I understand that no matter what, there's so much to do all the time that I'm never afraid of anything, because I understand something about life. I understand that either way, I'm focusing, if you make sure that your life is very much alive in different ways, and making sure that no matter what you're doing, that you're always studying the content, and that you're making sure that you're ahead of the crowd. I mean, if you're ahead of the crowd, and you're making sure that no matter what, that you learn about something, that I understand something about here. I'm not saying that either way, I must get myself a jumper. I must get a jumper to sleep in the jumper, because I understand it's very cold. And either way, I get myself a jumper very quickly, because I understand that it's just like that. Sometimes you may want to sleep in a singlet or something, but then guess what? The room is cold. I mean, the room is cold for me to sleep like that. So I get a jumper, I place the jumper on, and I sleep in the hoodie. And also I can place my nice and beautiful, let's say, eye guard. And what I do with my eye guard, I have an eye guard, which is my eye mask. And now I place my eye mask on, or sleeping mask, and what I do is I make sure I sleep like that, because sometimes the sun also does wake me up. But what's important for myself is just being able to sleep in a way that my phones can wake me up this time. Making sure either way, what's important is I focus on understanding that now. Since I'm understanding that, I'd rather just let the sun wake me up from now on. I'd rather just make the sun wake me up, because I respect the sun. I appreciate the sunshine in my eyes while I'm sleeping, because I focus on a greater life. So I just drank some water before bed, because I understand that for the past 3 days I had some dry throat when I wake up, and this time I'm just focusing on something greater for myself now. So I'm understanding that now. Since I'm understanding that no matter what, that no woman impresses me in terms of life except the ones that are much greater in life. So I'm understanding that anybody who's greater only impresses me, man. So I promise you all though, what's impressive about me in life is I focus upon something that's always much greater. And that way I understand that no matter what, I'm learning. I'm learning about something right now. Actually, that's all I focus on. I focus on understanding to talk better and greater. And that's it. I promise you now, if you understand about life, you have everything right now. And that's better with the jumper now. I feel my jumper is actually making me warmer now. I see it's 3 a.m. now. I see my actual jumper, in terms of my actual Apple Watch, is showing me now a stopwatch time that's actually on time in terms of everything. So I'm making sure that now my Apple Watch is showing me the real time in different ways. So I'm making sure that what I'm doing now is I'm making sure that you are understanding something about my life. I see that my life is now different. I'm understanding that I'm getting ahead of the crowd very quickly, and I'm focusing on making sure that you can hear my voice, and that I'm downloading content in a way that I'm uploading content, and I'm making sure that you guys can go and do the best job you can every single day to focus on your life in different ways to make sure that your life is very successful. And if your life is very successful, then congratulations, but make sure you have to make it more successful if you want to be somebody more. Because what is amazing is understanding that if you understand every single day to focus upon something that is loving you in a way that you're loving people. I understand that I was recently calling the Toastmasters out there, and since I understand, I did send them all a message, and I did send freaking 12 of them a message. But guess what? I realized that they are people who really never did message me. So I want to make sure that you guys are hearing me out very quickly, and I want to be making sure that I'm very much taking care of what's going on over here, because I want to make sure that my nice and beautiful audio content is with me all the time. And I want to make sure that I'm very careful about what's going on here. So I'm making sure I'm never afraid of anything. Making sure I be careful with never discarding my audio. So I'm making sure all the time to just do very carefully in terms of what happened just now. So I understand either way. So just understand that my nice and beautiful phone did actually give me that nice and beautiful message to cancel or discard or save the program. So I went to cancel just to be able to continue this program. So I'm very careful to never press the discard button over here, because every single time I'm focusing on something different. If you focus on never touching your phone while you are speaking, then you always have more, and the more you have, the better. So I'm saying that either way, that these Toastmasters, their message in terms of life, I never go on Thursday to see them. I never want to go on Thursday to see these people because they're very unprofessional to me. For sure, Jesus Christ, I can see that. For sure, you must understand either way. For sure, it's the way it is, huh? For sure, just the way it is. I'll move on from those people, man. I'll make sure every single day I understand that if you have an email and I'll message 12 of you and none of you reply, you're leadership, huh? You guys are leadership in Toastmasters. Make sure every single day, I'm always learning much greater anyway. I'm making sure that what you want to do is loving your life all the time in different ways, and making sure you're learning very quickly about what's going on. So if you understand either way, that yes, I feel how I understand my Netflix is going ape shit. Whereas now, I'm never ape shit, but I'm not saying that my Netflix has to do better. I have to do better with Netflix. It's much more how I figure it out. I have to figure out a better way. I understand it's the best way, isn't it? But what's amazing is I find myself in situations where I'm doing something different all the time. I mean, it's like I'm dragging myself somewhere else other than Netflix for some reason. But I love Netflix. I mean, in a sense, but it's just the way it is, isn't it? But now, the thing is about Netflix is that when I sit to do something like that, I'm making sure that what I do is much more audio content while I'm doing Netflix, and I'm never wasting time. I realize all day that I have to push myself to go and see it. Whereas now, anyway, I let it be for now. I make it be that it's a just nice and beautiful way to understand that if you're going to sleep and you're making sure that you're learning very quickly about what's going on and why people are treating you the way they are, and make sure you understand it's because of the communicational skills. I mean, this how I'm precious because of how they talk about life itself. But make sure you understand that other people are so happy that they have what they have and that you never have what they have. I mean, the same, but guess what? I'm pretty sure you have everything already. But they never realize what you have. When I said, when they never care to say what you have. Because they're never curious about you. But they figure out that they have more than you in other ways. And you always have more than them, but they are unaware of that. Because if they become aware that you have more than them, but then they start to kill you. I mean, understand? For sure it is. So make sure you understand to be silent about what you have. Because otherwise, what happens is people get jealous that you have more in some kind of way. I understand. So what's important is understanding that if you want to go and do greater for yourself, then understand that what you need to do is nobody's going to be there for you except you. In a sense, what you need to realize is every single day focus on understanding that everything's good and everything's the word I. So that's how I'm always understanding every single day. I'm focusing on loving my life every single day. So if you want to focus on loving your life in different ways to make sure that you're doing something to improve your life. I'm very sure that I see that nice and beautiful way of understanding that if you are sleeping in a way that you're about to die, in a way that you're about to sleep, for sure you're never about to die. But making sure you're about to sleep in a way that you're learning and growing, and for sure it's the best time to understand that if you go to sleep, then focus on loving life in a different way. And focus on understanding that I love I, and because I love I, then focus on understanding that you have better communication skills than those people. So focus on understanding that it's much more how they're gone from each other as well. And if you understand every single day how you just focus on loving you over them, because you deserve greater. So you understand that no matter what, that every single day you're loving life. I mean, loving life differently. I mean, you're giving ideas differently, and you're making sure every single day you have more. Because that's the key. Because the key is making sure you have more. But if you understand anything about life, because it's much more how I feel that I have to go into my nice and beautiful sleep now, because I feel I have much more of a better life now. So I'm making sure that you guys understand every single day, love your life, and focus on yourself.